I shouldn't have. Before she finished, Yan Yan burst into tears. Xiao Wu felt heartbroken. He picked up Yan Yan, gently wiping her tears with his rough hand. It's okay. I know you're worried about me. I forgive you. I promise I won't make you worry again. Xiao Wu gently picked up Xiao Qi with one hand, looking at his small face covered in childish scribbles. He couldn't help but smile and say, "A real man doesn't cry when he bleeds." After dinner, the two children went to the main hall to take a nap. When Gu Qing entered, they hadn't fallen asleep yet. Gu Qing pinched Xiao Qi's cheek, feeling it was soft. "Why do you study?" Gu Qing sat by the Kong-heated bed and asked the children. "To become an official," Xiao Qi said with a mischievous smile, his eyes shining. "Studying is to understand right from wrong, know honor and shame, and then be humble, strict with yourself and kind to others," Gu Qing explained, pausing briefly before continuing. "Calling elders by their first names is disrespectful and impolite. If outsiders hear it, they might think you're not well educated and your family has no rules." "Sorry, Dad," Gu Qing said, apologizing. "I know you're worried about me, and that's why you're angry. We all made mistakes. Now I forgive you. Can you forgive me?" Xiao Wu waited anxiously in the main room, but his husband didn't come out. Feeling helpless, he went to the main hall to look for him. When he entered, he saw Gu Qing sleeping in the middle, with the two children sleeping on either side, peacefully. Xiao Wu tried to squeeze in and sleep with them, but when he touched Xiao Qi, the little boy hummed and fussed, afraid of waking his father. So, Xiao Wu gave up and went alone to the main room for his own nap, comforting himself. "It's so good to sleep here. There's plenty of space. I can turn around as I like. I don't want to hold my husband to sleep. It's too hot in summer." Afternoon, the sky changed from the bright, warm midday sun to a cloudy, misty afternoon. Xiao Wu woke up to find no one at home, and there was no movement in the yard. He wondered where everyone had gone. Just as he was about to put on his shoes and go look for his husband, he heard Gu Qing returning with the children. Gu Qing carried a large basket on her arm, and the children each had a small basket filled with fiddlehead ferns. "Take a break. Are you tired?" Gu Qing set the basket down and sat heavily on a wooden bench under the grapevine. There was a teapot on the wooden table, steeped with dried shepherd's purse. Gu Qing poured herself a bowl, took a sip, and found it slightly bitter. "Little Dad, I'm not tired at all. I want to go feed the rabbits." Yan Yan blinked her big eyes eagerly. "I want to go too. I want to see if the mother rabbit has had her babies," another child said happily. "Go ahead. But don't put your hands in the cage, or you might get bitten," Gu Qing warned. The children cheered and ran happily to the old house. "Qing, are you going up the mountain?" Xiao Wu came out, still with the marks of his afternoon nap on his face. "I went to pick some fiddlehead ferns, salted them for winter eating." Gu Qing squatted by the basket, poured out the fern shoots, and picked out the weeds with his hand. "Brother Wu, there's a sewing box in the Kong cabinet. Help me get it." Gu Qing put the cleaned fern shoots back into the basket and told Xiao Wu. The sewing box was full of fabric scraps. Gu Qing didn't want to throw them away, and now they came in handy. He aligned the fern roots, tied them in bundles with strips of cloth, cut off the old roots with a knife. Gu Qing was quick and efficient, and soon the basket of fern shoots was tied up. Xiao Wu wisely went to the side room to find an empty jar, washed it in the yard, and dried it in the sun. Salting fiddlehead ferns is very simple. Before salting, he spread a layer of rice wine on the jar's wall, added salt at the bottom, and neatly placed the fern shoots inside. Then he layered fern and salt until the jar was full. Xiao Wu found a small stone that fit the jar's opening, washed it clean, and put it inside. He also scraped some yellow earth and water from the wall, sealed the top of the jar tightly, and placed it in a dark corner. By winter, there would be delicious salty fiddlehead ferns to eat. After helping Gu Qing salt the ferns, Xiao Wu went to feed the pigs and donkeys. The piglets were still small and could only eat coarse cornmeal mixed with rice bran. The donkeys were simple. He carried bundles of dry straw to the donkey shed, and the donkeys just ate the leaves on top, gnawing the straw until it was bare, leaving it clean for burning. Today, when Gu Qing went to Wang's house to get a basin, Wang said the first batch of new garlic was ready. No one in their village grew garlic, so they had to buy it in town. Every year around this time, villagers bought some to make salted garlic. If they ran out of vegetables at home, salted garlic could serve as a vegetable. Some loved sweet garlic, but it was expensive, so most families didn't bother pickling it. There are two types of new garlic: braided garlic bunches and loose garlic bundled together. The bundled garlic shoots can also be eaten. Gu Qing asked Wang to buy 2 bunches of loose garlic and 2 bunches of braided garlic. The braided garlic was hung up to dry. When eating, they just pulled off a head. That would be enough for the whole year. Grass in the fields needs to be cleared every 10 or 15 days. The first time is thorough, and the second time is easier. Wild vegetables compete with crops for nutrients, and wind and rain help them grow. Wild grass is more resilient than crops. If not cleared in time, it can choke the seedlings. Xiao Wu and Gu Qing planned to ask Gu Laoshi to help with weeding. Xiao Wu also went hunting in the mountains but didn't go too deep. There's little danger, and the game is valuable. Hiring Gu Laoshi for a day costs about the same as a wild rabbit. Old Master Gu is an experienced farmer, and he does his work reliably. At home, 5 baby rabbits were born. Because Xiao Wu and Gu Qing had no experience with raising rabbits, they didn't separate the mother from the babies in time, and the mother rabbit bit and killed 2 of them. There are 3 left, and 2 other mother rabbits are also pregnant. Rabbits take about a month from conception to birth, and their growth period is short. They can be sold in 4 months, and by 6 months, they can have more babies. With more rabbits at home, Xiao Wu took some to Yunxian Tower and earned about 300 or 400 coins. Although it's not a lot, it's a steady business. In a year, they could earn 5 or 6 taels of silver, providing a stable income. A few days ago, Gu Qing mentioned wanting to eat fish. Xiao Wu specially took a donkey cart to the town and bought 2 grass carp. He happily returned home to share the good news with his wife. But just as Xiao Wu handed the fish to Gu Qing, her face suddenly changed. She quickly got up and went to the yard, leaning on the wall and vomiting. She struggled for a while but didn't spit anything out, though her stomach still felt uncomfortable. Xiao Wu became worried and threw the fish aside to help his wife. Gu Qing still felt very sick, especially nauseous and unable to vomit. The feeling was so strong it reached her throat and kept churning. "Qing'er, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad?" Xiao Wu asked anxiously and caring. Gu Qing waved her hand. "It's nothing. Maybe I ate something bad, but it's not serious." Seeing her pale face from vomiting, Xiao Wu also felt tired and worried. The 4 of them ate the same food, and the 2 children were fine. Why was Qing'er reacting so strongly? Could she be sick? The more Xiao Wu thought about it, the more worried he became. But there was no village doctor nearby. He couldn't wait any longer. He carried Gu Qing back to the house and gently patted her head to comfort her. "Qing'er, rest for a while. I'll go get a doctor for you. I'll be back soon." Gu Qing reached out and held him. "No need, it's nothing. It will be better in a few days." Usually, she trusted him with everything, but this time, it was different. Xiao Wu hurriedly drove the donkey cart toward the town, whipping the donkey so hard it almost couldn't keep up. "The donkey, if you want me to run faster, just say so. I understand. Please don't keep hitting me." In town, Xiao Wu went straight to Jishir Hall and grabbed a doctor who wasn't on duty to come along. The doctor was frightened. What are you trying to do?" It's understandable that the doctor was scared. Xiao Wu looked strong and was so anxious that he had a serious expression, making it hard to tell he was seeking medical help. "My wife is vomiting and looks very pale. Please come with me." Xiao Wu looked around at the people in the medical clinic, all holding their tools and glaring at him fiercely. Only then did he realize he had been too impatient and reckless. He explained himself hurriedly. The doctor didn't argue with him, carried his medical box, and left with him. They got into a donkey cart. The doctor couldn't help but regret, thinking, "Why did I agree so easily?" The bumpy ride almost took his life. Xiao Wu's donkey cart was faster than a carriage. People in the village saw Xiao Wu rushing out to bring back the doctor and guessed that Gu Qing was sick. Wang Shi and Huzi's mother couldn't sit still after hearing the news and hurried to Zhao's house. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the full version has modifications on Weibo. Qing'er, I've brought the doctor back, Xiao Wu said loudly as soon as he entered the yard. The doctor was brought into the house by Xiao Wu. Gu Qing's face looked even worse than before. Xiao Wu's heart sank. He quickly led the doctor over, found a bench, and helped him sit down. The doctor opened his medical box, took out a wrist pillow, and placed it on the bed. Then he signaled Gu Qing to put her hand on the pillow. He placed 3 fingers on her pulse and sat silently for a moment. He looked at Gu Qing with confusion and then glanced at Xiao Wu with a strange expression. Xiao Wu felt more uncertain. Seeing the doctor's expression, he thought his husband was seriously ill. His heart was tight with worry. He asked nervously, "Is my husband seriously ill?" Earlier, Xiao Wu had stormed into the clinic with a fierce look, thinking it was a serious illness. He had been rushing in the donkey cart, scared out of his wits, almost losing his life. The doctor cleared his throat and said, "It might be summer heat, a strong reaction, but it's nothing serious. I'll prescribe some herbal soup for you. Drinking it for a week should help." Xiao Wu's worried heart finally relaxed. Then he suddenly looked shocked and asked, "Really? Really?" with disbelief, staring at the doctor. The doctor nodded and repeated, "Really, really, really." He prescribed the medicine, advised Gu Qing to take it on time, and Xiao Wu took out his money box to pay the consultation fee. He happily gave 50 coins as a tip. "Send the doctor back quickly. It's not safe to walk after dark," Gu Qing said, lying on the bed and watching her silly husband. She rolled her eyes at him. What a useless man. On the way back to the town, Xiao Wu asked the doctor, "What should we pay attention to during summer heat?" The doctor told him many things. Xiao Wu listened carefully and remembered everything. After seeing the doctor off at the clinic, Xiao Wu didn't rush home. Instead, he bought 2 jean of apricot preserved fruit, 1 jean of date preserved fruit, and 1 jean of dried hawthorn. He also bought a bag of winter melon strips for the 2 children. Wang Shi was worried about Gu Qing. She ran quickly and arrived first at the Xiao family's house. As soon as she entered, she saw Gu Qing's face was very pale, lying on the kong, a type of bed. Wang Shi's eyes turned red with worry. When Gu Qing heard someone open the door, he looked up and saw Wang Shi with tears in her eyes. He was so frightened, he quickly got off the kong and said, "Mother, what happened? Don't cry, don't cry. Brother Qing is here. Why are you up and about when you're sick? What did the doctor say?" Wang Shi hurried over, sat by the edge of the kong, and looked at Gu Qing with concern. Gu Qing softly said, "It's summer hardship. Xiao Wu, that reckless kid, caused a big fuss over summer hardship," Wang Shi shouted loudly. Talking about Xiao Wu, he's so careless when seeing the doctor. It scared me to death. Just then, Huzi's mother and Su Ge arrived. Before entering the house, they heard Wang Shi's laughter and felt relieved. It seemed nothing serious was wrong. Huzi's mother and Su Ge relaxed. "Summer is tough, and all the heavy and tiring work at home is left to Xiao Wu," she said happily. Seeing the elders speaking, Su Ge didn't interrupt. He held Gu Qing's hand and smiled at him. After a while, Wang Shi, Huzi's mother, and Su Ge left. Xiao Wu returned with the 2 children. Xiao Wu brought back dried fruit from the donkey cart. He took out winter melon strips for the children, reminding them, "Eat less, they're salty." The winter melon strips are candies made from winter melon, covered with thick sugar frosting. Eating too much makes your throat dry. The children nodded and secretly took the winter melon strips into the main room. The house became quiet. Xiao Wu smiled foolishly at his husband, scratched his head, and sat down. "Qing'e, I was so scared back then," he said, having run back and forth to town and calming down now. He carefully embraced Gu Qing and swore, "Qing'e, I will definitely treat you well." Xiao Wu wished he could give his life for him. "Are you still uncomfortable? I bought some sweet and sour apricot strips. Eat one to feel better," he said, casually opening a bag. When he saw it wasn't apricot strips, he chuckled and opened another bag, still not what he wanted. Gu Qing smiled. "Just 1 bag is enough. Don't look for more. Just eat this." He pointed to the jujube paste in Xiao Wu's hand. Xiao Wu quickly picked a jujube paste and fed it to him. Is it tasty? He asked eagerly, looking at Gu Qing. Gu Qing nodded, feeling a bit puzzled. How did his husband become so silly? What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook, Xiao Wu asked. Oh, stop it. You only know how to make porridge. Let me do it, Gu Qing replied. After eating a few pieces of dried dates, Gu Qing felt much better. Seeing that it was getting late, he decided to cook dinner. Xiao was worried about him and followed behind. He steamed some rice and started cooking. When he just added oil to the pan, Gu Qing smelled the greasy pork fat and felt uncomfortable in his stomach. He had to call Xiao Wu over to stir-fry the food. Xiao Wu was unsure what to do and didn't know where to start. Gu Qing hid at the door, covering his mouth and nose with his hand. First, pour the vegetables into the pan and stir with a spatula a few times. Xiao Wu obediently followed the instructions. After a few stir-fries, he looked at Gu Qing, signaling him to continue speaking. Add salt. Gu Qing's voice came through his fingers. Xiao Wu held the salt jar, poured a small heap onto the spatula, and tentatively asked, Is this enough? With just 1 scoop of salt, this dish might turn out too salty. Gu Qing frowned at the salt pile on the spatula. That's too much. Pour some back. What about these? Xiao Wu asked, pointing to another pile. Still too much. Pour some more back. How about these? Xiao Wu asked again. That's close. Stir the vegetables a bit more, or they'll burn at the bottom. In the kitchen, Xiao Wu was busy and clumsy. Under Gu Qing's guidance, he finally managed to cook the dish without burning it. The whole family sat around the wooden table, looking at the dish, which was unrecognizable. Xiao Qi looked confused and asked, What kind of dish is this? I've never seen it before. Xiao Wu cleared his throat. You two try it. It should be pretty good. Xiao Qi shook his head, moving aside. He was smart enough to tell that the dish wouldn't taste good just by looking at it. Yan Yan quietly moved away from the table, keeping her distance. Xiao Wu, feeling stubborn, carried the dish outside to the yard and poured some into Xiao Huang's bowl. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huang sniffed it and ran away. Xiao Wu looked back to see if anyone was coming out. Seeing no one, he finally relaxed. His cooking was so bad, even dogs wouldn't eat it. If his husband or children saw it, they'd be embarrassed. He was worried because his husband couldn't tolerate any strange smells and his cooking skills were poor. He decided he needed to find someone to cook for the family. But finding someone suitable was difficult. They needed someone who was clean and could cook well. Since Xiao Wu didn't socialize much with the villagers, he didn't know who cooked delicious food. As the sky darkened, Xiao Wu thought he had to find someone quickly so his husband wouldn't go hungry. He went to Wang's house but was scolded before he could explain. Wang scolded him, You little brat, bringing a doctor over and acting all dramatic, scaring my wife to death. Xiao Wu scratched his head and didn't dare to argue. He asked, Mother-in-law, our Qing'er is suffering from summer heat and can't stand the smell of oil fumes. I'm thinking of finding someone who cooks cleanly to help at home for a few months. Who do you think would be suitable? Mrs. Wang paused her work of husking corn and thought for a moment. Why don't you ask Su Gur if he's willing? I saw yesterday that he gets along pretty well with Qing'er. He has free time and could help entertain Qing'er. Xiao Wu nodded. He also thought Su Gur was a good choice. Mrs. Wang asked again, Do you mean Qing'er still hasn't eaten yet? Xiao Wu felt a bit ashamed and nodded. Mrs. Wang quickly got up and went outside, not forgetting to turn back and remind Xiao Wu, Ask Su Gur if he's okay with it. If he agrees, let him start tomorrow. I'll go to your house to cook for Qing'er and the children. After you finish asking, go back early. After hearing this, Xiao Wu gratefully nodded at her. Now, he felt much more at ease. Mrs. Wang hurried to Zhao's house. As soon as she entered, she rolled up her sleeves and went to the kitchen. Gu Qing followed and asked, Mother-in-law, what are you doing? Go lie down quickly. I'll make some noodles for you and the children, Mrs. Wang said kindly, pushing Gu Qing into the room. Soon after, Mrs. Wang carried out a big bowl of clear soup noodles. The two children, hungry, each held a bowl and ate happily. Mrs. Wang was worried that Gu Qing might find the oiliness unappetizing, so she made the noodles light. Surprisingly, Gu Qing's appetite was good, and she ate 2 bowls in a row. Watching the 3 of them enjoy the food, Mrs. Wang felt very happy. When Xiao Wu returned and everyone finished eating, Mrs. Wang went into the kitchen and took a clean bowl for Xiao Wu, filling it with noodles. "It's a bit old now, but just take a bite." "What did Su Ge say?" Xiao Wu took the bowl from Mrs. Wang and replied. Su Ge agreed. "He'll cook lunch and dinner every day. I can also make breakfast, so I won't trouble him to come over." Mrs. Wang nodded. "How much does he charge per day?" Xiao Wu swallowed his noodles and said, 20 won. 20 won a day is quite a lot, but he doesn't have to do hard labor. Living in the village is convenient, and he can just go home after cooking without any trouble. After eating, Gu Qing wanted to wash the dishes but was stopped by Xiao Wu, who called out, "Xiao Qi, come here and wash the dishes." Xiao Qi reluctantly agreed. There was nothing he could do. His father had caught him in a tricky situation. His face was full of grievance, looking like a little old man. The reason was that Xiao Wu had made a small, manhood plan for him. The plan was as follows. 1. Help with small chores around the house as much as possible. 2. Wash the dishes actively every day. 3. If Huzi comes back, report to him anytime. 4. Practice martial arts with Xiao Wu every morning. Xiao Wu casually listed over 10 points. Seeing he was about to keep talking, Xiao Qi quickly interrupted and asked, "What about sister? Does she have a plan?" "Of course not. Sister is a girl, very precious, and needs careful care at home," Xiao Wu confidently said. Xiao Qi watched him and, taking advantage of his distraction, kicked him lightly on the leg. The kid was young and not very strong, so Xiao Wu wasn't hurt. "How dare you kick me?" Xiao Wu pretended to be angry, with a hint of threat in his voice. "I didn't kick you. I was just touching you with my foot." "Touch with your foot?" Xiao Qi nodded and emphasized. "Yes, with my foot." Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow and threatened, "If you don't agree, I'll tell your dad. You kicked me, and you're so big. You dare to kick your own father? What will you be like when you grow up?" Xiao Qi nervously begged for peace. "Dad, I think your plan is very reasonable." After Xiao Qi said this from his conscience, Xiao Wu looked at him with a worried face but couldn't help but want to laugh. "Really reasonable?" Xiao Qi looked down at his shoe tip and nodded resignedly. In recent days, Gu Qing had been lying on the kong, a traditional bed, looking listless. Xiao Wu didn't dare go hunting on the mountain anymore and stayed at home with his husband. Sister Su came to cook lunch on time every day and even helped tidy up the house after meals. The medicinal soup prescribed by the doctor was almost finished. At first, Xiao Wu couldn't smell the oil fumes, but now he dared not go into the house after feeding the pigs and donkeys, fearing his husband would be uncomfortable from the smell. After feeding the livestock, Xiao Wu's hands were almost raw from washing, and he didn't dare go inside the house, afraid his husband would be upset by the smell of manure on him. Xiao Wu felt sorry for his husband and decided to hire Gu Laoshi to do some temporary work at his home, helping take care of the animals. He didn't know how long this would last because he wasn't sure how long Gu Qing's reaction would continue. Gu Laoshi was very happy to agree. Early the next morning, Xiao Wu packed up and went to his old house. The old house hadn't been lived in for a long time and was covered with thick dust. His wife had cleaned it up specially, laid out a torn quilt on the kong for Gu Laoshi to rest after tiring, and even took the only water kettle from home to the old house. The work was done by the heavens. She and her children used a water scoop at home to get water, always putting Gu Laoshi's comfort first. Old man Gu was very dedicated to this short-term job. He rarely rested indoors and often checked the pig pen. Whenever he saw manure in the pig pen and donkey shed, he immediately shoveled it into a pile behind the old house. When he had free time, he would go to the riverbank to cut fresh grass to feed the chickens and rabbits. A dry environment helps piglets eat more and grow faster. The corner of the backyard of the old house is specifically used for manure storage. Manure is very useful. After being sun-dried, it will be spread on the fields before planting crops next year. After 3 years of this, the land will become very fertile and the crops will grow well. Xiao Wu hired Old Man Gu for a short-term job. They agreed that he only needed to feed the animals and clean the pig pen, donkey shed, and rabbit burrows every day. If there was work at home during his free time, he would go home to do it. Old Man Gu is honest and sincere. He always returns home at dawn and never stops halfway. In the town, those working as long-term farmhands under landlords usually sign contracts. The benefits are that the landlord provides food and lodging, and if there's an urgent matter, they can get an advance of money. But if the landlord is not good, they might not get advances and could even be beaten regularly. Short-term workers earn less than long-term ones, but they're freer because they don't need to sign contracts. If the employer is unreasonable, they can simply quit. Villagers often take on temporary jobs in the town. Long-term farmhands are usually families without enough money to marry off their sons and might even sell their daughters to work as laborers. Summer is tough, and everyone's physical strength varies. For someone like Gu Qing, who reacts so strongly, it's quite unique. Xiao Wu was worried because he couldn't help much and followed anxiously. Mrs. Wang comforted him, saying, "It's probably because Qinggear's body is weak. He'll get better after a few days." Recently, with Old Man Gu helping, Xiao Wu felt more relaxed. He spent his days around his husband, and whenever Gu Qing wanted to eat something, Xiao Wu would act like he received an order and quickly buy it, afraid that if he delayed, his husband might lose interest. Gu Qing has been better these days, but he always feels like his mouth has no taste. Suddenly, he smells a fresh cucumber scent, which is cool and refreshing. This made Gu Qing crave pickled cucumbers. "Brother Wu, I want to eat pickled cucumbers. Please pick some cucumbers again." Xiao Wu was with his two children in the vegetable garden, picking cherries for Gu Qing. Just as they hadn't even tasted the cherries, his husband's taste changed again. Xiao Wu hurriedly agreed and put the bowl into Yanyan's arms. "You two pick cherries, I'll go pick cucumbers." Yanyan nodded and continued picking cherries. Xiao Wu went inside to get a big basin, picked about 10 cucumbers and brought them in. He asked, "How do you want to eat them? Should I wash one first?" Gu Qing shook his head. "Wash the cucumbers well. I'll prepare them myself." Xiao Wu carried the washed cucumbers into the house, placing them on the Kong edge. Then he went to the kitchen to bring the chopping board onto the Kong. All the seasonings from the kitchen were also taken out by him. His family's chopping board is made from a willow tree stump, weighing about 20 or 30 jin. Newly cut stumps can't be used directly. They need to be placed in a cool, ventilated place for a day, then soaked in water for half a month. A chopping board soaked this way can last for years without damage. "Don't go to the fields anymore, just do it here," Xiao Wu said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He sat on the Kong edge and casually bit into half a cucumber. Gu Qing smiled at him. "You've worked hard. You've been busy these days." Xiao Wu chewed a bite of cucumber and said, "I'm not tired. I'm happy to take care of you." Gu Qing pursed his lips and smiled. "You just say nice things to coax me." While chatting with Xiao Wu, Gu Qing removed the ends of the cucumbers, cut them in half, then into 4 strips each. The jars at home were all used up, so he had to pickle the cucumbers in a basin. He put the cucumber strips into the basin, sprinkled some salt, and let them sit for half an hour. The two children brought back a full bowl of cherries. Yan held up her bowl to Gu Qing and said, "Daddy, try one." Recently, Gu Qing was deeply touched by how sensible the two children were. He gently pinched Yan's small face and said, "Thank you, Yan and Xiao Qi." Then he took a cherry and put it in his mouth. Xiao Qi was unhappy and said, "Daddy, you forgot something?" Gu Qing was confused and asked, "What did I forget?" Xiao Qi said seriously, "You forgot to call me Xiao Qi's little treasure." Even Gu Qing and Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. The room was filled with warmth. The pickling of the cucumbers was almost done. He poured out the excess water from the basin, then added soy sauce, rice wine, sugar, sliced garlic, a little vinegar, and a handful of wild peppercorns into the basin with the cucumbers. He let it soak overnight, and it would be ready the next day. Gu Qing looked at the oily, glistening cucumbers. He couldn't wait and took a piece to taste. He nodded in approval, thinking it was just as delicious as he imagined. The bright morning light was gradually fading and blending into the dusk, becoming calm and desolate. Soon it was evening again. Sigur also came to prepare dinner. Seeing him in good spirits today, he was happy and asked, "Chingur, is there anything you want to eat? I'll cook for you." Gu Qing shook his head with a smile. "Anything is fine. Everything you make tastes good. Then today I'll make cucumber and egg stew with some noodles." Brother Su finished speaking and turned to go busy in the kitchen. Xiao Wu left at some point and returned holding a large watermelon. Little Qi excitedly circled around him. "Where did this watermelon come from, Dad?" "Quickly cut it open. Let it sit in water for a while before eating." As the sun set, a gentle breeze blew, easing the midday heat and making people feel comfortable and relaxed. The two children squatted by the basin, hoping the watermelon would cool down quickly. Gu Qing listened to the lively chatter outside and felt eager to go out. He put on his shoes and stepped outside for some fresh air. Seeing the watermelon, he was a bit surprised. Where did this come from? Xiao Wu was resting under the grapevine, heard his husband's voice, and hurried over. "An old man drove a donkey cart to sell it, so I bought one. Is it expensive?" Gu Qing looked at the big watermelon and felt happy. "Not expensive, 1 coin for 2 jin. More than 10 jin, only a few coins. It's really cheap. Next time someone sells watermelons, buy 2 more. The doctor said that watermelon is cold and should be eaten in moderation." Xiao Wu remembered the doctor's advice carefully. Then I won't eat it. I'll give some to Yan Yan and little Qi." Unfortunately, when Xiao Wu brought the watermelon home, Gu Qing wanted to taste a piece. He acted cute and spoiled, and Xiao Wu, soft-hearted, always cut him a small piece but didn't let him eat too much. In the north, the climate is different and the crops grown vary. Sandy soil is best for growing watermelons, which have bright green skin, thin rinds, and are especially sweet. Every year around this time, people drive donkey carts from village to village selling them. Farmers are eager to split the cost in half to buy watermelons, worried about getting unripe ones. To pick a good watermelon, sellers cut a triangular piece to show the inside, letting buyers see the flesh to judge quality. Summer is about to end, and Gu Qing's appetite has changed from not wanting to eat much at first to feeling hungry all the time, eating 4 or 5 meals a day, and still feeling hungry. Wang often visits Gu Qing at Zhao's house when she has nothing to do, and seeing his enormous appetite, she worries and pulls Xiao Wu aside in the yard. "You need to watch him more in the future. Don't let him eat so much." Gu Qing is thin and weak, but now he eats more than a grown man. After Wang left, Xiao Wu felt uneasy. The next morning, he woke Gu Qing up early, took him to the town's Jishur Hall with the donkey cart. The doctor who previously examined Gu Qing recognized them immediately, asked them to sit down, and Gu Qing obediently placed his hand on the pillow. The doctor used the same 3-finger pulse method as before, paused silently, then signaled Gu Qing to switch hands. There was another moment of silence. The doctor looked at the young man in front of him and then gave a strange look at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu met his gaze, and unexpectedly, the doctor glared at him. This confused Xiao Wu greatly. "Doctor, is my husband all right?" Xiao Wu asked nervously, noticing the doctor's unfriendly look. "He's fine. His body is recovering well. He's hungry, which is normal. Just let him eat normally. No need to restrict his food." Knowing he was okay, the two of them felt relieved. They went to the meat shop and bought a few large bones, then bought a pack of moon cakes for the children and went home. Once home, Xiao Wu asked Gu Qing to go inside the house, while he tied the donkey to the old house. Gu Qing insisted on going with him, wanting to see how much the piglets and rabbits had grown. Now, whatever Gu Qing said, Xiao Wu agreed. Mrs. Wang was at the old house watching the piglets. Seeing Gu Qing and Xiao Wu, she waved her hand. "Come here quickly. Look at these piglets, they can really eat and are full of energy." Gu Qing looked into the pig pen. Sure enough, the piglets were kicking their hind legs and digging the ground energetically. "Why does Grandma have so many pieces of cloth?" Gu Qing looked at the cloth scraps and Mrs. Wang's hands with some confusion. "I was thinking of making a 100-family coat for my little grandson. I took a roll of cloth and came to your house." Gu Qing glanced at Gu Laoshi. Feeling a bit embarrassed to speak in front of outsiders, he pulled Mrs. Wang's hand and went back to his own yard. Gu Qing felt a little shy, and Mrs. Wang muttered softly for a while. Mrs. Wang was lost in thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "Is it really okay?" After that, she mumbled confidently, "It's good that he's fine. I need to go ask for more cloth scraps from other families." After saying this, she told Gu Qing to be careful and hurried away. The next day, Xiao Wu went to Li Jiaguzi and visited several households before buying 5 ewes that had just given birth. Every day, he boiled a bowl of sheep's milk for the 2 children and Gu Qing. The sheep's milk was very strong and gamey. Gu Qing always pinched his nose and forced himself to drink it. Over time, he became disgusted at the sight of sheep's milk. Xiao Wu helped him cheat by drinking half himself and half for Gu Qing. The 2 children, however, drank eagerly and didn't find it strong at all. Everyone in the village said that Gu Qing was lucky to marry into a good family. Since Gu Qing married in, Xiao Wu had been building brick and tile houses and raising livestock. Life was getting better and better. Making a 100-family coat was a tradition where elders asked neighbors and relatives for bits of cloth to sew into clothes for babies. During this process, everyone would give blessings, so the coat carried many good wishes from the community. For wealthy families, this is like a public statement. Our children are not valuable, they wear old clothes, and we don't want bad things to trouble our children. This is to ensure they grow up safely. They even deliberately seek old cloth, believing that poverty makes it easier to raise children. Although villagers love to gossip and seek small benefits, they value children. When Wang's family asks for cloth from anyone, that family always offers kind words. Even Aunt Li, who was speechless after being scolded by Wang, happily said a long string of blessings. Later, Wang discussed this with Gu Qing. Gu Qing was surprised because he used to think most villagers were ignorant women who loved to find small benefits and argued over trivial things. He didn't expect that people also have kindness inside. Maybe their environment shaped their current personalities, but their true hearts are good. Suddenly, autumn arrived, giving a false impression that the long summer was both endless and short. Although summer was hot and full of mosquitoes, it was also a rare time for farmers to rest. In autumn, every family started busying themselves. The world turned yellow, and it was time for harvest. Gu Qing's health was fully recovered, and he took over cooking again. At first, Xiao Wu was worried and refused, but Gu Qing convinced him with a few words. The doctor also advised him to exercise properly, and cooking was a kind of exercise. Besides, he earned 20 coins a day, enough to buy half a pound of pork head meat. Saving this money to give the children better food was much better than sitting around all day. Gu Qing was hardworking and couldn't stay idle. Xiao Wu didn't dare say much, afraid of upsetting her husband. The doctor said her husband needed to stay in a good mood and avoid big mood swings, so Xiao Wu always followed his wishes. The Xiao family was also preparing for the autumn harvest. Farmers called it Sangshou, harvest rush. Rice was harvested earlier than corn and sweet potatoes because rice often attracted many birds to peck at it. Even though these birds are small, they can eat a lot of grain in one day. Standing at the edge of the field, a stone thrown down would make the flock of birds flutter away. It seemed that overnight, the entire Gu family village started to get busy. Almost before dawn, each household lit oil lamps and began preparing breakfast. In the east, as the sky turned pale, villagers heading out for harvest could be heard chatting on the road. Farmers worked hard all year, hoping for a good harvest at this time. No one complained about being tired. Xiao Wu insisted on bringing dry food to the fields and didn't want his husband to bother himself. Gu Qing had to prepare the dry food early, packing steamed buns, eggs, and salted vegetables into a bowl, then wrapping it with a cloth. Xiao Wu took a sickle and drove the donkey cart toward the rice fields. If he met villagers nearby, he would stop and give them a ride. The villagers happily thanked him and got on the cart. The farmland was not close to the village, so this saved energy and left him enough strength to use the sickle. Xiao Wu didn't hire Gu Laoshi to help with work. Instead, he asked him to stay home and take care of the livestock. Gu Laoshi's family was planting corn, which was not ready to harvest yet. When Xiao Wu arrived at the fields, he didn't waste time. His family had 5 acres of water rice fields, and he didn't hire extra help. He had to work quickly. He skillfully used the sickle to cut down the rice. The harvested rice was first thrown on the ground. He had to cut fast, or the mature grains would fall to the ground. Then he bundled the rice into manageable sizes for carrying. Many of the fields were built on uneven ground, with narrow ridges where crops had been planted before. While cutting rice, he had to bend over, which made his back ache. The sharp rice leaves could easily cut his hands and face. In the hot autumn noon, the sun was blazing, and old people called this weather autumn tiger, the hottest time of the year. Xiao Wu wiped the sweat from his face, took a water bottle, and drank most of it. He sat on the ground, about to eat, when he saw Smoke and Little Pond waving at him from afar. "Father, we brought you food." Hee, the two children called out. It was the first time the kids came to the rice fields. They were afraid they wouldn't find Xiao Wu. Now that they had found him, Little Pond couldn't help but shout excitedly. The two children ran up to him and handed him their bowls. "This is food made by Dad and my sister, and I brought it just for you." Xiao Wu took the food, smiled, and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Seeing the scratches on Xiao Wu's face, Smoke felt a little sad for her father. She reached out and wiped the dirt off his face. "We've eaten already. Dad, you should eat quickly before it gets cold." The children didn't just bring him food, they had other small plans. When they played with Huzi earlier, they heard him say that every year he went to the fields with his family. In autumn, there were many grasshoppers in the rice fields. He would catch them and string them on dogtail grass. When he got home, his mother would fry them in oil. The gray-green grasshoppers would turn bright red, and after sprinkling some salt, they tasted crispy and delicious. So good to eat. Little Pond and Smoke hadn't tried it before. They were a bit doubtful, but saw this as a rare chance to go to the fields. They were excited, but also a little nervous. While Xiao Wu was eating, the two children each grabbed a bunch of dogtail grass and went around catching grasshoppers. There were many grasshoppers in the fields, and they caught quite a few in a short time. Xiao Wu was worried about Gu Qing being alone at home and tried to send them back, but they wouldn't leave. Feeling helpless, Xiao Wu let them continue catching grasshoppers. When they had enough, they would go back. As the sun set, Xiao Wu looked up at the sky. It was getting late, and he needed to hurry because the rice bundles still had to be loaded onto the cart and taken home. He took a rough hemp rope from the donkey cart, threw it on the ground, and neatly packed the rice into bundles, then tied them up with the rope to prevent the rice from falling out or getting damaged. The cart was full of rice, and Xiao Wu couldn't sit on it, so he drove the donkey cart home. The two kids carried several bunches of dogtail grass behind the cart. Gu Qing brought out the last dish and sat in the yard waiting for the workers to come home. When Xiao Wu returned, he drove the donkey cart into the new house yard, unloaded the rice, and spread it out to dry. After a day of work, he was covered in rice grains and weeds on his head. Seeing him return, Gu Qing was happy and excited. He asked, "You must be exhausted. Wash up first, then come inside to eat." As he spoke, he was picking weeds off Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu looked at his husband's cheerful face, and all his tiredness and back pain disappeared instantly. His bright eyes looked at Gu Qing, and he softly said, "I'm not tired. Did I cause trouble today?" Gu Qing smiled and replied, "No trouble. You're being good. Go wash your face," Gu Qing said, then went back inside to get busy. Xiao Wu washed his face in the yard. The two children handed Gu Qing the grasshoppers they caught, asking him to prepare them. Gu Qing looked at the dense grasshoppers on the dogtail grass and felt a bit nervous, but seeing the children's expectant eyes, he forced himself to do it. He had never eaten grasshoppers before and didn't know how to cook them, so he followed the method that Yan told him, similar to how Huzi's mother prepared them. Gu Qing removed the grasshopper heads and pulled out the intestines along with the heads. After blanching them in water, he fried them in a little oil until fragrant. He didn't use much oil, just enough to make them crispy. Watching the grasshoppers turn golden and cooked, he didn't dare taste them himself. Instead, he called Yan over to try one. The little girl took a bite, her big eyes shining brightly as she nodded happily, excited by the fragrant grasshoppers. The harvest was tiring, and without some oil and salt, it was hard to get through. Gu Qing specially went to the old house and cooked a rabbit stew. He also stir-fried some garlic sprouts bought earlier with meat, adding a bit of red chili. Yan Yan proudly offered Xiao Wu a taste of the grasshopper. Xiao Wu was very supportive of his daughter. After trying one, he found it crispy and fragrant, perfect to go with wine. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu usually didn't like drinking. After finishing his meal, Gu Qing brought a basin of hot water and said, "It's been a long day. Come and soak your feet." Gu Qing deliberately added vinegar to the water, as vinegar foot baths are very good for relieving tiredness. Xiao Wu obediently sat on the stool and put his feet into the basin. The water was a little hot, but he could handle it. His feet had walked all day, feeling sore and tired, but after soaking, they felt much better. The two children spent the afternoon catching grasshoppers. They didn't even wash their faces and fell asleep on the kong, a traditional heated bed. Gu Qing couldn't bear to wake them, so she gently wiped their faces with a cloth, carefully took off their outer clothes, covered them with blankets, and then returned to the main room. On a crisp autumn morning, the air was fresh and the breeze cool and pleasant, blowing gently and making everyone feel comfortable. Birds chirped happily as Xiao Wu drove the donkey cart toward the fields. This year, the weather was good with enough rain so the crops grew well. The villagers working in the fields had bright smiles and looked energetic. Xiao Wu stopped the donkey cart and placed the prepared fodder at the donkey's feet. The donkey had been working hard with Xiao Wu these days, and Xiao Wu took good care of it, feeding it well. Yesterday, Xiao Wu had harvested about half an acre of land. The 5 acres would take at least 10 days to harvest. He needed to work faster because after harvesting, the rice still had to be threshed. The weather was crucial. Frost could ruin the crops if they weren't harvested in time. While Xiao was focused on his work, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He was puzzled. Who could be calling him in the fields? When he looked back, he saw Gu Dali's 5 brothers standing at the edge of the field, holding sickles. Seeing him turn around, they waved. Xiao Wu wiped his sweat with a towel around his neck and walked over, feeling confused. Before he could speak, Gu Dali's eldest brother, Gu Daong, scratched his head and said, "Our brothers all have corn at home, but it's not harvest time yet. There's no work in town, so we thought we'd come help you harvest rice. Don't worry, we don't want any money." Gu Dali's second brother, Gu Dahai, continued, "That 2 silver coins you returned to us the other day really helped my family. My daughter suddenly fell seriously ill. Without those 2 coins, she might not have survived." Gu Dahai looked at Xiao Wu with gratitude. Xiao Wu was shy and stammered, unsure of what to say. Gu Dali's 4th brother, Gu Dali, grinned straightforwardly and said, "We all live in the same village. Helping each other is what we should do. Don't think too much about it. Let's get started and finish harvesting by midday." When a few other men heard this, each took a piece of land and skillfully wielded their sickles. Xiao Wu felt a strange sensation in his heart. He had only experienced such kindness from Smoke's parents before. This was the second time, and his emotions surged, turning into a simple thank you. The men smiled cheerfully and waved their hands, saying, "No need to thank us. People often treat each other with sincerity." The heavy plow presses down on the land, yet it cannot bend people's hearts. The 4 men were honest and straightforward, with a rough, bold northern spirit. Under the blazing sun, sweat rolled down their foreheads. They worked diligently, facing the black soil without hesitation. Farmers respect heaven and love the land that nurtures them. Even if it's not their own field, they still feel joy at the harvest. Farmers treat their crops like their children. Gu Qing was also busy at home. Once frost arrived, the vegetables in the garden would wilt and die after a few days. The roots would freeze, and the plants wouldn't survive long. He had to preserve the vegetables by pickling or drying them before the frost, so they could be eaten in winter. Gu Qing's walking had become heavy. He picked a large basket of yard-long beans from the garden, and, by the time he returned home, he was out of breath. He sat on the kong, a traditional heated bed, to rest before starting to process the beans. He washed the yard-long beans, sliced them into thin strips, and laid them evenly on bamboo mats. He then took them outside to sun-dry for 2 days. Once dried, he stored them in cloth bags. He had many yard-long beans, enough to fill 5 mats. While slicing, Gu Qing had to chase away birds from the yard. The birds smelled the beans and came to steal rice. They gathered in a flock, but Gu Qing waved a willow branch to scare them away, causing them to scatter in fright. Gu Qing didn't want to tire himself out too much. He worked for a while and then rested, knowing it was about time to cook and have the children deliver the food to Xiaowu. Since the yard-long beans were already dried, today they would stir-fry them with meat and stew the leftover half of a rabbit with potatoes. When the 2 children reached the field, they saw the backs of 6 men working in the land. They thought they had come to the wrong place. However, Smoke's sharp eyes recognized her father's silhouette immediately and called out, "Dad." After hearing her call, the men all turned around and looked toward the voice. Xiaowu saw it was Smoke and understood right away that she was bringing food. He put down his sickle and said to the 5 men, "It's noon. Let's take a break, then we'll continue after eating." Unfortunately, Gu Qing didn't realize that with so many people helping, the vegetables brought weren't enough. Xiaowu thought for a moment and decided to send a cart of rice home first. Then he would fetch more rice later. Xiaowu shared his thoughts, but the Gu brothers kept waving their hands to refuse. Gu Deong quickly said, "You eat your food." We all brought steamed buns. There was a cloth bundle in the field, containing dry food brought by the Gu brothers. Xiaowu didn't agree. Since they helped him all morning, he couldn't just eat meat while they ate dry food and drank water. When Xiaowu returned home, Gu Qing was surprised to see how much he had cut in the morning. Xiaowu explained that all 5 Gu brothers had helped. Gu Qing hurried back inside to add another dish for them. The 5 men in the field were waiting. Making other dishes was too troublesome. So, he simply scrambled some eggs, beating a dozen eggs in a bowl, adding chopped scallions and salt, then frying them quickly in hot oil. He also fetched a plate of salted cucumbers from the jar for winter, along with leftover string beans stir-fried with meat and rabbit meat. The cloth bundle was packed full. After unloading the rice, Xiaowu went inside to get his meal. He didn't dare delay and reminded him to rest more. After saying that, he hurried off with the donkey cart. In the afternoon, Gu Qing wanted to dry the eggplants too. Fresh eggplants can't be dried directly. They need to be steamed first, then dried. In winter, when stewing potatoes, dried eggplants have a chewy texture and taste like meat, making them very delicious. Gu Qing also had to prepare dinner for 6 people early and didn't dare to take a nap. He took a basket and went to the garden to pick eggplants. This year, with plenty of rain, not only the crops grew well, but also the vegetables in the garden thrived. Large purple eggplants shone brightly. Seeing the abundant harvest, Gu Qing felt very happy. He had personally planted these vegetables, watering and weeding them daily. Watching his efforts grow into such produce made him feel less tired. He steamed the eggplants, then tore them into strips. Since the house curtains were all used, he moved the wooden table from under the grapevine to the yard. He cleaned the table thoroughly and laid the eggplant strips on it, leaving some space between them for faster drying. After drying the eggplants, Gu Qing picked up a willow branch stuck in the wall to scare away birds. Once the birds flew off, he placed the branch back in its spot for easy access. He then turned over the string beans he had dried in the morning to ensure they dried evenly. The bean vines and trellises left in the garden from the abandoned field were still there. Gu Qing was afraid of damaging them, so he didn't handle them. He called Gu Laosher from the old house to pull down the bean vines and feed them to the animals. The remaining trellises would have to wait until Xiaowu returned so he could deal with them. The sunset's glow spread over the fields, turning them a golden color. A gentle breeze caused small waves across the crops. Birds returning to their nests flew across the sky, leaving beautiful arcs behind. The 6 men working in the field were tired. Xiaowu looked at the bundles of straw on the ridge. He estimated he could carry all of them home in 2 or 3 trips. In one day, he had almost finished harvesting 5 acres. Tomorrow, he could finish the rest by himself. Let's stop here for today. It's getting dark. Let's pack up and go home for dinner, Xiaowu said, straightening up and speaking to the 5 brothers from the Gu family. The men finished tying the last of the straw and stood up straight. Experienced farmers like them worked quickly to finish the task. They divided the work clearly. One person loaded the straw onto the donkey cart, another handed it down, and the rest carried the straw from the ridge to the edge of the field. Soon, one cart was full. Xiao Wu drove the donkey to take the straw home. The Gu brothers, waiting for Xiao Wu, moved the straw from the ridge to the roadside. Yan Yan and Xiaoqi also followed Xiao Wu back. Gu Qing had already cooked the meal. After a long day of hard work, the 6 men were hungry. Gu Qing specially cooked more rice and added extra dishes. After unloading the cart, Xiao Wu hurried back to the field to load the remaining rice. The cart was full, and he took all the harvested rice back home. The men followed him to the village entrance. Brother Xiao, we're heading home first, the brothers said, preparing to take the small path back. They had eaten a lot of oily food at noon, so they didn't want to bother Xiao Wu for dinner tonight. Gu Qing has already prepared the meal. He's waiting for us. Besides, you've helped me so much today. It wouldn't be right if you didn't come home to eat, Xiao Wu said. If I go back alone, it wouldn't be good either. Please don't refuse. They had worked from morning until evening. Xiao Wu couldn't let them go home hungry. He pulled the 5 Gu brothers into the house. Gu Qing, being the youngest, was not good at hosting men. He had already set the table when Xiao Wu returned with the first load of rice. Gu Qing and the 2 children ate in the main room, while Xiao Wu and the men ate in the main hall. The 5 Gu brothers looked at the dishes on the table: a plate of scrambled eggs with cucumbers, a large bowl of braised rabbit, a big jar of salted garlic, and a dish of eggplant stewed with potatoes and meat. The food was very good. The men, tired and hungry, didn't hold back and ate eagerly, heads down in their food. After finishing 2 bowls of rice each, they finally relaxed and started chatting casually. Brother Xiao, your husband's cooking is amazing. It's even better than the town's restaurants, Gu Daong said, taking a piece of rabbit. Exactly. This is real cooking. They really know how to use oil. The stir-fry smells so good, Gu Dali said with a smile, joining in. People in the village usually don't use much oil when cooking. The older generation often made stews by putting water and ingredients all in the pot at once. Before serving, they would dip chopsticks into oil and stir it into the dish, which made the food taste bland. Hearing someone praise his husband, Xiao Wu's normally calm face relaxed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was so happy he couldn't find the right words. His husband was the best in the world. My husband not only cooks well, but is also gentle and kind. His personality is truly exceptional. Look at my clothes, he made them himself. He even made me a tank top. Our 2 children like him even more than they like me, Xiao Wu said, his expression becoming more lively as he talked about his husband. He then took out a tank top from the cabinet that Gu Qing had made for him to show off. Seeing Xiao Wu's expression when he mentioned Gu Qing, the brothers knew that Gu Qing was truly lucky to have married such a man. Xiao Wu rummaged through the cabinet until it was messy, then pulled out a scarf. It was the one Gu Qing had promised to knit if it didn't look good. Xiao Wu had been eagerly waiting for it. Gu Qing had said it was very ugly but suited him, and Xiao Wu appreciated it very much. Gu Qing had given it to him because he wanted it, and it was also a practice piece. When he improved, he would make better ones for the children. This is a scarf my husband knitted just for me, Xiao Wu said proudly. The brothers all looked at the scarf. If Xiao Wu hadn't said it was a scarf, they wouldn't have guessed. The holes and gaps in the fabric made it obvious. They never expected such a rough man like Xiao Wu to be so proud of his husband. At that time, Gu Qing had just started knitting scarves. If he wasn't careful, he would drop stitches and gradually, the scarf developed more holes. After the 5 brothers left, Gu Qing came out to tidy up. He immediately saw that all the clothes in the cabinet had been taken out and scattered on the bed, torn and messy. What's going on? Gu Qing asked Xiao Wu, pointing at the clothes. Xiao Wu's heart sank. Oh no, I forgot to put my clothes back after showing off earlier. They wanted to see the scarf you knitted for me. Maybe I accidentally pulled out my clothes while looking for the scarf. I'll go wash the dishes, Xiao Wu said and hurried into the kitchen like he was escaping. Gu Qing shook his head helplessly. His husband really was hard to know what to say about. After tidying up, Xiao Wu saw Gu Qing about to soak his feet again. He quickly went ahead to scoop water into the basin. As long as he's near his husband, he definitely wouldn't let him do heavy work. After soaking his feet, the two lay down. Autumn mornings and evenings are getting colder, but Gu Qing felt like there was a fire inside him. He was so hot, he couldn't cover himself with the quilt. He lifted the corner of the blanket and let half his body stay outside. How many days will it take to harvest the watermelons? Gu Qing fanned himself with his hand. Tomorrow it will be finished. Luckily, the 5 brothers from the Gu family are helping. Otherwise, it might take 10 days. Xiao Wu leaned closer to Gu Qing. His rough big hand gently stroked his husband's soft hand, rubbing back and forth. When I was young at home, I did farm work with my father. The first time I cut rice, I was so small I didn't even know how to hold a sickle. I accidentally cut my leg and tore open a big piece of flesh. Blood was pouring out. My father saw I was badly hurt and told me to go home. He didn't even bandage it, just left. I walked all the way like that. My mother saw it and said I was useless. Now, after getting hurt, I can't work anymore. She didn't care about my wound. I found a piece of cloth and wrapped it myself, Xiao Wu said, thinking he had let go of the past. But when he brought up these memories again, especially in front of his husband, he still felt a little wronged. He buried his head in his husband's neck and rubbed it. Gu Qing slowly turned to hold him in his arms. He didn't speak, but gently stroked his back. I had a high fever for 2 days. During those days, I could hear my mother scolding and cursing in the yard every day. She called me useless, said I couldn't help with farm work, and that I was wasting food. I was so feverish I was a little confused. I didn't drink a drop of water for 2 days. She didn't even look at me. She wished I would die from the illness or starve. Luckily, I didn't die. When I started to feel a little better, I went back to work with my father in the fields. Xiao Wu's voice was low and hoarse, very pleasant to hear, but the words hit like a storm, making Gu Qing feel uncomfortable and breathless. She isn't like that to everyone. She treats my older brother and younger brother very well. Only me, she is harsh. If she wasn't my biological mother, maybe I could feel better about it. After all, she's not related by blood but raised me. I suppose I deserve some scolding and beating. Unfortunately, I am her biological child. When she gave birth to me, she had a difficult labor and almost lost her life. My grandmother also passed away the year I was born. She believed I caused her suffering and thought I was a bad omen for the family. I often wonder if I am a bad person or if I have done many wrong things. Why does life treat me this way? Maybe because she said these things so often, I started to doubt myself and think I am a curse. I usually avoid talking to strangers. The room was very dark. Xiao Wu's voice was soft, each word heavy in my heart. I instinctively curled my hands around Xiao Wu's waist, then realized he wanted to say more. I held my breath, waiting. After a long time, Xiao Wu's voice reached my ears. Gu Delay's mother favored Gu Delay. It reminded me of my own mother favoring my older brother. They even gave him 2 silver coins, as if helping their childhood self. But people really are different. Why did he say this? Was he feeling the kindness of the Gu family brothers? Or did he want to share his past with me? I don't know. I've always disliked loud gatherings. When I was a child, every New Year's, our big family would gather. I always felt out of place. Even though it was lively, I felt lonely. But now, I have Gu Qing by my side. My hand still held my husband's hand, warm and soft. Xiao Wu was lost in thought, realizing that it wasn't that he didn't belong, but that no one loved him back then. Xiao Wu shared these painful, embarrassing memories from the past, feeling much lighter afterward. A wave of sadness rose in my heart. The pain Xiao Wu buried over the years appeared before my eyes. I seemed to see a stubborn boy of 7 or 8, working hard to please his mother just to get a smile. I couldn't help but softly cry. Qinger, don't. Don't cry. It's all over now. Don't cry. Don't cry. Xiao Wu hurriedly reached out to comfort me. My whole body was trembling. I'm grateful to them. If they hadn't favored me and sent me to the army, I wouldn't have come to Gu village or married you. Maybe all the hardships I faced as a child were a wish from my past life, just so I could marry you. Qing'er, it's all in the past. I'm not suffering anymore. I took a deep breath to calm myself, wiped away my tears, and said, it's all in the past. These hardships won't break the pillar of our family. It's all in the past, all in the past, I murmured softly. A gentle voice with a hint of crying sounded in Xiao Wu's ear. Seeing I was no longer crying, he also let out a sigh of relief. His husband is really so kind and gentle. Luckily, his husband cares about him. Xiao Wu once again buried his head in Gu Qing's neck, nuzzling him. Holding his husband tightly, the two snuggled close together. This perfect warmth made his heart almost melt. Xiao Wu gently curved his lips and carefully planted a soft kiss on his husband's hair. The next morning, Gu Qing took the string beans and eggplants he collected last night back to the yard to dry. Xiao Wu finished harvesting the last bit of rice paddies and then went to the village chief's house. In the village, people usually shell rice using a stone mill. Only one stone mill belongs to the village chief. Whoever finishes harvesting first will go find him. If they go too late, they have to wait in line until it's their turn to shell the rice. The stone mill is made from square stones with holes carved into them, forming a heavy stone basin. A sturdy wooden pestle is used to pound the rice inside. It's hard work. To shell rice, you need good weather and dry the rice beforehand. Usually, 2 or 3 families work together, chatting and laughing as they work, enjoying the joy of harvest. This makes the heavy, repetitive labor less boring. Xiao Wu's family is the 6th to use the mill. After the first 5 families finish, the village chief will come to tell Xiao Wu. The rice is drying in the yard. Xiao Wu plans to dig out the sweet potatoes from his 2 acres of land. With so much land, he can't delay once the season arrives. The ripe sweet potatoes are often stolen by rabbits, mice, and other animals from the mountains. These animals not only eat but also gnaw and scratch, leaving half-eaten sweet potatoes behind. So, he needs to harvest them early and bring them home. Gu Qing suggested Xiao Wu spend money to hire 5 brothers from the Gu family to help for a few days and also harvest the corn. His 2 acres of land can produce about 60 bushels of sweet potatoes. Since he works slowly alone, delaying a few days could lead to significant losses from animals. It's better to hire some help, making things easier for Xiao Wu. With the help of the 5 Gu brothers, they finished harvesting all the sweet potatoes in one day. The yield is high, about 30 to 40 bushels per acre in a good year. Gu Qing watched the bags of sweet potatoes being carried home and felt happy too. This time, the 5 Gu brothers had already told Xiao Wu in advance that they couldn't stay for dinner anymore. Now that Xiao Wu is paying them, they are working for money and shouldn't stay to eat. Worried about making them uncomfortable, Xiao Wu didn't insist. There's no way his family can finish all these sweet potatoes. He picked out the ones that looked bad or had cracks, filling a whole bag for his family's winter use. The rest will be sold in town tomorrow. There are 2 grain shops in town. Xiao Wu is selling grain for the first time and has little experience. Huzi's father told him that before selling, he should set aside some for taxes. Every household's land is registered with the government, and they must pay 20% in taxes. The 2 acres of sweet potatoes are really good, high yield and large size. Huzi's father is envious and secretly decides that next year, his family will also plant 1 acre of sweet potatoes. Xiao Wu set aside 20% of the sweet potatoes for taxes. The rest he sold to Wangji grain shop in town. Huzi's father said that villagers with surplus grain sell to Wangji because the prices are fair and they don't cheat the farmers. Xiao Wu's donkey has been working hard lately. He was worried about overworking it, so he didn't load too much grain each trip. After 3 trips, he sold all the sweet potatoes. Xiao Wu came out from behind Wangji grain shop. Suddenly, from the dim inside to the bright outside, the sunlight hit his face, making him squint. He patted his money pouch, where the silver and copper coins clinked pleasantly. Xiao Wu remembered his husband's advice. This year they forgot to plant cabbage, and now it was time to make pickled cabbage. He asked him to buy 100 jin of cabbage in town. He also told him to buy a few jars because their jars were all used up. If they wanted to pickle mushrooms later, they wouldn't have containers. After buying what his husband asked for in town, Xiao Wu hurried home. He was happy inside. This was their harvest after a year of hard work. Although it was only a small part, it was enough to make him and his husband happy. He just wanted to get home quickly and share the joy of the harvest. At dusk, the setting sun lingered over the mountains. Not far away, smoke rose from the village, and Xiao Wu seemed to smell the delicious aroma of food. A brisk wind blew, and Xiao Wu felt even more eager to return home. As he neared his house, Xiao Wu saw Gu Qing waiting at the door. He couldn't sit still on the cart. He jumped down quickly and strode straight to his husband. "Qinger, I bought everything you asked for." "Hee," Xiao Wu said, forgetting about the donkey cart, and ran to his husband to take credit. "I was almost worried to death. I waited for you to come back, but you didn't," Gu Qing said with a smile, teasing him. "Sorry, I was delayed selling the sweet potatoes. Since it was our first time dealing with the grain shop, they were cautious and checked all the sweet potatoes on the ground. No wonder. Go tie the donkey in the shed and come home for dinner." "Okay." Yan Yan and Little Pond, who had just finished playing outside, ran back. Xiao Wu called them over. "Take this inside to your little dad," he said. The item was wrapped in oil paper, so you couldn't tell what it was. It felt a bit hard when squeezed. The two children guessed that Xiao Wu bought some snacks. Xiao Wu often went to town to buy dried fruits and pastries. When he brought them back, Gu Qing didn't like to eat them, so they all went to the two kids' stomachs. As a result, Yan Yan and Xiao Qi got excited whenever they saw the oil paper and happily ran into the house. "Little Dad, this is what Dad bought in town. Let's give it to you," Xiao Qi said, placing the oil paper on the table and waiting eagerly for Gu Qing to open it. "Go wash your hands. Eat first, then look," Gu Qing said, not wanting to open it. It wasn't because he was reluctant, but because mealtime was coming. The children had small appetites, and if they ate some snacks, they wouldn't want to eat their meals. Xiao Qi was stubborn. "Open it first and see. It's hard. Maybe it's rock sugar," his eyes almost glued to the oil paper. Gu Qing didn't respond. Yan Yan politely took her brother to wash his hands. Xiao Wu neatly stacked the cabbage at the foot of the wall, covered it with a straw mat to prevent mice from nibbling. He placed the jar in a side room, washed his hands, and went back inside to eat. Today's meal was simple. Gu Qing cooked sweet potatoes, a big bowl of egg and cucumber soup, a bowl of salted garlic, and a stir-fried dish of shredded potatoes. The sweet potatoes from last year were sweeter than the ones from the fields. The two children begged and discussed with Gu Qing, saying they wanted to eat sweet potatoes again tomorrow. Gu Qing smiled and teased them. "Let's see how well you behave." Hearing behave, Xiao Qi rolled his eyes and said, "Today, I'll wash the dishes." Yan Yan chimed in, "Then I'll clear the table." Gu Qing smiled brightly. These two kids really would do anything just to get something to eat. Before they finished eating, Xiao Qi's eyes fixed on the oil paper again. Curious, he looked at Xiao Wu. "Dad, what's inside the oil paper?" "Walnut kernels," Xiao Wu said, biting a sweet potato. Xiao Qi was disappointed when he heard it wasn't rock sugar. He let out a small "oh" and hung his head. Gu Qing became interested. "Tomorrow I'll make you sweet sugar triangles." Hearing sugar, Xiao Qi suddenly raised his head and asked, "What's a sugar triangle?" "It's a kind of sweet pastry filled with sugar and walnut kernels. It's sweet and fragrant. You'll definitely like it," Gu Qing said, pinching Xiao Qi's cheek. "I'll eat several more tomorrow," Xiao Qi said happily, his short legs bouncing as he sat on the chair, unable to touch the ground. After the meal, Xiao Wu handed Gu Qing a small purse. "Qinger, this is the money from selling the sweet potatoes. Keep it." Gu Qing happily took the money, his eyes curved with joy. "How much did we sell for?" 2 taels and 4 qian. 1 qian equals 2 jin. Xiao Wu watched his husband carefully hide the silver in the bed chest. He leaned in closer, feeling affectionate, and gently kissed his husband's chubby earlobe. "It's been a long day. Turn off the oil lamp and go to sleep," Gu Qing said, nudging him with his elbow. During the busy harvest season, everyone in the village works from dawn to dusk. Today, Xiao Wu's family finally got to use the stone mill. The village chief, worried about delays, had informed them the night before. The rice had been sun-dried for several days and was now dry. Gu Qing wanted to shell the rice with Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu was worried that the wooden pestle might hurt Gu Qing. They argued, and Xiao Wu, feeling helpless, asked Gu Laoshi to help and told Gu Qing to stay home and feed the animals. Gu Qing was still a bit reluctant. Xiao Wu always kept him from touching or grabbing things, worried it might be unsafe. But Gu Qing didn't want Xiao Wu to worry, so he agreed to stay back. Before shelling the rice, they first removed the grains and put them into a stone mortar. Then they used a wooden pestle to pound the rice repeatedly. The rice kernels cracked and separated under the pounding. After pounding, they swept away the husks, leaving behind white, shiny rice grains. But at this stage, many husks still remained in the grains, so they had to sift the rice several times before it was ready to eat. The process wasn't complicated, but with a large amount of rice, each family had a few acres and thousands of jin of grain. The pounding and sifting were hard work. Despite the fatigue, when they smelled the rice aroma, they felt it was all worth it. At this busy time, the village's stone mill was in high demand. Every household was waiting to use it. Gu Qing cleaned the cabbage roots and yellow leaves, preparing to make pickled vegetables. But after finishing, he felt worried again. The water barrel for pickling was big and deep, and he couldn't lift it alone. He had to wait for Xiao Wu to come back. Then he remembered he had promised Xiao Qi to make sugar triangles yesterday, so he washed his hands and went to the kitchen to cook. Making sugar triangles is simple. It's a traditional northern snack. Every year at this time, mountain walnuts ripen. After the busy farming season, villagers go to the mountains to collect walnuts, filling baskets or backpacks. They bring them home, crack them with a hammer in the yard, and extract the small kernels carefully with a needle because mountain walnuts are smaller and harder to shell than those bought in town. The best part is that mountain walnuts are free. With some effort, they can be turned into a tasty treat. Plus, walnuts can be saved for winter to burn in the stove. Gu Qing put the walnut kernels into a dry, oil-free pot and roasted them until fragrant. He then transferred them to a bowl and added a spoonful of sugar, thinking about how much the two children loved sweet things. He then scooped out a generous amount of sugar to make the sweet treat. The neatly packed sugar triangles were carefully placed into the curtain. The stove was not yet lit. First, a lid was placed on the pot to let the sugar triangles ferment. After about half an hour, Gu Qing opened the lid, looked at the risen sugar triangles, and then ignited the stove to start steaming the sugar triangles. While steaming, Gu Qing picked 2 eggplants to prepare for stir-frying. Stir-frying eggplant requires more oil because eggplant tastes better with oil. Without enough oil, it lacks flavor. At noon, Gu Qing ate with the children first, then went to change shifts with her husband to go home and eat. The millet was piled next to the stone mill, watched over carefully. It took 2 days for the Xiao family to shell all their millet. Xiao Wu even borrowed a scale from the village chief's house to weigh it. They harvested 2,500 jin of grain from 5 acres of land. After taxes, they kept 300 jin for their own use, and the remaining 2,200 jin was prepared for sale to get money. Rice and corn would be sold in a few days when buyers came to the village. People preferred to sell then, avoiding trips to the town. Grain prices changed daily. Freshly harvested corn with some moisture sold for about 2 to 3 cents per jin, but after the new year, prices could rise to 7 or 8 cents. Most families, if they didn't urgently need money, would keep their grain until next spring when prices were higher. On the first day of corn harvest, Gu Qing also went to the fields. The 5 brothers in the Gu family worked their land all day. They had agreed that they would help tomorrow. Harvesting corn was complicated. After cutting the stalks, they had to peel the husks, and the roots buried in the soil had to be dug out with a hoe. They removed excess soil and brought the roots home for firewood. Xiao Wu used a sickle to knock down the corn stalks, while Gu Qing sat on the ground peeling the corn. The young couple worked just as quickly as others. In the morning, they collected a cart of corn, and in the afternoon, another. Xiao Wu loaded the carts alone. Gu Qing didn't need to help because he was strong and fast. At night, they returned home and stored the corn in the silo. The newly harvested corn still had some moisture, so they dried it in the silo to preserve it better. If mold grew, it would become toxic and animals wouldn't eat it. As time passed, the busy farming season was coming to an end. The government sent officials to collect taxes. Each household prepared their grain in advance, placing it in the yard. The officials took out a record book, checked names, and confirmed everything was correct. They waved their hands to signal the grain could be taken away. Xiao Wu's family, with 8 acres of millet, owed 4,800 jin of grain, with a tax of 960 jin. The local officer left an important message before leaving. To clear the river, each household must send one man to do manual labor. In the north, there is little water management and river clearing is done only once every 3 or 5 years. However, repairing the river is dangerous and often results in deaths. People are reluctant to go, but if they don't want to, they can pay money instead, 5 taels of silver per person. These days, money can make anything happen. A farmer with about 5 or 6 acres of land works hard all year, facing the black soil day and night, earning only about 10 or so taels of silver. That seems like a lot, but a family has many members, old and young, who depend on that money for food, drink, and daily needs. If someone falls ill or faces a disaster, they might need to help relatives, and then the money would run out. Farmers rely on weather, and this year was good with enough rain, but no one knows what next year will bring. Without some savings, life feels uncertain. There is a saying in the village, families don't split apart because of work duties. Actually, part of it is because of the labor required. A family with 6 or 7 brothers can share the work. Each takes turns doing the river work every few years. But if they split up, each household would need to send one man, and if they don't, they all have to go. If something goes wrong during the work, the old Gu family might be wiped out. Gu Qing strongly refuses to let Xiao Wu go. Clearing the river depends on human effort, digging trenches, building channels, all done by many strong men. They dig with shovels, scoop with hoes. It's tiring but not frightening for farmers used to farm work. The county uses the terrain's height differences to let rainwater and sewage flow naturally into the river. But this system isn't perfect yet. After a few years, the drainage channels get clogged with mud and branches. During cleaning, the water's force can even wash away an old ox. If not careful, someone could lose their life. Xiao Wu doesn't want Gu Qing to worry at home. Especially now, when life is hard and he's finally managed to get some peace, he must cherish his life and stay safe. 3 days later, the officials gathered at the government office and then went together to clear the river. Most men in the village had already left, leaving behind only the elderly, women, and children. The women, unable to stay idle at home, went into the mountains to pick mushrooms with companions. 3 groups headed into the forest. Gu Qing watched as some people went out with empty baskets and returned with full ones, feeling envious and eager to join. Xiao Wu was a bit worried. Gu Qing promised him they would just wander around the back hill. After feeding the animals, Xiao Wu told the 2 children to stay alert for any sounds outside. He accompanied Gu Qing up the mountain. Xiao Wu was afraid Gu Qing might slip and fall. There was no one else in the mountain, and if that happened, no one would hear or help. Xiao Wu carried a basket and found 2 sticks for gathering dry leaves and branches. He handed one to Gu Qing so she wouldn't get hurt by snakes or bugs hiding under the leaves. Xiao Wu carried a bow and arrow and wore a hunting knife at his waist. If they saw rabbits or pheasants, they would catch and bring them home for food. The mountain behind his house was quiet, and the mushrooms there were small. Gu Qing also saw many wood ears and picked some to take home. Fresh wood ears must be dried and soaked before eating to avoid poisoning. There was a pine forest on the mountain where a special kind of mushroom called pine mushroom grew. It was dark red and very tasty, with a meat-like texture. The villagers loved to eat it. Gu Qing, who was pregnant, found it hard to bend down, so she called Xiao Wu to pick the mushrooms for her. Pick these every day, dry them, and store them for winter stew with small chickens, Gu Qing said happily as she looked at the basket full of mushrooms. Xiao Wu saw her happy and replied, "All right, I'll do as you say." Now it was late autumn. They needed to gather firewood for winter. Luckily, Xiao Wu's family had grown corn this year. He had brought back the stalks and stacked them high for firewood. The corn stalks were first used to feed the donkeys, and after they finished eating, they would burn the rest for fire. Everything was planned well. Xiao Wu took his axe into the mountain and chopped 7 or 8 dead trees. He bundled them up and carried them home. These logs would keep them warm through the winter. Like Xiao Wu's family, Gu Haochen's family also did not do hard labor. He was now a scholar, so he was exempt from taxes and forced labor. His father was happily at home every day. The villagers who did the hard work didn't want to do it. In late autumn, the river was cold. They dug mud from the riverbed all day long, except during lunch. They weren't allowed to rest even for a moment. Soldiers guarded the riverbank, so farmers couldn't slack off. After a day's work, they felt sore and tired, with aching knees that felt like they were being pierced. As autumn deepened and the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, Xiao Wu hurried to town on his donkey. He happened to meet a southern trading caravan, surrounded by many people enjoying the lively scene. Xiao Wu also went over to take a look. Most of the goods were from the seaside. This is called seaweed. It looks simple, but when soaked in water, it expands into a big bowl. It's fresh and tasty. Usually, I add it to soups or cold dishes at home, said the merchant. The caravan had a long row of stalls at the dock, each selling different items. People nearby found it interesting and more gathered around. Can I eat it after soaking at home? A woman asked, fiddling with the seaweed and looking at it from different angles. Yes, once soaked, it can be eaten. If there are people at home needing to strengthen their bodies or growing children, they should eat more. It's good for health, the merchant, experienced from traveling far and wide, explained clearly. Whether it touched others' hearts or not, it certainly touched Xiao Wu's. How much for a bundle? Xiao Wu pushed to the front of the crowd and asked. 30 coins for this bundle, enough to soak a big bowl. The merchant pointed to a basin, showing him. And this stuff keeps well. As long as it's not soaked in water, it can be stored for a long time, he added. People gathered around out of curiosity, but since they hadn't tried it before, they hesitated to taste it easily. Give me 2 bundles. Xiao Wu took out his purse, counted 60 coins, and handed them to the merchant. Seeing the sale was on, the merchant happily took the coins, handed Xiao Wu the seaweed, and also gave him a small bag of dried purple seaweed, saying, add some when making soup. It will make the broth fresh and delicious. With the first person trying it, others soon followed. The merchant's shouts grew louder and more cheerful. Xiao Wu wandered around, bought a lot of things: dried prawns, salted dried fish, candied fruits, and dried fruits, all stored well. He bought extra for his husband and children to enjoy sweet treats. He also bought 20 pieces of mooncakes from Sue's pastry shop. Additionally, Xiao Wu bought a few bolts of cloth for making new clothes for the children and her husband. Summer clothes were thin, and with autumn coming it was getting cold. Xiao Wu, a strong and rough man, wasn't afraid of the cold, but the children, being young and weak, and her thin husband, needed warmer clothes. After shopping, Xiao Wu drove his donkey cart home. On the way back, he met 5 brothers of Gu Yong, who were clearing the river. They stayed in the county, where the government provided simple shelters, rough tents. The workers slept on wooden boards. After a few days of hard work, they ate poorly, slept badly, and looked very tired. Xiao Wu stopped his donkey cart and said, if you're going back, get on the cart. I'll give you a ride. A few men quickly got on the cart. While on the cart, Gu Deong and Xiao Wu talked about how several people had died while clearing the river this time. Gu Enyang's family members were also swept away by the water. They searched all day, but couldn't find them. Everyone working together believed they wouldn't survive. The autumn wind was cold, and leaves from the mountain trees floated everywhere, giving a feeling of decline. People who went to the county for labor returned home. Every household was preparing for the Mid-Autumn Festival, stocking up on food for winter, busy and lively. Only Gu Enyang's family was in chaos. Her husband, Gu Wanghua, had several brothers and brothers-in-law who were not easy to deal with. When they heard Gu Wanghua was gone, they came to claim his land and house. Gu Wanghua and Gu Enyang had only one younger brother who was married, with no sons to inherit. These relatives came to demand the land. In recent days, Gu Eunyoung cried every day after learning her husband was gone. Her eyes were red, lips pale, but she was still brave. "My husband's body hasn't been found, and you come knocking on our door," bullying his wife. "I tell you, the house and land are ours. If you want to take them, dream on." Gu Eunyoung glared fiercely at her eldest uncle and younger brother-in-law, trembling with anger. "Ridiculous. My brother is dead, and your family has no man. Will you marry into another family and still bring our land with you?" Gu Wangwa's eldest brother glared angrily. His words meant that the land and money belonged to the Gu family. If his sister-in-law stayed quietly as a widow, it would be fine. But if she married someone else, the land would belong to another family. This land was carefully cultivated by me and Wangwa. As long as I haven't been divorced, this land is mine. Do you think you can steal it in broad daylight? Gu Eunyoung was furious inside. Her husband had only been dead a few days, and no one was taking care of his funeral. Now, they wanted to take his land for themselves. "I tell you, Gu Eunyoung is not easy to bully. If you want to take advantage of my family, I will fight with you to the death. None of us will survive." Gu Eunyoung was full of hatred, eyes wide open, tears flowing down her face. She wiped her tears with her hand and looked at them fiercely. Gu Wangwa's eldest brother thought about how his brother had no son, and it was almost the same as being childless. They couldn't let outsiders take their family's property. After some thought, the brothers secretly discussed. But what was the use? They decided to directly check the land deed and house deed. Seeing this situation, Madame Gu was so angry that she couldn't care about face or reputation. She ran into the yard, sat on the ground, pounded her thigh, and cried out loudly, "Heaven above! This is unbearable. My husband's body hasn't been found, and now his family is here to seize the land and house deeds. They want to push me to the edge. It's one thing if my close friends don't help, but now that I'm in trouble, they come to kick me further down. Wanjui, look at these brothers who are worse than animals. Help! Help!" Madame Gu cried bitterly, her voice loud and sorrowful. The neighbors heard her and rushed over, trying to pull her up from the ground, but they couldn't move her. She kept crying and wailing, her voice growing louder. A few brothers who had been flipping through the land and house deeds inside the house came out, their faces grim, glaring at Madame Gu. The villagers also scolded them for having no conscience. Their own brother had died, but they didn't hold a funeral for him. Instead, they came to rob and were pointed at and scolded by others. Embarrassed, the brothers slunk away and calmed down. Seeing that Wanjui's brothers had left, the neighbors helped Madame Gu into the house. She looked at the mess inside, her nose souring, speechless. The neighbors didn't say much. After setting up the tables and chairs, they left. Madame Gu refused to give up. She didn't want to hold a funeral for Wanjui. But after a few days, Wanjui didn't come home. Instead, she received 10 taels of relief money from the government. With that money, she bought a man's life. These days, people's lives are cheap. Madame Gu tightly clenched the 10 taels of relief money, crying bitterly. Her husband was fine when he went out, but now, not even his body could be found. She stood blankly in the yard, her face pale, eyes red, as if frozen in place. Gu Qing had also heard some rumors and asked Xiao what had happened. Xiao Wu looked at her husband, noticing a strand of hair falling by his temple, which he tucked behind his ear. He told her the whole story. Gu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Madame Gu, though usually a bit talkative, had no bad intentions. She had helped Gu Qing several times. Now that she was in trouble, Gu Qing felt a bit sad for her. In this era, women's lives are hard, especially a widow with a pack of wolves watching her. Madame Gu's younger brother, upon hearing that their father had died, hurried back with his husband. When he learned that his uncle and elder brother were causing trouble for his mother, he wanted to confront them, but Madame Gu stopped him. He was a married young man, with little say in the Gu family. Going there would only lead to mockery. Madame Gu loved her brother and naturally didn't want him to go. The young man was worried about her staying alone at home and wanted to bring her back to her husband's house. However, Gu Ernyang refused strongly. She couldn't leave because she had to wait for Gu Wangwa. If Gu Wangwa's spirit returned and couldn't find her, he would realize where her home was. Gu Ernyang and Gu Wangwa had argued and fought all their lives. When she had her son, she fell ill and was never able to conceive again. Her mother-in-law often came to scold her, which made her anxious and upset. In the end, Gu Wangwa felt sorry for her and told his mother that it was his fault. He had taken many medicines, but they didn't help. He asked his mother not to trouble Gu Ernyang anymore. This was a big shame, and no one would joke about it. His mother believed him and stopped bothering her. Usually, Gu Kwanshan and his wife, Hu Xinyang, along with Gu Ernyang, were quite close. Recently, they often visited her to chat and keep her company, worried she might become sad. Gu Qing even specially asked Hu Xinyang to bring her a rabbit to help her feel better. Gu Ernyang was touched so much she cried. She never expected that relatives could be more caring than neighbors. When someone is fragile, even a small act of kindness can stay in their heart forever. Old Lady Gu made 2 pairs of tiger head shoes for Gu Qing. Tigers are the king of beasts and can ward off evil and bring safety. In the village, children, both boys and girls, would get a pair of tiger head shoes from their elders for good luck. Su Ger's father was worried that Yan Yan and Xiaoqi might not have shoes. He felt a bit disappointed, so he specially bought 3 pairs of shoe soles in town for Yan Yan, Xiaoqi, and Huzi, making each of them a pair of tiger head shoes. The tiger heads were embroidered on the shoes, but the villagers' embroidery skills were average, so the tiger heads looked more like symbols with the character Wang, king, on them, symbolizing strength and power. Xiao Wu bought fine cotton fabric this time. Gu Qing called the 2 children inside to measure them for new clothes. They were growing fast, and their old clothes and shoes were too small and tight. She needed to make new ones quickly. Compared to Xiaozi, Yan Yan was especially happy. Girls of any age love to look pretty. Gu Qing used bright-colored fabrics for her clothes and even made her new hair ribbons. Yan Yan hadn't gone anywhere these days. She sat obediently on the Kong bed and kept her company while Gu Qing sewed. On Mid-Autumn Day, Gu Qing thought about Gu Ernyang being alone at home, so she went to invite her to celebrate the festival. But Gu Ernyang refused. "Qingger, I won't go. Today is mid-autumn, and I have to wait for Wangwa to come back. I won't go anywhere. You should go home now," she said gratefully, looking at Gu Qing. She was very happy. She felt content that such kind and thoughtful people still cared about her. Since Gu Ernyang wouldn't go, Gu Qing couldn't force her and had to give up. After the busy farming season ended, villagers switched from 3 meals a day to 2. Most families prepared some dried snacks or bread, and if they were hungry at night, they would break off a piece to eat. Gu Qing's family also changed from eating at the ground table to using a Kong table. The 2 children sat on the Kong, nibbling mooncakes, while Gu Qing and Xiao Wu were busy cooking in the kitchen. Today was Mid-Autumn Festival, and Gu Qing prepared a very rich meal. "Come here and bring the bowls. Dinner is ready," Xiao Wu called out from the kitchen. The children obediently put down their mooncakes and went to help serve the dishes. A large basin of kelp and tofu soup, with dried shrimp added, was brought to the table by Xiao Wu. Gu Qing also carried out a plate of candied sweet potatoes. In the kitchen, there was also a dish of catfish stew with eggplant. The eggplant was dried and sun-dried some time ago by Gu Qing. It was the first time trying it, and Gu Qing was a bit nervous, unsure if they would like it. This kelp was a good choice. The soup is fresh and tasty. "Next time, I'll buy some again," Xiao Wu said after taking a sip of the kelp soup. "There's enough to eat, and there's plenty more," Gu Qing added, scooping a piece of eggplant from the fish meat and saying, "Try this, see if it's delicious." Her words were like an order, and Xiao Wu quickly took a bite. After chewing for a while, he couldn't tell what it was. The dried eggplant, after sun-drying, turned dark and lost its original color after soaking in the fish soup, absorbing the flavor and resembling fish meat. "Delicious. What kind of vegetable is this?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. "Dried eggplant. It's tasty, right?" Next time, I'll make stewed meat with dried eggplant. It'll be even better. The children, hearing Xiao Wu say it was good, eagerly tried the dried eggplant to see if it was really as tasty as he said. After lunch, Xiao Wu started to busy himself, chopping firewood and feeding the animals. The pigs in the pigsty, smelling the delicious aroma, gathered around the trough. One mischievous pig jumped into the trough to eat, but Xiao Wu shooed it away. As autumn arrived, the pigs began to fatten up, and they needed extra feed now so they could be sold at a good price in winter. The children ran around the village playing happily. After finishing farm work, people gathered under the big willow tree in the village to chat, share news about their harvests, and plan to go to town for short-term work before winter. The women were at home husking corn or mending shoes, chatting about gossip. Gu Qing sat by the window, basking in the sun while sewing clothes. After a while, her eyes started to hurt, so she put the clothes in her sewing box and decided to rest a bit before continuing. Xiao Wu finished feeding the animals and heard his wife calling him, so he quickly went over. "Brother Wu, let's go clean up the side room. All the vegetables in the side shed belong to Gu Qingtuan. They're stored for winter eating. There are many types and they are mixed together." Recently, he was busy, and the house was piled up and messy, with no space to walk. Now that he is free, he decided to clean up the shed, check the dried vegetables, and know what to eat each day. Otherwise, Gu Qing would worry every time he cooks, not knowing what to make. The dried string beans, eggplant strips, cucumber slices, and mushrooms were packed in cloth bags by Gu Qing. He asked Xiao Wu to hang these vegetables from the ceiling beam to prevent mice from stealing them. In the corner, there are jars of pickled vegetables, including salted cucumbers, wood ear mushrooms, pickled fern leaves, pickled mushrooms, dried fish, and some salted garlic from a few days ago. Most of these have been eaten now. Near the door, there are grains like rice and sweet potatoes, along with some leftover brown rice and half a bag of flour. The old man always says that as long as there is food, he won't worry. With these grains and dried vegetables, they can enjoy different meals in winter. This year, the Xiao family can have a peaceful and comfortable winter. Grandma Gu and Su Ji's father also finished making the tiger head shoes. They sent them over with Su Gur. Tiger Tsu's mother also found 2 sets of better quality clothes from Tiger Tsu's childhood and sent them along with Su Gur. Gu Qing was very fond of the tiger head shoes made by the 2 elders. He asked Xiao Wu to call the 2 children back to try on the shoes. Usually, shoes are made a bit bigger because children grow fast. If they are made just right, they won't fit next year. Yan Yan happily jumped and ran around in her new shoes. Usually, her shoes are plain and without patterns, but now the shoes have fierce big tigers embroidered on them. After trying them on, the 2 kids didn't want to take them off and ran to show off to other children in the village. Xiao Wu now spends his free time husking corn. He spreads the shelled corn on the ground to dry. Once dry, he grinds it into fine flour to mix into steamed buns. Gu Qing recently finished making new clothes. The whole family of 4 each got a new outfit. He went to the east wing to find the winter clothes, like padded jackets, and neatly folded them into the main room's bed cabinet. They washed the summer clothes and stored them away for next year. Gu Qing bent over, feeling uncomfortable after a long time. Xiao Wu took on this task. He was happy and proud to be assigned by his wife. Time passed quickly with busy work. Every household was happily waiting for the first snow of the year. However, before the snow arrived, they received news of Gu Wangue's return. People chatting under the big willow tree saw Gu Wangue run away quickly, all thinking they'd seen a ghost, since the government had already distributed relief money. That day, Gu Wangue was swept away by the river. He didn't know how long he floated in the water. When he woke up, he had been carried ashore. He didn't recognize where he was and had no money in his hand. He could only ask for directions to Longquan town while heading home, enduring many hardships along the way. Luckily, he was lucky and survived, making it back. Gu Wangue looked very thin, with his hair loose and messy because he had lost his hair tie. He looked like a beggar, with big and small holes in his clothes and pants, and he smelled bad. When Gu's second sister saw him, she was so scared she ran away, unlike usual. She stood there stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She called out nervously, Won-goe? Second sister. I'm back, he said with tears in his voice. Gu Won-goe didn't know the authorities had already declared him dead. He only felt that the journey had been too hard and painful. Now that he saw his family and had someone to rely on, he was full of sadness. Gu's second sister burst into tears, crying, I thought you were dead. It's good you're alive. We're home now. I'll cook chicken for you. She pulled Gu Won-goe toward home. His hands were so thin and bony, with cracked skin and black mud in his fingers, which made her cry with pity. Usually, if Gu Won-goe came home late, she would scold him and ask questions about where he had been. She often said, I thought you were dead outside. What time is it now? You still remember to come back. Now, she didn't want to say harsh words to her husband. Seeing how miserable he looked, she knew he must have suffered a lot outside. Back home, she didn't care whether he was clean or dirty. She hurried to feed him a good meal. There were still plenty of leftover pancakes from breakfast, and she made a pot of egg soup with a few preserved eggs. When the food was served, her husband was so hungry he didn't bother to warm it and hurriedly ate. Watching him eat so messily, Gu's second sister felt so sad, she started crying. She raised her hand to wipe her tears and softly said, Eat slowly. There's more if you want. Gu Won-goe was not used to his wife suddenly being so gentle. After swallowing a piece of pancake, he said, Maybe you should scold me a few times. Your sudden change makes me a little scared. Gu's second sister wiped her tears, turned her head, and smiled through her tears. Isn't it uncomfortable if I don't scold you for a day? Gu Won-goe looked up at his wife with a simple smile. After dinner, Gu Eun-young boiled water for him to wash. She carefully washed him from head to toe. Then Gu Won-goe lay down and fell asleep. Maybe it was because he had been sleeping outdoors and traveling these days, or perhaps because he finally felt at ease at home. He slept until the next morning. The news that Gu Won-goe was not dead spread through the village. His brothers and younger brothers didn't dare visit him, afraid of upsetting him. Although Gu Won-goe was usually kind to his wife and never fought back when scolded or hit, he was fierce outside, with a temper like a stubborn donkey. Once, someone in the village drank with him and started talking nonsense after a few drinks, saying Gu Won-goe should divorce Gu Eun-young and find a wife who could give him children. Gu Won-goe was furious and beat that person until he was covered in blood. Later, Gu Eun-young heard about it and went to that person's house, standing in the yard and scolding him for an hour until she was satisfied. After that, no one dared to speak badly about his wife in front of Gu Won-goe. Both of them were not easy to deal with. Neither was willing to suffer losses, and neither was an easy target. Gu Won-goe was capable. A couple of years ago, the family added 3 acres of land. His brothers and younger brothers were not doing as well as him. He often helped them, but when they found out he had died, they came to his house to claim his land. Gu Won-goe couldn't swallow that. Now he was weak, but once he recovered, he planned to go and settle things with those families. Since Gu Won-goe returned, Gu Eun-young cooked meat for him every meal to help him recover. His health visibly improved. He wasn't as thin as when he first came back, at least not so weak anymore. When someone dies, they must cancel their household registration. If the person doesn't go out and just stays in the village, it's not a problem. But if they need to go out for errands or stay overnight somewhere, it's a problem. Without household registration, no one can give a referral letter, and they can only survive outdoors, exposed to the elements. Gu Eun-young borrowed a donkey cart from the Shao family, carrying 10 taels of relief money given by the government, and Gu Won-goe himself to the town. In the Great Jin Dynasty, household registration was managed by a township system. Each township had a head, and every 10 miles was a pavilion with a pavilion head in charge. They mainly managed household registration and local security, making the system more organized and thorough. Gu Won-goe and Gu Eun-young went to the yamen to explain the situation. They returned the relief money, and the government re-registered Gu Won-goe's household. They also praised him for being lucky. Gu Eun-young gritted her teeth and bought a bag of brown sugar in town for 80 won. It was a thank you gift for Gu Qing. A few days ago, Gu Qing asked Huzi's wife to send her a rabbit, and during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she was invited to their house for a meal. She still remembered this kindness. When sending the donkey cart, second Aunt Gu gave Gu Qing some brown sugar. Brother Qing, if you don't have an appetite, just brew a bowl of brown sugar and add an egg. It's great for nutrition. Now that her husband has returned home, second Aunt Gu feels refreshed and has regained her loud voice and gossiping nature. She asks Gu Qing, "Are you still planning to slaughter pigs this year?" Gu Qing shakes his head. "I don't know. You have to ask Brother Wu." Hearing this, second Aunt Gu isn't in a hurry to leave. She sits down on the kong, a traditional bed, saying, "I think it's better not to slaughter pigs. Last year, your family's kindness wasn't rewarded. Just sell the pigs directly to the town butcher. It will save you trouble." Gu Qing nods, puts down her sewing, and leans closer to second Aunt Gu, whispering mysteriously, "Did your man go to bother his brothers?" Second Aunt Gu rolls her eyes. Gu Qing has become just as gossipy as her. "When he's healed, I'll go with him. I'll make sure to kick over their tables and chairs. I'll tell you later how those families look after I do," second Aunt Gu says proudly, winking and making funny faces, making Gu Qing laugh happily. Life is still better when it's simple. Now that her husband has returned safe and sound, she truly understands what it means to be content and happy. Recently, Gu Wangua's brothers have been anxious at home, worried that one day Gu Wanhua might come knocking. The inevitable always happens. Gu Wanhua and his wife first went to his older brother's house, but unexpectedly, several brothers were there. What a coincidence. When Gu Wangua's brothers saw him, their faces changed, and they didn't dare make a sound, waiting for him to get angry. Second Aunt Gu, standing nearby, pretended to be powerful, crossing her arms and lifting her chin proudly. The room was silent for a while. Then Gu Wanhua slowly spoke. "Today I brought the land and house deeds. Isn't that what you wanted?" Seeing his attitude, the brothers felt a bit scared. They preferred him to lose his temper and scold them. Instead, he spoke softly, which made everyone feel ashamed and blush. "Wanhua, we didn't mean to bully your wife, but she's an outsider. If you really die, are we supposed to let our Gu family's land be taken over and marry her?" his eldest brother asked, unable to stay silent. "If the woman I marry is an outsider, then when I die, are you planning to take my property?" Gu Wanhua refused to listen to their excuses. If he really died, the land belonged to his wife. If she wanted to remarry, she could. She could do whatever she wanted. "My second brother is now truly distant from his friends, only listening to his wife's side and questioning his own brother." Gu Wangua's third younger brother mocked him, saying he is really confused and cannot tell who his real family is. Hearing this, Gu Wangua's third brother made Gu Wanhua laugh happily. "Distant from family? Little brother, do you honestly think I treat you badly? Last year, you went to Manchun Tower to find a girl named Ruo Hua, and you borrowed 5 coins from me. I kept it a secret from your wife and didn't tell her. I even stopped drinking for 2 months because of it." When he mentioned Manchun Tower, his wife looked upset. Manchun Tower is a local brothel, and she thought it was unfair that the money was missing without reason, suspecting he had stolen it to drink and have fun. Gu Wanhua intentionally said this to make everyone in the house unhappy today. His second wife silently shot him a glance, as if saying, "You dare to give out 5 coins? When you get home, I will skin you alive." Gu Wanhua shivered and didn't dare look at his wife again. The other brothers understood what was happening. Gu Wanhua was trying to reveal these dirty secrets, so they quickly asked his second wife how to make peace. "Each of you should pay me 100 coins, and I will also give you a chicken to help Wangu recover. As brothers, you wouldn't refuse, right?" Actually, Gu's second wife wasn't asking for too much. She had thought of many ways to get back at him, but suddenly she felt it wasn't worth it. Gu Wangua's return was already a blessing, so she decided to let it go. The brothers handed the money to her. She carefully counted it, making sure it was exactly right. No more, no less. "Little brother, this money isn't right," she said, weighing the coins in her hand. "It's correct. I counted twice," he replied. The money definitely wouldn't be given out unless she had made a mistake. "You still owe my family 5 coins. It's only been a short while, and you've already forgotten?
Well,
I don't have the 5 coins right now. I'll send them to you when I have some later, the third brother said, wishing he could slap himself. He had spoken carelessly, and now he not only owed money, but also didn't know how to explain to his wife at home. After a while, Gu's second wife and Gu Wanhwa, holding chickens and with money in their pockets, happily headed back home. Xiao was thinking about her husband's follow-up appointment. She calculated the time, November for the checkup. By then, heavy snow would block the mountains, and with a donkey cart, it might be hard to travel. At home, the rabbits had 2 more litters. Recently, due to busy farming, Xiao Wu hadn't gone hunting. With these 2 litters, there are now 43 rabbits in total. Xiao Wu caught 20 rabbits and took them to the town, also asking the shopkeeper at Yushuan Tower if they buy pork. If not, he planned to sell them at the meat shop. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper said, "As many as you have, bring them all. The Ji family is thriving with many members, and they have plenty of servants." Not to mention Xiao Wu's family, even 10 pigs wouldn't be enough. The shopkeeper at Yushuan Tower agreed to send someone in November to bring pigs. Xiao Wu asked him to help bring the doctor from the clinic to Gujia village. The shopkeeper, always easy to talk to, agreed. Then the shopkeeper paid him some silver. Xiao Wu was worried about his husband being alone at home, so he didn't stay long in town and hurried back on his donkey cart. With the first snow, the villagers started to settle in for winter. Huzi was also brought home by his father. Yan Yan and Xiaoqi kept running to Gujia village. Seeing his delicate daughter happily call Huzi big brother, Xiao Wu felt uncomfortable and secretly told his husband bad things about Huzi. Winter is the most relaxed time of the year. In the early mornings, the cold wind blows fiercely, and every man goes out to clear the snow in front of his house. Since it started snowing, Xiaoqi begged Xiao Wu to make him a broom, so he could sweep snow too. Xiao Wu made him a small broom. Since getting it, Xiaoqi often goes outside to sweep around, busy and cheerful. After sweeping the snow, Xiaoqi went inside and pretended in front of Gu Qing, patting his small arms and saying, "I'm so tired." Gu Qing was sitting on the Kong, knitting a scarf, not looking up. Xiaoqi was unhappy with Gu Qing's reaction. He thought that after saying these things, Gu Qing should praise him and call him Xiaoqi baby. Feeling upset, Xiaoqi walked around the room, trying to get Gu Qing's attention. Gu Qing kept knitting and didn't look at him. Finally, Xiaoqi couldn't hold back. He went over to Gu Qing, coughed loudly with a stern face. Gu Qing ignored him, so Xiaoqi poked him with his finger and said, "Little daddy, why don't you pay attention to me?" He then climbed onto the Kong, crossing his legs and pulling off his socks. "It's so cold. Why are you taking off your socks?" Gu Qing asked. "Hee, now you're paying attention to me. I want to use my stinky feet to smell you," Xiaoqi said proudly, swinging his feet on the edge of the Kong. Gu Qing looked helplessly at his mischievous little one. "Put them on quickly, or you'll get a stomach ache." "How bad does it hurt?" Xiaoqi tilted his head and asked. "It hurts so much. The bugs might crawl into your stomach and bite your flesh," Gu Qing said to scare him while putting on his socks. Xiaoqi heard this and became scared, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. He definitely doesn't want bugs to eat his flesh. After putting on his socks, Xiaoqi rolled around on the bed, looking very excited. Gu Qing was a bit puzzled. Why is this child acting so strange today? "Where is sister?" "Sister went to play at Huzi's house. Grandma Gu told me that I am a boy, and I should spend more time with boys." After saying this, he turned over and lay on the bed, his big, shiny eyes full of hope. "Little daddy, from now on, I will stay at home and keep you company every day." Gu Qing smiled when he heard this. He thought, "See? These 2 kids run out to play right after meals. When something seems off, it's..." After putting on his socks, "Why do you want to keep me company?" Gu Qing felt a warm, small, soft body hugging him from behind, and a soft, milky voice sounded in his ear. "Of course, I'm just afraid you miss me too much." Xiaoqi pressed his face against Gu Qing's back. A strange, tender feeling filled Gu Qing's heart. His little son was really adorable and sensible. Gu Qing pulled Xiaoqi closer and gave him a big kiss on his face. The little guy was growing up, a bit shy, his face turning bright red. He stammered, I am a man. Why do you want to keep me company? Gu Qing felt a warm, small, soft body hugging him from behind. Then, I'll reluctantly let you kiss me. Xiao Qi pretended to be shy. Reluctantly let who kiss? Xiao Wu, after feeding the livestock, heard the little kid bragging. Seeing Xiao Wu come in, Xiao Qi stood up and reached out to be picked up by Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu brushed off the dust from his clothes. Wait a bit, I'm cold. Xiao Qi rolled his eyes and pretended to be mysterious, wiggling his finger at Xiao Wu. Come here, I want to tell you a secret. Xiao Wu sat on the edge of the bed. Xiao Qi whispered in his ear, Little daddy just kissed me. Then, I'll reluctantly let you kiss me. Xiao Qi was a little shy, a little calm, and mostly proud when he said this. Xiao Wu, such a mischievous kid, always showing off. Oh, your little daddy is lying to you. He doesn't like to kiss you at all. He likes to kiss me. Xiao Qi stood up straight, trying to be even with Xiao Wu. He held Xiao Wu's face with both hands, looking serious and stern as he said, I am little daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. Of course, he likes me the most. As soon as Xiao Qi finished speaking, Xiao Wu laughed at him several times, teasing him. Why are you laughing? Dad. Why are you laughing? Are you not trusting me? Xiao Qi was a little annoyed because Xiao Wu was smiling at him. He clenched his fists and asked sharply, I'm not laughing at you. I'm going to pick up your sister. Are you coming? Xiao Wu didn't dare tease him anymore. He made the little guy cry with a few words and had to endure a glare from his wife. Hearing this, Xiao Qi happily put on his jacket and a tiger head hat made by Gu Qing. He looked like a brave little general, proud and confident, with his hands on his hips, demanding Xiao Wu to carry him. Xiao Wu reached out and lifted him onto his shoulders. Xiao Qi excitedly kicked his legs. Be careful not to show off too much or you'll fall, Xiao Wu warned, worried he might slip. After I pick her up, I'll come back quickly. I need to prepare lunch, Gu Qing said, putting down her sewing and rubbing her tired eyes. It was better not to look, but when she did, she saw Xiao Qi hadn't even put on his shoes. Xiao Wu, being careless, didn't notice either. He agreed and was about to take his son out. Wait a moment, put on your shoes. Gu Qing called her husband and helped Xiao Qi put on his shoes. Then the father and son left the house. Gu Qing went to the kitchen to check. There were some leftover pancakes for breakfast, enough for one meal. She planned to cook one more dish. She grabbed a handful of dried beans, soaked them in water, and then took a piece of pork from the pig pen outside. The pork was frozen solid, so she had to wait a while inside before she could cut it. Gu Qing squatted down and sat on a small stool next to the stove. This stool is made by Xiao Wu himself, so Gu Qing could sit comfortably while cooking and lighting the fire. She broke some dry branches to start the fire, placed a curtain over the pot, and put the pancakes on top. She also boiled a few salted duck eggs. The duck eggs were bought by Xiao Wu during the Mid-Autumn Festival. He heard they were good for health, so he bought 100. But Gu Qing found the cooked eggs too fishy, and the kids didn't like them either. So she pickled the eggs. Luckily, there was enough jar space at home. She had been pickling them for nearly 2 months, and today was the first time they ate them. She added some durable wood pieces under the stove, so she didn't have to worry about it. Then she started cooking. After soaking the dried beans, they expanded a lot. Gu Qing washed them several times. She lit the fire under the stove, placed a small iron pot on top, heated the oil, and added chopped green onions and ginger to flavor. She casually stirred with a spatula, then added sliced pork, this time, pork belly. She needed to fry it longer to release the fat. When she smelled the meat, she added the sliced beans, stirred a few times, then added salt, soy sauce, and a little sugar to enhance the flavor. She poured water over the beans and covered the pot to simmer. Outside, the cold wind was biting, like knives scraping against faces, making them hurt. There wasn't a single person on the road. Even the birds and animals in the mountains had disappeared without a trace. Xiao Wu hugged Yan Yan in his arms, with Xiao Qi on his back, walking quickly home. Xiao Qi was restless on his back, wagging his short legs proudly, and bossed Xiao Wu around as if he knew everything, pointing left and right. Xiao Wu tolerated it for a while but finally threatened him. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the snow pile. Hearing this, Xiao Qi immediately became obedient, lying still and quietly on his father. He still remembered the scene last year when he was thrown into the snow pile. His father was not joking. He was very good at tricking children. Outside, the wind was strong, and snow was flying from the tree branches everywhere. Xiao Wu returned home with a thin layer of snow on his head and shoulders. Gu Qing picked up a small broom to sweep the snow off the Kong. Xiao Wu took the broom from her, telling her to stay away because he had just come in from outside, carrying cold air, worried she might catch a cold. The stew in the pot was almost ready. Xiao Wu opened the lid and served the food onto plates. Gu Qing went to the salty vegetable jar in the side room and grabbed a few salted cucumbers. She also took out a salted duck egg, cut it in half. The salted duck egg had been marinated long enough, with a layer of oil on top, and smelled even better than a salted chicken egg. After eating and drinking enough, Xiao Qi, like a busy little bee, started moving his toys from the main hall to the main room, piling them messily on the Kong, leaving no space for stepping. To Xiao Wu, these toys were all junk. He asked Xiao Qi, "Why are you putting a bunch of trash on the Kong?" Hearing this, Xiao Qi opened his eyes wide. Trash? Does his father call these treasures trash? He kicked off his shoes, climbed onto the Kong, and proudly showed Xiao Wu his treasures. "This is a bamboo dragonfly. I made it with my sister." The bamboo dragonfly was a small circle made from a bamboo stick, used in summer to catch dragonflies by hanging it in spider webs. The children in the village loved playing with insects. "This small stone is for playing hopscotch with my sister, and this is a cloth tiger my little dad bought for us." Xiao Qi introduced each treasure to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu looked at a piece of dried mud, holding it in his hand, and asked, "What about this?" "What is it for?" Xiao Qi scratched his ear shyly and said, "That's the mud we used to catch fish last time. I tripped over it and secretly took it back." Xiao Wu frowned at the square piece of mud. "You brought it back like this?" "Of course not. I held a handful of dirt, then peed on it and mixed in the mud." "Hee, I'm pretty clever." Xiao Wu's temples throbbed with veins bulging. Luckily, he didn't get curious or smell anything. This little guy was too mischievous. Gu Qing found it hard to hold back her laughter as she listened. She pounded on the table, tears of laughter streaming down her face. "Ha ha ha. Little Qi, why are you putting these treasures on the bed?" Gu Qing chuckled, feeling her stomach hurt from laughing. "It's my little secret," Little Qi said excitedly. The little boy was very stubborn and wouldn't let others touch his toys. They were just scattered messily on the bed. While Xiao Wu was away in the main hall, he tidied up the broken things on the bed but didn't throw them away, afraid he would cause trouble. Little Qi picked up another broken toy and saw his toys had been gathered into a corner by Xiao Wu. He was a bit unhappy. Quickly, he climbed onto the bed and placed the toys back, scattering them all over again, taking up more space than before. It seemed like he was telling Xiao Wu that this bed was his territory. Xiao Wu looked at the busy little Qi and sighed. He stepped around the clutter like obstacles, sat in the corner, and looked a little upset. The fire under the stove would burn all day. The heated bed was very hot, and sitting in thick cotton pants for a long time made his bottom feel uncomfortable. He had to shift around now and then to find a cooler spot. Outside, the wind howled fiercely. The leaves on the trees had fallen, leaving only bare trunks. Occasionally, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Inside the house, the bed was warm from the fire. A family of 4 sat around the bed. Gu Qing asked Xiao Wu to boil some hot water, then went to the side room to bring out dried fruits and candied snacks. In the afternoon, the family sat comfortably on the warm bed, drinking hot water and munching on snacks, feeling relaxed and happy. In the evening, Xiao Wu bought a block of tofu, cut it into small pieces, and froze it outside. When they wanted to eat, they took out a piece to cook with cabbage or seaweed soup, which was delicious. Drinking a warm bowl of soup in the cold winter was a very pleasant thing. After cutting the tofu, Xiao Wu started boiling water to feed the animals. It was cold outside, and the animals were afraid of the cold too. They needed warm food. Corn husks were soaked in boiling water, but after half an hour outside, they would freeze solid. Farmers who raised animals at home were always busy. Recently, Xiao Wu's family bought 5 sheep. Every morning before anyone woke up, the dogs outside would start barking from hunger, forcing people to get up and feed them. The 5 sheep were well cared for. Since the children started drinking sheep's milk, they hadn't caught a cold or a fever for several months. Their faces had become chubby and cute, and with their big round eyes, everyone in the village wanted to pinch their little cheeks. Gu Qing takes good care of them, always finding new ways to cook for them. He also changes and washes their clothes regularly. Compared to other children in the village, these 2 little ones look like children from town families. Especially Huzi. Every time he sees Yan Yan, his eyes light up with happiness, only a narrow slit. His father, Gu Wanfu, often looks at his son's unworthy expression and begins to doubt himself. He wonders who his 2 sons resemble more. Why are they both so unambitious? Soon it was time to bring pigs to Yushuan Tower. The shopkeeper there didn't come personally, but sent his staff. They rode a carriage with much larger wheels than usual, designed for mountain roads. The doctor from the clinic was respectfully invited inside by Xiao Wu. Seeing Gu Qing's healthy complexion and smiling face, the doctor knew he was living comfortably. He habitually took out a hand pillow from his medical box and placed it on the bed. Gu Qing rested his hand on it. The doctor took his pulse with 3 fingers and nodded from time to time. After a while, he told Xiao Wu and Gu Qing, "Your health is good, so there shouldn't be any major problems." Xiao Wu grinned happily, feeling relieved. As long as there's no big issue, it's good. His husband's health is what matters most. The men from Yushuan Tower brought out the pigs, tied their limbs, and weighed them. The pigs raised by Xiao Wu and Gu Laoshi were well-fed and strong, with clearer, louder calls than others. They kept 1 sow and sold the rest for a total of 15 silver coins. They spent 3 silver coins on piglets. Counting everything, raising pigs alone earned over 10 silver coins a year. Xiao Wu was happy and secretly decided to hire Gu Laoshi again next year to help with livestock, as Gu Laoshi cared for the animals even more carefully than he did. Now that all the pigs were sold, there was no pork for the new year at home. Xiao Wu discussed with the staff at Yushuan Tower whether to rent a cart. If they rented it, they could have the staff make a trip before the new year to buy New Year goods in town. If not, he would have to walk the small roads like a peddler through the snow to buy supplies. To Xiao Wu's surprise, the staff at Yushuan Tower were very easy to talk to and agreed to make the trip before the new year to pick him up and go to town. Villagers also knew that Xiao Wu's family sold their pigs, and many were disappointed. They had thought Xiao Wu would sell the pigs for meat, so they wouldn't have to worry about meat for the new year. Since the follow-up appointment, Xiao Wu has a clear plan. He is waiting for the staff from Yushuan Tower to pick him up and take him to town to buy New Year supplies. This year, the snow is heavy, falling off and on for a few days. Sometimes it's light, sometimes heavy. The snow in front of every house is almost taller than people. Gu Qing doesn't let the children go out and run around. If they step into the snow and slip, they could be buried. The 2 children are obedient. When bored, they put on their hats and scarves to go feed rabbits at the old house or run around with Little Yellow in the yard. After playing happily, their faces and hands are red from the cold, and their cotton shoes are wet. They also built a big snowman in front of the door, secretly tying Xiao Wu's scarf around its neck. When Xiao Wu went to feed the animals, he looked everywhere for his scarf. When he went outside, he found it hanging around the snowman's neck. Xiao Wu was both annoyed and amused. 10 days before the Lunar New Year, the staff from Yushuan Tower came with a horse-drawn cart to pick up Xiao Wu. This year's snow is heavy, and if he waits too long, the cart might not be able to come in. Yan Yan and Xiao Qi also want to go to town. Gu Qing was a bit worried because the roads are slippery and difficult to walk on in the snow. But seeing the eager eyes of the children, she softened her heart. The whole winter had been hard on the children. They couldn't visit Huzi, nor go up the mountain. Their activity space was limited to the yard and the old house. Now that they had a chance to go out and play, Gu Qing couldn't bear to stop them. She could only tell Xiao Wu to watch over the children carefully. It was the children's first time riding in a horse-drawn cart. They were so excited they kept talking all the way, which gave Xiao Wu a headache. Xiao Qi sat happily in the cart, shaking his head and bouncing with joy. When he was happy, he would make big promises to Xiao Wu. "Dad, when I grow up, I will buy you a horse-drawn cart, even bigger than this one." Then he didn't forget Yan Yan. He hugged her arm and said, "I will buy one for you too, sister." He whispered in Yan Yan's ear, "The biggest one for you." The horse-drawn cart was much more comfortable than the donkey cart. The snow was thick on the road, so it moved slowly, but it was very steady. Gu Qing was worried the children might be cold, so she filled a hot water bag with boiling water and asked Xiao Wu to bring it along so they could warm their hands when cold. When they arrived in town, Xiao Wu told the staff that after buying the New Year supplies, he would meet him at Yushuan Tower. He didn't want him to tire himself out. Xiao Wu also gave him 100 coins as a thank you gift. The staff was very happy and kept saying Xiao Wu was too polite. The weather is cold now, with heavy snow blocking the mountains. People in the mountains can't come out, and the town feels quiet and empty. The market at the dock is also deserted, and even the guards who collect taxes are not out. Xiao Wu took the children to find Granny Zhou first. After asking around and several twists and turns, they finally found the legendary Granny Zhou. She looks a bit older than Tiger Girl, strong and healthy, and it's clear her family has good food. Granny Zhou lives in an alley, where several houses share connected walls. From outside, it looks small, but inside, it's a different world. People say Granny Zhou is difficult to deal with and very proud. You can't just pay her with money. She has to like you. If she doesn't like you, no matter how many gifts you bring, she won't let you in. Xiao Wu felt a little nervous knocking on the door. He was shy and worried that if he offended Granny Zhou, it would be hard to fix. "Who is it?" "Stop knocking." "I'm not deaf. I can hear." Granny Zhou's voice sounded sharp, like she had eaten something spicy. The door opened with a creak. Xiao Wu bowed politely and asked, "Are you Granny Zhou?" "Hello, Granny," Xiao Wu said respectfully. The two children imitated him, bowing and greeting politely. Granny Zhou looked down at the children and hesitated before she spoke. She was about to refuse but changed her mind. "Come inside," she said grumpily, making way. Xiao Wu was a little excited. If he could get inside and talk, it might work. Granny Zhou didn't pay much attention to Xiao Wu. She rummaged through a cabinet, took out a small bag of candy, and laid it on the table, smiling at the children and gesturing for them to take some. Yan Yan was very shy and only took one piece, then politely said, "Thank you, Granny," in a sweet, babyish voice that made her look very adorable. Compared to her, little Qi looked less serious. He grabbed a handful of candy, happily stuffing it into his mouth, his round eyes squinting happily. Xiao was worried that little Qi's behavior might upset Granny Zhou, so he cleared his throat and gave him a look to remind him to behave properly. But the two didn't seem to understand each other. Little Qi looked at his father's funny expressions and asked foolishly, "Daddy, why are your eyes twitching?" Xiao Wu rubbed his forehead, feeling regretful for bringing little Qi out. Unexpectedly, Granny Zhou suddenly changed her mood. She smiled happily, picked up little Qi, and sat him on her lap. She gently pinched his chubby face. Little Qi sat quietly in her lap, not crying or making trouble. He even reached out and offered her some candy, which made Granny Zhou very happy, her face lighting up with a big smile. Today, she allowed Xiao Wu to come in because of these two children. First, because they looked cute and likable, and second, because they were well-behaved and sweet. Grandmother Zhou had no children of her own, so she loved kids very much. She kept a supply of candies at home, especially for visiting children. When she saw that the children were satisfied, she slowly said, "I'll take care of this task." Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Luckily, he brought the children today. He decided to treat them well. "If your family has extra silver, go to the medicine shop and buy some ginseng," she said. "But if you have no money, just forget I said anything." Ginseng was expensive. She looked at Xiao Wu's clothes and guessed he wasn't from a wealthy family, so he probably couldn't afford it. Still, she had to mention it. When they left, the two children still clung to Grandma Zhou, reluctant to leave. They loved her so much they wished they could stay and be cared for by her. Grandma Zhou gave the remaining candies on the table to the children. Xiao Wu waved his hand to refuse, but Grandma Zhou scolded him with a glance. "I'm not giving these to you." "Can you refuse, Xiao Wu?" The three of them headed straight to the medicine shop. There are many types of ginseng, each with different effects and suitable for different people. Red ginseng, slightly bitter taste, helps boost energy, can stop bleeding in emergencies, suitable for heavy blood loss or severe exhaustion. White ginseng, slightly bitter, milder than red ginseng, used to treat thirst, fever, and dry lips. Western ginseng, cooler in nature, helps strengthen qi and nourishing, suitable for people with internal heat and dryness. Each type of ginseng is prepared into dried slices made from 5-year-old ginseng with the head and tail removed, using the middle part. The slices are more expensive. One slice costs 5 taels of silver. Xiao Wu, wanting to buy more than less, bought 5 slices of red ginseng, spending 25 taels. Fortunately, his husband had given him plenty of silver today. Otherwise, after buying the ginseng, he wouldn't have enough for New Year supplies. Outside the shop, they saw a vendor selling candied hawthorn sticks. Without even asking, the two children spoke up. Xiao Wu waved his hand and bought 4 skewers, 2 for each child. Yan Yan and Xiaoqi each held a stick, happily following Xiao Wu. While eating, they praised him, saying he was the best dad in the world. Xiao Wu chuckled secretly. Today, he planned to be the best dad ever. As they walked along the street, he bought any snacks or treats the children wanted. Before they could finish buying all the New Year supplies, Xiao Wu's basket was almost full. During the cold days of the 9th lunar month, the wind was strong on the street. 2 children had been walking with him for a long time, shivering from the cold, but their spirits were unusually high. Xiao Wu felt sorry for the children and took them to Yushuan Tower, choosing a quieter spot. He ordered 2 snacks and a pot of hot tea for the kids, then went to find the shopkeeper to ask for help watching them. He promised to come back after buying what he needed. Coincidentally, today Yushuan Tower invited a storyteller. The children sat in a less visible spot, so they couldn't see the storyteller's face, but could hear his voice clearly. They listened happily, so absorbed that they didn't notice Xiao Wu leaving or returning. Worried that the children might be scared if left alone in a strange place for too long, Xiao Wu quickened his pace. He first bought pig's feet, pig's elbows, and pork belly from the meat shop, as his boss had instructed. Then he went to a grocery store to buy peanut candies, firecrackers, red paper, and also bought 2 pieces of fabric and 5 pounds of cotton. On the way to Yushuan Tower, Xiao Wu saw a man selling small pots. He thought the iron pot looked good, with a handle that would make cooking easier. He asked about the price. The seller told him the price, and explained that the pot was called a ma xiao, a type favored by traders. It was convenient for outdoor cooking and boiling porridge over a fire. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu bought one. After buying the items, he didn't delay and hurried back to Yushuan Tower. When he arrived, the children were so engrossed in the storytelling that they didn't notice him leave or come back. Feeling a bit disappointed, Xiao Wu sat down, took a sip of hot tea, and ate 2 pieces of snacks. He asked the clerk to pack the remaining snacks and then took the children home. Gu Qing had a very good appetite lately, always feeling empty in his stomach and needing to eat something to fill up. Since Xiao Wu and the others hadn't returned at noon, he didn't wait and simply prepared some food for himself. Just after finishing his meal and cleaning up, Xiao Wu and the others came back. The 2 little ones immediately took off their shoes and jumped onto the bed, starting to tell Gu Qing stories they had heard from the storyteller. Xiao Wu put the New Year's goods and meat outside in the water jar to freeze. The peanut candies and firecrackers were placed in a side room. This year, he also specially brought firecrackers for Gu Haochen's family. "Dad, bring the basket over." Little Chi sat on the bed, swinging his legs proudly, giving Xiao Wu a commanding look. Today Xiao Wu was in a good mood and didn't argue with him. He took out some snacks from the basket and placed them on the table. He also showed off the ma xiao pot to his wife. Gu Qing loved it. He thought it was just a modern-style wok. With it, cooking would be much easier. "How much silver?" Gu Qing asked, playing with the pot. 5 Qian, Xiao Wu replied, sitting beside his wife. He unwrapped a piece of pastry and fed it to his wife's mouth. Didn't bargain for a better price? Gu Qing asked, biting into a snack. Xiao was stunned for a second, blinked, and said, I forgot. At that time, he was just focused on finishing shopping and picking up the kids to go home, with no thought of bargaining. Gu Qing guessed that her husband was not good at bargaining. Over the years, he probably spent at least 100 coins more when buying groceries. Where's the remaining silver? Gu Qing took another bite of her snack and reached out to ask for money. Xiao Wu scratched his head. It's all gone, not a single coin left. Gu Qing was a bit surprised. He had 32 taels of silver in total, 30, plus 1 tael he still had earlier, making 31 taels. Her family worked hard all year, farming, hunting, raising livestock, and earned only about 30 taels. Did he spend it all in one day? The ginseng slices can help you stay healthy. I used the silver to buy ginseng slices, Xiao Wu quickly explained, worried she might be upset. Ancient wild ginseng was expensive. If it was a long-aged one, even 1,000 gold would be worth it. Gu Qing knew Xiao was doing it for her. Though she felt a little reluctant to spend the silver, nothing was more important than life. If a person is gone, everything is gone. Gu Qing looked at the groceries Xiao Wu bought, mostly for her and the children. This rough man was not good at speaking, but deep down, he truly cared about her and the kids. Such a caring and capable man was hard to find, even with a lantern. She realized she had misunderstood Xiao Wu and was thinking about how to apologize. This time, Xiao Wu bought a big ham for the clan leader's family. He didn't say much, but he remembered Wang Shi's kindness to Qing Ge. Wang Shi was a warm-hearted woman, always busy helping others and taking care of Qing Ge. Considering that Gu Qing and Xiao Wu were the only family who truly cared for them, and now their life was somewhat better, she should think more of her. In the evening, snow started to fall again, drifting down from the sky. The whole village was covered in white snow, shining brightly. Every household smoke from cooking curled up into the sky, busy preparing dinner. Rising smoke carried the joys and sorrows of rural families, representing hope and tradition passed down through generations. The snow outside grew heavier. Xiao Wu tightened his coat and went out to shovel snow. The snow was so heavy this year that it took half an hour to clear a thick layer in the yard, and it was hard to open the door after an hour. Gu Qing was in the kitchen preparing dinner. The days were getting colder, and it was best to eat warm soup and hot food. She took a piece of frozen tofu from the water jar in the yard and fetched a cabbage from the side room. She planned to make a soup with frozen tofu and cabbage. Drinking soup alone is definitely not enough, so I went to the jar and pulled out 2 bundles of salty fern. I soaked them in a basin of water, letting them sit for a while to reduce the saltiness. In a bowl, I beat 5 or 6 eggs and mixed them well, adding a little salt and some water. Gu Qing is very skilled at steaming egg cakes. I've never failed. Every time, they turn out smooth and tender. The 2 children especially love eating them. While the egg cakes are steaming, Gu Qing starts cleaning the fern and cuts it into 1-inch pieces to set aside. The spoon has already been washed clean. The stove is burning strongly. Gu Qing places the spoon on the rack, heats some oil, and adds chopped green onions to release a fragrant aroma. Then, she adds crushed wild mountain pepper, and as the meat turns color, she puts the salty fern into the pan to stir-fry. Once the fern is cooked through, she adds water to season, along with a little salt and soy sauce, then covers and simmers for a while. Xiao Wu finishes sweeping the snow, his body covered in snowflakes, and his cotton shoes are wet. Gu Qing asks him to go to the Kong, heated bed, to warm up, then takes his shoes to dry near the stove. The Xiao family eats dinner late tonight. In the afternoon, everyone sits on the Kong eating snacks and treats bought from town. They're not very hungry. To eat salty ferns stir-fried with meat, rice is a must. Pour the sauce over the rice, pick up a bite with fern and pork belly, and eat it all together. The aroma of the pork, the freshness of the fern, and the sweet rice make for a rich taste that's hard to forget. One bite leads to another, and they can't stop. Gu Qing still had 2 soft-boiled eggs at the bottom of the egg cake bowl. She scooped them out with a spoon. Above, the egg cake was smooth and tender. At the bottom, the eggs were firm. Paired with a bite of rice, it's a favorite for children. After eating, Xiao Wu washes the dishes in the kitchen. Both children's shoes are a bit damp, so Gu Qing takes them near the stove to dry overnight. After finishing, Xiao Wu blows out the oil lamp. In rural winter, there aren't many entertainment options. After dinner, they mostly lie down to rest. Xiao Wu, tired from the day, starts to feel sleepy. His eyelids begin to droop, and he falls into a dazed sleep. Gu Qing listens to his snoring, turns over, and hugs Xiao Wu's back, burying her face in his neck. Xiao Wu sleeps lightly and stays alert, always worried that if his wife isn't feeling well, he wouldn't notice right away. When Gu Qing's hand rests on his waist, he wakes up. The room is pitch dark. Gu Qing can't hear Xiao Wu's snoring. She softly probes, "Brother Wu? Can't sleep?" Xiao Wu turns over and hugs her back, his voice hoarse from just waking up. Gu Qing shakes her head silently. The room is very quiet and dark. Xiao Wu hears his wife sigh. "Are you tired?" Xiao Wu feels a bit anxious, sensing her low mood. Gu Qing blinked. How could he be tired? Besides cooking, Xiao Wu wouldn't even let him touch the big or small chores at home. Thinking carefully, every time he scolded Xiao Wu for spending money recklessly, those expenses were actually spent on him. And if anyone was to be blamed, it was himself. Every time he went out, he brought back so much silver for Xiao Wu. He often complained about Xiao Wu, but most of the family's money was earned by Xiao Wu hunting in the mountains. Xiao Wu bought himself rough linen clothes, but bought yun brocade for him. The more he thought, the more guilty he felt. He was a poor husband. "Brother Wu, I'm sorry. I blamed you again today. I always do that. Do you think I don't appreciate what you do?" Gu Qing gently rubbed his nose against Xiao Wu's chest, his voice muffled. Xiao Wu felt relieved inside. Why would I think that? If you didn't care about me, I'd be the one angry. Besides, every household needs a manager. If both of us spend money extravagantly, even a mountain of gold wouldn't be enough. Xiao Wu hugged his husband tightly, closing his eyes comfortably. His gentle voice floated into Gu Qing's ears like a warm spring breeze. "I could live like this forever and never get tired. Only a fool would dislike how much I take care of you. I want to live forever in this little house with you, cooling off under the grapevines in summer, feeling the warm sunset in autumn, watching the children play and fight, living our small life through the seasons." Xiao Wu's voice was surprisingly tender. At that moment, Gu Qing truly understood a simple truth. Love is a very simple thing. You don't even need sweet words. An old couple who support each other and stay together for a lifetime are far more touching than any promise. Slowly, over a long time, companionship is the true meaning of love, spending endless years together. Gu Qing smiled, but his heart couldn't hide his joy. The two hugged tightly until they fell asleep. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the little New Year. Xiao Wu took the pig's knuckles to Wang's house. Wang was happy but also worried about money. Young people tend to spend freely. She grinned and complained about Xiao Wu's reckless spending. Xiao Wu listened to her words with a hidden smile. Last year, during the little New Year, Xiao Wu was chopping firewood outside, while Gu Qing cleaned the house with the children. This year was the same. Everyone was busy and happy, working together with joy on their faces to welcome the new year. The happiest were the children. Xiao Wu bought new fabric, but Gu Qing didn't make clothes for himself. He planned to wait until after the new year to make new clothes. He made outer coats for Xiao Wu and the children, which they could wear over their jackets. When the weather warmed after the new year, they could take off the coats and wear just the clothes underneath. The villagers have started organizing people to fish in the river and ponds again. Xiao Wu also goes to help. This year, the weather is good, the mountains are beautiful, and the water is clear. The fish are fat and healthy. The price remains the same at 5 cents per fish. After fishing, Xiao Wu carries a big fish home. During the new year, people eat dumplings. Gu Qing is in the kitchen preparing the filling. This year, her family pickled their own sour vegetables to make dumplings with sour vegetable and meat filling. Gu Qing specially rendered some pork fat, chopped the fat residue, and added it to the sour vegetables for extra flavor. The dough is resting on the Kong, heating bed. Xiao Wu returns home, puts the fish in a basin to soak until New Year's Day, when they will be slaughtered. Gu Qing prepares the filling and takes it inside. The family sits around the Kong table, making dumplings together. Xiao Qi and Yan also want to help. Gu Qing pinches off small pieces of dough, giving each of them a small piece to play with. She reminds them, only play on the table, don't make a mess with the flour. After playing, you need to return the dough. The two little kids obediently nod and shape the dough into funny forms. They often show their creations to Gu Qing. Xiao Wu is still learning to roll the dough, so he works slowly but can manage to help Gu Qing make dumplings. Gu Qing is a bit anxious and suggests, "How about I roll the dough and you make the dumplings?" Xiao Wu shakes his head. It's still early for eating. Let's take our time. Rolling the dough takes a long time, and his hands get tired. To Xiao Wu, this is hard work, and he doesn't want his husband to do it. They cover the dumplings with a curtain. It takes about an hour to finish making them. Gu Qing feels sleepy from the cooking, and by the time they finish, the sun has set. Xiao Wu goes to the kitchen to boil water for the dumplings. Gu Qing plucks a large garlic clove and places it on the table, asking the children to peel it. For the meal, there's no need to cook many dishes. There are a few dried fish left from summer drying in the house. Gu Qing plans to stew some dried fish. The dried fish soak in cold water for half an hour. While waiting, Gu Qing grabs a handful of salted mushrooms from the jar in the side room. The mushrooms used for pickling are called sticky mushrooms because they have a slimy surface when fresh. Villagers call them sticky mushrooms, and each village has its own name for different mushrooms. Only a few types are edible. After stir-frying the mushrooms, Gu Qing checks the basin of dried fish, which has soaked enough. She drains the water, cuts the fish into pieces, and chops the ginger. She flattens the garlic. In a hot wok, she adds oil, then adds the ginger and garlic to cook until fragrant. She adds the dried fish and stir-fry. Then she pours in enough water to cover the fish and ignites the stove to simmer for 10 minutes. Before serving, she adjusts the seasoning. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's water boils, so he adds the dumplings. When they are cooked, the meal is ready. The husband and wife work together smoothly, showing perfect teamwork. Dinner is ready. Gu Qing called out inside the house. The two little ones heard the signal, got off the ground to put on shoes, and helped serve the bowls and chopsticks. Gu Qing peeled garlic cloves, placed them into a mortar, crushed them, and put them into a bowl with soy sauce, preparing to dip dumplings later. The dried fish stew was served on the table. Xiao Qi drooled eagerly, wanting to eat. Just as he reached out to grab some, Yan slapped his hand and said, "Wait until Dad and Little Dad eat together." Although Xiao Qi was bold enough to tease Xiao Wu and roll around, he knew Xiao Wu wouldn't really hit him. He didn't dare to do that with Yan. Among peers, they truly spoiled him, but when it came to discipline, they were serious. Maybe this is what they call family bloodline influence. Xiao Qi pouted and timidly retracted his hand, not daring to argue with Yan. As Gu Qing announced, "Dinner is ready," the family happily started eating. The steaming dumplings dipped in garlic sauce, with bits of oil inside the filling, smelled so good that they couldn't put down their chopsticks. Gu Qing also specially prepared 4 bowls of dumpling soup and 4 plates of dumplings. Not a single one was left uneaten. A few pieces of fish remained, and the stir-fried mushrooms were finished too. Xiao Qi and Yan, full, lay on the Kong, heated bed, groaning, while Xiao Wu helped his husband clear the table and wash the dishes. Outside, snow began to fall again. Xiao Wu took the children out to shovel snow and work off their meal. At the end of the year, women in every household were busy. On the 27th, they slaughtered a rooster. On the 28th, they let the dough rise. On the 29th, they steamed buns. The prepared dough was left on the Kong to ferment. They needed to steam more buns because for the new year, they wanted to eat leavened buns, symbolizing prosperity for the year. The steamed buns were then frozen outside, and each time they wanted to eat some, they just heated a few in a pot. This was the first New Year in their new house. They had bought plenty of New Year goods. Gu Qing planned to show her skills and cook 10 dishes. As the village chief's gong sounded, firecrackers started popping one after another. Xiao Wu also took the children outside to set off firecrackers. Gu Qing listened to the firecrackers outside and began making dumplings. This year, she specially washed a few copper coins and hid them inside some dumplings, so whoever ate them would have good luck. Xiao Qi and Yan Yan ate eagerly, trying several dumplings, but didn't find any coins. Xiao Qi suspiciously asked Little Dad, "Are there really copper coins inside?" Just after asking, Xiao Wu found one and ate it, making Xiao Qi jealous. He started another round of eating dumplings, searching for the coin. "Eat slowly. Be careful not to overstuff yourself and feel uncomfortable," Gu Qing warned as she saw Xiao Qi stuffing 2 dumplings into his mouth at once. Xiao Qi shook his head, saying he could handle it. Gu Qing helplessly helped look for the dumpling with the coin. When she poked one with her chopsticks and felt something hard inside, she quickly picked it out and handed it to the little boy. "Try this one." Little Koike hesitated but took a bite. When he tasted the coin, his eyes widened with surprise, and he happily looked at Gu Qing. "Daddy really has won. I found it. I will have good luck next year too." The little boy cheered and danced with joy. Gu Qing worried that Yan Yan might be disappointed if she didn't find a coin, so he gave her one. To his surprise, after she found her coin, she handed it to Gu Qing. "Daddy, I give you my luck. I hope you are happy every day." Gu Qing looked at the coin, feeling very touched and almost moved to tears. His eyes welled up, but he quickly looked up at the roof. It's New Year's, and he shouldn't cry. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Xiao Wu took the 2 children to visit relatives. Gu Qing didn't go with them. Wang Shi also made sweet sticky rice balls for Gu Qing and asked Xiao Wu to bring them back. She also gave Yan Yan and little Koike 5 cents each as New Year's money. The 2 kids were hesitant to accept it and looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu understood it was a gesture of kindness from the elders. He nodded, signaling they could take the money. Little Koike happily took the coin, and his little mouth was as sweet as honey. He praised Wang Shi so much that she couldn't stop smiling. This year, Huzi's family had Su Gur and his father, making the household lively. Su Gur's father seemed in a good mood, or maybe the medicine was working, because he was much healthier. Although he couldn't do farm work, he helped with cooking and small chores. During the New Year, Huzi's father drank a few more cups. When drunk, he started chattering about Gu Haichin and Su Gur. The young couple kept quiet. Seeing he wouldn't stop, Huzi's mother stepped in and said, "It's their business, so don't interfere. Finish your drink and go to bed." Huzi's father wasn't upset by his wife's scolding and just smiled foolishly. The liveliest place was still Gu Ernyang's family. Gu Wang's mother stayed with her older brother. Every year, she visited her brother for the New Year. This year, there was some disagreement among the brothers and no one wanted to spend much money. Even the wives working in the kitchen had their own thoughts. After a few drinks, the brothers cleared up their past grudges. On New Year's Eve, they almost fought, which made the old lady so angry she couldn't get out of bed. On the 13th day of the first lunar month, every household started busy making lanterns and rolling rice balls to prepare for the Lantern Festival on the 15th. On that day, every home hung lanterns outside. When night fell, a full moon rose in the sky, creating a peaceful, calm, and icy scene. Red lanterns filled with wishes were lit one by one. In front of each house, a bonfire was lit in the open space. The whole family crossed over the fire in order, symbolizing driving away evil spirits and sickness, removing bad luck, and praying for good fortune and happiness. When the bonfire burned out, the elders used a fork to pick up the remaining embers and held them up in the air. They looked at the sparks to see if the ashes resembled a grain of rice or wheat, using this to predict which crop would have a good harvest this year. Every household not only lit fires in their yards but also in front of their doors and even on the streets. The snow-covered ground added a lively touch, and the whole village shone brightly under the glow of the flames. Children carried lanterns made from carrots or steamed bread, running around happily. After the fires went out, they went home to eat rice balls. After eating the rice balls, they rolled on the snow in nearby fields, chanting, "Rolling ice, no back pain, no leg ache," feeling light and healthy. Xiao Wu carefully wrapped his husband to keep him warm, planning to take him rolling on the ice. Two children and Huzi played outside happily, holding lanterns made by Grandma Huzi from carrots. The skillful elders made these lanterns small and delicate, so even if they ran around wildly, the candles inside wouldn't tip over or be blown out by the wind. Soon, someone would call their children to come home. Huzi was also called back. The villagers called the Lantern Festival Rolling Ice Festival. Rolling on the ice and eating rice balls are both essential activities on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Xiao Wu also called the children back, ready to go rolling on the ice. Behind Xiao Wu's house is a mountain, with a flat area where they rolled ice last year. When they arrived, Xiao Bo broke free from Xiao Wu's hold and rolled, and played happily on the ice. Xiao Wu supported his husband and slowly lay down. Gu Qing only rolled a few times before Xiao Wu helped him up, worried he might catch a cold from the cold ice. Wang Shi and Gu Qing said that rural paper lanterns are made with red paper, but in town, they use colorful paper, making them look very beautiful. The town's main street is lined with colorful lanterns, and everyone carries lanterns as they stroll, making the street as bright as daytime. There are also stage performances with singing and acting. People bring small stools from home to watch, munching on sunflower seeds and snacks, happily listening to the performances. The rice balls on the street are freshly made and cooked on the spot. After walking around, people stop at food stalls to enjoy a bowl of rice balls and hot soup, feeling warm all over. During the town's lantern festival, there are moon gazing, lighting lanterns and fireworks, guessing riddles, lion dances, yanga dances, and beating drums. Xiao Wu promised Gu Qing and the children that next year they would go to the town to celebrate. They would stay at a guest house for a few days so the children could have fun. Gu Qing is quite looking forward to the Lantern Festival next year. In his memory, the festival is always about eating rice balls and watching fireworks. Festivals with fireworks like now make him look forward to seeing new things. Living a predictable life gives him hope, and then days feel meaningful. After the 15th day, the new year is basically over. Gu Qing's family has been eating leftover food for many days. They made a lot of dishes this year, mostly hearty ones, and throwing them away would be wasteful. So, they keep eating them slowly. Xiao Wu isn't picky. As long as he has warm food to fill his stomach, he's happy. Seeing the children look sad about eating leftovers day after day, Gu Qing can only steam egg cakes or cook new dishes for them each meal. He and Xiao Wu eat the leftovers. Part of this has been cut due to unavoidable reasons. The original is on WB. Gu Qing suddenly falls seriously ill. Granny Zhou, who knows a little medicine, is busy taking care of him inside the house. Wang Shi feels uneasy and pulls Xiao Wu aside, saying, "You should take the donkey cart to town and call the doctor over, just in case." Xiao Wu feels panicked. The sudden change frightens him. A tense atmosphere fills the air. The more he thinks about it, the more scared he becomes. He doesn't even dare to breathe heavily. After a while, he reacts and quickly goes to the old house to get the donkey cart, planning to call the doctor. Huzi's father stops him, saying, "I'll go get the doctor. You stay at home and watch over Qingge." Xiao Wu looks gratefully at Huzi's father. He doesn't dare speak, afraid his voice will crack with tears. "Xiao Wu, go inside and check on Qingge. He might be." At this moment, Xiao Wu no longer cares about manners. He almost runs into the house, stumbling and falling, scraping his face and hands. He gets up again and rushes inside. Xiao Wu cries. He's never seen such a scene before. He kneels by the bed, clutching his husband's hand tightly.
Qing.
He's gone to call the doctor. "You won't be hurt. Don't be afraid." Gu Qing turns his head and tries to breathe steadily, smiling at Xiao Wu. "Don't cry." He wants to reach out and wipe Xiao Wu's tears, but he is too weak to lift his hand. Gu Qing feels his life slowly slipping away. He's afraid he won't survive. If he dies, he worries about the children and Xiao Wu. "Don't cry. Brother Wu, I think I can't hold on much longer. Xiao Wu feels hopeless, like falling into a bottomless abyss. All his thoughts turn dark. It feels like something is blocking his throat and he can't make a sound. The one I worry about the most is Yan Yan. Our Yan Yan is so young, but so sensible. I fear she will suffer after she gets married. Gu Qing's breath was shallow, and he paused after speaking a few words. Qinger, be good. You won't be in danger. The doctor will come soon. Let's not talk about it anymore. Xiao Wu didn't want to hear his husband's words, as if he was giving last words. Gu Qing shook his head. Let me finish.
I'm afraid.
I won't have another chance to speak later. The jade bracelet you gave me. I've never been willing to take it out. I hid it at the bottom of the quilt chest. If I die, when Yan Yan gets married, you give her the bracelet, and give her 10 acres of land to support her, so her in-laws won't look down on her. If Yan Yan suffers any wrongs, you must bring her back, and raise her yourself. Gu Qing's voice was broken and uneven. Xiao Wu felt sad inside. He bit his lip, unable to hold back his emotions, tears streaming down as he shook his head desperately. Qinger, I can't do it. I can't live without you. You must be strong. The doctor will come soon. In Gu Qing's mind, Xiao Qi was a clever, sweet-talking boy with many future options. Even if he couldn't pass the exams, he could learn martial arts with Xiao Wu, go hunting in the mountains, or work in the fields. He wouldn't go hungry. But Yan Yan was different. A young girl getting married might face a harsh mother-in-law or a cowardly husband who wouldn't stand up for her. Since Xiao Wu wasn't around, Yan Yan might suffer wrongs. He needed to prepare more dowry for her, so she could stand firm in her husband's family. Gu Qing's thoughts became chaotic. Memories flashed through his mind like a movie. It said that dying people often look back on their lives, and now he believed it. The scenes in his mind became clearer, like a film playing. The vague past events started to become sharp and distinct. Brother Wu, if I die, you find someone else. A good-tempered, kind-hearted girl. If you're unsure, ask your mother-in-law to help find someone. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Gu Qing's mouth. Xiao Wu shook his head like a rattledrum, unable to stop sobbing, like a stray dog abandoned and lost. I won't look for anyone. I want only you. Qinger, please pity me. You must hold on until the doctor comes. In the end, Gu Qing spat out the bitter herbs he had been holding in his mouth. Xiao Wu couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't watch his husband leave without trying. He stood up, rushing out to find the doctor. His Qing'er was blessed and strong. He wouldn't die. His first half of life was like a drifting reed, full of neglect, cold looks, and insults. Now he finally has a home and a caring husband. But in just 2 years, heaven seems ready to take away his only happiness. He doesn't believe heaven can be so cruel. His husband is so kind. He shouldn't suffer like this. Xiao Wu is unwilling and refuses to accept fate. He must find someone to save his husband. If Qing'er dies, he fears he won't be able to go on living. Doctor is here. The doctor has arrived. Huzi's father hurried back with the donkey cart, jumped down, and pulled the doctor toward the yard. Hurry up, hurry up, Wang Shi anxiously greeted the doctor as he entered the house. Xiao Wu was about to go out to find help when he heard someone shout that the doctor had arrived. He quickly wiped away his tears, got up from the ground, and, as if clutching a lifeline, scrambled and crawled outside. Go boil this medicine, and give it to him to drink. The doctor handed the medicine to Wang Shi. Xiao Wu tried to steady his mind. He couldn't panic. His husband still needed him. He couldn't cause trouble for the doctor. He told the doctor that he only wished his husband could survive. He dared not ask for anything more. The herbal decoction was prepared, and the doctor and Granny Zhou went inside together. Xiao Wu anxiously waited outside the door. As time passed, the sun set, and fewer people remained in Xiao Wu's yard. His tense emotions did not ease. He pounded the door hard. How is my husband? The door opened from inside. Granny Zhou said. Qing'er fainted. At this moment, Xiao Wu couldn't care about anything else. He just wanted to see his husband. Granny Zhou stopped him. The doctor is giving him injections. No one can go in now. Please wait a little. Xiao Wu paced back and forth outside, anxious. After a while, the doctor came out, wiping sweat from his forehead. He's asleep. Prepare some food for him. When he wakes up, give it to him. Can I go in now? The doctor nodded. Gu Qing, lying on the Kong, looked pale with his eyes tightly closed. Xiao Wu's heart ached. He staggered a few steps and half knelt by the bed, carefully holding his husband's hand. He held his breath and watched quietly. When Gu Qing finally woke up in the middle of the night, he saw Xiao Wu standing guard beside him. Xiao Wu's posture hadn't changed since he entered. He stared at his husband without blinking. When he saw that Gu Qing was awake, a huge stone in his heart finally fell. His tense emotions could no longer be contained. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his heart had long been shattered. He didn't know how many times he had nearly collapsed inside. No one could understand the extent of his heartbreak. He tightly held Gu Qing's hand, leaning half his body onto Gu Qing, crying softly with a trembling voice, gasping for breath. Gu Qing endured the tears in his eyes and gently comforted him. I'm fine now. Don't cry. I almost lost you. If you had died. Xiao Wu hesitated, unable to finish his words. He wanted to say, if you die, I won't live alone. But he dared not speak it, afraid his husband would be angry. Xiao Wu looked up, his rough hand still clutching his husband's hand, tears and snot covering his face, as if he had suffered great injustice, unaware that he seemed to be the one who had narrowly escaped death. It's my fault for not taking good care of you. It's all my fault. All my fault. Xiao Wu's voice was choked with sobs, trembling as he spoke. The day's torment, from despair to hope regained, nearly broke Xiao Wu's heart multiple times. He was overwhelmed with guilt, feeling he was drowning in self-blame. If it hadn't been for him back then, his husband wouldn't have suffered so much. I'm hungry. Gu Qing, unable to bear his constant crying, changed the subject. Hearing that his husband was hungry, Xiao Wu hurried out to find food, not forgetting to remind him before leaving, don't move around, I'll be back soon. Wang Shi found 2 little babies at the gate of Zhao's courtyard. They were adorable, with delicate features. After discussing, Xiao Wu and Gu Qing decided to adopt the 2 children. The doctor's fee was paid by Wang Shi, and before leaving, the doctor left some medicine for Gu Qing to drink. Although Gu Qing survived, his vitality was damaged, so he needed good care to recover. Huzi's father respectfully sent the doctor back to town with a donkey cart. Huzi's mother and Su Ger prepared food for Gu Qing in the kitchen and also heated the heated bed, to keep Gu Qing warm, worried he might catch cold. For several days, Xiao Wu personally took care of Gu Qing, attending to every detail, afraid he might fall ill again. Xiao Wu almost became a crying mess, secretly wiping tears. After this incident, Xiao Wu seemed to grow up suddenly. He even learned to cook, making soups and tonic stews to help Gu Qing regain strength. The 2 adopted babies had been drinking rice porridge since birth. Luckily, Xiao Wu's family had 5 sheep, so although the milk was limited now, it was enough for the 2 children. The 2 little boys were handsome, with fair skin, big black eyes like grapes, and loud voices. When they cried, even Zhou Pa couldn't handle it. Gu Qing had never taken care of children before. Zhou Pa had always helped watch them. Wang Shi, Huzi's mother, and Gu Ernyang also often came to help. Both babies were adorable, handsome, and fearless, smiling at everyone they saw. A group of women found the babies charming and often came to Zhao's house, eager to hold them. When the child was 2 months old, Granny Zhou finally returned to town. Wang Shi repeatedly nagged Xiao Wu and Gu Qing to give the baby a name. Gu Qing thought for a long time but couldn't decide on a name. Seeing her husband frowning, Xiao Wu suggested a simple, easy-to-remember name. Why not call him Xiao Big Dog or Xiao Second Dog? Gu Qing squinted and glared at him. Xiao Wu sensed something was wrong and quickly changed his words. Maybe we should think more carefully. Names are important. He then smiled at his wife in a friendly way. Gu Qing rolled her eyes at him. Xiao Wu's suggestion of Big Dog and Second Dog was too silly. These names weren't as nice as Xiao Huang's. Gu Qing decisively chose the names. The older brother would be Xiao Sui, and the younger Xiao Tua. Her husband's words were like an order, so Xiao Wu had no objections. But he didn't give up. He wanted to name the kids Big Dog and Second Dog as nicknames, which made Gu Qing so angry she refused to speak to him for 2 days. Realizing her husband was truly angry, Xiao Wu didn't dare to mention it again. In the end, they named the children by taking the last character of their full names. The older was Xiao Sui, and the younger Xiao Tua. Now they had 2 more children, and without elders to help take care of them, Gu Qing was busy all day. Xiao Wu also seemed busy, but kept his activities secret, leaving early and returning late, acting very mysteriously. Gu Qing was curious. Every time she asked, he would hesitate and not tell her. She decided not to ask anymore, trusting that Xiao Wu wouldn't do anything bad. Gu Qing had a habit. Every so often, she would take out the money box from the bed cabinet and count the silver inside, feeling reassured. But this time, she found that 200 taels of silver were missing. Her first thought was that the house had been robbed, but then she remembered she had been at home watching the children every day. She hadn't seen any strangers or thieves. The only explanation was that Xiao Wu had secretly taken the money without telling her. Gu Qing spent the whole day lost in thought, wondering what Xiao Wu was planning to do with so much silver. Recently, Xiao Wu had been distracted and seemed preoccupied. What was he up to? These days, Xiao Wu had been going hunting in the mountains secretly, returning at night. He didn't dare bring the game home, instead storing it at Wang Shi's house. Wang Shi had been terrified by Xiao Wu's hunting trophies. Xiao Wu caught live animals, kept in cages, but they would cry loudly in the middle of the night. Sometimes, when she was half asleep and went to the toilet, she would be startled by the green eyes glowing in the yard. That night, Xiao Wu went hunting as usual, then returned to the clan leader's house, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and entered the house with a normal expression. He habitually looked at the bed. Gu Qingyan and Xiao Qi both kept the same posture, arms crossed in front of their chests, watching him. Xiao Wu thought to himself that Xiao Sui and Xiao Tua were still young, otherwise, now 5 people would be sitting on the Kong, scrutinizing him. What's wrong? Xiao Wu asked nervously, speaking hesitantly. Yan Yan asked, what did you go do? Xiao Qi asked, why is your body so dirty? Gu Qing said, we lost 200 silver taels at home. The 3 men spoke in unison. Are you saying it was you who took it? Maybe. Maybe mice stole it. Our family definitely has mice problems. Xiao Wu didn't want to tell his husband the secret for now. He was blaming the mice for the trouble. Do you think I can believe that? Gu Qing stood up, chin slightly raised, looking down at him. Xiao Wu awkwardly smiled. I really don't know. Are you hungry? I'll go cook. The food is already ready. You can't change the subject. Gu Qing didn't give him a chance to dodge. Xiao Wu scratched his head nervously, giving his husband a silly, pleading smile, then changed the subject again. It's pretty hot in here. I'm going outside to wash my face. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him with a stern look, Gu Qing's eyes flickered, revealing a mischievous smile like a little fox. Just wait, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. That night, after the children had fallen asleep, Gu Qing tiptoed onto Xiao Wu, gently pecking at his lips now and then. Xiao Wu's long, strong arms wrapped around his husband, his voice tinged with desire. Are you teasing me? Gu Qing ignored him. His small hand slipped into Xiao Wu's waist, then downwards, exploring. His tongue lingered, teasing Xiao Wu's ear. Want to try something more exciting? Gu Qing fought back his shyness, speaking seductively, like a tempting fairy. Xiao Wu couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling completely captivated by his husband, nodding dazedly. Xiao Wu felt a tingling scalp, but his husband stopped. Unsatisfied, Xiao Wu signaled him to continue. But Gu Qing climbed out, his voice with a hint of enchantment as he whispered in his ear. What exactly have you been doing these days? Be honest, I'll reward you. Xiao Wu suddenly snapped out of his daze, puzzled why his husband was so enthusiastic today. Turns out, he had set a trap. This beautiful plan was very effective. Xiao Wu was so drawn in he lost his senses and confessed everything. It was because of the past life and death separation that Xiao Wu regretted not marrying his husband earlier. Getting married was a lifelong event. Over the past 2 years, his husband had never questioned their simple customs. Xiao Wu had thought that as long as their hearts were together, they could live happily without fuss. Having gone through this experience, he doesn't want to have any regrets. He wants to give Qingye only the best he can find. He plans to openly marry his husband. A few days ago, he specifically went to town to ask Aunt Zhou about a matchmaker who helps with marriages for wealthy families and landowners. This matchmaker is quite skilled. She is about the same age as Aunt Zhou and always wears a small red flower on her head. She is very clever and knows everything about matchmaking. Xiao wanted her advice on what to buy for the wedding and also asked her to visit Gujia village to help him propose. He told her that if he wanted to marry his husband properly, he needed to prepare the 3 letters and 6 ri, 4 kin, 5 jin, an 8-carriage sedan, 10 miles of red decorations, and 12 posters. These are the formal wedding customs. But ordinary families don't need to be so extravagant. If they value the groom, they just follow the usual wedding rules. Visit the bride's family first, give betrothal gifts, set the wedding date, and then hold the wedding ceremony. Xiao Wu didn't know much about these customs. He gave the matchmaker 2 taels of silver and asked her to give him some advice. The matchmaker happily took the silver and promised to take him shopping. First, she took him to buy 8 main items. First, you need to buy a comb, said the matchmaker. It's called combing to the end, meaning a lifelong union. The first comb symbolizes starting a life together, the second comb means growing old together, and the third suggests having many children. The comb represents both tying the hair and hoping the couple will love and stay with each other forever. Next is scissors, she continued. They symbolize cutting away troubles and also imply that after marriage, the couple will have a prosperous and beautiful future. Then there's a pair of scales, she said. They mean happiness and harmony, and also symbolize having many children and a long-lasting family line. Also, you need to buy a mirror, she added. It represents completeness and beauty and is a wish for the bride's good looks and a happy marriage. Xiao Wu nodded. The mirror was perfect, round, and complete. Then there's an abacus, she said. It symbolizes wealth and stability in the future, with abundant sources of income. Also, a money box, she explained. This is a must-have for the bride's dowry. You or the groom's family can buy it as long as it's ready when she leaves home. It shows the groom's family is wealthy and will look up to her family. Don't forget the small scale, she added. It's used to weigh things and means a prosperous life with plenty of food and no worries after marriage. He received silver, and the matchmaker naturally did her best. She also told Xiao Wu the reasons for each purchase. Besides that, Xiao Wu bought red cloth to ask Wang's help in making wedding clothes. He rented a cart at the livestock market, preparing to pick up the bride on the wedding day. He also went to the rouge shop, buying lead powder, rouge, and lip balm. The matchmaker told him these items were for the groom's makeup on the wedding day. She took him to choose a finished large red wedding quilt, embroidered with lively mandarin ducks using shining gold thread. He even prepared red clothes for the 4 children, along with window decorations, candies, peanuts, melon seeds, longans, red dates, and meat, fish, and wine for the wedding feast, all now piled at Wang's house. Originally, he wanted to surprise his groom. The night before the wedding, he found an excuse to let Gu Qing stay overnight at the clan leader's house. The next morning, he planned to go and propose marriage. But Xiao Wu blamed himself for lacking self-control. Then he thought, only a fool would refuse good meat. Since he had mentioned it, he had to have it. Otherwise, he would lose a lot. Since meeting his groom, Xiao Wu had been patient and restrained, afraid of hurting him. He also worried that his groom hadn't been well taken care of, and if this continued, he would forget what meat tastes like. Should I keep going? Gu Qing blinked in the dark, turned to his side, and whispered softly into Xiao Wu's ear. Xiao Wu's throat moved, and he responded hoarsely, with his abdomen muscles tightening as he spoke. Gu Qing could feel Xiao Wu's chest rising and falling intensely. Suddenly, Xiao Wu rolled over, pinning his groom beneath him, taking control. Gu Qing was startled. "Be quiet, or you'll wake the children." Xiao Wu leaned down and kissed his groom's lips softly, saying, "I'll be gentle." Lights out. Having explained everything, Xiao Wu had been openly going to the town these days, but he didn't mention what he bought. He still wanted to keep some surprises. He also bought fabric for the clan leader and Wang to make 2 new outfits. He and Qing were not elders, so when they paid respects, it would be to them. Wang's tears flowed when she heard this. She was truly happy for Gu Qing. These tears were tears of joy. The night before the wedding, Xiao Wu took Gu Qing to the clan leader's house, telling him to wait patiently. He promised to pick him up early the next morning to bring him home. Gu Qing was worried about the 4 children, but Xiao Wu patted his chest and assured him he would take good care of them, so he could rest assured. Xiao Wu immediately took the children to Huzi's house, and also brought the red satin clothes prepared for the children. Huzi's family had many members, and since Zhao's children looked handsome and charming, the grandmothers and elders were very happy. In the evening, 5 brothers of Gu Deong, along with Gu Wanhua and Huzi's father, went to Zhao's house to help decorate the new home. The red lantern hanging on the main door was taken down by Huzi's father, who told Xiao Wu that lanterns should hang south, not north, and should be double rather than single, as it symbolizes good fortune and happiness coming in pairs. Since Zhao's new house faced north, the lantern was moved to the old house. The beddings were also replaced with new ones, and a large red embroidered mandarin duck wedding quilt was moved from the main hall to the small cabinet in the main room. On the table, there were boxes of wedding cakes and snacks. He also specially bought mooncakes, cloud cakes, peanuts, red dates, longans, and melon seeds. The wedding cake boxes were filled with 2 layers of treats. He painted the door red and was told that hanging bats would symbolize happiness and good fortune, especially in the bridal chamber, representing a happy and perfect marriage. The bats were not real animals, but handcrafted decorations bought from a shop by the mediator, very delicate and detailed. Gu Haochen also specially wrote a couplet. Upper line, 100 years of harmonious singing. Lower line, 2 beauties unite in a good marriage. Horizontal inscription, flying together side by side. Xiao Wu knew few characters, but it didn't affect his happiness. He looked at the couplet for a while, then happily pasted it on the door. After decorating the house, they also needed to prepare tables, chairs, and benches for the wedding banquet the next day. They also had to find helpers. Huzi's father told him he only needed to prepare the food and meat. The helpers had already been arranged the day before. Everyone was happy for Gu Qinggao, saying he had survived a great difficulty and would have good fortune ahead. They all eagerly helped to share in the happiness and good luck. Everything was ready, and they just waited for the wedding day. The next morning, the town's matchmaker led the wedding procession to Zhao's house. Xiao had already changed into a red wedding suit. He was tall and handsome, and his face was full of joy, looking even more charming than usual. The procession was lively with drums, gongs, and suona music, and villagers followed along to join the celebration. Among the crowd, Xiao Wu rode a tall horse with a big red flower on its head, leading the way. The matchmaker was beside him, wearing a festive red dress and a red flower on her head. The more guests there were, the happier the hosts felt. The matchmaker sprinkled lucky money into the crowd, and everyone who caught some said auspicious words. The scene was very lively. When they reached the clan leader's house, Xiao Wu dismounted. The matchmaker knocked on the door of the clan leader's house. Is the clan leader and his wife at home? I am the village matchmaker, entrusted by the Xiao family to come and ask for your young brother's hand in marriage. With drums and gongs sounding loudly and a grand procession, surely the clan leader's family could hear it? They were already waiting at the door. Just as the matchmaker finished speaking, the door was opened from inside by Mrs. Wang, who smiled warmly and welcomed the group into the yard. Villagers gathered around to watch the lively scene. Those who couldn't get close climbed onto the walls, surrounding the clan leader's house. The matchmaker waved to the leader at the front of the group, and a line of people laid out the prepared betrothal gifts. The matchmaker cleared his throat and loudly announced, "These are the wedding gifts for the young brother." Everyone curiously gathered around to see, and the gifts were all valuable, something unique in Gujia village. There was a gold bracelet, a pair of silver bracelets, a pair of silver hairpins, and various fabrics. Xiao Wu also prepared a dark brown cloud brocade fabric for the clan leader and bought a silver bracelet for Mrs.
Wang.
After completing these steps, Mrs. Wang was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. She shared the snacks and candies she had prepared earlier with the people watching, so everyone could share in the joy. Gu Qing, wearing a red veil, was carried into a carriage by Xiao Wu. Then he quickly mounted his horse, happily rode back home with his groom, satisfied and content. Father and Mother Huzi, along with Yan Yan and Xiaoqi, waited outside Zhao's house. When they arrived, tall and strong Xiao Wu carried the groom out of the carriage, crossed the fire basin, and entered the main hall. The clan elders sat in the main hall. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to the elders. Married couple bow to each other. Send the bride into the bridal chamber. These words were shouted by the leader of the wedding procession, grand and commanding, full of authority. This whole process made Xiao Wu look perfect. He was finally able to marry Qing'er openly and happily, with a big smile on his face. "Qing'er, I'll go entertain the guests. Are you hungry? I'll have someone bring you some food." Gu Qing shook his head. Xiao Wu scratched his head, unsure of what else to say. He wanted to stay with his groom longer, but after a while, his groom didn't speak either. Reluctantly, he went out to toast the guests. After Xiao Wu left, Gu Qing lifted his veil. He wanted to wash his face with water, but Mrs. Wang had been applying stuff to his face early in the morning. He tried to speak several times but hesitated, his face looking like a small paper doll. He didn't want Xiao Wu to see him like this, but outside there were people. On the wedding day, the groom couldn't lift his red veil until his husband used the Rui scale to do so. There was no way to go outside, and there was no water in the room. Gu Qing had to give up and wait patiently for Xiao Wu to come and see his strange appearance. The door was pushed open again. Su Gur carried a bowl of rice covered with vegetables. "Qing'er, have some food to fill your stomach. The groom will be busy until quite late." Gu Qing couldn't lift her veil, and her voice came from inside the red cover. "Thank you, Brother Su. You should go eat now." Brother Su smiled, put down his chopsticks, and left. It was late March, and everyone was eating in the yard without feeling cold. Instead, they kept drooling over the delicious dishes from the Xiao family. The feast was even better than when Gu Haochen got married. Yunxian Tower's owner sent a congratulatory gift, 50 taels of silver. Yunxian Tower's shopkeeper sent a congratulatory gift, 10 taels of silver. Everyone looked up at the sound. The person was a worker from Yunxian Tower, here to deliver the gift to Xiao Wu. He carried the gift from the carriage into the yard. The yard erupted with noise. "Isn't Yunxian Tower in town?" "Yes, it's in town. I saw the big sign when I was selling mountain products. Xiao Wu even knows people in town. I think Xiao Wu is quite impressive. Even Xiao Wu didn't expect that the owner and shopkeeper of Yunxian Tower would send a gift. He only did business with them and didn't tell anyone about the wedding plans. He was a bit puzzled how they knew. But today was a big day, so he didn't ask. He would thank them properly next time he went to town." After the wedding banquet, Xiao Wu wasn't too drunk. Luckily, Huzi's father and Gu Daong helped him hold his drink. Tonight was the wedding night, so he couldn't drink too much. Xiao Wu went inside and saw Gu Qing sitting on the Kong bed, wearing a red veil. Her obedient look made Xiao Wu feel soft-hearted. He tiptoed over and said, "Qing'er, are you feeling bored? Let me lift your veil." Xiao Wu picked up the Rui scale on the table and lifted the red veil. Gu Qing's face was even more delicate with makeup today, but she had never worn makeup before and was not used to it. Xiao Wu was stunned. His handsome bride, with this makeup, looked even more charming. She wore a bright red wedding dress that made her skin look whiter. Her hair was tied with a red ribbon, decorated with a jade hairpin they bought in the county. She wore jade bracelets on her wrists. Xiao Wu couldn't take his eyes off her, feeling he could never get enough. Gu Qing was a little nervous under his gaze. She thought maybe her makeup was too scary, and Xiao Wu was stunned. She didn't know what to say, and clenched the fabric on her lap nervously. Xiao Wu came back to himself, cleared his throat softly, and said gently, "Let's drink the toast now." On the table was a small wine jar and 2 small cups, all red and festive. The jar was covered with a paper cutout of the character, Double Happiness. Xiao Wu took down the Double Happiness character, poured 2 glasses of wine, 1 for each person. After drinking the toast, Xiao Wu carried his husband onto the bed, and their bodies pressed together. For a moment, omitted here, the morning air was fresh, with a thin mist covering the sky, like a protective shield over the land. Sunlight shone through the mist, illuminating the white ground and reflecting a silver glow that dazzled the eyes. Xiao Wu woke up early. Looking at his sleeping husband, he felt both satisfied and peaceful. His eyes drifted downward to see the tiny marks on his husband's exposed skin. Xiao Wu's expression darkened. He kissed his husband's forehead and left to pick up the children. Last night, Yan Yan and Xiaoxi were taken away by Wang Shi. The 2 younger sons were still at Huzi's house, and it was not good to trouble others all the time. The yard had already been cleaned by the helpers. Last night, he went straight to the new house, which Wang Shi and Gunyang had stayed behind to help tidy up. The banquet tables, borrowed from neighbors, were still in Xiao Wu's yard. They were used only once, so buying new ones would be wasteful. On the way, Xiao Wu happily greeted everyone he saw, which was quite rare. He first went to Huzi's house to pick up the 2 little ones, then to the clan leader's house to fetch the 2 younger children. When he returned home, Gu Qing was already awake and cooking in the kitchen. Yesterday, leftover basket from the banquet was specially kept for them by Shug. Gu Qing was quite exhausted from last night and felt uncomfortable all over. This morning, he simply reheated some food and ate lightly. "Qing, I'll light the fire. You rest a bit." Gu Qing ignored him and focused on warming the milk for the children. After heating the milk, he gracefully turned around to feed the children. Xiao was a bit confused. Was his husband angry? But he only said 1 sentence that morning. During breakfast, Xiao Wu deliberately pressed his leg close to his husband's leg. Gu Qing said nothing and moved his leg away. His husband didn't want to sit next to him, and Xiao Wu felt disappointed and confused. He couldn't understand what was wrong with his husband. A feeling of grievance grew in his heart. He pursed his lips and frowned, stopped eating, and sulked on the side. Afraid his husband hadn't noticed his mood, Xiao Wu intentionally made some noise. Xiao Qi looked at his father with confusion. "Dad, you can't leave food, eat it all." Xiao Wu usually didn't allow the children to leave food. He insisted they eat what they could and not waste. Finally, Xiao Qi caught him leaving food and reminded him. If Xiao Wu was just feeling a little upset earlier, now he was truly annoyed. His husband hadn't noticed he was unhappy, but his son had seen him leave food in his bowl. Xiao Wu, angry, greedily ate his meal without bothering to eat vegetables and choked on his food. After eating, Yan Yan and Xiao Qi went to play with Huzi. Gu Qing sat on the Kong in the main room, gently rocking a rattle to soothe the children. Suddenly, the door was pushed open with a bang. Xiao Wu stormed in angrily, not giving Gu Qing a chance to speak. He carried the person onto the bed in the main room. Xiao Wu was very upset. His husband was angry with him, refused to talk, and wouldn't get close. He quietly pressed his face against his husband's body. As he smelled the soft, warm scent, he couldn't help but lick his husband's neck a few times. Gu Qing felt ticklish, but tried not to laugh. Worried he might do something silly, he clenched his fists and patted Xiao Wu's back. "Stop messing around. Get up quickly." Xiao Wu whined, but refused to get up. "You're ignoring me today. Last night I said enough. Why didn't you stop? Did you get drunk and start acting wild?" Gu Qing remembered feeling a bit angry about last night. No matter what soft words he used, they didn't work. Xiao Wu was like a hungry wolf. Hearing this, Xiao Wu smiled shyly. Last night, he had indeed gone a bit overboard because of the alcohol, which made his husband angry. Xiao Wu sat up, scratched his head, and after thinking for a while, didn't know how to cheer up his husband. Finally, he said awkwardly, "Qing, maybe you should hit me once."
Don't ignore me.
"I feel so stuffy inside when you do." Gu Qing shot him a cold look. He wouldn't hit him. Xiao Wu's body was hard, and hitting him would just hurt his hand. Qing'er, don't be mad. I'll try to control myself from now on. Xiao Wu pressed close to Gu Qing like a bear. Gu Qing pushed him away forcefully. Stop messing around. The kids might cry later. I'll go check on them. Hearing this, Xiao Wu knew his husband wasn't angry anymore. I'll go feed the animals. I'll go to the mountains later and come back at noon. Gu Qing nodded and warned, be careful in the mountains. Hearing his husband care about him again, Xiao Wu was overjoyed. He affectionately kissed Gu Qing's face heavily and then hurriedly ran off. Gu Qing wiped his face, smiling helplessly. Despite being a father of 4, he still didn't seem to grow up. As the weather warmed, the chickens started laying eggs. Wang Shi specially brought a straw chicken coop. Gu Qing placed the chicken coop on the rack. The chicks had grown up, so he wasn't worried about rats stealing them. They were free-range in the old house yard, and sometimes they caught insects to eat. After soothing the 2 little babies to sleep, Gu Qing tiptoed to the side room. With winter gone and spring arriving, it was almost time to start planting. He needed to prepare the pickled vegetables, which he had to eat up soon. Otherwise, when it got hot, they would spoil. After a long winter, only the bottom of the jar remains of the salted mushrooms and wild fern. The meat in the large outside jar probably still weighs about 10 jin, roughly 5 kilograms. It's starting to thaw, and it's too much to eat all at once. Gu Qing has no choice but to turn some of the meat into preserved meat to keep for planting season, so his husband can eat to regain strength. Gu Qing takes the meat out of the jar and smells it closely. It hasn't gone bad, and he feels relieved. Actually, he doesn't know that during the celebration, Huzi's mother noticed there was still meat in his jar. She guessed he was busy watching the children and might have forgotten, so she kindly replaced the old meat with new meat. The feast was made from the old meat in his jar, but after the celebration, she was busy and forgot to tell him. Gu Qing carries the meat into the house. He specifically checks on the 2 little ones sleeping peacefully in the main hall. Seeing they are fine, he goes to the kitchen. The salted meat needs to be fried with salt first. He adds crushed wild chili peppers and slices of ginger to the salt. He gently stirs the wild chili and salt. The salt turns slightly yellow. While still hot, he puts the pork belly into the pot, coats it with salt, and then puts it into the jar. Every 2 days, he needs to reapply the salt. If water flows out of the meat during this process, he must pour it out quickly to prevent spoilage. After about 10 days, he finds a cool, ventilated place away from sunlight and hangs the meat for about 20 days. Then it's ready to eat. This method of making salted meat keeps well in a cool place until finished. It's especially good for making porridge, soups, and stir-fries. Most families don't bother making salted meat because it uses a lot of salt, and not everyone has so much meat. Only Xiao Wu is willing to buy it. By the time the meat is salted, it's almost noon. Gu Qing goes to the main hall to check on Xiao Sui and Xiao Tua. Both little boys are awake and not crying. When they see their father, they smile. Gu Qing habitually pats them lightly. Sui and Tua babble as if chatting with him. It's almost noon, so Gu Qing needs to hurry and cook. The men going up the mountain will be back soon. Fortunately, Yan and Xiao Qi have already returned. Gu Qing asks them to watch the younger brothers while he goes to the kitchen to cook. Don't underestimate Xiao Qi and Yan's age. They are quite experienced in taking care of the little ones. Although Yan didn't get her wish for a sister, she has 2 handsome brothers, which makes her happy. That's good enough. Gu Qing early on soaked some salted mushrooms and dried cucumbers. He plans to make stir-fried salted mushrooms with meat and stir-fried dried cucumbers with meat for lunch. He slices the prepared meat and plans to cook rice in a big pot, then stir-fry the vegetables later when Xiao Wu returns. The delicious smell of food wafted out, and Xiao Wu was also home. Today's harvest was quite good. He had caught a small roe deer, also called a gazelle. The villagers call this animal a silly gazelle. Every year around this time, the snow begins to melt, and the gazelles come out to find food. When they see a person's fur-covered bottom, they get scared and turn white. Then they bury their heads in the snow, thinking they can't be seen. Because of this, Villagers often go into the mountains to look for them. If they are lucky, they can catch a gazelle that has come down from the deep mountains. People in the village often say, hit the gazelle with a stick, scoop fish with a ladle, and wild chickens fly into the rice pot. Gazelles are quite valuable. Their meat is lean, tender, and tasty. It also helps strengthen the heart and lungs and boosts vitality. The town's wealthy men especially like it. One gazelle is worth at least 30 or 40 taels of silver. Gu Qing had never seen one before and wanted to reach out and touch it. Xiao Wu warned him, "This silly animal is very dirty. It loves to spit." Hearing this, Gu Qing quickly stepped back. Xiao Wu saw his husband taking small steps backward and couldn't help but laugh. He tied the gazelle to the old house to raise it until tomorrow, when he would take it to sell in town. This animal can't be kept for long because it stops eating after being caught and loses a lot of meat in a few days. So, they need to sell it quickly to get more silver. After tying up the gazelle, Gu Qing also finished cooking vegetables. Now, they have to eat in shifts because someone needs to watch the children. Xiao Wu was tired from climbing the mountain today, so Gu Qing felt sorry for him and told him to finish eating first. He hadn't done much today and wasn't very hungry. After dinner, the two of them counted the remaining silver coins at home. They found that they still had 450 taels left from their wedding savings. Gu Qing, who still had deep-seated ideas about buying a house from his previous life, discussed with Xiao Wu about buying a shop in town to rent out. The rent could bring in 20 or 30 taels a year. If they needed money later, they could sell it without losing much. Xiao Wu agreed with this idea. The next morning, he took a donkey cart with the gazelle and 10 wild rabbits to town. He took the gazelle straight to Yunxian Building, where it was a good season for eating wild game. Customers often asked if there was any wild meat available. The gazelle was a timely gift. Xiao Wu also prepared 2 rabbits for the shopkeeper as a thank you gift. However, after settling the payment, he didn't give the rabbits away. He stood in the backyard of Yunxian Building, hesitating for a long time. Finally, he scratched his head and said, "I specifically left 2 rabbits for you. You can try them tonight at home." The shopkeeper didn't refuse and happily took the rabbits. Xiao Wu asked him to help pass a message to Ji Dongjia. When he caught good pelts again, he would send one as a gift. The shopkeeper waved his hand and said, "Don't be polite. Your last piece of leather helped the master a lot, something that couldn't be fixed with money. One piece of leather solved the problem. The master has wanted to give you something as a thank you gift for a while. Coincidentally, you just got married, so he considers that settled." The shopkeeper himself didn't need to say much. Thanks to Xiao Wu's leather pieces, he had earned a lot. He needed to thank Xiao Wu properly. Hearing this, Xiao Wu relaxed and thanked the shopkeeper. Then, he hurried to the east side of town to find someone to ask about the shop. Before going home, he bought a bag of winter melon strips and some snacks for Yan Yan and Xiao Qi. Recently, there was little goat milk, so it was just enough for the 2 kids to drink. They hadn't had goat milk in a while. Xiao Wu was worried the children might feel left out, so every time he went to town, he brought some treats for them. Taking care of 2 babies was not easy. Just changing their diapers several times a day was tiring. Yan Yan felt sorry for her little father and always wanted to help wash the diapers, but Gu Qing never let her. Seeing how sensible Yan Yan was made Gu Qing feel a bit sad. His little daughter didn't need to be so mature. He wished Yan Yan could be more innocent and worry less. When Xiao Wu entered the yard, he saw his husband washing diapers. He quickly walked over, took the diaper from his hand and said, "The water's cold. You go inside and watch the kids. I'll wash them. From now on, I'll do this when I come back. Don't touch it." Xiao Wu had become quite skilled at washing diapers now. The cloth used for babies was fine cotton, so he had to wash gently. If he used too much force, he might tear the cloth. Gu Qing didn't get up. He squatted beside his husband, watching him carefully wash the diapers. He couldn't help but feel amazed. How did he get so lucky to meet such a good man? He couldn't hold back and leaned over to kiss Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's eyes twinkled with a smile. He looked into the house and saw no one coming out. He whispered to his husband, "One more kiss." Gu Qing ignored him, blushing and standing up to go back inside. When he saw his husband go into the house, Xiao Wu washed even more diligently, eager to finish quickly and join him. After washing the diapers, Xiao Wu took the snacks he bought for the children into the house. Yan Yan and Xiao Qi were so happy to see the treats they hugged them tightly, adorable as ever. Xiao Wu signaled to Gu Qing to go back to the main room, but Gu Qing seemed not to notice. He was focused on the children, ignoring him completely. Xiao Wu's eyes nearly squinted from squeezing them so hard. Still, his husband didn't respond. He cleared his throat and said, "Yan Yan, can you watch little brother for a while? Daddy and I need to discuss something." Although the words were spoken to Yan Yan, his gaze kept drifting toward the husband. Before Yan Yan could speak, Xiao Qi promised, "Father, don't worry, I will take good care of the younger brothers." Xiao Wu pulled Gu Qing out of the side room, closed the door with his foot, then carried the husband onto the main bed. He whispered in his ear, "Give me a kiss." Warm breath brushed lightly against Gu Qing's ear. Xiao Wu deliberately lowered his voice, speaking softly and deeply. Gu Qing felt very shy and placed his hands on Xiao Wu's chest to keep him at bay. "Stop messing around, the kids will see if they come out." Xiao Wu was unwilling to stop. He pinched Gu Qing's earlobe and kissed his face. Gu Qing softly warned him, "Don't make me say it twice. Get up quickly, it's broad daylight, behave properly." Afraid Gu Qing would really get angry, Xiao Wu reluctantly sat up and moved aside. "Since we have 2 more kids, you spend less and less time with me," Xiao Wu complained unhappily. He was a big man, but right now he looked like a spoiled brat. "I should have never adopted them, and I've caused you so much suffering." Xiao Wu's voice grew softer, worried Gu Qing might hear, but also wanting him to hear. Since the family had 2 more children, Gu Qing's first thought every morning was to check on them, warm their milk, change their clothes, wash them. He also had to take care of the older children's washing and meals, so naturally, he had less time for himself. Gu Qing felt a bit helpless. His husband was too good at seeking attention. If he gave in, he would become even more bold and overstep. Not giving in made Gu Qing feel a little sorry for him. He changed the subject and asked, "Did you check the shop in town?" Xiao Wu nodded, glanced at him, and thought Gu Qing was giving him an excuse to stop. If he annoyed Gu Qing, he might not be allowed to touch him tonight, and that would be bad. "Runya took me to see a few places. One shop is pretty good. The owner's husband went to gamble last winter, lost everything, and still owes a lot of silver. Now, the debt collectors are watching closely, so he has to sell the shop cheap. It has 2 floors, rented to a wine cellar. If we buy it, we won't need to rent it out again. The family has been there for years, with many regular customers. They're reluctant to move. Over the past 2 years, the wine cellar's 2 sons got married, bought a house, and bought land, spending all their money. Otherwise, it wouldn't be available for us." Gu Qing also thought it sounded good and asked, "How much silver?" 350 taels. Xiao Wu poured a glass of water from the small teapot on the bed table and cleared his throat. Gu Qing nodded. Currently, the family had enough silver money. After buying the shop, they still had less than 100 taels. If the family saved a bit on expenses, it could last 3 or 5 years. Moreover, they owned a lot of land and had ongoing businesses that brought in silver every year. "Then you should go again tomorrow and finalize everything," he said. Xiao Wu shook his head. "You need to go with me. The shop will be under your name. If not, when Xiao Qi goes to school later, it will be hard for him to advance." In the Great Jin Dynasty, officials were not allowed to do business. This rule was consistent through all dynasties to prevent officials from abusing their power, disrupting order, and causing harm to the country and people. Therefore, Confucian ideas deeply rooted in society, with officials at the top and merchants at the bottom. Gu Qing nodded, glad Xiao Wu was thoughtful. If this affected their child's future, they would be in big trouble. That night, Xiao Wu visited the clan leader's house, asking Wang Shi to help watch the children the next day. Wang Shi happily agreed. Since it was not yet busy season on the farm, she was happy to take care of the babies. Early the next morning, Wang Shi arrived. Gu Qing had prepared a urine basin in advance and placed it on the bed. "Grandma, the goat's milk is already squeezed. It's in the kitchen. If they cry or wet themselves, it's probably because they're hungry or need to pee." Thank you for helping. Wang Shi waved her hand. Hurry up and go. I've taken care of many children before. There's nothing I don't know. Just keep your worries at ease. Gu Qing smiled slightly and with Xiao Wu, took a donkey cart to the town. Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel emotional. It had been almost a year since they last went out together. The warm spring sun shone down, reflecting on their faces. Birds chirped nonstop in the woods, and the shade of the trees was dappled. The whole journey was peaceful and beautiful. Yanya told them that the small shop was called a shop, and the larger one was called a store. Although the shop wasn't big, it had 2 floors. If they didn't rent it out later, they could run a small business, living upstairs and working downstairs, both without interference. The entire street was lively, with people coming and going, selling all kinds of goods. It was a good location. Yanya also took them to look around the shop. Inside, there was a cash desk, with shelves on both sides filled with jars of wine. In the middle, there were 2 tables and 8 chairs. The space didn't seem small. After negotiating with the seller, they agreed on a price of 350 taels. The tenant had already paid 3 years' rent in advance. Since each year's rent was 20 taels, they deducted 60 taels from the total. Gu Qing paid him 290 taels. Then they went to the government office to complete the procedures, and the matter was settled. The couple rarely went out together, and soon the busy farming season would start, so they took this chance to buy seeds to take home. They rotate crops in the fields, changing every 3 years. They are afraid that planting the same crop continuously will weaken the soil and reduce the harvest. Their family's dry land was planted with corn for the past 2 years. This year, Xiao Wu and Gu Qing bought sorghum seeds. They are planting 8 acres of sorghum and leaving 2 acres for sweet potatoes. Last year, they still had some sweet potatoes left over, and they hadn't finished eating them. The sweet potatoes sprouted new shoots, so they kept some as seeds, saving money. After buying these seeds, the 2 of them didn't dare delay, worried the children might cause trouble. Wang Shi was busy and couldn't handle everything alone. When they got home, they saw that the 2 children and Wang Shi were getting along well, making small sounds that seemed like they understood what adults were saying. Gu Haochen was supposed to go to the county school in the city in March, but the expenses there were high, and studying was very costly. Although Gu Wanfu's family was considered wealthy in Gujia village, they had many family members, and their yearly expenses were quite large. Supporting a scholar to study was a bit tight financially. Gu Haochen discussed with his father about not going to the city school for now. Since he was still young, it was good to stay and settle down. He wanted to open a school in the village, which would be a way to review his lessons, help the village, and earn some money. It was a win-win situation. Grandmother Gu and Huzi's mother strongly supported this idea. So Gu Wanfu took his son to discuss with the village chief. Opening a school was a big matter, and they needed a scholar to be qualified. When the village chief heard that Gu Haochen wanted to open a school, he was so moved he almost cried tears of joy and almost knelt down to thank him. Most villagers had never learned to read or write. They didn't expect their children to become great talents, but if they could learn to read, they could find jobs in the town later. Earning a few coins a month was better than spending their whole lives working in the fields, facing the sun and the earth. In the past, villagers had suffered many losses because they couldn't read. When they went to work in the town, the overseer would give them a piece of paper and ask them to stamp with their handprints. Since they couldn't read, they just believed what was written. As a result, after several months of hard labor, they didn't earn a single coin. When they went back to ask the overseer, he changed his story, saying he had only promised to provide food, not monthly wages. Everything was clearly written on the paper. The village chief took everyone to seek justice several times, but failed each time. In the end, he could only swallow his anger and accept it. From now on, if Gu Haochen could teach the children in the village to read and write, they wouldn't be easily fooled again. During the new year, they wouldn't need to buy couplets. Their own children could write them. This was a proud achievement. The village chief was very excited. If their village could produce a few more talented students, the neighboring village leaders would envy him. He was also a bit worried about the cost of education. If the fees were too high, the villagers might not be willing to pay. After all, if they had money, They would have sent their children to the town school long ago, not waited until now. How much do you charge for tuition? He asked. 100 coins per quarter. If you don't have money, you can pay with grain, replied someone. The village chief was very happy to hear this. 100 coins was a small amount. Sending a child to the town school would cost at least 1 or 2 silver coins, not including the teacher's fee and gifts. This matter couldn't be delayed even for a moment. The village chief rang the gong loudly. When the villagers heard the sound, they gathered quickly. Seeing the village chief smiling happily, they knew something good was happening. When most people arrived, the village chief said, Teacher Gu plans to open a school in the village. There's an empty thatched hut at the east end of the village. Let's clean it up and use it as a classroom. Anyone with children, go to Wu Fufu's house to sign up. Everyone was overjoyed. How much is the tuition? Someone asked, standing on tiptoe in the crowd. 100 coins per quarter. If you don't have money, you can pay with grain. Hearing this, everyone cheered even more. They thanked Gu Haochen and praised Wu Fufu for raising such a good son, which made the village chief proud. Even Xiao was happy about this. Now, Xiao Qi wouldn't have to go to the town school. Studying in the village was safer, and his father wouldn't have to worry as much. Education was very important. No one was lazy this time. They all eagerly prepared the classroom for the children. In just one day, everything was cleaned and tidied. The snow in the yard was cleared, and, following Teacher Gu's instructions, they spread fine sand on the ground. The tables and benches inside the house were borrowed from each family. 2 long tables were pushed together, with 2 chairs behind each. A corridor was left in the middle. The tables and benches prepared for Gu Haochen were new, bought by villagers pooling their money and hiring a carpenter from a nearby village. All families with children signed up at Wu Fufu's house. Including Huzi, there were 22 students. After registering and collecting the tuition, Gu Haochen announced that the school would officially open next month. The villagers happily took their children home, satisfied. Gu Haochen's family was having dinner when a gentle knocking sound came from the door. The Gu family members at the table were still discussing, having already registered everything, so they wondered what else could be the matter. Gu Wanfu, feeling curious, put down his chopsticks and went to open the door. The person knocking was not an adult, but a child from the family of Mrs. Sengu. Mrs. Sengu's husband died early, and her daughter-in-law couldn't bear the hardships and ran away. Now only Mrs. Sengu and her grandson rely on each other. Little Potato, why are you here? Is your grandma feeling better? The nickname Little Potato was given by his grandma because, when she was pregnant with him, he refused to eat anything except potatoes. Little Potato's personality was different from other children. Maybe because of their family situation, even at a young age, he seemed calm and steady. Little Potato looked nervously at Gu Wanfu but remembered his grandma's words, gathered courage and shyly asked, Mr. Gu, are you still accepting students? My grandma said there isn't enough food at home. Can I wait until there's more before paying the tuition? Life was hard for Little Potato's family, and everyone in the village knew it. Sometimes villagers would help out, since they shared the same clan and kinship. No one wanted to see the orphaned old man and his grandson go hungry. Gu Wanfu gently patted Little Potato's head and said with sympathy, All right, when you have enough food at home, you can pay the tuition. Little Potato's eyes changed from nervous to happy. He bowed respectfully to thank Gu Wanfu and then hurried home to tell his grandma the good news. Back at the dinner table, Gu Wanfu shared this with his family, and everyone in the village knew about their situation. That child is about the same age as Huzi, but he's thin and small, looking several years younger than Huzi, Grandma Gu said with concern as she put down her bowl. If the tuition isn't enough, we can reduce what we collect from him, Huzi's mother added. Everyone's eyes focused on Gu Haochen because he was the teacher and they all respected his opinion. In the future, if he shows progress, I will find a reason to exempt him from paying the tuition, Gu Haochen said after some thought. He considered that if he directly halved or didn't collect tuition from Little Potato, villagers might have opinions. Also, since children often studied and played together, if they had disagreements, using tuition as an excuse could embarrass Little Potato. Hearing Gu Haochen's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Gu Haochen was a learned man and knew how to handle people well. When Gu Qing heard that Gu Haochen was going to set up a school in the village, he specially sewed a small, crossbody book bag for Little Chi. Little Chi was so happy he couldn't find his way. Now he didn't have to go to the town anymore. The school did not admit girls, but Yan Yan was not disappointed. The young girl didn't particularly enjoy studying, and now she found it quite suitable for her taste. On the first day of school, many villagers went to watch the excitement. They stood outside, peeking inside the house. Over 20 well-behaved children sat in the thatched hut, a bit crowded. There weren't enough tables, chairs, or benches, so 2 children had to share one bench. Once inside the school, the children and Gu Haochen became teacher and students. As the saying goes, once a teacher, forever a parent. Teacher and student relationships are like parent and child. The children had to bow to the teacher and also kneel before a more important teacher, the great sage Confucius. Not only students bowed, but Gu Haochen also kneeled with the children. Usually, they faced Confucius's statue and performed the 3 kneels and 9 bows ceremony. After bowing to Confucius, the children also bowed to their teacher, Gu Haochen, with a simple 1 kneel and 3 bows. The adults outside found this new and interesting. They stretched their necks to peek inside, afraid of missing any part of the ceremony. They whispered quietly, "Look at my son's new clothes. His mother made them especially for him. He bows very properly. The 4th child in the 2nd row is my son. I think he takes after me. He's clever, and maybe he'll become an official someday." When you mention officials, Gu Tianqi's family's Gu Xiaobao hasn't been seen for days. Behind them, Gu Qianshan's wife pushed forward and whispered, "Don't you know? She was taken back to her family after being punished at the ancestral hall. Since then, she's been arguing about divorcing Gu Tianqi and hasn't come home for the new year." The man wanted to ask more but saw that the ceremony inside was finished. He didn't dare speak and quietly watched the children inside. After the ceremony, the teacher and students officially became family. Gu Haochen had to do his best to teach each student well. The room was dim. It was late March, and the snow had just melted. The school didn't have a stove, so it was cold and gloomy. Gu Haochen and the children read and wrote on the sandy ground in the yard. Writing in the sand wasn't ideal, but paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones were expensive. Since the children were just starting to learn, some might find it difficult. They would stop after the next term. Gu Haochen planned to wait until some children were better at reading and writing before buying proper supplies to avoid waste. Gu Qing and Xiao Wu didn't go to the school to join the crowd. His little brother, Xiao Qi, had studied with Gu Haochen for half a year and was doing fine. Plus, his family had 2 younger children, so he couldn't leave home. A few days ago, Xiao Wu hired Gu Laoshi to help feed the animals. The family's sow was also ready for breeding. Luckily, Gu Quanshan had a boar at his home. Since Xiao Wu had no experience, he asked Gu Quanshan a lot of questions. Gu Quanshan told him that breeding could only happen when the sow was in heat. The early signs of heat are excitement and loss of appetite. During this time, breeding should not occur. It's best to wait until the middle of the heat cycle for mating, which is when she is most likely to get pregnant. Xiao Wu's pigs are not in heat yet, so he needs to wait until they are to borrow a boar from Gu Qianshan's farm. The snow on the mountain is getting thinner each day. The mountain has become muddy. Every time Xiao Wu comes back from the mountain, his shoes are covered in yellow mud. He can't keep 2 pairs of shoes in good condition. Today, his shoes are still wet after just a day or 2 of cleaning. Gu Qing plans to make him several pairs of shoes, so he can change them often. Today, Xiao Wu got up early and went to the mountain. He didn't catch any big game, but caught 2 wild rabbits and a wild bird. He shot the bird dead and plans to keep it for his family to eat since he can't sell it. After cleaning the wild bird, Xiao Wu went to the Kong to hold the children. The 2 little ones are very fair and soft. Their tiny hands are about the size of a palm. Xiao Wu loves his children very much and doesn't hold back. He keeps nibbling on their faces, making them cry out loud. Their little legs kick and flail around, looking quite pitiful. Be gentle, love. You always do it too hard. If you make them cry, I'll see how you comfort them. Gu Qing scolded him while sewing shoes. Whenever one of the children cries, the other starts crying too, like an infection. They can only be comforted if separated into different rooms. Otherwise, they rarely cry, but if they do, it's hard to soothe them. I'm just playing gently with them. Sui Sui kicked me several times just now. Look, isn't my face all red from being kicked? Xiao Wu grinned and held his face close for his wife to see. Gu Qing helplessly reached out and pushed his face away. Go away, I'm busy working now. Later, I won't bite them anymore. I'll bite you instead, Xiao Wu said, leaning closer again. Stop messing around. Look at the kids. I'm going to cook. Don't let Xiao Qi come back hungry. Gu Qing efficiently packed away the unfinished shoes and sewing kit into the cabinet to keep the children safe. Xiao Wu nodded. His wife went to cook, giving him another chance to play with the children. He grabbed the chubby little feet of the children and bit them. Tua Tua thought her dad was playing with her and giggled. Sui Sui, however, got angry and kicked to stop him from touching her. Xiao Wu, acting childish, refused to give up. He kept trying to bite his eldest son's foot, which made the boy very upset and start crying loudly, as if asking Gu Qing for help. Gu Qing heard the noise and felt a bit helpless. Even when cooking, he couldn't find peace. He put down his knife and went inside, seeing his eldest son looking pitiful. Didn't I tell you not to bother them? Gu Qing said angrily as he walked over and pinched Xiao Wu's waist. I really didn't bother them. I just chewed on their little toes, Xiao Wu said, feeling innocent. Why are you chewing their toes? You're so bored, Xiao Wu pouted. Then I won't chew theirs, I'll chew yours. In front of the kids, always talking nonsense. If they cry again, you'll sleep alone. Gu Qing shot him a look and went back to the kitchen. His husband was becoming more unruly. After being warned by his husband, Xiao Wu didn't dare bother the little ones anymore. He didn't want to sleep alone at night. He wanted to hold his soft and fragrant husband to sleep. The wild chicken had no food after winter in the mountains and was very thin, only suitable for making soup. Gu Qing specially rolled some noodles, planning to make chicken soup noodles. Once the soup was ready, Xiao Qi would come back, and the meal would be complete. At noon, the children finished school. They all walked home with friends nearby. Xiao Qi and Huzi ran home together, muddy and excited. Little Dad, I'm back, Xiao Qi said, tossing his school bag onto the Kong, a traditional bed. He climbed onto the bed to play with his brothers. Dinner is almost ready. Was school fun? Gu Qing asked, leaning out half his body. It was so fun. Today we rode on the sand, and the teacher even praised me for being smart. He went to call his sister for dinner. Yan Yan didn't sleep well yesterday. This morning, Gu Qing saw she looked a bit tired, so he coaxed her to sleep again. Now she had just woken up. Gu Qing looked at the two little ones and told Xiao Wu to eat first. Xiao Wu wrapped Suesu and Tua Tua in blankets. Now everyone can eat. The two kids still couldn't crawl. Being wrapped up, they couldn't get out. Gu Qing found it very amusing. Honestly, this method was quite good. After dinner, Huzi came to call Xiao Qi to go to school. Now Gu Haochen was increasingly disappointed with his younger brother. He went home to complain to his parents, saying Huzi was disobedient at school. His parents scolded Huzi harshly. Now Xiao Qi and his older brother didn't get along at all. After eating, Xiao Qi ran faster than anyone else. Recently, for some reason, Sui Sui and Tua Tua kept crying at night. No matter how they were comforted, they wouldn't stop. The two children closed their small eyes, opened their mouths wide, crying heartbreakingly with piercing voices that sounded very painful to listen to. Gu Qing was worried that the children might be feeling unwell, so Xiao Wu stayed up all night to call a doctor from the town. The doctor examined the children and said they were healthy, just gave some calming herbal soup, and then sent them back home. The children drank the medicine and the doctor was called, but the two little ones kept crying loudly. Worried it might disturb Yan Yan and Xiao Qi's rest, Gu Qing carried them to the farthest east wing of the main hall. Perhaps they were tired from crying, and the children fell asleep in Gu Qing's arms. The next day, when Wang Shi came to see the children, She told Gu Qing that maybe the children were frightened by seeing something dirty because they were still young. She suggested buying a bundle of yellow paper and at the hour of Su early morning, burn it at the village crossroads. They should not look around while burning and should recite some words during the process. When Xiao Wu returned from hunting in the mountains, Gu Qing told him about it. Xiao Wu obediently bought a bundle of yellow paper. The wolf tooth pendant from 2 years ago was still kept at home and hadn't been sold. That afternoon, Xiao Wu didn't go to the mountain. Instead, he drilled 2 small holes in the wolf tooth, threaded red string through, and wore it around the children's necks for protection. Perhaps it was the yellow paper or the wolf tooth that worked, but the 2 little ones never cried or made trouble again that night. Spring finally arrived slowly in April. The world was dressed in a light green veil, coming from the fresh and gentle breeze. The spring wind caressed the willow trees along the river, turning the fields and forests green. Farmers were entering the busy planting season. The snow from winter was thick, and everyone in the village said it would be a good year again. Xiao Wu was turning the soil in the vegetable garden when Xiao Qi ran back crying, with torn pants and scraped hands. Hearing the crying, Xiao Wu put down his shovel, went into the yard, and saw his son covered in dirt and mess. Xiao Wu bent down, picked up Xiao Qi, and asked, "What happened? Did you fight at school?" Xiao Qi tightly hugged Xiao Wu's neck, didn't speak, and kept sobbing with a distressed whimper. Xiao Wu gently patted his back to comfort him. After a while, the little boy's mood improved. Gu Qing heard the noise and called the 2 inside. Xiao Qi, seeing Gu Qing, couldn't hold back his tears again. He pouted and said, "Daddy, carry me," reaching out for Gu Qing to hold him. Seeing the child so sad, Gu Qing didn't ask more. She gently held him and rocked him. After a while, Xiao Qi shyly spoke. "Zhen Miao said that Daddy isn't my real daddy, and now that I have a little brother, he won't like me anymore." Root Miao is Gu Quanshan's son, about the same age as Huzi. During school, he had a small quarrel with Xiao Qi. In a moment of anger, he said some hurtful words. Xiao Qi couldn't stand it and started fighting with him. Huzi, worried that Xiao Qi might be bullied, joined the fight. Xiao Qi didn't suffer any real harm, but Root Miao was beaten up and went home to complain. Xiao Qi also cried as he went home. When Gu Haochen arrived for class, he noticed 2 children were missing. Xiao Qi's face was red from crying. He looked up nervously and clung tightly to Gu Qing, refusing to let go. "Little daddy, please don't dislike me." Gu Qing's mind suddenly went blank, and a wave of anger burst from his heart. He didn't even know who Root Miao was, only that someone was gossiping about him near the children. He forced himself to suppress his anger and gently comforted Xiao Qi. "How could little daddy not like Xiao Qi? You're such a clever and cute little one. Little daddy likes you the most." Xiao Qi insisted that Gu Qing promised to love him. Gu Qing reassured him repeatedly, and finally, everything was fine again. Just as Xiao Qi's mood improved, Gu Quanshan barged in with his unlucky son. He kicked his son to Xiao Qi's side and shouted angrily, "Apologize. You uneducated thing. Xiao Qi is much younger than you. Usually, you don't take good care of him, and now you dare to bully him." Seeing Root Miao's swollen face, Gu Qing and Xiao Wu also felt a bit embarrassed. After all, they were outnumbered 2 to 1. Moreover, children often don't understand which words can hurt others or not. Whatever is said, they just say what feels good. Root Miao, feeling a bit resentful, went home planning to ask his father for revenge. When his father learned what happened, he first beat him up. Root Miao became angrier and more trembling, tears involuntarily streaming down his face. He stubbornly wiped his tears with the back of his hand and stayed silent. Seeing his son like this, Gu Quanshan got angry again and tried to hit him. Xiao Wu pulled him back. "Kids fight sometimes, it's no big deal. That's right. They study together every day. Maybe it will be better tomorrow. Don't hit him again." Gu Qing also tried to calm things down. Xiao Qi twisted in Gu Qing's arms, looking uncomfortable as if he had bugs on him. He pursed his lips, unhappy. Gu Qing glared at him to behave, and only then did Xiao Qi settle down a bit. Gu Quanshan felt a little embarrassed. Usually, the two families got along well, and no one had taught the children to say such things. If Xiao Wu and Gu Qing were more sensitive, they might think these words were common among adults and that the children had overheard them. He forcibly held his son's head and apologized to Xiao Qi, then pulled his son by the collar and left. Little Qi saw everyone leave, then slipped out of Gu Qing's arms. He put on his shoes and stomped angrily on the floor, feeling upset and wronged. He loudly asked Gu Qing, "Why did you just help Gan Miao speak earlier?" Before Gu Qing could answer, he ran to the main hall and slammed the door loudly. Gu Qing had never seen the little guy get so angry before. After a quick look at the two kids, Xiao Wu followed him to the hall. They saw little Qi hugging Yan Yan, his shoulders trembling. Gu Qing called him, but he ignored him. In the end, Yan Yan comforted and scared him, saying that if he didn't listen to his little dad, he wouldn't like him anymore. Little Qi then looked up, his face covered with tears and snot, crying very sadly. You helped Gan Miao speak," he said, then burst into tears again. Yan Yan, being sensible, wiped his face. Gu Qing took little Qi from Yan Yan's arms and said, "Little dad made a mistake. From now on, I will only help little Qi. Is that okay?" Little Qi nodded, sniffling. He's just jealous because I do well in school. I don't care, but he still wants to fight me. Then later, your dad can take you to fight back. I saw that Gan Miao had a pretty tough day today. He didn't fight you, but got beaten by his dad. His face is swollen like a pig's head. Let your dad beat his dad until he looks like a pig's head, okay? He snorted with laughter, blowing a big snot bubble. Maybe feeling a bit embarrassed about laughing, he awkwardly said, "Anyway, I won't forgive him. I don't want to be friends with him anymore." Gu Qing nodded and carefully wiped his face with a cloth. "It's your right to choose your friends. As long as you're happy. We little Kais are big kids now. We can't keep crying all the time. If the brothers see, they'll laugh at you." Little Qi nodded seriously and said earnestly, "I won't cry. I'm a big kid. I will protect my brothers." Gu Qing secretly smiled. This little guy's emotions come and go quickly, and he's not annoying at all. It's hard not to find him adorable. Tiger Boy, on the other hand, was in trouble. When he got home, his parents found out he had fought with someone, and they scolded him harshly. Tiger Boy was so angry he threatened to run away from home. His uncle Sue was worried and stopped him. Only then did his parents give up. But unexpectedly, Tiger Boy took advantage of everyone's distraction and ran away to the Xiao family. Since he started school, he hadn't seen Yan Yan for many days. He missed her and was scheming in his mind. He decided to take this chance to find little Qi. Uncle Xiao Wu wouldn't scold him, and he could secretly see Yan Yan. Thinking this way, the punishment didn't seem so bad. Gu Qing saw Huzi and was very excited. Without Huzi today, Xiao Qi would surely be bullied. Gu Qing specially took out snacks from home to give to the three children. When Huzi entered the main hall, he looked around and searched, but didn't see Xiao Wu, so he sighed deeply. He always felt that Xiao Wu's gaze was a bit scary, so he didn't dare to visit Zhao's house often. The three little kids were in the main hall, laughing and chattering happily, making the place very lively. Gu Qing was in the main room, listening and smiling too. Seeing the children happy made him feel joyful as well. "Yan Yan, don't worry. Your brother is my brother too. I will definitely protect Xiao Qi," Huzi said confidently, patting his chest. Yan Yan whispered softly. Xiao Qi patted Huzi's shoulder, signaling him to turn around. Huzi looked back in confusion. Xiao Qi then asked sternly, "Didn't you say you helped me because we are the best brothers in the world?" Huzi awkwardly smiled, feeling exposed, and changed the subject. "I ran away from home. Can I stay at your house for a few days?" Xiao Qi heard this and hurried to the main room, smiling charmingly. "Little dad," Huzi ran away from home. "I want to invite him to stay here for a few days." "No, his parents will be worried." After dinner, Huzi should go back home. Gu Qing firmly refused, leaving no room for negotiation. Xiao Qi looked unhappy. "He is my best brother in the world. Can't he stay here?" Gu Qing found it amusing. "Best in the world? No matter what, the answer is no." Xiao Qi drooped his head, feeling disappointed, and went back to the main house. "Xiao Qi," Gu Qing called loudly from the main room. Hearing this, Xiao Qi hurried over, full of excitement, eyes shining as he looked at Gu Qing. "Little dad, have you changed your mind? Aren't you going to school this afternoon?" The two little kids were chased out of Zhao's house and sent to school feeling embarrassed. When they left, Genmian was also there. It was unclear whether he was scolded again by his father or had figured things out himself, but he apologized to Xiao Qi willingly. Xiao Qi was not a vengeful child. After a while, they played together again, forgetting their previous unpleasantness. Gu Quanshan felt a bit embarrassed. In recent days, he kept going to Zhao's old house, hoping that Zhao's mother pig would come into heat soon so he could return the favor. Fortune favored the diligent. Finally, Zhao's pig came into heat. Gu Quanshan didn't notify Xiao Wu and happily took his own boar to breed. Breeding pigs was a tricky task. It required cleaning the pigsty thoroughly and washing the sow to prevent infections during reproduction. During breeding, someone needs to watch constantly, adjusting the sow's position to make it easier for the boar to mate. Usually, it takes several tries to succeed. These days, Guo Quanshan is keeping the boars at Zhao's house and watching them all the time. Xiao Wu feels a bit embarrassed. Since kids often fight, it's not a big deal, but Guo Quanshan is so polite that Xiao Wu can't refuse. In the end, Xiao Wu caught 2 rabbits for Guo Quanshan. Guo Quanshan refused to accept them, so Xiao Wu skinned the rabbits and cleaned them before sending them to his house. Before planting season, Huzi's mother and Su Ge often visit Zhao's house, bringing sewing kits to chat with Gu Qing, see the children, and sew clothes. Xiao Wu went up the mountain to cut a few trees. He built a big bed under the grapevines, surrounded by a fence, so the children could stay outside and stay cool in summer. Gu Qing made a mattress for the bed, so in summer, the children could lie on it without getting hurt. Gu Qing also took out last year's clothes, washed the winter coats, and stored them in a wooden box bought when they got married, planning to wear them next year. Yan Yan and Xiao Qi are growing fast, so the coats won't fit next year. Gu Qing cut and resized them, saving them for Sui Sui and Tua Tua. Recently, Yan Yan has been feeling lonely at home without anyone to play with, which makes Gu Qing feel sad. She asked Wang Shi to help take care of the children for a day, so she could go to the mountain to pick wild mountain peppers with Yan Yan. At this time, the wild mountain peppers are greenish-blue, slightly numbing and bitter when eaten fresh. After drying, they are fried, crushed, and kept for cooking. Yan Yan got excited when she heard about going up the mountain. She took 2 baskets from the woodshed, and Gu Qing grabbed a fire stick from the kitchen. They went to the forest behind their house. The ground was patchy with bare soil, and fallen branches and leaves were everywhere. The snakes in the mountain had woken up from hibernation, so father and daughter moved carefully, afraid of stepping on a snake. There are many wild pepper trees in the forest. They picked a small basket quickly, which was enough to last a year. Seeing her daughter happy, Gu Qing didn't rush home. They wandered a bit more and found mountain yam greens, which are rare. The roots can be used medicinally, dried, and sold to town pharmacies. They help boost energy, strengthen kidneys, and remove dampness. The villagers call it pian tu chi. The leaves and tender shoots of mountain yam greens are edible, especially in soup, which tastes very fresh, and can also be stir-fried with eggs. Father and daughter filled a basket with the greens, and they happily headed home together. When I got home, I found Xiao Wu had also returned. His hands and face were swollen from bee stings. Gu Qing was quite frightened and took out a fragrant bead to rub on the stings. This is a local village remedy. As long as the sting wasn't from Bawang Peak, this method works. If the sting is dry and persistent the next day, the swelling can become very bad, and in serious cases, it can cause nausea and vomiting. Xiao Wu didn't pay much attention to his injuries and obediently let his husband handle him. After cleaning the wounds, Xiao Wu proudly offered the wild mountain honey he collected to his husband. His husband's reaction didn't disappoint him. Seeing the hidden smile and the slight curl of his husband's lips, Xiao Wu felt that being stung by bees was really worth it. When Xiao Wu was a child, he was most afraid of disturbing beehives. Once, he and his younger brother went to play in the mountains. His brother was craving honey and wanted to eat it. Xiao Wu didn't stop him. Both of them got stung and looked like pigs' heads. When they got home, his brother cried to his mother. Without asking why, she scolded him and made him kneel in the yard all night. Since then, Xiao was a bit afraid of the buzzing sound of bees. Every time he heard it, he would remember that punishment night. Xiao was clumsy and had never been taught how to love or care for his husband. But he knew that giving money to his husband was a way to show love, and buying snacks for him was also good, including this jar of wild mountain honey. If he had encountered a beehive before, he would have stayed far away. But now he was thinking how sweet this thing is. His husband would definitely like it. Thinking of this, he no longer cared about the pain. The two children in the main house were already asleep. Wang Shi was helping Gu Qing sew shawls nearby. When she saw Gu Qing come in, she quickly made a shushing gesture, afraid of waking the children. Gu Qing gently carried the jar of honey into the kitchen. The water in the pot was boiled in the morning. He poured 4 bowls of honey water, 1 for each of them. Gu Qing couldn't resist tasting a sip. It tasted different from modern honey, more intense, with a rich floral aroma that was refreshing and soothing. He swallowed slowly, feeling the sweetness linger and be smooth and long-lasting. Wang Shi told him this honey was very precious. If taken to the town, it could be exchanged for several hundred coins. Some honey tasted spicy or sour, but Xiao was lucky this time and collected sweet honey. Xiao Wu and Yan Yan sat on a bed under the grapevines, picking mountain wild vegetables. Gu Qing brought over the honey water for the two of them. Yan Yan took a sip, happily licking her lips and smiling brightly, praising Xiao Wu for being so capable. Xiao Wu's face was a bit swollen, but when his daughter praised him as beautiful, he was so happy he didn't know how to react. His hands, busy with picking vegetables, became even more skillful. The mountain millet roots were cut and dried without washing. When the day came, they could be sold directly at the pharmacy in town. Gu Qing took some wild vegetable leaves into the kitchen, planning to fry eggs with them at night. Since wild vegetables are best eaten fresh, they wilt after a day, and the taste isn't good if stored too long. Mrs. Wang finished her honey water and was about to leave. Gu Qing handed her a handful of mountain millet greens to take home and eat. Mrs. Wang didn't refuse. Wild vegetables from the mountain are plentiful and cheap. Refusing would seem too polite. Xiao Wu said that small fights among children are no big deal, but since Xiao Qi fought at school, he always goes to pick him up after class. Xiao Qi felt a bit embarrassed. He's like a big brother now and can go home by himself. As the sun was about to set, Xiao Wu took his daughter to pick up Xiao Qi. Gu Qing was cooking in the kitchen. There was plenty of leftover rice and sweet potatoes from lunch, enough for dinner. Gu Qing went to the side room, sliced some salted meat, and cooked a dish of salted meat with fern vegetables and wild vegetables with eggs. Just as the dish was ready, Sui Sui woke up. She opened her eyes, saw no one nearby, and made soft crying sounds, not quite crying but not happy either. She also woke up Tua Tua, who was sleeping soundly beside her. The two kids started competing to see who could cry louder, their crying deafening. Gu Qing heard the noise and ran over, trying to soothe them for a while but to no avail. Their faces turned red from crying, but their voices were still loud and piercing. When Xiao Wu and Yan Yan heard Xiao Qi's heart-wrenching crying as soon as he entered the yard, Yan Yan ran in first. The two little ones saw Yan Yan and immediately stopped crying. Their chubby legs flailed vigorously, and their little hands reached out, as if they wanted Yan Yan to hold them. Yan Yan picked up Sui Sui. Tua Tua was grumbling nearby. Sui Sui happily flopped in Yan Yan's arms. Seeing this, Xiao Wu pulled Sui Sui out of Yan Yan's embrace and placed her on the Kong, heated bed, gently patting her little bottom and warning, "No more fussing from now on. If you do, I'll send you to the doghouse, and Xiao Huang will help you sleep." Yan Yan protected her brothers behind her, not letting Xiao Wu see. Gu Qing also patted him and said, "Stop fussing and go serve the meal." Xiao Wu pouted secretly, thinking to himself, such a troublemaker, yet she's protecting them. Soon she'll become a little troublemaker herself. Gu Qing also poured a bowl of honey water for Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi took a sip, his eyes squinting happily. Then he seemed to remember something and asked Gu Qing, "Dad, don't let Dad pick me up anymore. I've made peace with Zhen Miao." Gu Qing gently poked Xiao Qi's forehead and teased, "Just a few days ago, you swore you'd never forgive Zhen Miao. Now, it's only been a few days and you've made up?" Xiao Qi rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit shy. He picked up his bowl and drank the honey water, almost burying his face in the bowl. After dinner, Xiao Wu went to the old house to feed Little Yellow, and Xiao Qi followed him. Gu Qing went to the kitchen to wash dishes, while Yan Yan stayed inside to comfort her younger brother. Yan Yan had a small red flower made by Gu Qing on her head. Because of its bright color, Tua Tua, with his shiny black eyes, reached out and grabbed Yan Yan's hair. The child was not gentle and held onto her hair tightly, not letting go. Yan Yan, gentle and kind, didn't want to scold her brother and softly coaxed Tua Tua to let go. Gu Qing, after washing the dishes and entering the room, saw this scene. She gently patted Tua Tuo's hand twice. Although he felt the pain, he knew to let go. Despite being small, the children understood that Gu Qing was angry. They didn't cry after being hit and even grinned at her. The two children were young and hadn't been exposed to much sun, so they were fair and tender. With their innocent smiles, Gu Qing couldn't stay angry. "Yan Yan, if they dare to pull your hair again, you must hit them hard. Don't feel sorry for them." Yan Yan obediently nodded, but she found it hard to be strict next time. Yan Yan loved her brothers dearly. Since they were little, the two boys loved to stick close to her. When Yan Yan got married, Xiao Sui and Xiao Tua cried more than Gu Qing did. Women couldn't step on their natal ground after marriage because it was said to bring bad luck and lose good fortune. Gu Qing didn't believe this, but the tradition was strict. The night before her wedding, Xiao Tua and Xiao Sui argued over who would carry their sister out the next day, almost fighting. In the end, each carried her part of the way. Before Yan Yan returned to her parents' house, Xiao Sui and Xiao Tua would go hunting in the mountains, bringing back game for her to eat. They also reminded Gu Qing to dry more vegetables and salted meat for her, worried she wouldn't eat enough. After putting the two children to sleep at night, Gu Qing took out a piece of cloth suitable for making a sachet from her sewing box. She planned to sew a small fragrant pouch for Xiao Wu, filled with insect-repelling herbs, so he wouldn't get bitten by poisonous bugs during mountain hunts. Xiao Wu watched her sew the pouch, curious, and asked, "What is this for?" "It's for you. Later, I'll buy some herbs to keep bugs away and put them inside. You can take it with you when you go up the mountain." Gu Qing didn't look up. The oil lamp flickered in the dark night, and the faint light made her cautious. She almost pricked her finger. Xiao Wu felt a strange warmth in his heart, a gentle flow spreading through his limbs and gathering in his chest, making him feel a little hot. He thought how lucky he was to have such a good wife. She was always thinking of him. Feeling excited, he hugged Gu Qing and started nibbling on her neck. Gu Qing was startled and scolded. "What are you doing? Don't wake the children." Xiao Wu was tall and slender, much taller than an ordinary man. He held Gu Qing tightly in his arms, covering him completely. The brave man refused to let go of his partner. "Qing, let's sleep now. We'll sew the clothes tomorrow." He didn't give Gu Qing a chance to speak. He wrapped his arms around him, lying down and teasing him by licking his neck. "If you keep struggling so hard, you won't be allowed to touch me again. I'm listening to you, I promise." At this moment, Xiao Wu was eager to calm his partner down first. The night was quiet and tempting. Inside the Xiao house, faint sounds of suppressed moans occasionally came from the room, making even the stars hide behind the clouds. Xiao Wu tossed and turned under the blanket all night, unable to sleep. Before dawn, he was awakened by the crying of the children. Knowing his partner was exhausted from the previous night, he got up, dressed, and first changed the children's diapers. Then he carried a basin to milk the goats. When he returned, he saw that his partner was also awake. Feeling a bit guilty, he touched his nose and asked, "Qing, what do you want to eat this morning?" "I'll go make it." Gu Qing ignored him. Xiao Wu felt something was wrong, cursed himself for being useless, and remembered he hadn't controlled himself last night. Qing, are you angry? Xiao Wu asked cautiously. Gu Qing shot him a cold look. Seeing his innocent and pleading expression, Gu Qing got even angrier. Every time, he seemed to think Xiao Wu would soften. This time, he decided to teach him a lesson. Xiao Wu, noticing his partner's small eyes, didn't dare ask more. Talking now would only make things worse. He slipped into the kitchen to cook. After Yan Yan woke up, with messy hair and a look of panic, she asked, Daddy, I lost a tooth and it's bleeding. Will I die? No, you're just losing a tooth. Open your mouth and let Daddy see. Gu Qing looked at the missing front tooth. Let your dad go to town and buy you a toothbrush and toothpaste. Yan Yan obediently relayed the message. Daddy told you to buy me a toothbrush and toothpaste. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. His partner was willing to talk to him again. He quickly went to the stove, stuffed some dry twigs underneath, and happily ran to find his partner. Qing, what kind of toothbrush and toothpaste should I buy? Xiao Wu asked eagerly. Yan Yan told you to just watch and buy whatever. You don't need to ask me everything. Xiao Wu's mood visibly sank. He and his partner had to have their daughter relay messages. Today, Xiao Wu wore a blue outfit made from the fabric they bought at their wedding. It made him look tall and handsome, almost like a proper man. Gu Qing's gaze drifted downward. His waist and hips, when he bent over, showed he was slim but strong. Thinking about last night's struggles, he snorted softly, feeling more annoyed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He shot Xiao Wu a furious look. After eating, Xiao Wu went up the mountain to hunt. At this moment, he was full of frustration and wandering thoughts, with no time to care about anything else. He was scratched by a tree branch on his thigh, leaving a large open wound that was bleeding nonstop. He looked at the wound for a while, then suddenly had an idea. He thought he should go home now so that his husband could see he was hurt. Maybe his husband would feel sorry for him and not argue about last night anymore. When Xiao Wu returned home, he sat on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed, deliberately exposing his wound. However, his husband didn't even glance at him. If he had felt a little upset in the morning, now the feeling was much harder to bear, and his eyes were reddening with tears. Xiao Wu stood up, straightened his injured leg, and pursed his lips before speaking. I am hurt. Gu Qing quickly looked at his leg. The wound was long but not deep, yet it kept bleeding and hadn't stopped. Gu Qing took a deep breath, feeling annoyed. He wanted to kick him, but knew it wasn't the right time now. He took out some medicine powder to stop the bleeding and said calmly, Come onto the kong. I'll dress your wound. His tone was cold and emotionless. Xiao Wu was a bit panicked, looking anxious. Qinger, don't be angry. Can you just look at my injury because of me? Xiao Wu, are you threatening me with your body? Do you think I'll feel sorry for you? Xiao Wu was really flustered. It was the first time his Qinger called him by his full name. I'm not threatening you, Xiao Wu muttered shyly, lowering his head. Not threatening? Then why haven't you treated your wound after so long? If I don't help you treat it, what do you plan to do? I won't let you bother me. I'll just endure it, Xiao Wu answered confidently. He pursed his lips slightly, looking down with a hint of resignation. If his husband didn't care about him anymore, it didn't matter whether he treated the wound or not. No one would feel sorry for him anyway. Gu Qing was amused by his words. The father of 4 children was throwing a tantrum, but Yan Yan, a family member, was more sensible. However, Gu Qing still fell for his act. His movements became gentle as he said, If you bother me again, you can sleep alone. His tone was harsh but carried a threat. Xiao Wu moved his lips, wanting to explain, but seeing that his husband's face remained gentle, he realized that his husband might not be angry anymore. Why is there such a big piece of cloth missing from your pants? On the way back, I was in a hurry and tore it off. Xiao Wu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Gu Qing shot him a look. No matter what you wear, it's useless. You don't know how to cherish anything. Gu Qing was quietly bandaging him at this moment. Xiao Wu looked at his husband with pure, gentle, and serious eyes. A feeling of happiness rose in his heart. Thankfully, his husband still cared for him and was willing to forgive him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. Little Chi hadn't reached noon yet. He ran back excitedly, saying, "Daddy, my teacher gave me a holiday." Gu Qing heard this and also felt happy. He planned to find time to visit in the afternoon. At Gu Haochen's house, the place was crowded with people coming to congratulate. Su Ge was shy and a bit overwhelmed. Gu Haochen felt sorry for him and casually responded to the visitors before sending them away. The 4 elders in the family were all very happy. Huzi's mother even gave Su Ge her most treasured wedding hairpin. Huzi reminded his mother to leave some for Yan Yan. Huzi's mother scolded him, saying, "You look like your father, and your IQ is the same. Yan Yan, who is blind, can see through you." Huzi's father was unhappy when he heard this. He said, "How can Huzi's IQ be like mine? Clearly, Haochen takes after me." In the afternoon, Gu Qing brought a piece of leftover red ginseng from the last delivery to visit Su Ge. Su Ge still dared not get out of bed, probably because he was tired from working recently. Since learning about Su Ge, not only Gu Haochen and Huzi's mother but also Huzi's father wouldn't let Su Ge even stretch his hand. Su Ge, who had been working for many years, suddenly had nothing to do and felt a bit uncomfortable. No one knew when the rumor started, but the surrounding villages all heard that the scholar from Gu's village had opened a school. The tuition was only 100 coins. Over the past few days, people from nearby villages kept coming to Gu Haochen's house to ask for schooling. After being refused, they left politely without anger. After staying quiet for 2 days, the village heads of 5 nearby villages went together to the head of Gu's village. The village head's house had all 5 village heads sitting along the edge of the Kong, a traditional heated bed. "Listen, Gu," one said, "you're really not being fair. You have a talented kid in your village and you're hiding him away." The other village heads came to ask for a chance for their children to go to school. Since Wang Jiatan's village often married into Gu's village, they knew each other well, so they spoke frankly. Gu only looked at the 5 men in front of him and knew they didn't come with good intentions. He could only pretend to be confused. "Go away. What am I hiding? If our village has a talented kid, I'd be proud to show him off to you." Wang Jiatan's village had asked, "Then why haven't you shown him?" I haven't had time. Farmers are busy with their crops every day," Gu Wanli replied confidently, giving him a straightforward look. The village head from Wang Jiatan said, "Stop with the excuses. We've all discussed it. Each village should send at least 10 children to study. What's going on? Did you all agree and just forget to tell me?" Village chief of Li Village saw Gu Wanli looked a bit unhappy and quickly tried to smooth things over. "Brother Gu, we need your help. We want you to speak to Scholar Gu and ask him for a favor." He paused and continued, "Our old folks have just been muddling through their lives, but we've all suffered from not having an education. We really don't want the children to follow the same old path." Hearing this, Gu Wanli hesitated slightly. The village chief of Shanghe village saw his reaction and quickly added, "Brother Gu, do you remember one autumn when a wild boar came down the mountain and destroyed our grain? That winter was hard for us, and we had to pool our food to get through." The Shanghe village chief stopped there, not saying more. Gu Wanli was not ungrateful, but he couldn't teach 10 children from one village, let alone 50 children from 5 villages. He looked troubled, frowning deeply, and after a moment, he roughly said, 5 children from each village. "If you promise to help me speak to Scholar Gu, I will do it." The 5 village chiefs saw Gu Wanli relax and felt relieved. 5 is better than 1, and it's definitely better than none. Then the schoolhouse won't be enough. We need to rebuild it. Gu Wanli thought for a moment and added. When the village chiefs came, they had already agreed that each village would contribute some silver to expand the school. As long as the children could read, they didn't mind spending a bit more. It would be much cheaper than sending the children to the town. Moreover, those who had asked to study at Gu Haochen's house said he was kind and polite, a learned man they trusted with their children. Village chief of Wangjiatun said, "No need for you to worry about that. I'll have the villagers start building in the next few days." Seeing that things were settled, Gu Wanli agreed. The village chiefs, satisfied, didn't stay long and left with smiles. Gu Wanli, feeling a bit embarrassed, told Gu Haochen about this and also mentioned how the village had helped him in the past when he was in trouble. Gu Haochen didn't refuse and agreed to help. In the following days, over 20 people from the 5 villages came to build the school. The villagers didn't just watch. Everyone was busy with their own work. After the busy farming season ended, the school was finished. That summer, Gu family village was lively. Every day, people waiting to send children to school stood at the village entrance, not daring to get too close to the schoolhouse, afraid of disturbing the children's studies. The villagers are quite clever. When they see many people, they set up stalls at the village entrance. Now, during the farming off-season, they sell chickens and ducks, small vegetables from their gardens, dried wild mountain vegetables, grains, cloth pouches, tofu, and even homemade pickled radishes made by Uncle Sue. 1 coin for a bowl. Taste first, then buy. Uncle Sue's pickled radishes are especially popular. Everyone who tries them usually buys some, earning about 30 or 40 coins a day. Xiao Wu also sells wild rabbits and wild chickens caught in the mountains. The dead ones are sold cheaply, and if they don't sell by evening, he takes them home to eat. If people in 10 or 8 villages want to buy something, they usually have to go to the town. Now, they come daily to pick up their children, and if they need anything, they buy it directly, which is more convenient. Farmers are friendly and willing to exchange goods if they don't have silver. News spreads quickly, and more people come. Even traveling merchants set up small stalls, so they don't have to run around everywhere. Villagers have income every day, life is better than before, and they're more willing to eat and drink well. Sometimes, they buy a rabbit from Xiao Wu to improve their meals. Every day, the village is lively. Gu Qing stays home to watch the children. Hearing the bustling noise outside, he also wants to go out, but he's worried about leaving the kids alone. Xiao Wu notices his husband's thoughts. He calls Yan Yan into the main house to watch the children and prepares to take his husband for a walk. Just as Xiao Wu is about to change into nicer clothes to go out, he looks up and sees his husband leading his daughter out of the yard. Xiao Wu helplessly glares at the 2 kids. It's all their fault. Otherwise, he would be the one accompanying his husband now. Gu Nyong, with sharp eyes, spots Gu Qing and waves her hand, calling out, "Qingji, come here." Gu Qing hears the call, looks around, and sees her. He walks over with his daughter. "What are you selling?" he asks. "Homemade soy sauce. Want to try some?" Gu Nyong takes a green onion from her basket and offers it to him. Gu Qing waves his hand. "Give me a bowl. I'll use it for cooking fish tonight." "How much?" Gu Qing takes out his purse, but Gu Nyong stops him. "Just eat it. Our own soy sauce isn't expensive. Finish it and come back for more anytime." Gu Qing insists, and after some arguing, he finally gives 5 coins, takes the bowl, and leaves. Yan Yan sees the colorful hairpins and can't stop walking. Gu Qing doesn't know how to make those. He usually just uses cloth strips to make hair ties for Yan Yan. The little girl isn't picky, but she still likes pretty hairpins. Gu Qing notices her interest, asks the price, and pays 2 coins for one. He buys one in each color, letting Yan Yan swap them out and wear different ones. The girl looks beautiful, and she keeps fiddling with her hair happily. On the way back, the father and daughter met a street vendor selling toothbrushes and toothpaste. Although not as fancy as those in the town, they were cheap and convenient, so they didn't have to make a special trip to town. Gu Qing had long wanted to buy toothbrushes and toothpaste for Yan Yan and Xiao Qi. Both children were at the age of losing their baby teeth, and if they didn't keep their mouths clean, their teeth might develop poorly later. Gu Qing let Yan Yan choose a toothbrush. The handle was decorated with colorful strings. Yan Yan picked a pink one. Gu Qing bought 4 toothbrushes and 2 boxes of toothpaste, and also chose a blue one for Xiao Qi. The total cost was 500 coins. After shopping, father and daughter happily went home. Xiao Wu carried Sui Sui and Tua Tua to a big bed under the grapevines, which provided cool shade. The 2 little ones crawled around happily without crying. Xiao Wu looked sadly at the gate, and when her husband returned with their daughter, his face immediately brightened. He happily ran over to take the things her husband was holding. "Qinger, is there anything else to buy?" "I'll go with you." Gu Qing shook her head. "All done. Go to the kitchen and pour out the sauce. The bowls are from Gu Ernyang's family. I'll return them." Xiao Wu looked unwilling. He wanted to go out with his husband, so others would praise them for matching well. Going alone felt pointless. But Gu Qing didn't see his thoughts. Xiao Wu suddenly had an idea. Qinger, the string beans in our garden are unique. We can't finish them all anyway. Why not sell some to get some silver? Gu Qing thought about it and agreed. The string beans were thick and good for selling. Then you and Yan Yan go. I'll stay home and watch the children. Xiao Wu was stunned. That wasn't what he expected. Yan Yan watched her clumsy father scratch his head with some helplessness. She felt it was up to her now. Little daddy, you and daddy go. I want to play with my brothers. I'm tired from walking around and don't want to go. Hearing her daughter say she's tired, Gu Qing worried she might have been outside too long in the sun and might get heatstroke. She went inside and made her a honey water. At this moment, Xiao Wu was busy picking string beans in the garden. He had to pick quickly so her husband wouldn't change his mind again. The couple found a shady spot, sat on a small stool they brought from home. Xiao Wu wasn't in the mood to call out. He watched his husband happily smiling. Why are you laughing at me? Hurry up and sell them all so we can go home and cook. Say a few words to attract customers. Xiao Wu snapped back to reality. Yes, he needed to call out. The more people came, the more praise he would get for matching well with his husband. Fresh string beans, tasty and affordable. Xiao Wu stood up, cupped his hands like a megaphone, and shouted a few times. Gradually, people gathered around. What's this bean? Someone picked up a string bean and looked at it from all sides. Knife beans have been eaten at my house for 2 years. You can stew them with potatoes or fry them to eat. Gu Qing quickly spoke when someone asked. How much do they cost? Xiao Wu's family didn't have a scale, so the two of them brought out a small basin. It cost 1 coin per basin. The person heard the price was affordable and decided to buy a basin to try. Most people coming to the market carried baskets or bags, putting their scattered purchases into them for convenience. When paying, the person also praised, your couple is really a perfect match. You both look so handsome and are good talkers. Your life must be pretty good. This made Xiao Wu very happy. He had been waiting all day for this compliment. Excited, Xiao Wu filled another basin of knife beans for the person, saying it was a free gift. The person was also pleased and said many nice words, making Gu Qing feel a bit embarrassed. Xiao Wu enjoyed it immensely, feeling even more cheerful. After the person left, Xiao Wu loudly called out again. 1 basket of knife beans sold for 14 coins, and Xiao Wu gave away the rest. The villagers at the entrance spread the word that the tall, strong hunter liked to hear compliments. If anyone bought vegetables or game, saying kind words and praising his husband could save them a lot of silver. At night, Xiao Qi returned from school and secretly went to find Yan Yan, whispering without letting Xiao Wu and Gu Qing hear. Though curious, the couple respected the child's privacy and didn't ask much. Xiao Qi pulled Yan Yan into the main hall, acting mysteriously. Guess what happened today? Yan Yan wasn't very interested, playing with a hairpin, and casually asked, What happened? Tiger Z and Zhen Miao fought. Xiao Qi looked excited. Seeing that his sister wasn't interested, he bumped her to make her drop her hairpin. It was the one Yan Yan liked the most, with yellowish pink petals. Seeing her change expression, Xiao Qi quickly picked up the hairpin, blew off the dust, and politely returned it to her. Yan Yan then slowly asked, Why did Brother Tiger Z and Zhen Miao fight? Was it because of you again? No, it's not because of me. Zhen Miao said he wants to marry you when he grows up, so Tiger Z fought him, Xiao Qi said anxiously. He was upset that fighting was always linked to him. He had stopped fighting long ago. I won't marry anyone. I want to stay with little dad and dad. Don't talk nonsense about me in the future. Yan Yan blushed a little, now a year older and feeling shy. Don't worry. I persuaded them both. Xiao Qi patted his chest confidently. Everything was settled. Yan Yan was curious about how he managed it. How did you persuade them? Little Koike grinned mischievously. I said, let the two of them find their dad and have a duel. Whoever can beat dad will marry my sister. In little Koike's eyes, his dad is invincible, a great hero. No one can defeat him, so there's no chance for anyone to marry his sister. Before the kids finished talking, they heard their dad calling them to eat. Tonight, Gu Qing's family is having fish stew. The fish was exchanged a few days ago by Xiao Wu and some villagers using wild rabbits. They traded for 2 fish, and they ate one a few days ago. They also prepared cold cucumber salad. Summer is nice because there are all kinds of vegetables, and now the village has a market. As long as it doesn't rain, vendors set up stalls every day, making shopping easy. All summer, the Gu family mostly ate under the grapevines. Sway Sway and Tua Tua played on the bed. The family of 4 rarely eats together, so it's special. Little Koike is a little chatterbox. Every time he comes back, he talks about funny things that happened at school. Children from several villages gather together. Even though there are many kids, they are very well behaved. They don't need Gu Haochen to get angry. A single look is enough. They are all children from farming families. Before coming, their parents repeatedly told them to study hard and not cause trouble for the teacher. Children from poor families are often more sensible. They understand how hard it is to earn money and support their families, so they study diligently, which also relieves Gu Haochen's worries. Children from neighboring villages bring their lunch to eat at school. The school has no water, so the village chief arranged for someone to buy a big jar in town and place it in the school for the children to drink. Shug occasionally makes some small pickled vegetables for the children to eat with their meals. Gu Qing also asks Xiao Wu to pick some cucumbers from the garden to send over, so the children have snacks at noon. At noon, after school, the children saw a carriage parked at the school gate. 2 elegantly dressed couples stepped out, leading a small boy who looked reluctant and a bit disdainful as he looked around, wanting to go back to the carriage. His father grabbed his arm and warned him softly, which made him settle down. When Gu Haochen came out, they hurriedly blocked his way and respectfully bowed. "Are you Mr. Gu Xiao Kai? Please don't take this as an offense. I am Wang Yukai, the owner of the Lucky Gold Shop in town. I've heard that Mr. Gu is very knowledgeable and humble. I brought my young son here to seek education. I hope you can give him some guidance. Most reputable schools in town do not like to admit children of merchants. Those who are accepted usually pay a lot of silver. Most children of merchants don't aim for fame, but want to learn to read and understand principles so they can take over their family business later. If a child shows talent, a teacher might be hired to teach at home. Some mediocre scholars who have no hope of promotion might agree to teach for a living. Most talented scholars who have a real chance of passing the imperial exams tend to value their reputation highly. They avoid associating with merchants to prevent being branded with a vulgar reputation. In the Great Jin Dynasty, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants were deeply ingrained in people's minds. Actually, it's not surprising that Wang Yukai could find his way here. His official status as a scholar is registered at the government office, and now that he has opened a school, it's also registered there. Anyone who inquires carefully would find out. Wang Yukai comes from a family of merchants and is a well-known figure in town. He had only one son, whom he spoiled since childhood, making him stubborn and unruly. Now, no school in town is willing to accept his son, and even the teachers hired with a lot of money have been driven away. Wang Yukai feels helpless. He doesn't expect his son to have a bright future in the imperial exams. He just wants him to learn to read and write so he can safely take over the family business, understand the accounts, and avoid being cheated. Without that, he wouldn't rest easy, even in death. I am inexperienced and not very knowledgeable. The school is already full, Mr. Wang. Perhaps you should look elsewhere. Gu Haochen bowed and said politely. He added, "Your son is very clever. Keeping him in this remote village might ruin his future." Gu Haochen had heard about Wang Youcai's son when he was studying in town. It was probably because no teacher could be found locally, so Wang came to Gu's village to seek education. Such a mischievous child, if accepted, might influence the other children. Wang Youcai's son, Wang Jue, was happy to hear this. He pulled his father to leave, but Wang Yukai was reluctant. He grabbed Gu Haochen's sleeve and tried to kneel. Gu Haochen quickly helped him up. Wang Yukai looked distressed and said, "My son is a bit unruly, but he's not bad at heart. It's our fault as parents for not guiding him well. Please, Scholar Gu, have mercy and take him in. Given your family situation, wouldn't it be better to hire a private teacher in town for one-on-one lessons?" Gu Haochen felt a headache coming on. This family was persistent. If he didn't go home, his wife would keep waiting for him to eat. To be honest, there's really no one in town who can tutor my son, Wang Yukai admitted. If there were, I wouldn't be risking my pride to ask you. You can set any conditions. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Wang Youcai's usual approach was that anything achievable with money was easy. Unfortunately, he miscalculated this time. Gu Haochen, though without money, had his pride and the integrity of a scholar. If he compromised his principles for a little profit, he wouldn't be Gu Haochen anymore. Gu Haochen ignored Wang Yukai and turned to walk back home. Wang Youcai's family didn't leave. They waited outside the school gate for Gu Haochen. It was noon, and the sun hung motionless in the sky, scorching everything. The ground was hot all around. A breeze blew, stirring up a wave of heat, making it feel like a blazing fire. Wang Youcai's wife fanned her son while wiping sweat from his forehead. Wang Yukai casually wiped his own sweat with his sleeve. Looking at his son's flushed face, he felt a bit sad. He gently patted his son's head and asked, "Want to rest in the cart?" His son pursed his lips and shook his head. Over the past few years, he had visited all the schools in town. Whenever he caused trouble, his father was not angry but comforted him instead. His father often said that the private teachers in town were not good and suggested changing schools if he didn't like the current one, since there were many private schools. He believed his father's words wholeheartedly. But he didn't expect his usually indifferent father to humble himself so much for him, even kneeling to others. He couldn't quite explain his feelings. He just felt his father shouldn't be so lowly. He thought if the teacher accepted him this time, he would study hard and never let his father beg like that again. Last year, an old man who sold watermelons by cart came again. Xiao Wu knew his wife loved watermelons, so he bought a few more. Since watermelons could last 10 or 15 days, his wife could eat them freely now that she didn't need to watch her diet. She was very happy. Gu Qing saw the watermelons and smiled sweetly, even secretly kissed Xiao Wu on the face, which made Xiao Wu very happy. He believed that as long as he treated his wife well, good things would come. The family cut open a watermelon and ate happily under the grapevine. After eating and drinking enough, Yan Yan and Xiao Qi took a nap on the big bed under the grapevine. Gu Qing asked Xiao Wu to cut a watermelon to bring to the school. Children from nearby villages couldn't go home for lunch in the summer heat. They had to endure the stuffy schoolroom. Everyone felt sorry for the children, not just Gu Qing. Other women in the village felt the same. Now, with plenty of vegetables in their gardens, they often sent some home for other children to share. Children from nearby villages who got food would tell their parents. Sometimes, children from other villages carried baskets filled with wild fruits from the mountains to school. Though not valuable, it was a treat for the children to eat something fresh. After Xiao Wu cut the watermelon and put it into a basin, he headed to the school. "Brother Xiao? Is that really you?" Wang Yukai asked cautiously, only sure when the person came closer. Xiao Wu was a bit surprised. Why was Wang Yukai here? Then he looked at his wife and child, and understood. He asked, "Boss Wang, are you here to ask about your son's schooling?" Wang Yukai forced a smile and nodded. Gu Xiaocai refuses to accept it and still plans to ask him again. Xiao Wu handed over a watermelon. "Eat some watermelon to quench your thirst." Wang Yukai didn't refuse either. Standing in the hot sun for so long had made his mouth dry. He took a piece, and the rest was given to the children in the schoolhouse by Xiao Wu. After Xiao Wu came out, he saw Wang Youcai's wife and children looking tired from the sun. He said, "Why don't you rest in my home for a while? My son is also studying here. Gu Xiaocai won't return to the school until the afternoon. It's not good to stay in the sun all the time. When my son goes to school, you can come with him." Wang Yukai didn't want to leave. He wanted Gu Haochen to see his sincerity. But seeing his son looking so hot and miserable, he finally agreed. The whole family followed Xiao Wu back home. In the yard, for children were sleeping soundly on a bed under the grapevines. Gu Qing was nearby, fanning them with a palm leaf. Xiao Wu led Wang Youcai's family into the yard. When the children heard the noise, they woke up. The two little ones whined and seemed ready to cry. Yan Yan quickly crawled over, softly comforting her brothers. She also picked up a rattle nearby and made them laugh. Xiao Wu and Wang Yukai met before Xiao Wu got married, when Xiao Wu was buying gold and silver jewelry. At that time, Xiao Wu didn't have enough silver, so Wang Yukai told him to take the items first and pay later when he had the money. Wang Yukai wasn't just being kind because he liked Xiao Wu. He had seen Xiao Wu several times at Yunxian Tower and knew he was on good terms with the shopkeeper there. It was just a polite gesture. There was no tea or snacks at home to serve guests. Gu Qing poured a few bowls of honey water to entertain Wang Yukai and his family. Brother-in-law, no need to be polite. Sorry for bothering you today. Please forgive us. Wang Yukai, a seasoned businessman, was experienced and knew how to speak politely. He said readily, "Farmers don't have much good stuff. Just drink some honey water to cool off." As soon as Gu Qing finished speaking, Sui Sui and Tua Tua outside started crying again. Gu Qing hurried out to check on the children, and Wang Youcai's wife also went out. Wang Youcai's wife was from a wealthy family in town and was a legitimate daughter. Wang Yukai had suffered quite a bit before marrying her, and he promised never to take concubines. That's how he married her. They had been married for a long time, but she had not had children. After seeing many doctors, she finally gave birth to a son. The couple loved their son very much. They had few children, so Wang Youcai's wife especially liked kids. Seeing Gu Qing's 4 children, she was very envious. "Can I hold him?" she asked, looking at the chubby little boy with admiration. Gu Qing smiled and nodded. "Hold her carefully. Be careful, little one. She tends to grab hair." Mrs. Wang Yukai heard this and happily hugged Sui Sui. The little girl was not afraid of strangers and stared straight at Mrs. Wang Yukai with big eyes. Yan Yan, worried that Mrs. Wang Yukai might get too warm holding the child, fanned them with a fan. This moved her deeply, thinking that daughters are the best, more caring and thoughtful. Plus, Yan Yan's looks were becoming more charming, and her soft, gentle voice made people want to listen more. Mrs. Wang Yukai and Yan Yan quickly became friends. She even gave Yan Yan a jade pendant she always carried as a gift. Gu Qing stopped her. "If sister-in-law likes Yan Yan, she can come to see her often. The jade pendant is too valuable for a child to keep." Mrs. Wang Yukai had to take back the jade pendant and promised to visit often in the future. Xiao Qi took Wang Jue to pick cherries in the vegetable garden, then they ran to the old house to see the rabbits. The 2 boys were lively and happy, so they didn't feel the heat. Inside, Wang Yukai wanted to ask Xiao Wu to help talk to Gu Xiukai about a good word for Gu Xiukai, but Xiao Wu refused. He couldn't interfere. If Gu Haochen didn't accept, he must have his reasons. If he went to ask, it would only make Gu Haochen uncomfortable. Gu Qing and Mrs. Wang Yukai were chatting in the yard. When it was about time, she called Xiao Qi to pack his bag for school. Wang Yukai heard this from inside and came out, planning to go with his wife and son. His son and Xiao Qi played happily. Naturally, they wanted to go, but Mrs. Wang Yukai waved her hand. "You go ahead. I'll stay at Qingger's house to help take care of the children." Mrs. Wang Yukai had made up her mind. If her son could study, he should. If not, she would ask her brother to find a teacher in the county. She didn't want to go and suffer or make a fool of herself. This was Xiao Qi's second time riding in a carriage. Wang Youcai's carriage was even more luxurious than the Yunxian buildings. Xiao Qi was excited, looking around and whispering to Wang Jue, "When I grow up, I'll buy my sister a carriage just as pretty." Wang Jue waved his hand casually. "No need to wait till you grow up. I'll give you this one. I have plenty at home. Children don't understand what's expensive or not." In Wang Jue's mind, if he wanted something, his parents would buy it for him. Xiao Qi shook his head. "When I grow up, I'll buy it myself." He knew carriages were expensive, and his father often told him not to ask for things from others casually. On the way, they met Gu Haochun and Huzi. Xiao Qi didn't ride in the carriage anymore. He got off and went with Wang Jue to find Huzi. "Brother Huzi, this is my new good friend named Wang." Little Qi was so happy that he forgot Wang Jue's full name. Wang Jue added from beside him. Gu Haichen felt a bit helpless. He didn't expect Wang Yukai to still not give up. Seeing the three children happily running ahead made him think that Wang Jue might not be beyond help. Wang Yukai had no authority in front of Gu Haichen, only the heart of a father eager for his son's education. All right, let him stay for a few days. If they get along well, he can stay longer. If not, he shouldn't come again, Gu Haichen decided after careful thought. He didn't dare claim he was a better teacher than the local scholar, but if they found each other suitable, he was willing to give the chance. Teacher and student are often connected by fate. Fortunately, Wang Jue didn't disappoint him. He wasn't the most diligent, but he wasn't mischievous either, and was quite obedient and well-behaved. The happiest person to see Wang Jue stay and study was Wang Youcai's wife. Every morning, a servant would take Wang Jue to Gujia village to study, and in the evening, Wang Youcai's wife would personally come to pick him up. She often arrived early, just to stay a little longer at the Xiao family's place, see Yan Yan, and admire the little kids. Wang Youcai's wife would bring small gifts for Yan Yan each time: hairpins, handkerchiefs, pouches, and jewelry or fabric. She would think of Yan Yan whenever she saw pretty things while shopping in town. Yan Yan enjoyed close contact with her and would run to greet her whenever she heard the carriage. They believed in mutual respect and courtesy. Gu Qing specially made each of Qi and Wang Jue a badger fur cushion to place on their stools while studying, soft and comfortable. Wang Jue's mother didn't make such things. Her clothes were made by a tailor, with embroidered patterns. Wang Jue treasured this cushion very much and even asked Gu Qing to sew him a small shoulder bag like Qi's. Every day, Wang Jue carried this little bag and cushion home, then took them to school the next day. Once, the servants forgot to bring his bag, and the little boy threw a tantrum. When the servant didn't stop, he tried to jump into the carriage to get it himself, scaring the driver. If he scraped his skin, it would be a big problem, and he was afraid of getting into trouble. In the end, the servant had to soothe him, promising to bring it later when they returned to the estate. He was told to go study first. Wang Jue calmed down and kept reminding the servant not to forget as they approached the school. Finally, he even threatened the servant, saying if he didn't bring it, he would sell him at night when they got home. The servant was so frightened that in the Wang family, he could at least eat well and stay warm. The master wouldn't casually beat or scold the servants. Life there was already very good. If he were to return to the hands of the human traffickers, he might end up in some other household. The servant immediately hurried back to the estate to inform the young master. Most of the Wang family servants had signed binding contracts. If something went wrong in the household, they wouldn't be sold or even beaten to death without consequences. Wang Jue had seen many such situations in the estate. When he spoke, he sounded somewhat like his father. 5 years had passed quickly. Gu Haochen, in his 3rd year of opening a school, successfully passed the imperial exam and became a county magistrate. The school was not affected by his departure. In fact, the children who had been taught by Gu Haochen early on stayed voluntarily to become teachers, giving back to the Gu family village in this way. Over these years of teaching, Gu Haochen had helped 20 or so children pass the imperial exams and had more than 10 successful candidates. Not only did this add glory to Gu Haochen's career, but it also made the Gu family village famous. Nearby villages' young men and women wanted to marry into the Gu family village. Even when shopping in town, people would look at you more favorably if they heard you were from Gu family village. The village was no longer the same as before. It had produced a county magistrate and many successful scholars. Gu Tudu was the first successful candidate taught by Gu Haochen. Now he was a teacher in Gu family village. Although young, he resembled Gu Haochen in many ways: thoughtful, humble, responsible in teaching, and diligent. Even during the 5 years of studying, his tuition fee never increased. It remained at 100 coins. Huzi, Shaoqi, and Wang Jue all passed the imperial exam for scholars. Wang Jue didn't plan to continue studying. His father was very satisfied with him and was preparing him to take over the family business. Gu Qing hadn't yet realized it, but the 4 children had already grown up. Sui Sui and Tua Tua had gone from babbling and stumbling as toddlers to being about the same size as Shaoqi. Xiao Qi was still preparing for next year's imperial exam. He hadn't forgotten his childhood promise to his little father to become an official and buy a big house for him. Yan Yan had also grown into a beautiful young lady. Her skin was as bright as snow, her eyes clear like a tranquil lake, and her charming face was radiant and elegant, like spring flowers or autumn moonlight. Next year, Yan Yan would reach the age of marriage. Gu Qing sighed every day. His little daughter was finally growing up. Neither Gu Qing nor Xiao was happy about this. They only hoped she would grow up slowly, even more slowly, and that she wouldn't have to marry anyone. Tiger Ji has always been worried about Yan Yan, but as he grew older, he understood the differences between men and women. Concerned about Yan Yan's reputation, he dared not go to the Xiao family's house and could only occasionally ask Little Qi about Yan Yan's recent situation. Recently, Little Qi rarely went out and stayed at home studying hard to prepare for next year's imperial exam. Tiger Ji was restless at home, constantly scratching his head. For several days, he couldn't get any news about Yan Yan, which made him lose his appetite and sleep poorly. One day, he finally gathered his courage and decided to walk near the Xiao house. He planned to look from afar and see Yan Yan, feeling reassured once he saw her. However, he saw Yan Yan get into Wang Jue's carriage. Although he didn't see Wang Jue himself, everyone knew Yan Yan was going to town. Why would she go there? The Xiao family had no relatives in town, so she must be visiting Wang Jue. Maybe their families had already arranged a marriage for Yan Yan and Wang Jue in secret. The more Tiger Ji thought about it, the more confused he became. Then he remembered that Wang Jue was fair and well off. If Yan Yan married him, she wouldn't suffer. But if she married him... When Tiger Ji returned home, he locked himself in his room, refusing to come out or eat. Finally, Tiger Ji's mother couldn't bear to see him like this. She asked Tiger Ji's father to force open the door. She grabbed Tiger Ji's ear and pulled him out. She looked at her son, who had lost his usual spirit, with a worried expression. His brows were furrowed, his eyes red. She sighed and went to the kitchen to bring him a bowl of rice. Tiger Ji lowered his head and ate silently, tears streaming down his face. While sobbing and eating, Tiger Ji's mother felt heartbroken. Their family was honest and straightforward. Once they made up their minds about someone or something, nothing could change it. She gently patted her son's head and asked, "Did Yan Yan reject you?" Tiger Ji looked up at his mother, shook his head, and continued eating with a blank expression, as if his soul had been taken out. He mechanically shoved rice into his mouth, occasionally wiping his tears. After a while, he finally spoke. "I saw Yan Yan get into Wang Jue's carriage. She must like Wang Jue." As he spoke, he became a little aggrieved and wanted to cry, so he quickly lowered his head and ate more, not wanting his mother to see his sad side. Tiger Ji's mother smiled upon hearing this. "Yan Yan probably went to see Lady Wang Yukai. Old Qing told me before that Yan Yan and Wang Jue's mother became close friends at first sight. Maybe her mother misses Yan Yan." Hearing this, Tiger Ji stopped eating and asked cautiously, "Really?" His mother paused and said, "It's also possible that Wang Jue's mother likes Yan Yan and wants her to be her daughter-in-law." Huzi's face visibly fell quickly. His mother wanted him and Yan Yan to develop feelings for each other. Now, he wasn't sure about Yan Yan's true feelings. Maybe Yan Yan had been tricked by Wang Jue, that flirtatious young man. Yan Yan was so beautiful now. How could Wang Jue not be tempted? Just thinking about these things made Huzi restless. He begged his mother, "Mother, please ask Uncle Qing to marry Yan Yan to me." Uncle Xiao listens to Uncle Qing. If Uncle Qing agrees, Uncle Xiao will definitely agree too. Your Uncle Qing and Uncle Xiao only have this one precious daughter. They protect her like a treasure. She's so fragile, they fear she'll break if touched. Look at what Yan Yan wears, silk clothes. Uncle Xiao spends all his earnings from raising livestock on his daughter. Look at his 3 sons. They usually wear simple cotton clothes. What does that mean? It shows that Uncle Xiao and Uncle Qing love Yan Yan as much as they love their own eyes. Look at yourself. You're just a student now. Not only in the town but even in Gujia village, You're not impressive. How can I be proud to ask for her hand? You should at least pass the imperial exam as a scholar. Then, have your elder brother write a recommendation letter to the local officials. Once you have a stable job, people will trust us to marry Yan. Otherwise, why would they give her to you? Huzi's mother went on. If you pass the scholar exam, your father, grandmother, elder brother, and I will all go with you to ask for her hand. If Uncle Qing and Uncle Xiao agree, you must treat Yan well like Uncle Xiao and Uncle Qing do. Never let her suffer. If they don't agree, we've done our best. You should give up now. Seeing hope, Huzi's face lit up with a smile. He looked lively again. After finishing his last bite of food, he hurried back to study. He was determined to pass the scholar exam next year. If he didn't, after Yan's coming-of-age ceremony, someone else might come and sweep into the Xiao family's door. Huzi's mother saw her son regain his spirit, but couldn't feel happy. She was unsure whether Gu Qing and Xiao Wu were willing to marry their precious daughter. If they weren't, her son, so stubborn, might do something foolish. Now, she could only wait and see what would happen. Xiao Qi grew quickly, about the same height as Gu Qing, but still had a child's temper. Seeing his two younger brothers sleeping soundly, he called Xiao Wu over and said, "Dad, look. One is like a little turtle without a lid, and the other is like a little turtle with a lid." Tue pouted his little bottom and buried his face in the pillow. Tua sprawled out, showing his white, tender belly. Xiao Wu thought his eldest son looked quite similar to the description. The father and son exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh out loud, which woke Tue. When Tue woke up, he looked for his sister, pouting slightly and looking at his father and older brother with displeasure. He then crawled down the bed rail, and Xiao Wu picked him up. He was still a bit upset and twisted his little bottom, trying to get down. Gu Qing heard the noise and went to the main hall to check. Seeing Gu Qing, Tue seemed to find comfort and reached out, wanting his dad to hold him. Gu Qing took the child from Xiao Wu. Tue, with tiny arms like lotus roots, hugged his neck tightly and buried his face in Gu Qing's neck, whining softly. "Big brother and dad said I, and my brother, are little turtles. Don't listen to their nonsense. Tue and Tua are dad's treasures," Gu Qing said, giving his eldest son and Xiao Wu a sharp look. These two mischievous boys often played tricks on the children, making them cry every time. Gu Qing suddenly remembered that when Xiao Qi was young, Xiao Wu was just the same, bullying his son all day long, making him cry and come to complain to him. The youngest in the family was starting to imitate his father, bullying even smaller children. Gu Qing shook his head with a smile. After so many years, Xiao Wu hadn't changed at all, still childish at heart, with no sign of being a proper father. Yan was brought back by Wang's carriage. Seeing her sister, Tue no longer looked for his dad, and instead followed Yan like a little tail. A few days ago, Madame Wang learned that Yan was learning embroidery. She invited a skilled embroiderer to the mansion in the city to teach Yan. Gu Qing trusted the Wang family after years of interaction. Since her daughter liked embroidery, she agreed to let her go. Before leaving, she repeatedly warned her not to be alone with any men and to avoid Wang Jue if she met her. Madame Wang was also a proper person. That afternoon, she sent someone to bring her daughter back home. Xiao Wu had been farming and raising livestock carefully over the years. Occasionally, he went hunting in the mountains but never ventured deep into the forest, worried that his wife would worry. Although he didn't make much money, it was enough to support the family. Gu Qing didn't seek wealth or fame. She only wished for her family to be healthy and safe, free from illness and disaster. Currently, it is the height of summer with scorching heat. The bright sun hangs high in the blue sky, casting strong sunlight down. The heat makes people feel irritable. Xiao Wu takes Xiao Qi to water the animals and cool them down. Xiao Huang relaxes under the grapevine, wagging his tail happily on the ground, feeling very comfortable. Gu Qing looks outside at the blazing sun. The cucumbers in the vegetable garden are growing thick and are perfect for making cold noodles to cool off. Gu Qing decides to make some. She quickly gathers a few bowls of flour from the side room and heads to the kitchen. After mixing the dough, She covers it with a damp cloth and lets it rest for half an hour. Then she finds a slightly larger basin to wash the dough. She kneads the dough in water repeatedly, about 5 or 6 times, until the water is clear. The remaining small pieces are the gluten. Gu Qing adds yeast to the gluten and steams it until cooked. The water in the basin settles and separates over 3 hours. By dinner time, the cold noodles are almost ready to be steamed. Gu Qing picks a few cucumbers from the garden for the evening meal and also makes some chili oil with a spatula. Gu Qing rarely makes cold noodles each year. Although they look simple, making them is complicated and tiring. But her family loves them. Once they manage to eat some, everyone eats until they are full. Tuo Tuo and Tuan Tuan cannot eat spicy food. Gu Qing makes a separate portion for them without chili. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi deliberately tease the kids, saying that the spicy ones are the tastiest, with lively expressions, which makes the children stare in surprise. The children are young and easily influenced. They insist on eating the spicy version. In the end, they cry from the spiciness, which makes Gu Qing angry. That night, Xiao Wu holds Xiao Qi to sleep. At night, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi lie in the main hall, tired of each other. Xiao Wu waits until everyone is asleep, then quietly returns to the main room and gently carries the sleeping Tue and Tua to the hall. He then quietly gets into bed, lying beside his husband with his hand on his waist. Gu Qing, drowsy and faint, feels someone beside her. She softly calls out, "Brother Wu?" Xiao Wu is slightly surprised, holding his breath to stay silent. Gu Qing turns over and, while Xiao Wu is not looking, snuggles into his arms like a kitten. Her soft hair presses against Xiao Wu's chest. Xiao Wu embraces his husband tightly and falls asleep happily. Everything is quiet as stone in the night, and they sleep soundly. Only the frogs in the small river keep croaking. Gu Qing's family adopted a little brother, named Tsingur. When Gu Qing first took office, she was busy with work, and their home was not well organized. Not wanting the child to suffer from the hardships of travel, the couple decided to keep the child at home for now. Once things settled, they would bring him to the county. Tiger Boy's father was upset at first when he found out he had picked up little brother. He kept a stern face and looked very gloomy. Tiger Girl's mother was annoyed by her husband's bad mood and wished she could argue with him. After little brother's 100th day, Tiger Girl's mother often took him to Gu Qing's house to play with Sui Sui and Tua Tua. The two children in the Xiao family looked exactly alike, but their personalities were very different. Sui Sui was cheerful like Gu Qing, always smiling and having a good temper. Tua Tua was more like his father, quiet and rarely speaking, always with a serious face like an old man, except when he smiled at Yan Yan. However, little brother liked to play with Tua Tua. Tua Tua didn't talk, and little brother was not upset. He would quietly play with his hands next to Tua Tua. When little brother first learned to say bung, the first person he called was Tua Tua. This made Tiger Dad very angry, so he ordered Tiger Mom not to let little brother go to Zhao's house to play anymore. One day, Tiger Mom needed to go to town to buy things. She found out that Uncle Sue was unwell, so she had no choice but to leave the children with Tiger Dad. Before leaving, she repeatedly warned him to be very careful. If little brother's delicate face got bumped or hurt, it would be ruined. Tiger Dad impatiently sent his wife away. When he turned around, he saw little brother grinning at him. Tiger Dad looked a bit uncomfortable. He scolded harshly, "Stay still and don't move around." The little kid didn't seem to understand and looked at him confused, tilting his head. After a while, he suddenly smiled brightly and reached out, saying, "Hug." Reluctantly, Tiger Dad picked up little brother. Then he seemed to think of something and told him, "There's a big tiger in Zhao's house that eats children. You're not allowed to go there anymore, understand?" Little brother's eyes widened in surprise, as if scared by this. He slightly leaned back and said, "Little brother is a kid. I'm afraid of tigers." Tiger Dad was pleased with his grandson's reaction. He nodded seriously and continued to scare him. "Yes, the tiger in Zhao's house loves to eat children." Little brother swallowed hard. When he thought about Tua Tua possibly being eaten by the tiger, he burst into tears. Tiger Dad was startled by the crying and didn't know what to do. He hurriedly put little brother back on the bed, reached out to wipe his tears, but was worried his rough hands might hurt the soft face. He tried to comfort him roughly. Don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa will protect you. The tiger won't eat you. The little one cried sadly and sniffled. Then Grandpa also protects Tua brother. Hearing this, Tiger Dad felt mixed emotions. He looked at his little grandson with disappointment, thinking that even now, he still cared about that troublemaker from Zhao's family. He used to not understand Xiao Wu. Every time he saw Tiger, he felt like he was guarding against a thief. But now he realized, wasn't that just a thief? Thief who steals from my daughter, thief who steals from my little brother. None of the young ones are good. Mother Huzi hurried back home after finishing her errands in town. She was worried about her husband taking care of the children. If anything went wrong with the kids in their hands, she wouldn't be able to explain to her son and Su Gur. When Mother Huzi returned home, she gently pushed open the door and saw Huzi's father kneeling on the ground, sweating heavily, playing a game of horse with his son. They were having so much fun that they didn't notice her. Huzi's father, with clumsy movements, crawled while saying, "Now you see, only Grandpa loves you most. Look, your grandma went out to play and didn't take you. From now on, who will be closest to you?" Tsingur also showed respect, leaning on Huzi's father's back, holding his neck with small hands and softly said, "Being close to Grandpa. Grandpa is good." Mother Huzi couldn't hold back her laughter. She knew her husband had a stubborn streak, but she didn't expect it to be so strong. Caught criticizing his wife, Huzi's father felt awkward. His ears turned red, and he stubbornly said in a rough voice, "Take him down quickly. Don't let me help you take care of the kids next time." "It's so annoying." Mother Huzi finally found a chance to tease him, saying, "Annoying? I think you like it very much. Just now you said only Grandpa loves you most." She mimicked his tone perfectly. Huzi's father was speechless under his wife's teasing. His face turned red, and he hurriedly ran out as if escaping. Tsingur also remembered what Grandpa said about the Xiao family having a tiger, and he begged Grandma to take him to the Xiao house. When they arrived at the Xiao courtyard, he looked everywhere for Tua. Seeing that Tua hadn't been eaten by the big tiger, he felt relieved. "Big brother Tua. Grandpa said your family has a big tiger that eats children." Tsingur made a fierce face, pretending to be a tiger. He mimicked the scariest tiger he could think of, howling a few times. He thought it was a tiger's roar, then solemnly hugged Tua. "Very loyal," he said, "but it's okay. I can protect you." Tua lazily looked up and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "It's okay. My grandpa can defeat the tiger. I'll ask him to protect us," Tsingur said proudly, pounding his chest. "Thanks, Tsingur, but my dad can also defeat the tiger. I'm not afraid." Tua pursed his lips, thinking, he's a little man, and he can't lose face in front of Tsingur. Gu Qing and Huzi, listening to the two children talk, couldn't help but laugh. After a while, Tue ran into the house, calling Tua and Tsingur to go feed the rabbits. Tsingur still held Tua's hand, thinking that he must always protect his older brother Tua. Tiger has been studying hard at home these days. His father is very pleased, happy that his son has become motivated. This is a very good thing. If his father knew that Tiger's motivation was to marry Yan, he might have different feelings. Tiger's parents went to the fields to weed, leaving Tsingur in Tiger's care. Since there was no one to play with at home, Tsingur asked his little uncle to take him to the Xiao family to play. Hearing this, Tiger's eyes lit up. This was a great chance to see Yan. He picked up Tsingur and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. The uncle and nephew then went to the Xiao family. The uncle and nephew each had their own thoughts as they entered the Xiao house. Tiger was nervous, looking around to see what Yan was doing, but also afraid he might see Uncle Xiao angry. Tsingur ran into the yard, shouting for Tua as he ran. Xiao was out hunting in the mountains, so he wasn't home. Gu Qing was in the main room sewing small quilts for two little kids. Tua and Sui were crawling strangely on the bed. Gu Qing looked at them with confusion, but didn't stop them. When the two kids heard Singur coming, they quickly put on their pants. Since it was hot at noon, they took off their pants and wore only small undershirts, rolling around on the bed with their bare bottoms. Gu Qing thought there was no one around, so she didn't mind. But now that Singur was here, she worried he might see them and be embarrassed. Gu Qing stood at the door, waiting until the kids finished dressing before opening it. She was a bit surprised that Tiger was the one bringing Singur today. "Uncle Qing, my parents are working in the fields. Singur is at home and keeps asking to come see his brother," Tiger said, feeling a little shy and scratching his head when he saw Gu Qing, who was like a future father to him. "Singur is here. The brothers are inside. Come in and play," Gu Qing said, patting Singur's head. Singur shyly smiled and said, "I miss Tua Tua brother." He didn't know who he learned this from, but even at his age, he knew how to be shy. Seeing how nervous he looked, Gu Qing couldn't help but laugh. While Gu Qing was chatting with Singur, Tiger glanced toward the east wing. He knew Yan Yan had lived there alone for years. Strictly speaking, he knew all the small and big matters about Yan Yan. Tiger usually spent his pocket money on Xiao Qi just to find out about Yan Yan. Once, when he fought with Zhen Miao, Xiao Qi told him that Yan Yan didn't react at all. Anyway, she disliked them because they were just boys. After that, he stopped fighting, worried that Yan Yan wouldn't like it. Tiger's father once felt proud, thinking his way of raising him was effective. Gu Qing hadn't seen Tiger for a long time. This boy and his older brother are really very different. One has red lips, white teeth, fair skin, and elegant manners. The other has thick eyebrows, big eyes, a loud voice, and a rough, honest look. The taller brother has grown quickly and is probably even taller than his older brother now. Tiger is a boy Gu Qing has watched grow up. He's quite a good match, healthy-looking, tall, strong, and sturdy. Mainly, Gu Qing has always liked Yan Yan. But when it comes to marriage, Gu Qing still wants Yan Yan to decide for herself. She should find someone she likes and feels happy with. Otherwise, if they dislike each other, how can they live together peacefully? Yan Yan finished embroidering a handkerchief in her room and came out to get some water. She happened to make eye contact with Tiger. Gu Qing could see her face turn redder and redder, like a stage actress applying blush before going on stage, or like the sunset clouds at dusk. Summer afternoons are hot and dull, but at that moment, seeing her face turn red made Gu Qing feel cold inside, as if the heat had suddenly cooled him down. He thought he needed to wait for Xiao Wu to come back and have him help cool things down. Tiger quickly stood up.
Yan.
Yan. Although Tiger's skin isn't very fair, you could still see a blush on his cheeks. Gu Qing suddenly felt a bit useless here. Tua saw that his sister wasn't the first to speak to him. Feeling jealous, he pounded hard on the table to show his displeasure. Yan Yan didn't dare look at Tiger anymore and went over to comfort her younger brother. Tiger didn't want to stay any longer. He hugged his little brother, who hadn't played enough, and went home. Back home, Tiger's father found out that Tiger had taken Tua to Zhao's house. He was furious, chasing after Tiger to scold him. He said he wouldn't let Tiger take Tua there again. He was secretly scheming and even used Tua to go along. Xiao had just returned from hunting in the mountains. Without needing Gu Qing to tell him, Su and Tua ran to complain, saying their sister's face turned red when she saw Tiger. The news really helped cool things down. His daughter was being watched by a mischievous outsider, and Xiao was furious, but didn't know how to vent his anger. Feeling upset, he silently took a water bucket and went to water the vegetables in the garden. Gu Qing looked out the window and saw this scene. He told Yan Yan, "Your father is upset. He's trying to distract himself. Just watch. If these boys make mistakes in the next few days and your father catches them, they'll definitely get scolded." His husband seems steady, but is actually quite childish, no better than Su and Tua. Yan Yan's head drooped low, and she didn't say a word, as if overwhelmed by some emotion. She has known since childhood that she and Xiao Qi are not her biological children. She was always afraid that her father would dislike them, so she was very obedient, so obedient that, for example, when eating, Xiaoqi would naturally pass his empty bowl to their father, but she wouldn't dare, fearing her father would be annoyed. Also, whenever she saw their father working, she would run to help. She truly felt part of the family after Sui Sui and Tua Tua were born. She knew their father was kind to her, so she wanted to do something for him. When she was still young, she could only help wash Sui Sui and Tua Tua's diapers. When Gu Qing found out, he earnestly told her she shouldn't touch those dirty things anymore. She nodded outwardly, but still secretly washed them. That was the first time Gu Qing lost his temper with her, and he was very angry. She felt scared for the first time, because their father was crying. Gu Qing was very sad that day. At first, Gu Qing was still calm and held her hand, telling her that this was her home. She didn't need to be so reserved to please anyone or to be so obedient. But as he spoke, his voice started to tremble, and his eyes turned red. Gu Qing didn't know how to make his daughter open her heart. At that moment, Gu Qing felt both heartache for Yan Yan and a sense of helplessness. Later, Yan Yan tried to gradually become part of the family. Sometimes she would test boundaries by making some rude requests or acting stubborn like Xiaoqi. If her requests were harmless, Xiaoqi would usually agree. But if she really made a mistake, Xiaoqi would scold her. She wasn't upset about being scolded. Instead, she felt happy. Now, watching her father unwilling to see her marry, she feels a bit sad. Suddenly, she doesn't want to marry anymore and wishes to stay close to her father, and Xiaoqi. The village market has become more lively in recent years, with nearby villages renting stalls for small businesses. The rent mostly goes toward repairing the ancestral hall. If they have extra money, they save it for children who can't afford school. A local opera troupe came to town. Wang Youcai's wife sent someone to Gujia village to invite Yan Yan and Xiaoqi to the town to see the show. As her daughter grew older, Xiao was always worried about her. Luckily, Xiaoqi was with her. If her daughter went alone, he definitely wouldn't agree. Mrs. Wang Youcai didn't forget to invite Huzi. After all, he and her son are classmates. Plus, Huzi's older brother is now the county magistrate, so building good relations is definitely beneficial. The 100 opera troupe rarely comes, so more people would make it more lively. Huzi heard that Yan Yan was also going, and he stopped reading his books. He changed into the clothes his brother bought for him in the county. He had been saving this outfit for the exam in the county, but now he wore it for the performance. He wore a long satin robe embroidered with blue patterns, with a wide belt decorated with cloud motifs around his waist. This made him look less simple and more spirited than usual. Before leaving, Gu Qing gave Yan Yan and Xiaoqi 1 or 2 silver coins, telling them to buy anything they liked and to be sure to come back before dinner. The 3 men left at home watched longingly as Yan Yan and Huzi went to the town. They felt sad because they hadn't eaten much lunch. Gu Qing was worried. Yan Yan wasn't married yet. If she got married, the family might cause trouble. In the town, Wang Jue was already waiting at the door. Yan Yan, he called out, waving his hand when he saw them. Huzi's brow twitched slightly, and he carefully observed Yan Yan's expression. Could he really call her? And was she smiling in that way? So sly? Luckily, Huzi came along today, or else Wang Jue, this mischievous boy, might have been flirting with Yan Yan in a way that was too obvious. Wang Jue hurried over, grinning widely at Xiaoqi and Huzi. This time, the 100 opera troupe is really interesting. They not only have acrobatics but also magic tricks and martial arts. I arranged for my dad to rent the 2nd floor of Yunxian Tower. The best spot, with a clear view and no need to push through crowds, he boasted confidently. Jue, you really think ahead. No wonder you're the young master of Jixiang Gold Shop. You're truly wealthy, Xiaoqi teased. Wang Jue scratched his head and said, Get lost. Huzi watched their conversation and felt a bit cold inside. It seemed his future brother-in-law liked Wang Jue more. He couldn't do anything about it. He wanted to rent the entire Yunxian Tower, but didn't have enough money. Inside Yunxian Tower, the 2nd floor near the window had the best view. Outside, the lively scene of the 100 opera troupe was in full swing. Under the galloping of 2 horses, there was a cart pulled by 3-headed deer. On the cart, 3 poles stood, with a drum in the middle. A young child was performing daring stunts on it. Inside the cart, 4 musicians played, 2 with flutes, 1 with a pipa, and 1 with a drumstick. The scene left Yan and others stunned, all amazed by what they saw. Yesterday, Wang Jue had already watched the performance once. He had also seen it before in Fucheng. Watching it again now felt a bit boring. This is the Opera Carriage Tower, and on its left is Fish and Dragon Parade, Wang Jue kindly explained to the others, worried they might not understand. Yan watched as 5 people in the troupe held drums called Tao drums, teasing a disguised fish and a dragon. The dragon had a child on its back, performing various acts. What's this called? Taogu, which is used to keep rhythm, also called Tao drum. Look, above the fish and dragon parade, 3 people are doing daring stunts on a rope, with sharp knives hanging below. That is called climbing high on the rope, Wang Jue continued. To the right are performances with beast costumes and a phoenix. Yan had never seen such shows before. She was excited and felt fresh. The lively crowd below made her eager. Tiger's Eye, who hadn't paid much attention to the troupe before, watched Yan closely. Seeing her interest, he quietly suggested, "Why don't we go down and take a closer look?" It's rare to come here. Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, seeming eager for what was below. Tiger's Eye felt a little embarrassed, thinking, I must not let Yan look at others like that again. It's just too adorable. He calmly looked away and stood up. The others agreed quickly. From down there, they could see the acrobatics more clearly. Although it was hot, no one complained because the troupe's performances were too interesting. At noon, the sun was strong, and with many people watching, Tiger's Eye didn't dare let Yan out of his sight. He saw her almost being pushed and nearly falling several times. Quietly, he moved to stand beside her, blocking the crowd's noise and keeping her safe. Yan's mind drifted. Tiger's Eye looked along her gaze. She seemed to be searching for Wang Jue. He silently looked away. It was August, the height of summer, with a gentle breeze. The crowd's noise was deafening, but inside, Tiger's Eye felt like a storm was brewing, thunder and lightning. Just moments ago, he was secretly happy to be close to Yan, but now each second felt painfully long, almost unbearable. He started to overthink. If Yan married Wang Jue and became his wife, would they still have a chance to meet? Probably not. Even if she wasn't married now, it was rare for them to see each other. The more he thought, the tighter his chest felt, making it hard to breathe. Standing beside Yan, he seemed relaxed, but his fists were already numb from clenching, and blue veins appeared on the back of his hand. Move aside quickly. Move aside. A carriage suddenly appeared among the crowd. The horses seemed startled and rushed wildly toward Yan. Tiger's heart tightened. His reflexes were faster than his thoughts, so he pushed Yan aside. He was knocked over by the horses, and his new clothes were torn. Tiger got up, without caring about his injuries, and quickly looked for Yan, worried that the chaos might scatter her. Not far away, he saw Xiaoqi and Wang Jue comforting Yan. Wang Jue's anxious expression was almost overflowing, but Yan was softly comforting him. Tiger felt discouraged and hung his head. He thought maybe he shouldn't have come to town to join the crowd. He stood across from Yan and them, dirty and disheveled, feeling very lonely inside. Brother Tiger, are you okay? Yan had come over unexpectedly. Seeing Tiger's scratched hand, she exclaimed, Oh no, your hand is bleeding. Does it hurt? Tiger was still upset about his own feelings and didn't notice the concern in the girl's eyes. He didn't speak, kept his head low, and silently shook his head, hiding his hand behind his back to show he was fine. Yan didn't understand what was wrong with Tiger. She thought he was just frightened. She gently took his injured hand and carefully wrapped it with a handkerchief. The girl looked at his wound with some sympathy. Her long eyelashes fluttered nervously as she looked up at him, showing a fragile expression that seemed close to tears, but not quite crying. Tiger was confused. It seemed like Yan was worried about him. Shouldn't she like Wang Jue? Suddenly, Tiger decided he needed to be clear with Yan. Even if she didn't like him back, he wanted to hear her say it herself. At that moment, he didn't care whether they were on the street or somewhere else, or if there were others around. His heart was pounding hard. He stammered, Yen Yen.
Who do you like?
Do you like Wang Jue? I. His words tumbled out awkwardly. Tiger scolded himself for being so useless, unable to speak clearly when it mattered most. Yen Yen waited for his next words. After a while, he didn't say anything else. She looked at him with a mixture of disappointment and frustration, giving him a sharp look. Tiger looked into Yen Yen's beautiful eyes. There was no tenderness, no happiness, not even shyness, only anger and mockery, as if she was laughing at his foolishness. His heart sank completely. Everything was ruined. He couldn't give up now. Tiger tried to change his expression, forcing a faint smile to ease the awkwardness. But his chest felt tight, and he couldn't smile no matter what. Yen Yen looked at Huzi with a complex expression, guessing that he must have misunderstood her and Wang Jue. She tilted her head with a hint of confusion and asked, I don't like Wang Jue. Brother Huzi, why do you ask that? Huzi's eyes suddenly brightened, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. It was like calm water suddenly stirred with joyful waves. Excitement and happiness poured out from deep inside him, filling him with a delightful joy. In his heart, Huzi vowed that this was the most beautiful thing he had ever heard in his life.
Not
liking. Huzi was so excited he couldn't find the words, his nose flaring exaggeratedly. Yen Yen rolled her eyes at him and scolded, Are you shameless? What liking or not liking nonsense? After speaking, she turned away, no longer paying attention to him. After returning home, Huzi was so happy that he ate 2 more bowls of rice. Huzi's father watched his son stuffing food into his mouth and felt a bit worried. He ate so much. If someone married him in the future, wouldn't they starve? He was practically gluttonous. Huzi's mother, on the other hand, had a faint premonition. She guessed that her son and Yen Yen had made up. She secretly pulled Huzi's father into the room and closed the door tightly. She said, Write a letter to Haochen. Huzi's father asked confusedly, Write what? Ask for money. Buy Huzi a house in town. 100 taels. 100 taels? Where does Haochen get so much money? And why buy Huzi a house? Huzi's father pushed her hand away. He thought his wife was a bit crazy. Huzi's mother rolled her eyes and said, Didn't you see how your son acted after coming back? It must be that he made up with Yen Yen. If he can marry Yen Yen, it would be like our old Gu family's ancestors' graves are blessed. We should quickly prepare some assets for him. Huzi's mother was thinking that once Huzi passed the imperial exam, she would hurry to propose marriage at the Shao family. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, her son wouldn't even have a chance to cry. Huzi's father stared wide-eyed in disbelief at his wife and asked, Really? Really? Yen Yen likes him. He still wasn't convinced and secretly pushed open the door to peek at his younger son, who was eating. His brows furrowed deeply. His eating manner was simply appalling, vulgar, shocking, and senseless. Huzi's father had used every word he knew to describe it. He simply couldn't understand what Yen Yen saw in Huzi. He changed the subject. You're right. Quickly write to Haochen. 100 taels should be enough? Or ask for more. Haochen must have plenty of money. After seeing his younger son's eating habits, he thought buying just a house might not be enough. It would be better to prepare more. The couple decided to write a letter, but when they picked up the pen, they were stumped. Together, they could only write fewer than 20 characters. They had to hide the letter from Tiger, worried he might get distracted and fail the exam to become a scholar. Because of that, they felt ashamed to visit the Shao family to propose marriage. Tiger's mother snatched the pen and eagerly tried to write, but after a few strokes, she dared not continue. Tiger's father saw this and quickly took the pen, hesitating for a long time and feeling a bit embarrassed as he asked, How do you write the characters for Haochen? Tiger's mother shook her head blankly and waved her hand dismissively, saying, Oh, just write about the matter directly. No need for pleasantries. Tiger's father nodded in agreement, but still didn't dare to write. The two of them hesitated all afternoon, and by the end, they had crumpled 5 or 6 sheets of paper. mainly because they were careful with the paper and didn't want to waste it. After finishing, they found a bamboo tube in Gu Haochen's room to put the letter inside. They carefully sealed it and then hired a merchant caravan heading to Yugong County, spending 30 coins to entrust the caravan to deliver the letter to Gu Haochen. Half a month later, the letter arrived at Gu Haochen's residence. Su Gur was very happy to receive the letter from home. He hadn't seen Brother Tseng for almost a year and didn't know if everything was well at home. Filled with anticipation, he opened the letter, only to find a short message, "Give me 100 taels." For a moment, Su Gur thought the merchant caravan had delivered the wrong letter. After all, Tiger was at home, and if he wrote, it couldn't be just a few words. In recent years, Su Gur had learned to read and write with Gu Haochen, and now he could write quite a few characters himself. That evening, when Gu Haochen returned home, Su Gur showed him the letter. Gu Haochen couldn't help but laugh. The handwriting was obviously his father's. His father had learned to write it himself to show off to the villagers. Originally, Gu Haochen wanted to teach his father to write the names of family members, but his father refused, insisting on writing 100 taels because the number sounded grand and impressive. Worried there might be an urgent need at home, Gu Haochen sent back 100 taels of silver through someone else, and in his reply, he told his parents that if it wasn't enough, they could ask for more. When Tiger's parents received the money, they didn't delay for a moment and went to the town to look at houses. They saw several, but some were too big, others too small. Over the next few days, they still couldn't find a suitable one. Houses in the town are different from those in the village. They are divided into sections, some in a ko shape called one-section courtyards, some in a ri shape called two-section courtyards, and some in a mu shape called three-section courtyards. The sizes and prices vary greatly. They didn't lose hope. Buying a house was a big matter, not something to be rushed or decided with just a few coins. They had to find one that truly suited them. Coincidentally, they met Madame Wang Yukai that day. Mrs. Wang was very warm and friendly when she saw Tiger's parents. If Gu Haochen hadn't softened his heart and accepted her son wouldn't have become so well-behaved. She was also very grateful to Tiger's parents. Mrs. Wang learned they came to buy a house. Since she knew a lot about houses and was very familiar with the town, she took Tiger's parents to see a small house with a courtyard. They liked it immediately. The house was close to the government office, which would make it easy for Tiger to work in town and go home. The main house had a front room, an east wing, and a west wing. The house wasn't big, but enough for living. There was a well in the yard for water, a stable, and a small vegetable garden. Everything was in good order. When Tiger's mother came to help take care of the children, she could live there. If the family grew larger and they had more money, they could buy a bigger house later. Thanks to Mrs. Wang acting as a middle person, the workers didn't ask for too much. They paid 130 taels of silver, registered at the government office, and then happily went home after thanking Mrs. Wang. After buying the house, the couple felt relieved. Now, it depended on whether Tiger would do well. If Tiger didn't pass the imperial exam to become a scholar, he would be very upset. They also felt shy about visiting the Xiao family to propose marriage. Since Tiger learned that Yan Yan didn't like Wang Jue, he focused only on studying every day at home. He had liked Yan Yan since he was young, and he thought she liked him too. As they grew older, they rarely met to avoid suspicion. The less he saw her, the more anxious he felt. He was afraid she would meet a better man and forget about him. Although Tiger wasn't as clever as his older brother, he was very determined. Once he decided something, he wouldn't give up no matter what. He had a strong drive to succeed and was willing to work hard to pass the exam. He believed passing the exam was for himself and to be worthy of Yan Yan. If he didn't pass this time, he would have to wait 3 more years. By then, Yan Yan might have married someone else, and her children might be running around. Xiao Qi suddenly changed his mind. He no longer wanted to be a high official. If he became one, he would have to work in the city or the capital. He wanted to stay with his father and sister. Working in the town seemed good enough. He shared his thoughts with Gu Qing and Xiao Wu. Both fathers had no objections. It was best for the children to stay close to their parents. However, Gu Qing carefully talked to him about his decision. Gu Qing was worried he might regret his choice later. Shao Qi said casually, "If I regret it, I can take the exam again. My knowledge is in my head and no one can steal it. Children grow up with their own ideas." Gu Qing doesn't want to interfere too much. As long as they are happy, that's enough. Gu Qing has never asked for wealth and fame. This year was a chaotic year for Tiger. Burning the midnight oil to prepare, the 3-yearly child exam finally arrived. Gu Qing wasn't worried about Shao Qi when Shao Qi took the child exam before. He ranked 7th, and the town sent someone to deliver good news to their home. Shao Qi is very talented, calm, and not arrogant, which makes people trust him. However, Shao Wu didn't have the same peaceful mind. The night before going to the county for the exam, Shao Wu went to the main hall to comfort his son. He told Shao Qi that it was okay if he didn't pass, and he shouldn't pressure himself. Seeing his father's nervous expression, Shao Qi almost wanted to laugh. He had the feeling that it wasn't him going to the town for the exam, but his father. That night, he had to comfort his father and help him relax. Shao was worried that his son might be laughed at by classmates if he rode a donkey cart, or that he might be uncomfortable and delay the exam if he traveled too long. So, 2 days early, he rented a carriage to take him to the town. Actually, Shao Qi has been closer to Uncle Shao Wu than to Gu Qing since childhood. Although his father sometimes acts childish, arguing and teasing him, Shao Qi enjoys this kind of relationship. Every time he makes his father jump with anger, he finds it amusing. The saying goes, "The tiger is the king of beasts, and no one dares to provoke its anger." Only the father-son bond matters, step by step. Shao Qi still remembers after fighting with Zhen Miao, his father would train him daily, worried he might be bullied again by other children at school. Shao Wu also bought 2 mother goats with milk so he could drink goat milk. He kept saying that Shao Qi should be brave and grow tall and strong in one day. During that time, Tiger Shi felt a rare kindness from Uncle Shao Wu. Even though Shao Wu favored his sister, Shao Qi didn't mind. His father said girls should be protected. When he was young, he was bullied, and his sister always stood up for him and fought for him. Naturally, he also cared more for his sister. Before Gu Qing arrived, the 2 little ones had a hard life. Once, Shao Qi was playing with the village children and was beaten by 3 kids. Shao Wu was out in the mountains, and Yan Yan went to avenge him. The girl, surprisingly brave, fought with some boys and ended up not suffering much. Instead, she bit the boy's arms, leaving bloody marks. The villagers were very angry when they saw the bloodstain on Shao Li's arm, but they didn't dare to confront Shao Wu. After that, no one played with them anymore. Children are lively and forget bad things quickly, so they just ate and moved on. However, the adults stopped their children from playing with Shao Wu and Shao Li. Yan Yan wanted to be brave, so she quickly pulled her brother and they went home, refusing to play with other children in the village anymore. Sometimes, Shao Qi couldn't stay at home and would secretly watch other children play. Yan Yan still feels a little sad when she remembers his longing eyes. She tries to cheer him up by taking him to pick wild fruits in the mountains, playing hide and seek at home, or secretly taking out the candy jar to make sweet drinks for Shao Qi before Gu Qing arrived. Shao was careless and didn't save money. He didn't know how to make clothes, so he always bought ready-made clothes for the children from a tailor. The clothes were very expensive, and he didn't know how to bargain. The shopkeeper told him the price, and he paid whatever they asked. Because he was worried about the children, Shao Wu rarely stayed in the deep mountains for more than 10 days. Usually, he returned after 3 or 4 days. So, he couldn't hunt much. He mostly hunted wild chickens and rabbits, which didn't earn him much money. The next morning, Gu Qing and Shao Wu woke up early. They hurried in the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Shao Qi. Shao Wu had bought 2 packs of top scholar cakes in town yesterday, specifically for Huzi, hoping for good luck. Shao Wu liked Huzi very much. He was a strong, honest boy without bad intentions. It would be even better if he didn't think about their precious daughter. For breakfast, Gu Qing boiled eggs and millet porridge, made flatbread, and served cucumbers and pickles. Gu Qing was worried that Xiao Qi might feel uncomfortable riding in the bumpy carriage, so she made the meal light. At the table, Sui Sui and Tua Tua eagerly try to show off and offer eggs to their older brother. Xiao Qi had no choice but to eat evenly. Tua Tua, annoyed that his older brother took the first egg for Sui Sui, also peeled an egg and handed it to him. Seeing this, Sui Sui kept peeling eggs. If Gu Qing hadn't stopped him, Xiao Qi might have burped eggs with the taste of eggs still in his mouth. Before leaving, Yan Yan gave Xiao Qi a small pouch. It was embroidered with a lotus and a heron, both vividly depicted. Yan Yan had specially asked about these symbols. The lotus and heron are both symbols of good luck, but they are not related to the imperial exams. The lotus represents purity, and the heron symbolizes nobility. Combining them means success in exams all the way. Yan Yan hoped Xiao Qi would pass the imperial exam smoothly. After breakfast, Xiao Wu hurriedly hitched the horse carriage to send Xiao Qi, Huzi, and 2 other village children to the county. Throughout the journey, Huzi couldn't relax. He was so tense, like a stretched string. His palms were sweaty, and he tried to take deep breaths to calm down. But whenever he thought that if he didn't do well on the exam, Yan Yan would marry someone else, he just couldn't relax. Xiao Wu finished settling the little men and then hurried back home with the cart. Xiao Qi and Huzi shared a room. After Xiao Wu left, Xiao Qi took out the pouch embroidered by Yan Yan for himself and ran over to wave it in front of Huzi. "This is my sister Yan Yan's embroidery. I specially had her make it for me. Smell, it even has a nice scent." Xiao Qi's proud face was full of happiness and showing off. Huzi ignored him. He needed to study hard. When he passed the imperial exam and married Yan Yan, he thought about asking her to embroider him 3 pouches. But maybe just one would be enough. If he had too many, Yan Yan might get tired of embroidering. Xiao Qi saw Huzi didn't speak and found it boring. He started playing with the pouch himself. Suddenly, Huzi snatched the pouch away without him noticing. "Give it back." Xiao Qi jumped forward to grab it, but Huzi, being a few years older and taller by half a head, held the pouch high, making it impossible for Xiao Qi to take it back. "Just let me look at it. Or you can sell it to me. I'll trade all my silver for it," Huzi said, examining the pouch carefully. The embroidery was really beautiful, probably the best he had ever seen. "Not for sale. Give it back to me," Xiao Qi said, crossing his arms and glaring. Huzi hesitated but still returned the pouch, worried that Xiao Qi might say bad things about him to Yan Yan. Xiao Qi rolled his eyes and happily tucked the pouch into his pocket. It was made by his sister after many days of hard work. No amount of silver was enough to buy it. Huzi scratched his head, not daring to say anything more. He was afraid of offending his future brother-in-law. Xiao Wu first returned the cart to the town and then headed back to Gujia village. By the time he reached the village in the evening, the sun was setting but hadn't gone down completely. The sunset painted half the sky in red, like a shy, beautiful girl smiling softly, warm and gentle, making people's hearts flutter. As the sun set, the afterglow reflected on the land. Xiao Wu looked at the scene of his husband and children waiting outside the courtyard. For a moment, he felt dazed, remembering when they first got married. His husband was also waiting like this every day, patiently, without getting tired. The evening breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and trees, making him feel enchanted, like being bathed in spring wind. With a joyful heart, Xiao Wu hurried over to his husband. "Qing'er, I'm back." "You're back? You must be hungry. Wash your hands and come inside to eat." Gu Qing smiled gently, his eyes warm as he looked at Xiao Wu. "Papa, come here." Sui Sui reached out to ask Xiao Wu for a hug, but Gu Qing stopped him. He felt sorry for Xiao Wu, who was tired from the whole day, and said, "Daddy is dirty. Wait until after dinner to hug him." Sui Sui obediently nodded and imitated Gu Qing, saying, "Daddy is dirty, I don't want him to hug me." Then he ran to find Yan Yan. Tua Tua saw this and followed. The 2 children loved to compete for attention. They had to have the same food, drinks, and toys. If there was any difference, they would fight over one and push the other aside. The man was not like the girl, and the boy. A rougher upbringing was fine. Gu Qing didn't mind them and went back to the house with Xiao Wu to eat. The dishes were already on the table. While eating, Gu Qing whispered mysteriously, "Gu Dalong's mother has died." "How did she die?" Xiao Wu asked as he took a bite of cucumber scrambled eggs. Gu Qing shook his head. "I don't know. That's not the main point. The main thing is, Gu Dalong wrapped his mother's body in a quilt and threw it to the back mountain. He didn't even bury her." "Did the village chief say anything?" Xiao Wu paused when he heard this. He hadn't expected Gu Dalong to be so unfilial. Of course he did, but Gu Dalong said it was his mother's last wish. Honest officials find it hard to judge family matters. The village chief couldn't do anything either, Gu Qing shrugged. Seeing her husband's curious and gossiping look, he couldn't help but want to laugh. How could his husband be so adorable? No matter how long he looked at him, he never got tired. It had been 5 years, and her husband seemed to have taken a magic pill. His face was getting whiter and more tender. The story about Gu Dalong spread wildly in the village. Many guessed that Gu Dalong had accidentally killed his mother in a fight, while others said she was driven to death by him. People had different opinions. One night, Gu Dalong secretly left Gujia village and was never seen again. Some said he went out to explore. Others said he was haunted and afraid to stay at home, worried that his mother would come after him. After Gu Dalong left, everyone forgot about him. Yan Yan usually stayed at home doing nothing, embroidering small bags and handkerchiefs to sell at the market. Although she sold them in her own village, many outsiders came to buy. Gu Qing didn't trust his daughter to go alone, so he always took Tua Tua and Sue Sue with her. Sue Sue was charming and sweet-tongued. Many people came just to tease him. With him around, Yan Yan could sell out in 1 or 2 hours. The Xiao family's livestock was growing more and more. The number of rabbits increased from 30 or 40 to 60 or 70. They couldn't raise more because they wouldn't have enough to sell. Now, not only villagers but also people from nearby markets came to buy rabbits at their house. Some people visiting Zhao's house for the first time to buy rabbits would go into the new house and call out. No matter who saw Yan Yan, everyone was amazed. People all said Zhao's daughter looked as beautiful as a fairy. Recently, matchmakers started coming one after another to suggest marriages. Gu Qing was so angry he wanted to chase them away, but he couldn't. Instead, he had to happily welcome them inside. The matchmakers spent their days trying to find good matches. Since they met many people, their opinions depended on their words. If they offended her, Yin Yan's reputation could become spoiled. Also, Gu Qing had 3 sons, and if bad rumors spread, it might delay their marriages. Gu Qing kept his thoughts to himself. Others only thought he was happily looking for a husband for his daughter. Even Huzi's parents thought so too. Huzi's parents were worried all the time, afraid Gu Qing would marry Yan Yan to someone else. Huzi's father was so anxious, he kept pacing at home. He finally decided to persuade his wife. Brother Tseng wants to go explore Zhao's house, right?
Take him along, he said.
Although Huzi's father didn't want his little son to spend all his time with Zhao's young men, he had no other options now. If Yan Yan married someone else, Huzi would be left single. Huzi's mother had long wanted to visit Zhao's house. She was just waiting for her husband to make a move. I won't go. Didn't you say a few days ago I should take Tseng along less often? She teased him. Huzi's father was speechless for a moment. Feeling cornered, he decided to admit defeat, saying weakly, well, it's different. He begged, come on, ancestor, go quickly. If you wait too long, your son won't have a wife. Huzi's mother wanted to argue a few more words, but seeing how anxious he was, she gave up and took Tseng along to Zhao's house. Inside Zhao's house, Wang, the matchmaker, had already visited 3 times. She sat comfortably on the main bed in the main room, chatting with Gu Qing. Brother Qing, you don't know, this guy is really good. He's from Li's village, not far from our village. His family owns over 10 acres of land. His 4 older brothers are married, and his sister married into the town. His parents are good at managing life. Every year, they save enough to buy food for the whole family and still have a little left, about 10 or 20 taels. Their yard is big, too. They also raise 2 pigs. In Li's village, they're considered wealthy. Last time, his parents came to buy rabbits from your family and immediately liked Yan Yan. They asked me to help talk to you. They said if your family agrees, they will give 20 taels of silver. Yes, 20 taels. Wang the matchmaker's eyes widened with surprise, and she repeated herself twice to emphasize her point. Gu Qing listened with a helpless smile. Living with such a big family, at least a dozen people, just cooking could tire anyone out. She, Aunt Wang, mentioned this last time. My daughter, Yan Yan, isn't old enough to marry yet. My husband and I aren't willing to find her a match. About the family you mentioned last time, I only brought it up to my husband, and he scolded me quite a bit. I can't make decisions alone. Gu Qing spoke calmly, pausing halfway through her sentence. She sighed and added, as women and sisters in the family, we can't make the final decision. We'll wait until my daughter is old enough, then you can help us find a good match. Wang the matchmaker nodded understandingly. After all, in every family, the man is the head and both the younger brother and the daughter are considered lower in status, so it's normal that they have little say at home. Earlier, rumors in the village said Xiao Wu favored his wife's family, but now it seems no different. Since Gu Qing had already said so much, it was clear she was caught in a difficult position. After all, she was her stepfather's daughter. Wang the matchmaker looked at her with sympathy. Then we'll wait until Yan Yan is old enough. Our girl is pretty, so I'm sure she'll find a good husband. Gu Qing looked at Wang the matchmaker's sympathetic gaze and secretly smiled. She had finally managed to scare her a little. Before Wang the matchmaker could leave, Huzi's mother came in holding Xinger.
Oh,
Isn't that Wang the matchmaker? Why are you so free today? Huzi's mother asked playfully, pretending to be surprised. Huzi's mother was now quite different in the village. Her eldest son was a county official, and her younger son had passed the imperial exam for young scholars. Everyone looked at her with more respect. Wang the matchmaker brightened at the sight of her. How could she have overlooked Huzi? She didn't believe she couldn't manage Yan Yan or Huzi. I came to chat with Qing, Wang the matchmaker said, then looked at the little brother from Haochen's family. Oh, is this little brother from Haochen's family? He's so lively and bright.
exactly.
This little guy only takes after Haochen and Sue's good qualities, Huzi's mother replied happily. Wang the matchmaker's biggest regret was that she hadn't arranged Gu Haochen's marriage herself. If she had, her reputation wouldn't be any worse than the town's matchmakers. She stood up and offered Huzi's mother a seat. Sit down quickly. Carrying children is tiring. Huzi's mother didn't refuse. She had been holding Tsinger's arms all the way, and her arms ached. As soon as she sat down, Wang the matchmaker spoke again. Huzi is also of marriageable age now. Has he decided on a girl yet? Normally, this shouldn't be brought up at the Xiao family's house. If she wanted to help Huzi find a match, she should have gone to the Gu family, which would show she valued them. Mother Wang is straightforward and speaks honestly, without much hesitation. Her words come out faster than her thoughts, and before she can react, she has already spoken. She secretly wishes she could slap herself. Mother Huzi never expected to find out such a thing about her own son while asking around. Mother Huzi is not worried about offending Mother Wang at all. Her eldest son is a county official, and if she wants her son to marry Tsinger in the future, she will have to wait in line. Seeing Mother Wang look embarrassed, she can't help but laugh loudly. Her cheerful laugh is loud enough to be heard clearly even from the Xiao family yard. Mother Wang feels a bit awkward and doesn't know how to respond. She starts changing the subject, praising how sweet the water at the Xiao family is. Gu Qing also can't help but want to laugh when he sees this. Sweet water? He didn't add sugar, so how could it be sweet? Mother Huzi's wife says, my son Huzi isn't in a hurry. If he passes the imperial exam and becomes a scholar, then we can talk. Mother Wang, seeing that Mother Huzi isn't angry, relaxes and tentatively says, if there's a girl you like, you must ask me to help introduce her. I'd be happy to share the joy. Mother Huzi's wife agrees and nods. All right, I'll ask you to help then. Mother Wang laughs happily, saying, it's such an honor to be able to help your son find a wife. Grandma, go play with brother, Tsinga says. He's been waiting for a long time but hasn't seen Tua come out. Tsinger starts to get restless. Gu Qing carries Tsinger into the main room. Suesu and Tua Tua are sitting close together, watching their sister embroider a lotus pouch. Tsinger Sprite, clean eyes look at Tua Tua excitedly and shout, "Tua Tua brother." Tua Tua and Suesu turn their heads at the same time, sensing each other's thoughts. Gu Qing places Tsinger on the Kong, heated bed, and pats his little bottom, saying, "Play with your brothers." Before leaving, he reminds his children, "Don't bully Tsinger." Tua Tua and Suesu obediently nod, and Gu Qing feels reassured and goes back to the main room. Mother Wang has already left. Only Mother Huzi is sitting on the Kong, flipping through the shoes she has mended these past few days. She says, "Your shoe sole is sewn incorrectly, and it's all knotted. Would it be comfortable to wear?" Gu Qing smiles shyly. That shoe sole was mended last time Mother Wang came. At the time, he was worried about how to refuse her, so he didn't pay attention to mending the shoes properly. When he realized it was already like that, Mother Huzi doesn't ask much and skillfully unties the thread, planning to fix it. Gu Qing sits on the edge of the Kong, watching her skillfully sew, and asks curiously, "If your son Huzi passes the imperial exam and becomes a scholar, what does he plan to do in the future? Will he continue to study?" Tiger's mother didn't lift her head and carefully mended the shoe sole. After finishing, she put the shoe back into the sewing box and tidied everything up before speaking. "To be honest, my Tiger has a girl he likes. He plans to propose once he passes the imperial exam and becomes a scholar. I just don't know if the girl's family agrees." Gu Qing looked at Tiger's mother in surprise, then quickly looked away, feeling a bit nervous. He thought, it probably isn't Yan Yan from his family, otherwise she wouldn't speak so naturally. But he couldn't bring himself to ask directly, so he just chuckled awkwardly. "Tiger is a good boy, and with a kind mother-in-law like you, I'm sure they'll agree," she said with a smile that grew wider. "Then I'll take your good words as a blessing," Gu Qing replied. "If Tiger passes the exam this time, his father and I plan to have Haochen write a recommendation letter to the town office. That way, Tiger can get a job, and he won't have trouble supporting his wife in the future," she whispered mysteriously, moving closer to Gu Qing. Gu Qing looked at her in surprise. No wonder she could raise a son who became a county magistrate. She had already planned his future so early. Compared to her, he felt a bit ashamed. She waited a moment, but saw Gu Qing didn't speak, so she asked, "Will your little Qi take the exam again?" Gu Qing shook his head. "I'm not sure. If he passes the exam this time, I'll let him stay in the village to teach. He's still young, so there's no rush." Tiger's mother nodded. "If Xiao Qi passes, he'll be much younger than Haochen was at that age, with a bright future ahead. It's best to let him build up experience first. Young Qi is smart. I believe he'll be more capable than Haochen in the future. As for Tiger," she shook her head and said, "Getting him to pass the exam is already a blessing. He's not really a good student." She knew very well that Tiger's progress was all because of his feelings for Yan Yan. If he wanted him to study more in the future, only Yan Yan could persuade him. "Daddy, I'm back," a voice called from outside. Gu Qing and Tiger's mother exchanged a glance. The children had finished their exams and returned. They no longer cared about chatting. Gu Qing quickly got up, put on his shoes, and hurried outside to greet his son. Tiger's mother also went to the main hall to hold little Tseng and ask how Tiger did on his exam. She briefly exchanged greetings with Xiao Qi and then hurried home. Back in the room, Gu Qing poured a bowl of water for his son. "Are you hungry? Want some noodles? Is your stay in the county comfortable? Is it hot or cold? Look at your clothes, they're so dirty. Change them later. I'll wash them for you," he said kindly. Xiao Qi took a sip of water, then slowly looked up with clear, bright eyes. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but feel that being home was the best. "It's so nice to have someone who cares about you. Big brother is living well in the county. I'm not hungry. I'll change clothes soon." The boy faced Gu Qing like a newborn animal, showing his most obedient side by opening his soft belly. Gu Qing still gently patted his head like when he was a child. Over time, everything changed, yet it also seemed like nothing had changed. "Then tonight, Big Brother will make dumplings for you," Big brother, I want pure meat filling, and I also want cucumber salad with lots of vinegar. Gu Qing smiled warmly and said indulgently, okay, I'll ask your dad to buy some meat at the market, and I'll pick some cucumbers. Xiao Qi nodded happily, showing a bright smile that was warmer than the sun. Gu Qing's love for Yan Yan and Xiao Qi was like a drop of sweet dew in spring, bringing hope during their sad childhood. It was like summer shade, providing coolness under the blazing sun. It was like a warm autumn sun, comforting them in the bleak autumn rain. It was like winter snow, cleansing their path on muddy roads. His silent care and kindness healed them without any barriers or distance. Xiao Qi happily returned to the main room and changed into clean clothes. When the two little ones saw him, they kept asking questions. Big brother, is the county town fun? Big brother, are there big lanterns in the county? Big brother, do you miss us after a few days away? Xiao Qi finished changing and smiled as he gently pinched each of their faces. Seeing their eager little eyes, he deliberately lowered his voice and said, I love the county so much I don't want to leave. I don't miss you at all. Tua Tua and Sui Sui weren't happy with this answer. They showed their most fierce expressions, baring teeth and claws, and threatened loudly, really, you don't miss us. Xiao Qi pretended to be scared, showing a frightened look, and then compromised. I do miss you. I think about you when I eat, I dream of you when I sleep, and I even think of you during exams. Sui Sui, with her short arms, crossed them proudly and said, that's more like it. Tua Tua, with a rare bright smile, was proud of himself and Sui Sui for scaring their big brother. Seeing his two happy little brothers, Xiao Qi couldn't help but want to laugh. He took out 2 clay dolls from his bag, ready to tease them. Suddenly, Gu Qing called from the main room, everyone come out and make dumplings. At this moment, all the members of the Xiao family, both adults and children, are busy. Some are rolling dough. Others are making dumplings, boiling water, and 2 kids are shaping dough into big tigers. Xiao Wu watches the 2 children trying to secretly take the dough, and he says, the dough can't leave the table. We need it later to make dumplings. The children look disappointed and reply, okay, then stop trying to take the dough. After the dumplings are cooked, the family gathers under the grapevine to eat dinner. A cool breeze blows gently, making the hot dumplings warm and tasty, perfect for eating. The salty, fragrant dumplings help them forget the day's tiredness. Before they finish eating, loud and urgent drums sound throughout the village, causing everyone to feel anxious. Xiao Wu stands up, ready to go to the village chief's house to see what's happening. Xiao Qi also goes with him. The village chief looks very worried and paces nervously in the yard. When most people arrive, he quickly orders the men to go home and bring shovels, as they need to close the village. Seeing the village chief so anxious, the villagers realize something serious has happened. They don't ask questions and go home to get their shovels, gathering at the village entrance. Xiao Wu doesn't let Xiao Qi go with him. The children who study in the village are precious, and even if Xiao Qi goes, no one would let him do such dangerous work. Moreover, since the village chief is closing the village, it must be a big problem. Xiao Wu is also worried about his family, without any men at home. In the evening, the people of Gujia village are anxious. Everyone is guessing what has happened. Closing the village is a serious matter. Last time, the village was sealed because of an epidemic from the city, to prevent outsiders from entering. But this time, the village chief didn't even have time to explain. It feels like the world is about to fall apart. And indeed, it seems so. The general of Jinyuan has rebelled, leading an army of 100,000 elite soldiers. They are marching north, burning, killing, and looting wherever they go. Normally, such raiders wouldn't bother with a small village like theirs, but the world is unstable, and bandits are taking advantage of the chaos. The village chief has given strict orders to the village leaders of nearby villages. No matter what methods are used, they must protect the villagers. Several surrounding towns have already been attacked and destroyed by bandits. The village chief has no choice but to cut off the only road into the village. Dozens of men work all night, digging a deep and wide trench. During this difficult time, no one complains. They keep digging deeper and wider, eventually using ladders to carry soil out, ensuring no one can enter. After the trench is finished, The village chief doesn't let everyone sleep. He gathers the tired men to discuss what to do if the bandits come from the mountains, risking everything. The bandits are ruthless and brutal, killing anyone they see. If they enter the village, the safety of over 200 families in Gujia village will be in great danger. Everyone was at a loss for a moment, all looking at Xiao Wu, hoping he could suggest a plan. Xiao Wu thought for a long time. It's easy to get lost in the mountains, and the paths are winding and rough. We should dig traps. The paths downhill are surrounded by thorns. If they come in from that way, they definitely can't ride horses. Even if they have knives, we're not defenseless. At worst, we'll fight them. We must protect our children and husbands. Gu Quanshan stood up excitedly. Yes, we'll fight if we have to. Damn it. We work on farms every day and have strong arms. I don't believe we can't beat a dozen bandits. We must protect our kids and wives at all costs. Xiao Wu is right. We'll fight. Yes, we'll fight. The people in the yard were filled with fiery spirit. The village chief told everyone to go home and rest first. Tomorrow morning, they would go into the mountains to set traps and cut thorns. He also urged those without cellars to dig one quickly, in case bandits or rebellious traders break into the village, so they'd have a hiding place. On a quiet night, silver moonlight shone on the land. The vast fields slept peacefully. The moon hung lonely in the gray sky, with no stars around, giving a sense of desolation, as if warning of troubled times ahead. In the main house, Xiaoqi was holding two little ones who had fallen asleep. The oil lamp in the east wing where Yanyan lived had already gone out. Gu Qing sat at the main bed's table, propping her face with one hand, waiting for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu tiptoed over, gently pinched his husband's soft face and whispered, "Qinger, I'm back." Gu Qing, caught between sleep and wakefulness, slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Xiao Wu with sleepy eyes, then realized who he was. She quickly sat up, worried, and asked, "What's going on? Why did you come back so late?" After Xiao Wu explained everything, Gu Qing's heart pounded with fear. She forced herself to stay calm and told Xiao Wu to wash up quickly and rest, since they had to get up early tomorrow to dig traps. Xiao Wu nodded, went outside to wash himself, because after working hard digging trenches, he was almost shirtless and covered in dirt. He needed to wash before sleeping. The next morning, Gu Qing got up early to prepare breakfast for Xiao Wu. She even made pancakes. She didn't know if Xiao Wu would come back for lunch after digging traps, so she prepared some. The village chief's gong might ring at any moment, so she had to hurry. Yanyan also woke up and helped in the kitchen. The father and daughter worked quickly. After they finished, Gu Qing didn't dare delay and called her husband to wake up. At the dinner table, Xiao Wu repeated the instructions to the children and warned them not to go anywhere until the village was unsealed. They should stay at home and behave well. The two young children didn't understand much and didn't even seem to be afraid, but they nodded obediently. Yan Yan and Xiaoqi looked a bit nervous. Gu Qing felt grateful to heaven. His son had just arrived home when the village was sealed off. If Xiaoqi hadn't come back, he didn't even dare to think about it.
Suddenly, a loud drum sounded.
Gu Qing quickly wrapped some cakes in oil paper to take to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu carried a bow and arrows on his back and a chopping knife at his waist, heading to the village chief's house to gather. After Xiao Wu left, Gu Qing planned to dig a cellar, but he didn't know how to do it. Skilled men had already gone to the mountains. Just as he was worried, Wang Shi, Huzi's mother, along with her young son, Gu Ernyang, and some other women from the village arrived. They formed a women's team, questioning each household about their cellars. Those without a cellar or with small ones that couldn't hold many people helped to dig anew. No one complained or looked discouraged. Everyone remained calm and optimistic in the face of the unknown danger. Gu Qing was moved to tears by the unity of the villagers in times of trouble. Farmers are like that. Things may not always be perfect, but imperfect actions lay the groundwork for future success. Although they often quarreled over trivial matters, when faced with real big issues, they showed resilience, kindness, and simplicity. Whether they obeyed or resisted, no one looked tired or weak. Wang Shi, being older and wiser, told everyone to find a high, dry place with low water tables and a tight structure for the cellar, one that wouldn't collapse easily. It also needed to be hidden and hard to find. The villagers searched around the Shao family's yard and finally found a good spot behind the woodpile, where stacked firewood concealed it from view. Everyone got to work immediately. Some men took shovels and went to the mountains. Those who couldn't dig helped carry soil outside. No one was idle. Even Li Auntie, who usually argued with Wang Shi, obediently followed her orders. Though young, Hu Zi and Shao Qi were still boys, especially Hu Zi, who worked diligently. By noon, the cellar was dug, and everyone didn't want to waste time, eating their own cakes as they walked. Before leaving, Gu Qing asked his daughter to watch over her brothers, and she joined the team along with Shao Qi. The second household was Gu Tudou's family. They still had a few students who hadn't left. Fortunately, Shao Tudou had passed the imperial exam and was now a scholar. Life was still okay at home, and with a few more mouths to feed, they weren't worried. In ancient times, respecting teachers and valuing education were very important. Studying was considered a noble activity. It was said that all things below reading were low, and reading was the highest. Villagers respected scholars and liked children who loved to read. Seeing many people crowded at Gu Tuo's house, someone spoke up. "Little Tua, do you have enough food? Do you have enough bedding?" Gu Tuo nodded politely and replied, "Thank you, aunties, for your concern. We still have enough food at home. Since it's summer, we don't need blankets. Little Tua, if you are eating less and drinking less, you should go see the village chief." "You can't let the children go hungry," Wang said, while directing everyone to dig a cellar. The villagers worked at the Shao family's place all morning. Now experienced, they worked efficiently and in order. In less than 2 hours, they finished digging. Shao Wu and the men didn't go deep into the mountains. On the way down the mountain near the village, they set up more than 10 traps of different sizes. The traps had wooden spikes covered with thick grass. If you didn't look carefully or didn't know the mountain paths, you wouldn't be able to enter the village. The village chief reminded everyone that before the lockdown was lifted, no one was allowed to go into the mountains alone. If someone stepped on a trap, they could be seriously injured or worse. In recent days, all villagers of Gu family village have been busy. The entire village is surrounded by thick thorns, making it very safe. The thorn traps and ravines give the villagers a sense of security. Although no one knew when the current trouble would end, it was summer now. Each household still had vegetables in their gardens and plenty of stored grain. They could only trust that the court would eliminate the rebels and keep everyone safe. Huzi's mother and Su Ger's father had been worried and sighing heavily these days. They worried about their younger brother and son in the county. The village was safe now, but they didn't know what was happening in the county or if it was safe. Huzi's father was not worried. He believed his son was brave, clever, and wise. Maybe he would even make great achievements. But hearing his wife sigh all the time was not helpful. "I told you stop sighing. You sighed 126 times this morning." "I counted," Huzi's father said, unable to hold back. He didn't know if Huazi was okay, but his ears couldn't take it anymore. "Get lost. You don't care about your son. Just bring Haochen back to me, and I won't sigh anymore," Huzi's mother snapped angrily. Huzi's father realized that his wife was holding back her anger. He was clueless and kept trying to comfort her with the old lady. Grandmother Gu watched her daughter-in-law and Su Ger, a father, look worried, and she also became anxious. She loved her eldest grandson the most, and now all three of them looked upset. Father Huzi saw the worried faces of the three women and gave up. He sighed deeply and decided not to go back inside. The village chief assigned patrols at the village entrance and foot of the mountain, with each team of 4 taking turns every hour. Shao was scheduled for duty in 10 days. For several days, there were no unusual events, so everyone relaxed a bit. Shao Wu brought Xiao Huang from the old house back to the new house, hoping it would alert him if it heard any strange sounds. After tying Xiao Huang up, he heard Shao Qi teaching his younger brothers to read as he was about to enter the door. "Read carefully and review your lessons tonight. I will have a pop quiz tomorrow." "Big brother, what if we can't answer the questions during the quiz?" Sui asked with a worried face. "Get 10 spankings," Shao Qi said, amused by Sui Sui's expression, teasing him. Ah, why so strict? We just started learning. If we can't answer, let Dad take the punishment. He's tough and won't mind. If really necessary, he can take 20 hits. Tua Tua covered his mouth to hide his smile, his small eyes curved like a crescent moon, just like Gu Qing. Xiao Wu frowned outside the door. This conversation sounded familiar. Where had he heard it before? After thinking for a while, he remembered Xiao Qi had said the same thing to Gu Haochen when he was young. He was speechless. He wondered what use his son was if he kept talking like that. Luckily, they only had 3 kids. If there were 30, he might not be able to handle it. Feeling pitiful, Xiao Wu went to complain to his husband. Qing'er, please control those little rascals. They're driving me crazy. What happened? Xiao Qi has a quiz tomorrow. If they can't answer, they will get 10 spankings. Xiao Qi will also hit me. Gu Qing looked at his husband with a slight smile. Xiao Wu was tall and strong, giving a sense of power, but his childish way of handling things was surprising. Seeing his husband smile, Xiao Wu walked over, hugged him, and his Adam's apple moved as he softly spoke into Gu Qing's ear. If you don't manage them, he whispered something mysterious and flirtatious, causing Gu Qing's face to turn red quickly, spreading to his ears and neck. He pushed him away angrily and said, "In broad daylight, you." No need for any cosmetic tricks. Xiao Wu loved his shy husband very much. His cool hand gently shook Gu Qing's fingers and asked playfully, "Is that okay?" Gu Qing felt as if the skin touched by Xiao was burning like fire. He quickly withdrew his hand and nervously warned, "Shut up and don't talk nonsense again." Xiao Wu's bright eyes sparkled with a mischievous smile, becoming bolder and more daring. He whispered something into Gu Qing's ear. Gu Qing glared at him angrily, stood up, and left the yard. Seeing that he had gone too far and annoyed his husband, Xiao Wu hurriedly followed. Gu Qing aimlessly walked forward several times, wanting to look back and see if Xiao Wu was still behind him, but he clenched his teeth and held back, not turning around. Under the shade of a tree, Gu Qing saw the shadow on the ground. Xiao Wu was quietly following behind, hunched over, which made Gu Qing want to laugh. He thought, acting like a thief. At this moment, Xiao Wu, having upset his husband, didn't dare walk too proudly. Gu Qing, feeling amused, suddenly turned around. Xiao Wu hadn't reacted yet, still bent over with his body, legs slightly bent, hands on his chest. Xiao Wu awkwardly stood upright and scratched his head. Gu Qing didn't speak. He puffed out his cheeks and glared at him. This glare was not very intimidating, but it made Xiao Wu's heart race. His husband was so cute, even when angry, he looked so handsome. Seeing that Xiao Wu didn't seem to realize his mistake at all, Gu Qing was so angry he stomped his foot and turned to go home. "Qing'er, are you really angry?" Xiao Wu quickly chased after him as if he had slipped on oil. "What do you think?" Gu Qing shot him a cold, sharp look. "When will you stop being angry?" "As long as you stop thinking about those dirty things, I won't be angry." Xiao Wu lowered his head in silence. He wanted to see if his husband could calm down on his own. After all, he was also curious about what was in the sketchbook. But if his husband stayed angry all the time, that wouldn't be good. What if he hugged Suesu and Tua Tua to sleep at night? He didn't want to sleep alone. Just as he was tangled up and unsure what to do, Gu Qing had already reached home. Xiao Wu, feeling like a deflated ball, saw that his drawing plans had to be put on hold again. He drooped his head and, upon entering the yard, saw 2 little kids running around wildly. He opened his mouth, wanting to scold them to vent his frustration, but worried it would make his husband angrier. So, he could only glower at the kids with a stern face. The 2 children made a silly face at Xiao Wu and hurriedly ran to the house, shouting, "Daddy, help!" When they saw Gu Qing, the children shrank into little frightened quails, pitifully curling up beside him. Xiao Wu was stunned in the yard. These 2 kids, if only they went to perform on stage instead of wasting their talents. Xiao Wu hesitated at the door for a long time, afraid to enter the house, worried that her husband would be even angrier if he saw him now. "Brother Wu, what are we having for lunch?" Gu Qing asked, worried that her simple-minded husband might get heatstroke from sitting in the courtyard, giving him an easy way out. Hearing her husband's question, Xiao Wu quickly pushed open the door. Anything is fine. Qinger, are you not angry anymore? Gu Qing's bright eyes sparkled with a smile. I wasn't angry to begin with. Xiao Wu chuckled. Then shall we try something tonight? Gu Qing was already used to his playful ways, always eager to tease him. She glanced at him but didn't say yes or no. Xiao Wu rubbed his fists together, thinking secretly. Not being rejected means she agrees. My husband is so good, so soft-hearted. No, he's soft everywhere. Now that the village is sealed off and has no livelihood, the big willow tree in the village is lively again, with people gathering there chatting about daily life. Isn't Gu Tianqi's youngest son back? Why hasn't he been seen around lately? Asked Gu Daoyang's wife. Gu Ernyang lives in the upper courtyard of Gu Tianqi's house, and Gu Quanshan lives in the lower courtyard. Everyone's eyes focused on their houses. While chatting about gossip, Gu Ernyang stopped nibbling on her cucumber and hurriedly grabbed Gu Quanshan's husband, speaking anxiously. I know what's going on, listen to me. Everyone burst into laughter, and Gu Ernyang wasn't upset. She continued eagerly. Gu Tianqi and his wife are really divorced. She paused deliberately. Didn't they divorce 2 years ago? Someone asked, confused. Yes, they divorced 2 years ago, but later Gu Tianqi took her back. Turns out his wife was secretly seeing another man and he caught her in the act. Is that true? You shouldn't spread rumors like that. Some people doubted it. If she was cheating, Gu's family would be in big trouble. Would Gu Tianqi really want to be called a green husband? Am I lying? Gu Ernyang refused to be questioned. Gu Tianqi and Gu's wife divorced 2 years ago.
They even signed a contract.
Even if Gu's wife was cheating, she didn't care about him. Besides, Gu Tianqi had extorted quite a bit of money from her. With this evidence, he might stick to Gu's wife in the future. Definitely. Gu's wife won't get away easily this time. Even if she doesn't die, she'll be skinned. What about Gu Xiaobao? Gu Xiaobao failed the imperial exams twice. 3 years ago, Gu Tianqi wanted his younger son to go to the village school, but Gu Xiaobao thought it was shameful and refused. Now, the village school had many successful scholars, and Gu Xiaobao started resenting his parents. He believed he failed because his family was poor. If he offered the teacher some gifts, he thought the teacher would surely pass him. Gu Xiaobao didn't pass the children's exam last time and caused a big fuss at home. Wan Gui and I heard everything clearly. Second Aunt Gu was excited again when talking about Xiaobao. Usually, Gu Tianqi treats his youngest son like a treasure. Gu Tianqi used to boast about his son every day and look down on others. Now, he's in a bad situation and no one feels sorry for him. At noon, the sun was high, scorching the ground. The heat waves made everyone irritable, and even the plants looked tired. For lunch, Gu Qing planned to make cold noodles again. Since he could only stay at home now, he thought it was a good chance to treat the children. The village chief's gong sounded again. Xiao Wu quickly greeted Gu Qing and went to the village chief's house. Some patrol villagers saw signs of bandits in the mountains, but didn't dare go in to investigate. They could only inform the village chief. The village chief was very worried. Their village is now relatively wealthy compared to nearby villages. Over the years, the market has helped many villagers earn some money. The bandits coming down the mountain would likely target the big landowners. Their village might be on the bandits' list. The village chief gathered the men from each family, told them to go home and take care of their families, and to bring weapons to defend against the bandits. He specifically warned everyone to lock the doors and not open them to anyone except their own men. Women and children should stay alert and hide in the cellar if they hear trouble. Xiao Wu hurried back home. Gu Qing was pacing anxiously at the gate. When he saw Xiao Wu return, he went to meet him. Brother Wu, what happened? Gu Qing looked at Xiao Wu's serious face, feeling nervous.
Come inside and talk.
He pulled his husband into the house. The family sat together on the kong, a traditional heated bed. It's probably bandits coming down the mountain. They might try to break in later. If you hear any noise, hide in the cellar immediately. Gu Qing clenched his fists tightly, feeling a wave of fear rise in his heart. Xiao Wu noticed his husband's nervousness and gently held his hand to comfort him. Don't worry. They're just a few bandits. With so many men in the village, we'll be fine. Don't worry, Brother Wu. I'll take care of everything at home. In Gujia village, over 200 households, no one was alone or disconnected. Facing the danger, Gu Qing didn't want Xiao Wu to be distracted because of him. For Xiao Wu and the children, he had to stay calm, protect himself, and keep the children safe. Life is what I desire. Righteousness is what I desire too. Xiao Wu nodded heavily, his eyes filled with emotion. In the first half of his life, he was unlucky and often blamed others. Later, when he met Gu Qing, he suddenly realized how lucky he was. He knew it wasn't Gu Qing relying on him, but him relying on Gu Qing. One sentence from Gu Qing was worth more than 1,000 words. After many years together, he understood what his husband thought. His husband was always so kind. Even though he worried about him and was scared and helpless, he still comforted him. The village chief's gong sounded, and Xiao Wu hurried outside. Gu Qing suppressed his unease and followed tremblingly, full of worry. His face was a little pale. He forced a smile and said, Brother Wu, please be careful. My child, and I will wait for you at home. Xiao Wu hugged him tightly, with a strength that seemed to want to melt him into his bones. Qinger, I promise I will come back safe. After Xiao Wu left, Gu Qing locked the door and went back inside. He made some pancakes, preparing for any emergencies. Gu Qing was very poor in the modern world. Financial poverty could be changed, but spiritual poverty was suffocating. It would take time to fill the scars and heal the broken soul. But now, in this different world, he met Xiao Wu, who was so good to him. When he comforted and patiently advised Xiao Wu and steadfastly stayed by his side, Xiao Wu never took all this for granted. Xiao Wu was like a bright light in his ordinary life, illuminating his barren spiritual world and bringing him unprecedented mental richness. From living hand-to-mouth before, to now being wrapped in happiness, Gu Qing was never alone. Gu Qing thought that if things really reached the point of descending into the cellar, he would first settle the children, then fight bandits with Xiao Wu. Since he couldn't promise eternal love with Xiao Wu, he would live a full life and leave no regrets. The village chief divided the men into 3 groups, one guarding the village entrance and the other 2 guarding traps filled with thorns at the foot of the mountain. The evening was gloomy, with a heavy, foggy sky pressing down, making it hard to breathe. A flock of birds circled low in the sky, then flew back into the woods, occasionally emitting urgent, anxious calls. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Xiao Wu and his group at the foot of the mountain kept their eyes fixed on the path below. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the quiet forest. The bandits in the mountain had been setting traps for several days, and today was the day they planned to strike. Secret wire slide. The leader at the front had a fierce look on his face, a big sword at his waist, and a spear in hand. He quietly gave orders to move out. Secret message, leave at dusk. A loud roar came from the mountains. Attack the road, raise the poles, break the kiln, brigand slang, set out, form the team, attack wealthy family courtyards. The villagers couldn't understand what the bandits were saying, but they sensed the bandits were coming down the mountain. It was already very dark, the forest was black and creepy, and the rustling sounds grew closer. In the darkness, they felt a cold stare watching them. Suddenly, a chill ran through everyone, making them nervous. Suddenly, strange noises broke the silence. The people tried to stay calm, gripping their tools tightly, swallowing hard. Don't panic, the bandits are coming down the mountain. I hear about 10 or more footsteps. We can handle it, Xiao Wu said calmly to reassure everyone. Everyone nodded weakly. None of them had experienced this before. Farmers spend all year working the land, and though they are often bullied, deep down they still feel scared. Listen to me, everyone. If we work together, we can defeat the bandits, just like last time when we drove off the wolves, Xiao Wu said, seeing their spirits were low. His words were like a strong shot of courage, easing their fears.
Brother Zhao's right.
We've killed wolves before, and 10 or so bandits are nothing to fear. Follow Xiao Wu's lead. Don't lose your nerve, Gu Quanshan added from the side. Yes, for our elders and children at home, for Gu family village, we'll fight the bandits, they declared. After about 10 minutes, screams echoed from the mountain. Some bandits had fallen into traps. Thorns blocked their way downhill. The bandits, well prepared, quickly chopped their way through with knives. Where's the lookout? The leader shouted. A person ran out from the crowd, bending over. Fell into the trap just now. This little village is pretty cautious. Boss, maybe we should find a guide. God damn it, find a guide? Just send 2 guys ahead. When it's done, each can take a girl. 10 minutes later, the bandits swaggered out of the mountain. A group of villagers hid in the shadows. Xiao Wu called out to the leader. Greetings, brave men. What's your surname? Xiao Wu, who had joined the army years ago, remembered hearing bandit signals in the military camp. He was nervous, unsure if he was right. Boss, we've been spotted, someone whispered. Do I need to tell you that? The leader angrily kicked and warned the person who spoke first. Then he clenched his fists and said, Tiger Head Man, surname Wang, report yourself. What is your name? Xiao Wu didn't know how to call his name in secret code, so he could only lie. Door kick, Li, bandit. Mushroom, who are you? Xiao Wu. Chicken feather shop, villager. Bandit. Can we open the spring point? Is it a code word? Xiao Wu. Spring point half open, partly yes, partly no. Xiao Wu had a good memory from military camp, so he remembered many words after hearing them once. The villagers hiding in the dark were confused and amazed, realizing Xiao Wu knew a lot. Older villagers also understood some bandit slang. Years ago, when it was less peaceful, bandits often robbed homes. Recently, peace returned, and the government sent troops to fight bandits. Bandits mostly stayed on their own mountains, robbing tickets or caravans. Brother Xiao, ask them who is in charge, the village chief whispered as he squeezed beside Xiao Wu. Northwest, a cloud covers the sky. Crows land among the phoenix flock. Who is the Lord and who is the servant? Northwest, a cloud covers the sky. The Lord is the Lord. The servant is the servant. Can you see who is the boss, the black soil or the white cloud? Who is in charge but hidden? The one leading is the boss, Xiao Wu told the village chief. I am the village chief. If we want silver or grain, as long as no one gets hurt, we will go door to door. Would the boss agree? The village chief shouted loudly at the leader. Silver can still be earned. Grain can be grown again. Life is only one. If we can safely drive the bandits away, that would be best. The leader didn't speak. He glanced at the person beside him, who understood and said, Old man, Pan Liang's fighting man, foot soldiers, sharp-horned men. Whatever you want, silver, pretty girls, horses, cattle, big livestock. After speaking, a dozen bandits laughed lewdly. Hearing this, Xiao Wu took out a bow and arrow from behind. The others clenched their weapons, knowing something was wrong from the bandits' laughter. Since negotiations failed, they decided to fight. Once I shoot this arrow, everyone rushes forward, catching them off guard. Xiao Wu knocked his arrow, aimed at the leader, and shot. The arrow hit the leader's chest. The bandits didn't have time to react. Xiao Wu shouted, Charge, and everyone surged forward. The bandits didn't expect so many people hiding in the dark. Though they had seen big scenes before, they didn't panic. The leader, though hit by Xiao Wu's arrow, was not wounded critically. He angrily cursed, Damn it, you bastard! Wash out this small, insignificant shop for me. At this moment, the men of Gujia village are all fighting as one, unstoppable. Bandits with large knives are attacking the villagers wildly. The men are not afraid. Although their fighting is chaotic, they are strong and fierce, smashing their weapons against the bandits' heads. During the fierce fight, many are injured, and screams are constantly heard. The leader charges straight at Xiao Wu, with powerful sword energy surging like waves, attacking him layer by layer. Xiao Wu reacts quickly, dodging sideways to avoid the big sword. The leader swings his sword again, making a whooshing sound as it cuts through the air. Xiao Wu, surprisingly strong, catches the sword with his bare hands, then kicks the leader to the ground. He quickly ties him up with rope. Before the leader can get up, Xiao Wu feels a sharp killing intent behind him. A heavy slash lands on his back. Before Xiao Wu can react, a second strike follows. Gu Daong steps quickly behind Xiao Wu, shielding him with his body and taking the blow himself, falling at Xiao Wu's feet. Now, there is no time to think. Xiao Wu picks up a cleaver from the ground, filled with anger. He fights like a whirlwind, fierce and unstoppable, swinging at the bandits with a powerful presence that makes people afraid. The night is quiet, but the screams are loud and clear. Gu Qing can't sit still. She takes the 4 children to hide in the cellar. Papa won't be back before you come out. The cake is in the cloth bag. If you're hungry, just eat it, Gu Qing says simply, covering the cellar entrance. She then leads Little Yellow out the door. Gu Ernyang holds a kitchen knife, followed by a group of women. Gu Qing is surprised to see them. Brother Qing, bring the dog. Let's go help. Even if the men are dead, there's no hope left. We might as well fight, Gu Ernyang quickly says. The village dogs are all brought out. The women hold torches and rush forward. After a fierce fight, blood flows at the foot of the mountain. The leader bandit has already been tied up by Xiao Wu, and the others are losing strength. Seeing so many people with dogs, the bandits become panicked. The village dogs are very clever. Even if they can't see clearly, they can tell who is good or bad. They bite the bandits fiercely and don't let go. When they smell blood, they become even more aggressive. No one dares to approach. The bandits are chased away by dozens of village dogs. Stop them. Letting the tigers go back to the mountain will bring endless trouble. Xiao Wu's clothes are soaked with blood, but he stands straight, looking completely unhurt. During the fierce fight, the men used a lot of their strength. After tying up the last bandit, everyone cheered loudly, their faces full of pride. Everyone was hurt. Although it was a tough battle, it made everyone realize how important their strength and teamwork are. It also sparked their ability to help themselves. On this dark night, in this lonely land, their fearless spirit and bravery changed the village's future. Many years later, when people talk about this event, they still feel excited. It became a very important part of everyone's life. Under the night sky, a few stars appeared in the east. As more stars twinkled, the land slowly sank into a peaceful night. Gu Qing didn't notice Xiao Wu was hurt. She hurried to the cellar to bring the children out. When she entered the yard, she saw Xiao Wu had lost too much blood and had fainted. Xiao Qi carried Xiao Wu into the house. Yan Yan lit an oil lamp. The 2 little kids cried loudly from fear. Gu Qing's eyes turned red, but she didn't dare to cry out loud, afraid it would scare the children. Gu Qing watched Xiao Qi carefully carry Xiao Wu inside before she reacted. She went to find medicine to stop the bleeding. Yan Yan, go to the kitchen and boil some water, Gu Qing said. Gu Qing carefully cut open Xiao Wu's clothes with scissors. His back was torn open, flesh showing. She covered her mouth, worried she might cry out. Even though Xiao Wu knew martial arts, he was still so badly hurt. The other men in the village were probably hurt too. Xiao Wu's family kept a lot of medicine for stopping bleeding because he often went into the mountains. Other families might not be willing to buy it. Gu Qing wrapped some in oil paper and asked Xiao Qi to take it to the village chief's house. If anyone needed it, they could take some. When Xiao Qi returned, he brought some Sichuan pepper. The village chief's wife specially told him, if the wound is deep, first apply Sichuan pepper water, then sew it up with a needle and thread. Gu Qing didn't dare to do it herself. While cleaning Xiao Wu's wound, he woke up from the pain. His face was pale and without color. His lips were dry, cracked, and peeling. He looked at his husband. Gu Qing's once bright eyes were now red-rimmed. Xiao Wu couldn't help but comfort her. Qing, it doesn't hurt. Don't cry. Gu Qing silently nodded. Tears fell down her face. When the children saw Xiao Wu wake up, they all gathered around him. Yan Yan, Daddy, does it hurt? Xiao Qi, Daddy, you are a great hero.
Tuo tuen sui sui, Daddy, boo.
The 2 children started crying as soon as they spoke. Gu Qing didn't have the heart to stop them. She told Yan Yan and Xiao Qi to go to the main hall. Gu Qing stayed awake all night watching Xiao Wu. At dawn, he placed his hand on Xiao Wu's forehead. It was very hot, probably from an infection. Gu Qing's face turned pale because in ancient times, there were no antibiotics. Fever was a serious matter and could be deadly. Gu Qing hurriedly woke up Yan Yan and Xiao Qi, telling the children to watch over Xiao Wu. He then ran to the village chief's house. The village chief was injured, but not as badly as Xiao Wu. Still, he was older and also had a fever. Feeling helpless, Gu Qing went to Huzi's house. Huzi's father was doing okay, but he had been cut a few times and was lying on the bed. Huzi's mother saw Gu Qing and knew something was wrong. Otherwise, no one would visit now. "What's the matter, Qingge?" she asked. "Madam, my family Xiao Wu has a fever. I want to go to town to get a doctor, but the road out of the village is blocked." Gu Qing choked up and couldn't speak clearly. Hearing this, Huzi's mother hurriedly took Gu Qing home. As they walked, she asked, "Did his wound not get stitched up?" Gu Qing wiped his tears and nodded. Huzi's mother patted his hand to comfort him. "Don't worry. I will sew it up. When I was young, I stitched my father's wound." After Huzi's father was stitched up yesterday, he didn't have a fever. Her words were like a lifeline. Gu Qing still worried, but felt better than before when he was panicking and running around the village like a headless chicken. At Zhao's house, Huzi's mother told Gu Qing to prepare a needle, thick thread, and an oil lamp. After sewing the wound, she was worried about her husband at home and told Gu Qing to keep an eye on Xiao Wu before rushing off. Half an hour later, Huzi came with some herbal medicine. "Uncle Qing, this is the fever-reducing soup I made. My mother asked me to bring it." After Huzi's mother returned home, Huzi kept asking about Uncle Xiao. She looked worried and told him the situation was not good. Huzi secretly went up the mountain to pick more herbs, which he usually did to sell for coins. Gu Qing gratefully took the medicine. "Thanks to your mother for her trouble." Huzi nodded, said goodbye to Gu Qing, and left. Xiao Wu drank the medicine and by noon, his fever broke. He woke up, drank some porridge, and then fell asleep again. The two children didn't make trouble. They behaved well in the main room. Yan Yan hid in the east room, secretly crying. Xiao Qi went back to the mountain with Huzi to pick more herbs for his father. The village chief's gong sounded. This time, only women went out. The men were sick at home and couldn't move. The village chief's wife saw most of the women arrived and asked, "Is there anyone else whose husband has a fever?" Gu Daxiong's wife wiped her tears and hoarsely said, "My husband still has a fever. It's been a day. What should we do?" The village chief's wife said, "Tiger girl, you worked hard to come here. Please help De Yong sew up his wound. Take these herbs home and boil them to give to De Yong." She handed the herbs to her. These herbs were collected from villagers. Those with more resources contributed more, and they all went to the village chief's house. After returning home, Gu Qing prepared 3 bowls of fine rice, 3 bowls of thin noodles, and caught a rabbit to send to De Yong's family. De Yong's family was poor, and since he was sick, if he didn't eat good food to recover, his wound might not heal well. Gu Qing didn't know that De Yong had saved her husband. She thought that since their families got along well, it was right to help more. De Yong's wife was so touched she couldn't speak. Gu Qing didn't stay long and left after delivering the food. A few days later, the men's injuries began to heal. Some were too badly hurt to get out of bed. Xiao Wu recovered quickly. His wounds looked better, but Gu Qing was still worried. She kept him resting in bed, afraid the wounds might tear and cause further harm. The bandits at the foot of the mountain, whose wounds weren't treated in time, mostly died. When the village chief and others went to check, only 5 were alive. The village chief ordered the dead to be thrown into the mountain, where wild animals would soon eat them. The survivors were fed and given water. Once the chaos was over, they would be taken to the government office. In recent days, the men in Gu family village bought wild rabbits from Zhao's family to help them recover. Gu Qing lowered the price of rabbits by half. Originally costing over 40 coins, now they sold for 20. The success of saving Gu village depended on everyone working together. People appreciated Gu Qing. She often brought small vegetables from her garden to Zhao's family, and she happily accepted them. When their own vegetables were scarce, she helped feed the animals at Zhao's house. Xiao Wu had been sick at home, so Gu Qing took on chores like caring for the animals. With everyone's help, it became easier. After this incident, Xiao Qi seemed to grow up overnight. No longer as spoiled or playful, he helped Gu Qing with manure and never complained about getting dirty. Gu Qing didn't want Xiao Qi to do these chores, so she always sent him away. But the little boy was stubborn, pursed his lips, and silently kept working. After lunch, Xiao Qi helped Xiao Wu sit under the grapevines to rest. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a gong outside the village. "Is that coming from the village chief's house?" Gu Qing asked Xiao Wu, looking puzzled. "It doesn't sound like it," Xiao Wu replied. "Let's go see who's beating the gong." A few mounted officials, blocked by the ravines, could only desperately beat their gongs to attract the villagers' attention. Many people rushed over after hearing the noise at the village entrance. Huzi also came to join the crowd. When he saw Xiao Qi, he quickly waved and signaled for Xiao Qi to come over. Xiao Qi smiled and walked over, asking, "What's going on?" Huzi shook his head. "I don't know. I just arrived." Everyone was unsure whether these were soldiers from the court or rebels. No one dared to speak. The officer in charge, seeing no one else spoke, asked, "Is this Gujia village?" Everyone looked at each other but didn't respond. The officer sighed. "You all are scholars or village leaders. The town's officials sent me here to bring good news, and there's reward money too." He then took out a red cloth bag from his pocket and shook it. Everyone believed him now. However, the men were all sick, so they couldn't fill the ditch quickly. They felt happy but also worried. "Is there only one scholar in our village?" Huzi asked anxiously. If only one was chosen, he thought Xiao Qi was probably the village leader. 2 scholars? Gujia village really is a talented place, with many scholars. "It's so impressive," the officer said admiringly. This was true. Every 3 years, the village would produce a few scholars. This year was even better. One of them was the top student, which caught the town's leader's attention. "Sir Officer, are the rebels defeated now?" "Our village was attacked by bandits a few days ago," Gunyang couldn't help asking. She was worried about her little brother, her only child, and didn't know how he was doing now. That was just a show put on by the emperor and the general. The real reason is unclear, but overall, it's very peaceful outside, the officer replied. "Bandits attacked? Were there any casualties?" Gunyang asked nervously. The officer was surprised. Usually, when bandits attack a village, they leave no survivors and are very cruel. The men in the village were injured, but no one was killed. The bandits were captured by the men and tied at the foot of the mountain. "A few are killed, but 5 are still alive," Gunyang said proudly. People nearby nodded in agreement. The officer was not only surprised but also shocked. Usually, when the court sends soldiers to fight bandits, there are casualties. Yet this small village had defeated all the bandits. It was truly impressive. Seeing that the ditch couldn't be filled in the near future, the officer could only report the good news across the gap. "May I ask if Scholar Xiao Qi is here?" the officer asked loudly. Everyone looked around and pushed Xiao Qi to the front. Gunyang pointed at Xiao Qi and said quickly, "He's here." "This is Xiao Qi, Longshan Town, Gujia Village. Student Xiao Qi has won first place in the imperial exam. We, under the town mayor's orders, come to share the joy. The mayor has awarded 50 taels of silver. Congratulations, Scholar Xiao." The official's voice boomed like a bell. At this moment, the couple and villagers realized that the top scorer was from their village. This was a big achievement, a true honor. Oh my goodness! Zhao's family's ancestors' grave is truly blessed. Whoever is quick, go tell Zhao's family. Let Brother Qing invite everyone to a feast. Second Madame Gu happily exclaimed, as if her own son had won. A young child, hearing this, hurriedly ran to Zhao's house to share the good news. He ran shouting, "Xiao Qi is the top scorer in the imperial exam." Little Xiao Qi politely bowed and thanked the official. The official threw a red cloth bag filled with silver into his hands. Although Huzi already guessed Xiao Qi was the top scorer, he couldn't help but feel happy when he heard the official speak. He tightly grabbed Xiao Qi's arm, excitedly shaking it. The official continued, Longshan Town, Gujia Village, student Gu Dahu has ranked 40th in the imperial exam. We are here to share the joy. Congratulations, Scholar Gu. Huzi's lips trembled as he looked at Xiao Qi with disbelief. Xiao Qi smiled and nodded at him, as if to say it was true. Huzi's eyes instantly turned red with tears. He had passed. He could go to Zhao's house to propose. His year of hard work was not in vain. Thank you, sir. Huzi's voice trembled with joy. Look at Huzi, so happy his eyes are red. Your ancestor's grave is blessed too. Another scholar. Quickly, someone go share the news. Let Huzi's mother invite everyone to a feast, said Gu Chuanshan's husband. Second Madam Gu rolled her eyes at him and scolded, Start talking yourself next time. Don't be shameless like me. Gu Chuanshan's husband smiled warmly, who said it's anyone's.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone around laughed happily. A few officials, touched by the lively atmosphere of Gujia village, couldn't help but smile and said, Since we've shared the good news, we won't stay long. This afternoon, someone will come to fill the trenches and take the bandits away. Everyone was even happier to hear this. The deep trench would be filled. Life could return to normal. With the court's protection and money earned, it was a great day. Little Xiao Qi, holding the silver, was walking when he saw Gu Qing helping Xiao Wu hurriedly come over. He quickly ran forward and handed the red cloth bag to Gu Qing, saying, Dad, I got first place. This is the reward from the government. At this moment, Xiao Qi's face brightened with a long-lost smile, and he happily told his two fathers. Xiao Wu couldn't help but tease him. Did they give the reward directly to Dad?
Did Dad get any?
Little Koike chuckled softly. Don't be so picky. The money you earn also goes to your father. It's no use to you. Gu Qing watched the two argue and felt strangely happy. That day, after little Koike helped Xiao Wu into the house, he had been quiet, lacking his usual lively spirit. Gu Qing felt proud that his son was growing up, but also sad. At least, he didn't have to grow up completely while staying by his side. Huzi returned home happily to share the good news. His father was overjoyed and cried tears of happiness. Huzi passing the imperial exam as a scholar was even more exciting than his older brother passing the same test. His father never thought that the boy who once couldn't answer simple questions about buying candied fruit would become a scholar. His father wondered if anyone could really become a scholar, but he didn't dare say this in front of his wife, afraid of being scolded. After hearing the good news, Grandma Gu told Huzi's mother to prepare some nice dishes to celebrate. Uncle Su also felt happy and busily helped without feeling tired. Huzi was anxious because no one mentioned him and Yan Yan. After hesitating for a long time, he pulled his mother aside and whispered, Mom, when will we go to propose? Huzi's mother rolled her eyes. She was surprised that he was so eager just after passing the exam. She scolded him impatiently, You little fool. Do you have any sense? Your father isn't fully recovered, and Uncle Zhao's health isn't good either. If you go to propose now, you'll only cause trouble for Uncle Xiao. Uncle Qing cares most about Uncle Xiao. If you make Uncle Xiao angry, and he gets worse, do you think you can still marry Yan Yan? Dream on, no one will cry for you. She finished her scolding and kicked Huzi. Huzi rubbed his butt and replied sheepishly, too afraid to say anything else. He decided to wait until Uncle Xiao was better before making any plans. Gu Qing and Xiao Wu discussed having a few tables of guests from the village. The family's sheep had stopped giving milk, and they had recently eaten some chicks. Xiao Wu wanted to sell the sheep, but now that their son was a top scorer, they decided to invite everyone to eat lamb. A few days ago, Gu Qing forgot to collect eggs from the chicken coop because he was busy. When he remembered, the mother hen had already been sitting on her nest, hatching 9 chicks. Tua Tua and Sway Sway watched the fluffy chicks happily. They crouched next to the mother hen, trying to catch a chick, but the hen pecked at them, making them cry. Later, they dared not reach out to catch the chicks. Instead, they sat quietly, watching the chicks walk proudly with their heads held high. When the chicks reached the sheep pen, a goat lowered its head and ate one of the chicks. The 2 little ones were so frightened they froze, pointing at the goat and unable to speak. Seeing the goat try to eat another chick, they cried and ran to Xiao Wu for help to save the chicks. Since then, the two children refused to go back to the old house, frightened by the goats. They had nightmares for several days and kept asking Gu Qingfei to sleep with them. I don't know if Xiao Wu felt sorry for the children or what, but he had long disliked the goats and insisted on getting rid of them. But Xiao Wu was too weak to do it himself, and Gu Qing wouldn't either, so they had to wait until tomorrow to invite a butcher from another village. That evening, Gu Qing went to the village chief's house to inform him that they would host a dinner the next day to celebrate their son's success in passing the exam. The village chief was happy too. The Gu family village was getting better, and he felt proud to be the village head. In the afternoon, a dozen officials arrived in a carriage, and after filling the ditches, they loaded 5 bandits into the prison cart. They also told the village chief, "The town mayor has reported this to the county, and we expect the village to be rewarded in a few days." The village chief was surprised and grateful, saying, "Handling bandits and getting a reward? Thank you all so much." The leading officer shook his head and said, "It's your Gu family village that's truly impressive, both in talent and strength." The villagers didn't care much about elaborate meals. Whatever the host prepared was fine. Having experienced years of hunger, they were content with whatever food they had. They prepared 6 dishes: roasted lamb ribs, lamb soup, lamb dumplings, and meatballs. The vegetable garden had some greens, and the old house had wild rabbits and chickens. 6 dishes were easy to prepare, and given everyone's exhaustion these days, they wanted to enjoy some good food and have a lively gathering. After this event, the people of Gu family village grew closer, and everyone felt more connected. In the evening, Xiao Wu asked Gu Qing to visit Gu Daiyong's house, and also sent 10 taels of silver. Gu Qing was very grateful after learning that Gu Daiyong had saved Xiao Wu, and quickly delivered the silver. That night, Xiao Wu couldn't sleep. He kept pestering his husband, and his large hand randomly touched Gu Qing. Gu Qing, exhausted from caring for the animals these days, was almost asleep as soon as he lay down. When he felt someone touching him, he was first startled, then, realizing who it was, he reluctantly opened his heavy eyes and said tiredly, "Can't sleep. Does your wound hurt?" Xiao Wu smiled and said, "My good husband, you're so obedient. You're not annoyed even when woken up." While his husband was still unaware, Xiao Wu turned around and hugged him gently. Gu Qing was instantly startled awake. "Be careful, slow down, or you'll tear your wound." Xiao Wu nuzzled his husband's soft hair and said, "It's fine, Qing, I just want to." But his words trailed off into murmurs. Gu Qing let out a funny hum, feeling unwell and worried about messy matters. "No, if the wound tears again, and I get a fever, what will happen? Are you still going to let me live?" Gu Qing harshly refused. "When can I be okay?" Xiao Wu, like a dog guarding a meat bun, sniffed but couldn't eat, and became anxious, scratching his head. "Wait until you're fully recovered." Gu Qing yawned and replied casually, feeling sleepy. "Then please help me first." Xiao Wu, still hopeful, gently shook his husband in his arms. Gu Qing fell back asleep, mumbling vaguely. Xiao Wu thought there was hope and instinctively swallowed saliva, his heart pounding wildly. His hands trembled slightly as he tried to take off his pants, as if he was so hungry he couldn't think straight. When he was ready, he heard his husband snoring loudly. Xiao Wu's eyes dimmed, like a disappointed dog who thought he caught a bun but found it was just a steamed bread. But he didn't want to wake his husband, so he could only lie down, turn slightly to the side, and hug his husband's waist. Still feeling unsatisfied, he pulled the person closer into his arms and then fell asleep. The next morning, Xiao Qi woke early to feed the animals at the old house. Quietly, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Gu Qing heard the noise and woke up. Seeing her husband sleeping peacefully, she didn't want to wake him and carefully dressed before quietly leaving the bed. Yan Yan and her father only knew how to cook porridge and boil eggs. At the table, Xiao Wu took a bite of the egg and said, "Son, later you need to take the donkey cart to the neighboring village to invite Uncle Li. He's really good at butchering pigs and sheep." Gu Qing was worried about Xiao Qi going alone. She swallowed her porridge and said, "I'll go later." He's just a kid. He can't drive the donkey cart. Xiao Wu frowned slightly. A grown man can't even drive a donkey cart. Xiao Wu believed boys should be trained from a young age. If they were spoiled, how would they live after marrying? Little dad, I can do it, don't worry, Xiao Qi said confidently. He had driven the donkey cart several times and had some experience. Since his son agreed, Gu Qing didn't say anything more. After breakfast, Xiao Qi set off with the donkey cart. Gu Qing, worried, reminded him from behind, "Son, take it slow, no rush. If you can't find Uncle Li's house, ask around." Xiao Wu watched with a frown. He had driven the donkey cart many times, but his husband was never this worried. He thought, what's the use of raising so many sons? In the end, they'd still compete for his concern. "Qing, my wound hurts a bit." Gu Qing, hearing this, paid no attention to Xiao Qi and ran to Xiao Wu's side, frowning with worry. "Go inside first. I need to check if the wound has torn open. Be more careful, I told you, but you didn't listen. If the wound gets infected, you'll have a tough time," Gu Qing said firmly, but her movements were surprisingly gentle. Xiao Wu smirked at his son provocatively and pretended to go inside with his wife. Xiao Qi was utterly speechless. His father was not much older than Sui Sui and Tua Tua, and he was very childish. Xiao Qi drove the cart to the village entrance and met Huzi. When Huzi learned he was going to a neighboring village, he volunteered to go with him. Huzi had been an apprentice there for a while and was somewhat familiar with the place. Having Huzi as a companion made Xiao Qi feel more at ease. Gu Qing looked at Xiao Wu's wound. It wasn't bleeding, so she relaxed. She thought it was just the skin starting to heal and feeling a bit itchy, which was a good sign. However, Xiao Wu enjoyed the moment. When his wife wasn't paying attention, he pretended to be in pain, knowing Gu Qing would believe him. Every time, she nervously ran over to check on him. The kids were all speechless. If only their father didn't go to sing opera, it would be a pity. About an hour later, Xiao Qi and Huzi returned with Uncle Li. The Xiao family still had 3 sheep, and according to Xiao Wu, they should be slaughtered all at once. Gu Qing disagreed. Gu Qing wasn't worried about the sheep. In the summer, meat couldn't be kept long. If not eaten in a day, it would spoil. In the end, the family voted. Supporters of Dad raised their left hands, supporters of Little Dad raised their right hands. Gu Qing won overwhelmingly. Xiao Wu had long given up hope for Yan Yan and Xiao Qi, since these two had been loyal to their wife since childhood. But Sui Sui and Tua Tua. Xiao Wu felt a tightness in his chest, his eyes flickering. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you two the ones who dislike goats the most? Why are you raising your right hands?" Sui Sui smiled brightly, "Because we like Little Dad. Of course we support him." Xiao Wu shot a sideways glance at Sui Sui and said maliciously, "Next time, I'll feed all the chicks you like to the goats." But inside, he couldn't help feeling proud. His wife was so lovable, the most lovable person in the world. After slaughtering the sheep, many women from the village came to help. The Xiao family stove wasn't enough, so Gu Qing divided the meat between her second aunt and Huzi's family to stew. This time, the feast was different from usual. With 2 sheep, chickens, and rabbits, there was plenty of meat. Gu Qing planned to make dumplings. The women helped with kneading dough and chopping filling, busy and lively. Everyone chatted while working, feeling no fatigue, making the atmosphere warm and lively. Xiao Wu watched his husband working happily in the yard. The sunlight shone evenly on his face. Xiao Wu felt a surge of emotion in his heart, like a small sprout breaking through the soil years ago, now grown into a tall tree. "Brother Qing, with this feast at your house, how can we still hold our own celebration later?" Gu Nyang teased. Gu Qing blushed shyly, unsure of what to say. You, Qing, are shy and you're teasing him." Huzi Nyang helped Gu Qing out of the awkwardness. "Ha ha ha, you woman always interrupting when you talk." They all laughed, teasing each other happily. After mixing the dough and filling well, 7 or 8 women sat under the grapevines to make dumplings. Suddenly, the sound of a gong echoed outside. Everyone's hearts beat faster when they heard the gong, worried that something might happen again. A group of people crowded at the gate of the Xiao family's yard, peeking out. They saw a few officials riding tall horses. When the officials saw the people, they rode over and asked, "Excuse me, how do I get to the village chief's house in Gujia village?" "Go straight ahead, turn at the second intersection, then go inside. The first house is there." Someone enthusiastically pointed the way. The officials were confused by the directions. In the end, the crowd took the officials on a quick trip. They didn't realize what was happening until they saw it. These officials were here to deliver a reward of 100 taels of silver from the court for helping catch bandits. And that wasn't all. The officials said that in the past few days, the local government had sent people to set up a big stone stele at the village entrance. The names of everyone involved in the bandit crackdown would be carved on it, to be passed down through generations. Will everyone, men and boys, be carved on it? Gu Nyang couldn't help asking. The official nodded. Yes. When the time comes, the village head will give the list to the craftsmen, and all the names will be carved. This news made everyone even happier than the 100 taels of silver. If divided among families, each family might get only a few coins, which could be spent in a month or two. But the stele would stand at the village entrance for 10, 50, or even 100 years. Visitors coming to the market could see it. Even after death, their ancestors' faces would be honored. The village head politely accepted the reward money. The group respectfully saw the officials off. When they returned to Gu Qing's house, everyone was still excited. "Once my little grandson comes, I'll take him to see the stele. When Qing engraves his name, I want my son to tell him which one is my name," Gu Nyang said as she rolled dumplings and called out to Gu Qing. "What name?" "It's the chief's name, not a top score." "There's still a long way to go," Gu Qing chuckled. "Anyway, they're all first place, so they're all the same," Gu Qianshan's husband added. Villagers don't really understand the difference between the chief and others, but they all know that the first is the most important. After the dumplings are wrapped, the water in the pot boils, and they start cooking the dumplings. Gu Nyang and a few others take vegetables home to stir-fry, while the rest move tables and chairs from their homes. Once everything is ready, Xiao Wu asks Xiao Qi to set off some firecrackers outside the yard. When the village chief and clan leader arrive, they officially start the feast. The Xiao family has plenty of food, with dumpling fillings that are mostly meat and little vegetables. Everyone eats, without looking up. The village chief's son stands up, taking advantage of everyone being present, and says, "My father has paid for a troupe to come sing tonight. After dinner, everyone should go home and prepare some snacks and small treats." The nearby girls and boys are also invited to join the fun. The yard becomes lively again. Farmers don't have many entertainment options, and it's rare to see a show. Gu Wangwa says, "Today feels happier than New Year's. We have food, drink, and a show." "Yes, the village chief really went all out this time," someone replies. "Village chief, maybe we should deduct this cost from the reward silver," another suggests. "Right, deduct it from the reward silver so everyone gets a little less," someone else agrees. The village chief looks at everyone happily, feeling pleased himself. The reason they managed to defeat the bandits is because everyone worked together, which allowed them to sit and eat, drink, and chat peacefully. The silver can be earned again, but life only comes once. The troupe needs a lively crowd. These troupes travel from place to place, and when someone hires them, they perform. Usually, wealthy merchants or officials invite troupes to perform 3 days of big shows. Troupe? Gu Qing has never seen one before and is now interested. Do they have acts where they break stones on their chests? Or fish copper coins out of hot oil? Gu Qing asks excitedly. "I don't know. If they don't have that this time, when I recover, I'll take you to the county to see." The county has stone-breaking acts. "Just us and the kids," Xiao Wu whispers to his wife. Gu Qing smiles and nods, saying, "All right, let's go. Let the 4 of them stay at home to feed the animals." "Brother Qing, what are you saying? Speak louder." "Why are you whispering?" Gu Nyang teases. Everyone's eyes turn to Gu Qing and Xiao Wu. Gu Qing feels a bit shy, his ears turning red. Xiao Wu quickly steps in to help, saying, "My Qingji says that if anyone wants to pick up the boys and girls, they can use our donkey cart to save time." "Qingji, I'll use mine. I want to bring my little brother back." Gu Eunyoung volunteers eagerly at the good news. Everyone can borrow, but not you, Gu Qing teases, raising an eyebrow. Gu Eunyoung pouts and asks her husband for help. Gu Wangwa quickly starts eating, avoiding her. As a man, he doesn't dare interfere in women's matters. Everyone laughed so hard they almost couldn't stand up, but at least someone finally managed to shut Gu Eunyoung's mouth. In the afternoon, the opera troupe set up their stage in an open space in the village. They prepared to perform once everyone arrived. The troupe leader specifically asked the village chief when the show would start. It wasn't because they were worried about wasting time, but because they didn't want it to get dark and have no light, making it hard for everyone to enjoy the performance in the dark. People from nearby villages gradually carried small stools to find a spot. Gu Qing brought some snacks for the children. Many others from nearby villages also came to join the fun. Since it was rare for a troupe to perform in the village, soon the open space was crowded with people. Gu's parents and grandmother also arrived, with Huzi following behind. When Huzi saw Gu Qing and Xiao Wu, he looked nervous and greeted them hesitantly. The performance lasted about 2 hours. They performed short scenes they had written themselves. Everyone watched with great interest. Xiao Wu specifically went to the troupe leader and asked if they could do the breaking a big stone on the chest act. He offered an extra 10 taels of silver for it. The troupe leader was happy to agree. The village chief had paid only 5 taels for the whole afternoon performance, but the breaking a big stone act was worth 10 taels. If there was money to be made, why not? Since the host paid extra, they performed the act early. After finishing the last short scene, the performers were called off the stage. Gu's younger brother led the children and his wife, who arrived late. When Gu Wangwa saw his grandson, his eyes squinted happily. He used both hands to lift the child onto his shoulders. "You're going to die. Your injuries aren't healed yet. Stop showing off and put him down." Gu Eunyoung was startled by her husband's actions. She quickly slapped him and scolded him. Gu Eunyoung had a loud voice, and everyone nearby looked over. Gu Wangwa wanted to save face outside, so he forced a rough reply. "I'm fine already. Mind your own business. Put him down now, or I won't say it again," Gu Eunyoung said calmly, her eyes narrowing with a threatening tone. Gu Wangwa knew this was a sign she was about to lose her temper. He didn't dare argue and reluctantly put the child down. He felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to say something to make up for it, but suddenly everyone gasped. Looking up, they saw a man on stage being pressed down by a huge stone on his chest. Another man swung a very large hammer and struck down. The timid boy and girl covered their eyes, too scared to watch. Everyone around held their breath, afraid to make a sound. They stared intently at the stage. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the stone shattered into pieces. The man under the stone was unharmed, stood up and bowed. The crowd snapped out of their shock and erupted into cheers and applause. Some even shouted for a repeat performance. During the break, when 2 people went off stage to change props, everyone kept talking. "What's this skill? It's really impressive. Could he have internal injuries? Looks pretty scary. This is called the Golden Bell cover. Even monks in temples can do it," said a man pretending to know but actually clueless. "I think it's Qigong. Look at that person jumping around happily, definitely Qigong." Everyone was discussing loudly until 3 or 4 people carried a large pot onto the stage, and then everyone quieted down. They wondered why they brought the oil pot on stage. Could they be about to cook? The bottom of the pot was lit with a fierce fire, and the oil inside was boiling. The man on stage sprinkled some flour into the pot, which instantly fried. Then he threw a handful of copper coins into the pot. The man skillfully stuck his hand into the boiling oil to fish out the coins, moving smoothly and quickly, causing the crowd to cheer loudly. The villagers found this very interesting and started talking excitedly. "This is Iron Hand. Oh my goodness, he really put his hand into the hot oil. Could he be a fairy? His hand doesn't get hurt in the oil." Because Xiao was rewarded with a lot of money and the performance was very good, everyone liked watching. The organizer even added a fire-breathing act. Xiao Wu watched everyone, all of them captivated. Gu Qing, although familiar with the tricks, was still amazed by the visual impact. After the show, Everyone left feeling satisfied, but still wanting more. In recent days, there had been many discussions under the big willow tree. Even breaking large stones with bare hands had been studied for several days. Just as everyone was eager to try smashing bricks with their fists, Gu Earnyang suddenly changed the subject. Did you hear? Gu Tianqi's younger son is getting married. Gu Xiaobao? He's quite old now. If he doesn't marry soon, he'll become an old bachelor. Who is he marrying? Do you know? Everyone asked Gu Earnyang quietly, and she signaled for them to come closer. When they gathered around, she whispered, "It seems to be from Shanghe village. I heard it's a marriage scam." Gu Earnyang emphasized the words, marriage scam, very strongly. A marriage scam? Everyone exclaimed. That's right. My aunt-in-law is from Shanghe village. She came to watch the show a few days ago and asked if Gu Xiaobao was a hero fighting bandits. I was stunned. He's a hero fighting bandits? When the bandits were attacked, he and his father didn't even know where they went. Now he has a good reputation and is trying to climb higher. Also, the Gu family specifically hired a matchmaker from another village, claiming Gu Xiaobao is a scholar, almost a successful candidate for the imperial exam. The matchmaker's mouth is so good, she could even talk the dead back to life. When the girl's parents heard this, they thought it wasn't strange for a scholar from Gujia village, so they agreed. Not only did they not ask for a dowry, but they also gave a lot of wedding gifts. Mother Goose spoke vividly, and everyone sighed. If it gets exposed, won't Gu Tianqi's family cause a big fuss? Huzi's mother asked. Mother Goose saw that Huzi's mother looked a bit surprised. Usually, she doesn't like to get involved in these matters, so she was surprised to listen so attentively. Let's get married first. The Gu family is coming back to live with Gu Tianqi just for our son, added Gu Qiuanshan's husband. Has she come back? Wang asked, having sneaked in unnoticed. Yes, I went out this morning to fetch water, and just happened to meet her. When she saw me, she looked a bit embarrassed and hurried back inside, Gu Qiuanshan's husband said. The women exchanged glances and smiled, saying nothing more. Wang thought for a moment and said, I tell you all, you are not allowed to go help in his family. Anyone who does will no longer be my friend. Mother Goose spat and thought, who would go help in their family? Goose family usually doesn't help others when they have problems. Now that her son is getting married, she won't ask for help easily. Huzi's mother didn't need to say anything. Gu Haichen's wedding, Gu's family didn't even give a gift, let alone help. Plus, Huzi's mother was focused on the Xiao family, so she wouldn't go either. The most likely helper would be Wang's family. Gu Tianqi is the nephew of the clan leader. When he goes to ask the clan leader for help, the leader, remembering his deceased parents, would probably help him. Wang saw everyone looking at her, as if she understood this, and hurried home. After all, he was her nephew. Not helping at all was impossible, but she had to tell her family not to take a single coin. Coincidentally, as soon as Wang got home, she saw Gu Tianqi kneeling in the yard, begging her husband. Gu Tianqi saw Wang return and quickly stood up, feeling a bit embarrassed. Third aunt, you're back. Wang didn't even glance at him and looked at the clan leader with a mocking tone. What play are you acting now? Kneeling outside during an ordinary day? There's no one dead at home. Gu Tianqi's face turned a little pale, but since he needed help, he could only accept Wang's sarcasm and cold remarks. Their family's little treasure is getting married. They want me to find some helpers. The clan leader knew his wife disliked Gu Tianqi, but since they were from the same clan, he couldn't ignore it. Little Seven, what are you doing? Don't blame third aunt for scolding you. Usually, when other families have problems, you and your wife don't help. Now your own family is in trouble, and you're just standing there helpless. Isn't this embarrassing for everyone? On weekdays, they ate well at home and wore good clothes. When giving the best to Gu Xiaobao, they never thought about your third uncle. This really shows how people are used and then replaced. Your third uncle is so poor he's buried up to his neck, yet he still has to swallow his pride and beg for you. Do you have a conscience? Mrs. Wang was so angry about her husband and her daughter's issues that her teeth itched. She spoke with clenched teeth, full of resentment. The clan leader and Gu Tianqi said nothing, just lowered their heads and listened quietly. Mrs. Wang was most annoyed with her husband's behavior. He cared more about the Gu family's affairs than his own life. Whenever the Gu family had problems, he would spend money and effort to help. She tried to stop him but couldn't. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Finally, she gave up and went back to her room to rest while they kept busy. After the clan leader drove away Gu Tianqi, he knew he was in the wrong and didn't dare go inside. He went to the garden to pick some vegetables and watered the plants carefully, hesitating for a long time. "What are you doing in the yard? Hurry up and come in." They had known each other for a lifetime. Mrs. Wang understood her husband well. Every time he was in the wrong, he acted like this. He only came in when she called him. She didn't want to call him in so soon, but suddenly remembered she needed to tell her old man something. After the clan leader went inside, Mrs. Wang glanced at him and said irritably, "If you want to get involved in his family's affairs, I can't stop you. But if he dares to ask Chinga for money, I already warned him not to ask Chinga. Besides, he wouldn't dare." Aside from Xiao Wu, Zhao's eldest son just passed the exam for a high official position. Soon he'll be a big officer. He's too busy trying to curry favor to bother with us. He wouldn't dare cause trouble, the clan leader hurriedly assured her before she finished.
Bah.
Who needs him to curry favor? If he dares to go see Chinga, it's just trouble. If he dares to go, I'll definitely. Mrs. Wang choked up more and more. Right now, Gu Qing was living happily. If Gu Tianqi went to cause trouble for the Xiao family, they couldn't cut ties or scold him without feeling sick. "Stop crying. Every time you mention Chinga's family, you start crying. If he goes, I'll break his legs," the clan leader gruffly promised. After saying this, he sank to the ground like a deflated balloon. Finally, the clan leader found a nephew and his wife from his family to help. Even if the family didn't want to, they couldn't refuse. Since the clan leader had asked, they couldn't ignore Gu Tianqi's family, but they also couldn't ignore the clan leader's face. Gu Tianqi's family had little money now. They had to keep things simple. Usually, when getting married, they would prepare the house and buy furniture. Gu Tianqi didn't do that. He only bought 2 sets of wedding bedding in town to cover the bed for the occasion. Gu Xiaobao was very unhappy. He caused a big fuss at home, smashing pots and bowls on the ground. He pulled out all the vegetables from the garden. He even broke a large hole in the water jar with a stone. Gu Tianqi had no choice but to take out 5 taels of silver from his hidden stash and let him buy whatever he wanted. Gu Xiaobao's wedding was simple. Most of the guests were relatives from his family. After marrying his wife, Gu's mother felt regret. If she had arranged a marriage for him earlier, he might have married a noble daughter, since he was so talented. Instead, he married a girl from a poor family. She didn't look the way she should, and the dowry was just 2 acres of land in Shanghe village, which her daughter-in-law kept tightly. If her son passed the imperial exam and became a scholar in a few years, she thought. On the wedding day, the new wife saw that there was no decent furniture in the house. Her face fell immediately. For several days, she didn't smile at all. Gu's mother was angry as she cooked in the kitchen. She thought, "We married a living ancestor home, and I still get pushed around by a girl?" She went into the room to find the new wife, Sue home. She saw her sitting on the Kong bed like an old Buddhist nun. She scolded her. "Are you still lying on the bed? Come and light the fire." "I don't know how," Sue Hong lazily replied, glancing at her. "Your mother never taught you? Is this how you're going to be as a daughter-in-law?" Gu's mother was so angry, she almost slapped her. She forced herself to hold back her anger and said, "If your mother didn't teach you, I will. Hurry up and get to work." Sue Hong reluctantly followed her into the kitchen. Seeing her unwillingness, Gu's mother decided to set some rules for her. Gu's mother was very good at being gentle but firm. She looked at Sue Hong's reluctant face and said, "My Xiaobao is destined to be a high official someday. The teacher says he's very clever. Since you married him, you should take good care of him and look after his parents. When you have children, you can send them to school. If you marry someone from another village, it will be harder for your children to learn and read. I know you're unhappy because we didn't buy you many things. But do you know how hard it is to support a student? My Xiaobao is still studying in town, which costs money. When he passes the exam and becomes a scholar, life will get better, and no one will treat you badly. Suehong was young and easily convinced by Gu's mother's words. She believed her completely and looked forward to Xiaobao passing the exam and becoming an official. Her attitude toward Gu's mother changed completely. "Mother, I will definitely take good care of you and Dad," Suehong said earnestly. She added fire to the stove and looked up at Gu's mother with a grateful smile. Mrs. Gu looked at her with a cold smile inside, but her face changed from her usual harshness to a kind and gentle expression. "Suehong, you've been married for a few days now. I've been worried about you and didn't want to set strict rules. But our Gu village is a place that values rules. I don't care about formalities, but I worry if outsiders find out and talk about us. If it affects Xiaobao's studies, then..." Suehong, a simple girl who rarely went to town when at home, immediately panicked upon hearing this. She was afraid it would harm Xiaobao's future. "Mother, what should we do?" Mrs. Gu saw Suehong agree and secretly smiled, but her words were gentle. She held Suehong's hand and said, "I'm a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I may speak harshly, but I treat you like my own daughter. That's why I tell you these things honestly. From now on, you'll have to work harder. Wake up early, prepare the meals, and tidy up the house. When your father goes to work in the fields, you can go with him. It will be tiring, but once Xiaobao finishes high school, our family will move to town. I'll buy you a few maids to serve you, and you won't be treated badly." Suehong nodded gratefully, her eyes welling with tears. She felt deeply grateful and thought to herself that her mother was truly a learned person, thinking long-term and not bothering her over small matters. Since then, all chores inside and outside the house fell on Suehong. Xiaobao, pretending to study, stayed in town and didn't return to the village. In reality, he had money and spent time drinking with friends, unwilling to go back. Suehong, caring for Xiaobao, endured even the usual hardships caused by Mrs. Gu. Suehong often went with villagers to gather wild vegetables in the mountains. When villagers told her Xiaobao was useless at studying, she argued with them. When Mrs. Gu found out, she stood at a neighbor's door and scolded for over half an hour. In the end, Suehong pulled her away, which moved her deeply. She thought she was lucky to have such a good mother-in-law, someone who would stand up for her in an argument. Little did she know, Mrs. Gu was afraid her lies would be exposed and hated the gossiping villagers. It wasn't until the government sent people to erect a stone monument for Gujia village that the truth came out. Mrs. Gu often told Suehong that her son was a hero fighting bandits. When the names were carved, many villagers gathered to watch. Suehong also went, but the names of Xiaobao and Gu Tianxi weren't carved. She naively thought the village chief had forgotten them. She wanted to ask the village chief about it but was quickly stopped by Mrs. Gu, who said casually, "If the names aren't carved, it's no big deal." Suehong looked at Gu's guilty face and sensed something was wrong. However, Gu tightly held her and she couldn't break free. She had to tilt her neck and remind him, "Village chief, my son Gu Xiaobao's name hasn't been carved yet." Everyone burst into laughter at her words. Suehong glanced at Gu's evasive eyes and then at the teasing expressions of the crowd. She began to suspect the truth. Second Aunt Gu and Gu's family have been sworn enemies for many years. They can't stand seeing each other happy. Recently, Gu's family has been spoiling the new daughter-in-law, making Second Aunt Gu jealous and upset. Watching Gu's family enjoy a good life made her even more annoyed, worse than losing silver. Finally, she saw a perfect chance to strike back and said, "Oh, Suehong, it's not just anyone in Gu's village who can carve a name. You need to participate in the anti-bandit effort. Your son Gu Xiaobao didn't even know where he was hiding from disaster back then. Now, if you ask the village chief to carve his name, it's a bit too much." Suehong was stunned. She remembered that she married Gu Xiaobao because he was a hero who fought bandits, and she didn't ask for a single coin in dowry. Gu's family tried to laugh it off and pull her away. "Suehong, let's go home. Mom will explain everything to you." Suehong forcefully shook off Gu's hand and looked at the others. She had a feeling that Gu's family had been deceiving her all this time. Still, she asked stubbornly, "How is my Xiaobao doing?" Is he going to pass the imperial exam and become a scholar? Everyone looked at each other in silence. This was something outsiders couldn't speak about. Even second Aunt Gu kept quiet. People looked at Suehong with sympathy. She sensed the truth and showed a complicated expression, as if she was about to cry, but couldn't. Suehong felt overwhelmed. She had hoped that marrying a scholar would bring her a peaceful life, but it turned out to be an illusion. Her parents had even sent her 2 acres of land and sold the hens at home just to buy her a silver bracelet. If she had known she was being deceived and mistreated by her mother-in-law, her heart would have been broken. That day, Suehong didn't cry or make a fuss. She packed her belongings and returned to her parents' home. Gu's family was on edge, not letting Gu Tianchi go out for fear that Suehong's family would come knocking. Suehong carried her bag alone back home, frightening her elderly parents. They thought she had argued with Gu Xiaobao. Only after asking carefully did they learn that the couple hadn't even consummated their marriage yet. Gu Xiaobao had been wandering around town all day, and her mother-in-law was no easy person either. It had only been a month since she married in, and her daughter looked thinner and darker, with calluses on her hands from work. After learning that Gu Tianchi's family had lied about the marriage, Suehong's father went to find the village chief of Shanghe village. He gathered his 3 sons, took a donkey cart, and headed to Gu's family village to seek justice. Cui Hongyang was determined to go, and her father couldn't stop her, so he had to take her along. On the way, he reminded her not to act impulsively and to focus on solving the problem. When they arrived at Gu Tianchi's house, Cui Hongyang looked at the room where her daughter was to live after marriage. Her eyes welled up with tears. The room was bare, with only 2 beds with red quilts, nothing else. It was such a poor setup. Fuming with anger, Cui Hongyang kicked open the main door. Gu's wife was hiding inside and screamed in fright. Cui Hongyang forcefully pulled Gu's wife down, then quickly sat on top of her. She grabbed her arms and slapped her hard across the face, shouting and scolding, "You're not born of good parents. Have you ever been a proper wife? How can you treat yourself like this? Aren't you from a simple family? And you set rules? Do you even know your place?" Cui Hongyang was strong and healthy, so Gu's wife couldn't fight back. She kept crying out in pain, but Cui Hongyang continued to hit and curse her.
Bah!
Your daughter probably doesn't know what kind of trash she is. My little Bao married her, and you don't even thank us? And you dare to hit my mother? No one could tolerate their daughter being insulted like this. In this time, speaking about a woman like that was more vicious than killing. Cui Hongyang's eyes turned red with anger. She grabbed Gu's wife's hair and hit her even harder. Gu's wife kept crying out, and Gu Tianchi wanted to step in to help, but the look from Cui Hongyang's brother warned him to stay back. He shrank to the side, afraid to speak. Cui Hongyang's father said, "Child, stop hitting her." But he didn't try to stop her or do anything himself. If a good man doesn't fight with a woman, Cui Hongyang's father might have joined in. Meanwhile, the villagers gathered outside, watching the commotion. Gu's wife was beaten so badly her face was swollen and bruised. Even though she was disliked, this was Gu's village. Only a few people from Hehe village dared to come and cause trouble here, which was a disgrace to the village. They had to find the village chief to settle the matter. When the village chief, the clan leader, and Wangshi arrived, the village head of Hehe village had already stopped the fight. Gu's wife was covered in dirt, her clothes torn, and she sat on the ground crying loudly. The clan leader frowned and looked at the crowd, asking, "What happened?" No one knew exactly what had occurred. Cui Hongyang brushed the dirt off her clothes and asked, "Are you the clan leader of Gu's village?" The clan leader nodded. Cui Hongyang continued, "Are you going to handle the issue of the Gu family's marriage scam? Before my daughter got married, the Gu family said their son was about to become a scholar and a hero in fighting bandits. That was the reason my family agreed. Otherwise, with Gu Xiaobao being over 20, who would be willing to marry their daughter to him? We even gave 2 acres of land and didn't ask for a single coin, just to make her life better after marriage. But what happened then? If we weren't pushed to the limit, no one would want to make such a fuss. I have 3 sons, and am also a mother-in-law. We are all farmers, simple folks, and I've never heard of such strict rules for a new bride. Is it because your Gu family has strict village customs, forcing the bride to suffer? If that's the case, no one would dare to marry their daughter into Gu village. Gu Xiaobao hasn't come home since his wedding. My daughter stays at her in-laws' house, helping with chores and meals, and still gets scolded. Even when she tries to improve the meals, she spends her own sister Cui Hong's money. Our family doesn't mind who spends more or less, but her mother-in-law took her silver bracelets from her family, claiming she was just keeping them safe.
Bah.
Is my daughter foolish? Doesn't she know where she put her bracelets? Who in the world would be such a mother-in-law? Go see the newlyweds' house. Besides 2 sets of bedding, there's nothing else. How can it be so miserable? The clan leader frowned deeply. He knew well how Gu Tianqi and his wife behaved, but doing such unthinkable things truly brought shame to Gu village. Everyone else whispered quietly. As farmers, who would be willing to raise a daughter or son, and then be treated so badly? Clan leader, please don't listen to her nonsense. We never said Xiaobao was a hero fighting bandits. It's probably the matchmaker making things up to earn a bride price. My Xiaobao has studied for many years, and with time, he will surely pass the exams. Besides, their family only married their daughter to climb higher. It's not her fault. They came here without knowing the truth and started hitting people. Clan leader, you must stand up for us. Boo-hoo. Gu's family member staggered to her feet, stumbling and kneeling at the clan leader's feet, clutching his pants and crying loudly.
Bah.
I dare you swear an oath to the ancestors of the ancestral hall. Have you ever lied to us? If you lie, you'll be full of pus and die a terrible death. Do you dare? Cui Hong gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Today, I saw everything clearly. There are truly people so shameless, they can even lie about black being white. Gu's eyes flickered. She had said those words hundreds of times. Swearing was impossible. She could only sit on the ground, crying and sobbing. The clan leader glanced at the Gu family and said, if there's no explanation for this, the people from Hehe village won't leave easily. For now, we must solve the problem first. Once everyone is gone, we can deal with these 2 greedy, dirty people. Things have already happened. What do you all mean? The clan leader asked, looking at Cui Hong's parents. Now that there's been such a fuss, it's unlikely that the daughter will return home to live. A month ago, she was still a young maiden. If she divorces... Cui Hong's parents felt mixed emotions and fell silent, unsure of what to do. Finally, Cui Hong's older brother spoke up. Clan leader, please help us by making a formal record. My sister and Gu Xiaobao haven't had their wedding night yet. His family was tricking us into marriage, so the marriage certificate isn't valid. We should just destroy it. From now on, our 2 families will go separate ways, each living their own lives openly and peacefully. Cui Hong's parents eagerly nodded, agreeing with their son's words. Burning the marriage certificate is like their daughter never got married. Later, they could find a quieter place to marry her off, and no one would know what had happened. The clan leader made a formal record, then burned the marriage certificate completely. Cui Hong's mother remembered that her daughter's silver bracelet was still in Gu family's possession. Return my daughter's silver bracelet. We're leaving now, Cui Hong's mother said, walking over to Gu family and holding out her hand. It's gone. We sold it long ago to help with the family expenses, Gu said. She was a shrewd person, and after being beaten today and seeing her daughter-in-law leave, she refused to return the bracelet. Cui Hong's mother looked at the clan leader. If you won't handle this, we will settle it our own way. The clan leader was furious, but said nothing. He didn't expect Gu family to be so stubborn. Even now, they still wanted to take advantage. Cui Hong's mother gave her son a look. The 3 brothers tore apart the main house. Gu tried to stop them, but Cui Hong's mother held her back. Gu cursed loudly, shameless. How dare you rummage through the house? If anything is lost, can your family afford to pay? Cui Hong's mother tightened her grip on Gu, making her scream in pain. Someone's been killed. Help! There's no justice anymore. Everyone looked on with disgust as she made a scene. Soon, 3 men came out of the house, holding a jewelry box. Mother, we found this. Tsuehong's eldest brother handed the jewelry box to Tsuehong's mother. Sharp-eyed people in the yard recognized it. Wasn't this the jewelry box that Gu Qingyang brought as her dowry? Isn't this her mother's stuff? Yes, it is. When her second mother questioned her, she said she hadn't seen it, so she really hid it. Cui Hongyang opened the jewelry box, which contained a pair of silver earrings and a silver hairpin. She then opened the lower compartment, where her daughter's silver bracelet was safely stored. Cui Hongyang took out the bracelet, ready to ask her son to put everything back in place, but Wang Shi snatched it away quickly. The silver earrings were bought by relatives from Gu Qingyang before her wedding, and the hairpin was part of her dowry. Seeing these old items, Wang Shi's eyes filled with tears. These were her brother's belongings, and she wanted to send them to him. Gu Shi suddenly rushed at Wang Shi, trying to take back the jewelry box. Wang Shi held tightly to it, refusing to let go. Gu Shi pushed her to the ground and hurt her waist. The clan leader, angry, raised his walking stick and threatened Gu Shi. Everyone was afraid he might get too angry, so they persuaded him to stop. Wang Shi kept holding the jewelry box tightly, afraid someone might steal it. It wasn't until villagers went to the Xiao family to borrow a donkey cart and to the town to get a doctor for the elderly couple that Gu Qing learned about the incident. Wang Shi was the only elder who truly cared for Gu Qing, and now she was hurt by her. Gu Qing clenched his fists tightly, hanging by his sides, veins bulging with force, looking fierce. He couldn't calm down for a long time. His heart was like thunder and lightning. He realized he was wrong from the start. He should have gone to get the jewelry box back long ago. He thought it was better to avoid trouble, but he didn't realize that Wang Shi's heart was hurt by this. He wanted to vent his anger for his mother, for little Gu Qing, and for Wang Shi. Once he understood these feelings, it was like a thunderstorm passing. Suddenly, the sky cleared, and his heart felt bright everywhere. Xiao Wu saw his husband's intent and grabbed a fire poker from the kitchen. The two of them stormed to Gu Tianqi's house with a fierce attitude. This time, Gu Qing didn't politely knock and call father and mother. Instead, he kicked open the broken door of Gu Tianqi's house. Inside, Gu Shi was resting on the calm, a traditional bed. Hearing the noise, she sat up and squinted to see who was coming. Gu Qing finally saw Gu Shi's face, which was badly beaten. Her face had bloody handprints, her lips were bruised and purple, and her right eye was swollen shut from a punch. She squinted, looking both funny and pitiful. Seeing Gu Qing, Gu Shi wanted to act innocent and show off, but Gu Qing didn't say a word. He raised the fire poker and started hitting her, claiming he was teaching her a lesson for disrespecting elders, lying constantly, and not being a good wife. Gu's woman is not as strong as Xiao Guo, and she is also injured. She was beaten by Gu Qing and had no chance to fight back. After Gu Qing finished, feeling unsatisfied, he gave Xiao Wu a look. Xiao Wu understood and smashed Gu Tianqi's house into pieces with a big sword. Gu's woman was so frightened by Xiao Wu's cold, dark eyes that she dared not speak. She shrank to the side, trembling, afraid Xiao Wu would hit her. On the way back, Xiao Wu was a bit confused. He wondered why his husband was so impulsive this time. Was he not afraid Gu's woman would report to the authorities? Gu Qing looked a bit sly and a little proud. He said, "Second Madame Gu told me last time that Gu's woman and Gu Tianqi had separated. Since they are divorced, they are no longer elders. Besides, she dared to hit the mother-in-law, which is unfilial. If it causes trouble with the officials, we'll just argue it out. Who's afraid of whom? I hit her when there were only the three of us in the house.
Before that, she had already been beaten badly.
Who can tell which injuries I caused? I just need to insist I didn't do it." Gu Qing had already planned that if Gu Tianqi and Gu's woman dared to cause trouble at his house, he would let Xiao Huang bite them to death. If that didn't work, he would also sit on the ground and cry, pretending to be pitiful. Who doesn't know how to do that? Besides, everyone in the village knew what kind of people Gu Tianqi and his wife were. In the end, with everyone's spit, they could drown the couple. Gu Qing's biggest regret was not beating Gu Tianqi up to vent his anger for Xiao Gu Qing and his mother. But it didn't matter. Now that Gu Xiaobao was here, Gu Tianqi's good days were over. Xiao Wu watched his husband with interest and teased, "Our Qingger is really smart." "Of course," Gu Qing said proudly, puffing out his chest. If he had a little tail, it would probably be pointing to the sky. In the sunlight, Gu Qing's features looked even more fair and clear. His proud expression made Xiao Wu's eyes linger on him, and he couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable desire to tease him. Xiao Wu, like a beast lurking in the day and night, showed his wolfish desire openly. Gu Qing shivered all over from Xiao Wu's straightforward invasion of his feelings. Reflexively, he took a step back and scolded, "What are you thinking about in broad daylight?" Xiao Wu scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "My wound hurts." Gu Qing shook his head helplessly. It had been over a month, and his wound had already scabbed over nicely. Xiao was just making an excuse. His husband really was a man of good figure, good looks, and a good mind. Back home, Gu Qing prepared to take the children to visit the clan leader's house to see Wang Shi, leaving Xiao Wu alone at home. The Wang family members had mostly left, luckily only spraining his waist without breaking any bones. Since he was older, he couldn't handle a fall well. Now that Gu Tianqi and the Gu family had separated, the clan leader felt sorry for his wife. He couldn't punish Gu Shi, so he made Gu Tianqi kneel in the ancestral hall. Gu Qing thought, no wonder he didn't see Gu Tianqi at Gu Shi's house. He was kneeling in the ancestral hall. The children made Wang happy, but now that Wang was injured and couldn't get out of bed, the responsibility of cooking fell on the clan leader. The old man didn't know how to cook, so Gu Qing helped prepare the meal before leaving, then took the children home. After dinner, the family lay down to rest. Gu Qing finished washing the dishes in the kitchen and saw Xiao Wu sitting properly on the edge of the Kong bed, staring at him with a small yellow bone in his eyes, full of hope. Gu Qing deliberately teased him, "Tonight, I will sleep with the boys." This made Xiao Wu anxious. He quickly stepped forward, holding his husband tightly, as if afraid he would run away. His sharp chin pressed against Gu Qing's shoulder. Gu Qing carried a heavy head, shrugging his shoulders, but unable to shake it off. Xiao Wu took the chance to nibble on Gu Qing's small, white earlobe, tasting and licking it. Xiao Wu's heavy breathing brushed Gu Qing's ear. He turned his husband around, hugged his waist, and lowered his head to kiss him hard. On the way back from Gu Tianqi's house today, he had wanted to do this but held back, worried his husband would be angry. After the kiss, he carried his husband onto the Kong, wrapped around him, and propped himself up to discuss conditions. Xiao Wu's attitude was unusually firm. He looked directly at his husband and said, "The kids are grown. From now on, you can't sleep with them." Gu Qing blinked and said, "Go turn off the oil lamp." Xiao Wu hesitated, then forcefully bit Gu Qing's exposed, tender neck, softly saying, "You always favor them. When they grow up, they'll have wives and be loved by their husbands. Now you're still fighting over you with me. I only have you." Gu Qing heard the deep resentment in his voice, and he playfully patted him, happily agreeing. "All right, I'll listen to you from now on." Satisfied, Xiao Wu got up, turned off the oil lamp, and pounced on his husband, turning on the lamp. Recently, Xiao Wu was injured. Every time a breeze or a gust of wind came, he would pretend to be pitiful and call his husband. As a result, Tua and the others hadn't been close to their father-in-law for several days. Even Yan Yan and Xiao Qi complained a lot about Xiao Wu. But Xiao Wu only became more exaggerated, childish in his provocations toward the little ones. Now that he was healed, the children finally had a chance to take revenge. Throughout the day, Gu Qing kept preventing Xiao Wu from getting close to the children. At first, Xiao Wu tried to intimidate them with a stern look. It truly proved that a young bull is not afraid of tigers. Xiao Wu's naturally imposing and confident face was enough to scare outsiders. However, the children didn't buy into his act. Xiao Wu remained calm and looked at them kindly, but beneath his kindness was a hidden plan. Tua and Sui, though young, knew that their father was not a gentle little rabbit grazing in the field. He was a fierce beast resting quietly. His friendliness was just a pretense, part of his scheme. Sure enough, Xiao Wu confided in Gu Qing, saying it was time to send the children to school for their first lessons. Only after Gu Qing took Sui Sui and Tua Tua to school did the children realize that experience and wisdom come with age. Even Xiao Qi was not spared. Xiao Wu sent him to school to learn alongside Xiao Tudou, to teach and nurture others. Gu Qing wanted Xiao Qi to rest at home for a while before going to school, but Xiao Wu claimed that with Xiao Qi watching over his brothers at school, everyone would be at ease. Gu Qing believed Xiao Wu's words wholeheartedly. The couple was not afraid of their children being bullied at school. Rather, they worried that the children might bully others. Xiao Wu's family had good food, and Sui Sui and Tua Tua looked bigger than other children. They had been practicing martial arts with Xiao Qi since they were 3 or 4 years old. One of the children was mischievous, and the other was very active. Together, they were always up to no good. As expected, on the first afternoon at school, Sui Sui and Tua Tua became restless. They were used to being unruly, and now that they had to behave and listen to the teacher, they refused. While the teacher was teaching upstairs, the children whispered and poked each other downstairs. After being scolded by Xiao Qi, they calmed down for a few minutes, but soon became mischievous again. At that moment, Xiao Qi finally understood how Gu Haoqin felt when he was young, teaching Huzi. The two children were punished to stand all afternoon. On the way home, they were very unhappy with Xiao Qi. They didn't speak to Xiao Qi and swaggered ahead, arms swinging proudly. Xiao Qi found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sui Sui and Tua Tua turned around and saw their older brother mocking them, which made them even angrier. They walked home in a crooked way, planning to complain to their parents. When they got home, they didn't receive comfort from Gu Qing but were instead punished to copy the entire 1,000-character classic. They wouldn't get dinner until they finished copying. When Xiao Wu learned about this, he went to the main hall to watch Sui Sui and Tua Tua copying, feeling pleased. When he entered, the two children faced away from him, tears streaming down their faces as they stubbornly wiped their eyes with their arms. Xiao Wu cleared his throat softly, pretending to cough. The two children heard the door opening and some rustling sounds, so they thought Gu Qing had arrived. They pretended not to look back, eagerly waiting for Gu Qing to comfort them. Seeing this, Xiao Wu deliberately spoke up, "Oh my, the sun must be rising in the west. The two little troublemakers are actually copying books. That's rare." Tua Tua and Sui Sui heard Xiao Wu's voice and looked back at him with disappointment. Tua Tua pursed his lips silently, while Sui Sui couldn't hold back and asked, "Where's Daddy?" "Your daddy is cooking." "Did he look upset when he saw you?" Xiao Wu replied. Tua Tua gave him a meaningful look, as if saying, "What do you think?" Sui Sui, feeling wronged, complained, "Today, Big Brother was punished at school, and when we got home, Daddy also made us copy books. Can we stop going to school?" Xiao Wu thought to himself, "That little rascal has quite the imagination. At home, he and Xiao Qi always stick together, and he keeps running to complain to his father. Maybe he dreams of not studying at all." He kept a calm face and said, "This is not up to me. As long as your daddy agrees, you can do anything." Tua Tua looked at him silently. Now he was saying all this so nicely, but wasn't it Xiao Wu and his father who decided to send them to school? "Daddy, aren't you the head of the family?" Tua Tua asked, eyes shining as he looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, blinked a few times, and looked honest. "No, I listen to my husband. Haven't you heard the saying? A man who listens to his wife can become successful." "I think that's true." "Who said that?" Sui Sui asked curiously. "Your daddy said it. He's very knowledgeable, so he must be right," Xiao Wu said with a shameless smile. The two kids knew he wasn't really in charge of their father. They turned back to copying books, ignoring Xiao Wu. Inside, they felt discouraged and thought, "We'd better just copy books quickly, or we'll go hungry tonight." Xiao Wu watched his sons' disappointed faces and secretly chuckled. He then said proudly, "Having a good father means more options. Having a bad brother means more enemies. You two are smart enough to understand that. From now on, stop bothering my husband. I'll be kind and speak well of you so that your big brother and father will still like you. Otherwise..." TSK. Xiao Wu showed a disdainful and mean smile. Sui Sui and Tua Tua said nothing, focused on copying their books. Xiao Wu, feeling satisfied, walked out casually. His goal was achieved. Today was truly a good day. Outside, the sky was cloudless, and inside the house was peaceful, making him feel relaxed and happy. Xiao Wu left the main hall and went straight to the kitchen. Qing'er, I'll help you add firewood. No need, the meal is almost ready. You call Yan Yan and Little Qi to come eat. Gu Qing casually hands a bowl to him. Put it on the table. Xiao Wu nods, walks out of the kitchen with a slight smile, his eyes full of hidden happiness. Yan Yan and Little Qi come eat at the dining table. Little Dad lets Sui and Tua eat first. They're growing, so they shouldn't go hungry. Yan Yan pleads for her brothers. Not hungry enough to hurt them. If they don't study well and throw tantrums, today's punishment is light. Gu Qing responds firmly. Gu Qing is very angry, blaming himself for spoiling the two little ones too much in the past. Now they are so unruly. Little Qi also feels a bit sorry for his brothers. He's a bit anxious today. It's his first day teaching, and his brothers don't listen or behave properly. If he doesn't discipline them now, it will be harder to manage other children later. Xiao Wu watches the discouraged Little Qi, offers him a piece of meat, and comforts him. They're just playful kids. If you're not strict, they'll get out of control. Yan Yan secretly laughs. Exactly. You were like this when you were little. Luckily, Dad and Grandpa were strict with you. Otherwise, you'd be impossible. Yes, it's good that Dad and Grandpa are strict. That's why you managed to pass the exam. Gu Qing teases. Gu Qing scolds him with a glance, always flattering yourself. Little Qi is naturally smart. His anger from earlier dissipates as the family chats and laughs together. That night, Gu Qing doesn't supervise Sui and Tua. The two little ones are so hungry they press their backs to their stomachs, tiptoeing quietly to the kitchen to sneak food. Gu Qing, already waiting in the kitchen, catches them red-handed. Sui, seeing Gu Qing, pouts, looks sad, tears up, and reaches out for a hug. Tua, with his neck stretched out, refuses to speak. Gu Qing pretends not to see Sui reaching out. His face remains calm and cold as he asks, "Have you finished copying your homework?" Sui shakes his head. Although they had some early lessons with Little Qi, they never held a pen properly. Copying homework was very difficult, and after hours, they only managed to produce a scribbled mess. Not finished copying, and you're still sneaking into the kitchen? Little Dad, we know we were wrong, Sui admits. Know you're wrong? Tua, do you know you're wrong too? Gu Qing looks at Tua, who is lying on his back, stubbornly sticking out his neck, feeling wronged. Tua lowers his eyelids, tightly presses his lips, refusing to speak. He feels wrong today. Instead of punishing his older brother, his father is punishing them. They aren't getting dinner, and he's very angry and doesn't want to forgive his father, at least for tonight. Tua felt more and more wronged, shoulders shrugging but not crying out loud. Gu Qing sighed helplessly and asked sincerely, "Is your older brother usually kind to you?" The two children nodded together. "Because he is so good to you, you don't know how to be considerate of others. When your brother first started teaching, you not only disobeyed but also argued with him. How can other students trust him in the future? Do you think that when your brother punishes you, it makes him feel better? Tonight, he ate less than usual. Moreover, aren't you studying for yourselves? To avoid suffering like your father and uncle in the future? To have knowledge and a smoother path ahead? You're not young anymore. Don't you understand these simple truths?" The two children felt ashamed after hearing Gu Qing's words, their faces turning red, hands tightly clasped together. Seeing this, Gu Qing said again, "You are the youngest in the family, spoiled by your older siblings. You should cherish it. If you hurt your brother's feelings, what will you do then? We will apologize to Big Brother, study hard, and listen to him." Tua leaned forward, hugging Gu Qing, who was squatting down. "Little Dad, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong." Seeing this, Sui also came closer. Gu Qing gently freed himself from the children's arms, stood up, and took the remaining dishes from the pot. He said, "The meat in the bowl was specially left for you. Your father was even worried you wouldn't have enough to eat, so he left an extra bowl of rice. Eat first, then go apologize to Big Brother after you're full." Gu Qing said softly, patting the heads of the two children. Sui Sui and Tua Tua nodded heavily, looking at the thick layer of meat and vegetables on the dishes. They felt both touched and ashamed. Finish eating, and then turn off the oil lamp before going back to your room, Gu Qing said before returning to the main house. Xiao Wu was lying on the Kong, eyes wide open, ears perked up listening to the sounds from the kitchen. When he heard his husband was returning to the room, he immediately closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Brother Wu, Gu Qing gently nudged Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu seized his hand, wrapping his index finger tightly around Gu Qing's. Gu Qing could clearly feel the tense muscles in his arm.
You scared me.
I thought you had fallen asleep, Gu Qing said with a smile. Xiao Wu buried his head in his husband's neck and muttered, I can't sleep when you're not here. Did they finish eating? Gu Qing nodded in the dark, reached out and pushed him. Get down for me quickly, you're pressing on my chest. Hearing this, Xiao Wu shifted forcefully. Gu Qing felt a dizzy spell, and when he recovered, he was already lying on Xiao Wu's body. Is this okay to sleep like this? Gu Qing reluctantly agreed and leaned on Xiao Wu, listening to the strong heartbeat in his chest before slowly falling asleep. The next morning last night, the two little ones returned to their room and found their older brother already asleep, so they didn't have time to apologize. At the dining table, Tua Tua ate quietly, occasionally glancing at Xiao Qi with a distracted look, and softly said, Big brother, I'm sorry. I will study hard from now on. His words were quick. After speaking, he also sneakily looked at Xiao Qi's face, then hurriedly nodded in agreement. Big brother, I know I was wrong. I will study hard too. He then gave Xiao Qi a pleasing smile. Xiao Qi looked at the chubby and lively Sui Sui and the slightly awkward Tua Tua, feeling amused. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he teased them. Let's see how you two behave. If you go to school and still don't listen. We won't. We will be obedient. Please forgive us, big brother, Sui Sui begged anxiously. Then, Xiao Qi drew out the word, and the two children looked at him expectantly, their bright eyes shining like stars, as if they wanted to hold the galaxy in their gaze.
Then,
I forgive you. After Xiao Qi finished speaking, the two children happily showed their gratitude, rushing to serve him dishes like a storm. Tua Tua, big brother, you eat this, Sui Sui. Big brother, I'll peel an egg for you. Tua Tua, big brother, I'll add porridge for you. The two little ones busily moved around, and soon Xiao Qi's bowl was filled to the brim. He sighed helplessly. That's enough to eat. Eat your own food quickly and finish up so you can go to school, Xiao Wu said in a deep voice. The two children looked at Xiao Wu's calm yet commanding face, pouting in dissatisfaction, and sat properly at the table to eat. After the meal, Xiao Wu went to the old house to load a cart of rabbits to send to the town. Gu Qing and Yan Yan, with nothing to do at home, decided to dismantle the large bed under the grapevines to replace it next year. This bed had been used for 7 years, and the weather had rotted the wood so badly it looked unrecognizable. Gu Qing had long wanted to get rid of it. While they were working, Huzi's mother arrived. Seeing her come alone without Tsingur, Gu Qing was a bit surprised and asked, Where's Tsingur? Huzi's mother glanced at Yan Yan and gave a slightly awkward smile. Tsingur, I want to talk to you about something. Gu Qing thought she might need money, so he pulled her into the house, and they sat on the edge of the Kong. Huzi's mother fidgeted nervously, rubbing her hands and looking down at her shoes, silent for a long time. Gu Qing was confused. The two families had a good relationship, and even if money was involved, it shouldn't be like this. Plus, seeing Huzi's mother watching Yan Yan in the yard like she was her own daughter, Gu Qing suddenly thought of something and felt a jolt in his heart. For a moment, the room was very quiet. After a while, Huzi's mother shyly spoke. Brother Qing, my Huzi has liked Yan Yan for a long time. You know, he's liked her since he was young. I promised him that if he passed the imperial exam, I would boldly come to your house to ask for her hand. But I was worried about bringing a matchmaker openly, and if your family didn't agree with Huzi, it would cause trouble and hurt both families' harmony. So, I wanted to ask what your family thinks. Huzi's mother finished speaking in one breath, then looked down to hide her embarrassment, occasionally glancing at Gu Qing. Gu Qing felt very confused. He thought Huzi was a good boy, but he couldn't bear to part with his daughter. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing Gu Qing's worried and reluctant face, Huzi's mother also felt a bit sad. Now she had a little brother herself, so she could understand Gu Qing's reluctance. Yan Yan is a girl I raised myself. She's a very good girl. If Huzi is lucky enough to marry her, you can rest assured that our whole family will treat her well. Before Huzi took the imperial exam, his father and I bought a house in town for him. Our family has many elders, and we don't want the young people to mix with us. Later, Yan Yan and Huzi can live in town and lead their own life. You also know Huzi. He's not a bad kid, and he's decent looking. Now that he has the title of scholar, he might get a position in the town's government office in the future. Although it won't be as wealthy as a big family, Yan Yan won't be wronged. Huzi's mother took a deep breath, her eyes shining with hope as she looked at Gu Qing without blinking. Her jaw slightly lifted with nervousness, waiting for Gu Qing's answer. Gu Qing's mind was in chaos. His child was grown up, and these things had to be considered. Gu Qing looked at Huzi's mother with a complicated expression. He slightly opened his lips and said, "Sister-in-law, marriage is an important matter. When Xiao Wu comes back, I will discuss it with him and also ask Yan Yan for her opinion. After all, her future is her own, and she should find someone she likes." As soon as he finished speaking, Huzi's mother's eyes brightened. As long as he didn't directly refuse, there was still hope. "All right, when Xiao Wu comes back, you can discuss it with him and ask Yan Yan for her opinion." Huzi's mother showed her first smile since entering the house. Huzi's mother saw Gu Qing's complicated expression and didn't want to stay longer. She found an excuse and went home. After she left, Gu Qing's mind became more confused. He had no desire to work. Since Xiao Wu was in town and wouldn't return quickly, he decided to talk to Yan Yan and ask about her thoughts. Yan Yan had already heard most of the story in the East Room. When she saw Gu Qing come in, she wasn't very surprised. Gu Qing understood her reaction and directly asked, "Huzi's mother just came. You probably heard her. Your father wants to ask what you think." Yan Yan blinked her bright eyes, shy and hesitant, refusing to speak. When she was young, Huzi would give her anything new or special. He picked the reddest wild fruits from the mountain for her. He secretly took the tenderest small cucumbers from the vegetable garden and gave them to her, even though his mother scolded him when she found out. She cried with tears and snot but still hurried to eat them. He carved her a wooden doll when he learned carpentry, even though it was messy, insisting it was made from her mold. As a child, she protected her younger brother. Later, with Huzi, he protected her and her brother. When they were young and didn't understand much, she thought Huzi was the best older brother. As she grew older, she learned about modesty and shyness for girls, and she started to avoid Huzi. Hearing Huzi's mother just now, she felt happy but also shy and reluctant to part with her father and brothers. Since Huzi's mother went to the Xiao family, Huzi felt restless. He paced back and forth in the house. His father drove him out, so Huzi sat on a stone at the door, staring eagerly at the road, hoping his mother would bring good news back. When Huzi saw his mother, he rushed over like a big wolf dog, looking at her expectantly. "Mother, Uncle Qing agrees, right?" Huzi's mother shook her head. Huzi's heart trembled fiercely. He had already expected this outcome. He should have known it would be like this, but he still held on to hope deep inside. He knew the end might be near, but he kept pushing forward. Now that the result was clear, his heart felt empty, like a lonely boat drifting alone in the vast sea, paddling day and night, but unable to reach the shore. There was not a single figure in sight, and the loneliness was frightening. Huzi lost all his energy, drooping his head silently. His mother didn't dare tease him anymore. Uncle Qing didn't agree or refuse. He said he would wait for Uncle Xiao to come back and discuss it, Huzi's mother said, feeling disappointed in her son. She remembered how angry she was when she sprained her ankle because of him, but she had never seen him look so lost before. Tiger was stunned for a few seconds, then gently pressed his lips together. Carefully and quietly, he asked, "Did I not refuse? Mother, do I still have a chance? Tiger's mother saw how cautious he was and didn't tease him. She said softly, "I'll ask again in a few days. Just pray that Uncle Xiao agrees." Tiger sighed in relief. Since Uncle Qing didn't refuse, maybe he could speak well for him. If that happened, Tiger showed a small smile and nodded, praying hard. He decided not to sleep tonight and to pray all evening. The sunset pressed against the mountains, casting a faint red glow across the sky, showing the peaceful forest. Xiao Wu hurried with his donkey cart toward home. Today, selling badger oil took longer than usual, so he was later than usual. His wife would definitely worry. Gu Qing had prepared dinner early. Seeing Xiao Wu hadn't arrived yet, she went to the road to wait for him. As evening fell, smoke rose from the village, but Xiao Wu hadn't come. Instead, a few young boys returning from school saw Gu Qing at the crossroads. Their eyes lit up when they saw her. Tue was the first to run over to Gu Qing. "Daddy." Tue ran while thinking, "Daddy is so impatient. Just one day apart, and he's already waiting at the crossroads. What if it's winter? Wash your hands inside and wait for your dad to come back for dinner," Gu Qing said, rubbing Tue's head. "Is Daddy waiting for us?" Tua asked, walking up to Gu Qing. Xiao Qi watched them from the side, amused. After school, they're fighting for attention. It's impossible that he's waiting for just them. They're so close. Why would they worry? But Xiao Qi wouldn't say that. Gu Qing shook his head. "He's waiting for your dad. Your dad is coming back later than usual today. Maybe he ran into something in town." The two children looked like puppies who had just been loved but then ignored. Their eyes darkened, but they were better at hiding their feelings than puppies. They didn't say anything and pouted as they went inside. Soon after, Xiao Wu arrived back with his donkey cart. He guessed his wife would be waiting at the crossroads. His heart lifted with joy, and a smile appeared on his face. He jumped off the donkey cart and strode toward Gu Qing. "Qing'er, you must be worried." Seeing him return, Gu Qing finally relaxed. She always worried and thought the worst, worried Xiao Wu might encounter danger, robbers, or trouble. Xiao Wu's blunt words and cold face made her uneasy. But all those worries vanished the moment Xiao Wu arrived. "Why so late? Usually it only takes 2 hours to deliver rabbits," Gu Qing asked with a slight reproach. "The person in charge of selling badger oil didn't bring enough money. I went to his house with him, and on the way back, I met Wang Yukai." Xiao Wu stood properly in front of Gu Qing, politely reporting everything. Gu Qing smiled softly. "It's good that everything is fine. I was worried because you came back late." His charming voice reached Xiao Wu's ears. Xiao Wu's heart moved and he smiled. "Don't worry. Your husband is smart. Nothing will happen." Gu Qing shot him a glance. This man really knows how to flatter himself. "Go tie up the donkey. Let's go home for dinner." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu's face pressed close, and he gave Gu Qing a big kiss. Then he hurried off to tie the donkey. Gu Qing was left standing there, stunned. He wiped the saliva left on his face and scolded softly, "You rascal." Dinner was quite hearty. A big bowl of braised rabbit with potatoes, seaweed tofu soup, scrambled eggs with wild vegetables, and a plate of salted cucumbers. With 4 men in the house, they had to cook more to fill up. Watching the men eat happily, Gu Qing thought to himself, "Eat more now, or I won't be able to eat later." Xiao Wu saw that his husband wasn't eating much and kept helping him with food. "Qing'er, eat more." Gu Qing was preoccupied, not paying much attention to the meal. He tried to think of how to tell the men about the marriage proposal from Huzi's mother. Xiao Wu was eating eagerly and didn't notice his husband's strange behavior. He even tried to stir trouble, saying, "I only noticed you eat less." They didn't notice. "I told them raising children is useless. They're all ungrateful." Xiao Qi and Yan were used to their father competing for attention. They ate calmly, unaffected by his words, and happily helped Gu Qing with food, as if in a contest. Gu Qing glanced helplessly at Xiao Wu, as if saying, "Every mealtime, you cause trouble." Xiao Wu felt guilty and kept eating silently. Gu Qing cleared his throat and said, "Today, Huzi's mother came to propose marriage." Suddenly, the room fell silent. The men who didn't know what was happening looked at Gu Qing, seeming confused. Gu Qing's eyes were dark and steady. He continued, Huzi wants to marry Yan Yan. How do you all feel about that? As soon as he finished, Xiao Wu put down his bowl and said nothing. His eyelids drooped, almost hiding his eyes. His mind was focused on Gu Qing's words, but his thoughts were tangled like a mess. I don't agree, Tua Tua said, blushing deeply. He jumped down from his chair and paced around the floor, stopping now and then, stomping his feet in anger and frustration. I don't agree either, Sue said, crossing her small hands behind her back and refusing to eat her meal as a sign of protest. Do you need your approval? As long as your sister agrees, that's enough, Gu Qing said with a smile, watching the child's exaggerated reaction that was even more dramatic than his father's. Does sister agree? Tua Tua asked as he walked over to Yan Yan, lips slightly parted. Yan Yan lowered her head without speaking, only her reddened ears revealing her feelings. Xiao Wu saw this and felt a chill, thinking he was doomed. It seemed the family's flowers had fallen for a pile of manure. Sue looked at Yan Yan, who remained silent, and thought she didn't want to get married. Her bright eyes sparkled as she said, Sister, don't marry anyone. When I grow up, I will take care of you. Tua Tua quickly added, Yes, I will take care of you too. When I earn money, I will buy you the prettiest clothes and jewelry. Yan Yan looked at her two brothers with wide eyes, their sincere and adorable expressions moving her to tears. After dinner, Xiao Wu lay listlessly on the Kong, a traditional bed, and Gu Qing came out of the kitchen and saw this scene, feeling a wave of sadness. He sat on the edge of the Kong, gently pushing Xiao Wu's back. Still uncomfortable, he asked. Everyone has to go through this someday. No girl's family doesn't get her married. It's good if Yan Yan marries Huzi's family, close by, easy to visit. Plus, Huzi has been growing up with us. He's honest and upright, a good match. Xiao Wu said nothing, knowing these reasons well. He also thought Huzi was a good person, but he couldn't bear to part with his daughter. Gu Qing sighed, resting his head on Xiao Wu's shoulder, and both fell silent. After a while, Xiao Wu spoke quietly. If she's willing. Willing to what? Gu Qing asked, leaning closer. Xiao Wu didn't reply. Willing, and then what? Say something, Gu Qing prompted. Xiao Wu gruffly said, If she's willing, I'll agree. But there's one condition. She can only marry when she's 20. For now, you can arrange a betrothal, Xiao Wu added. 20 might be too old, Gu Qing asked with some concern. It's just 20. If she doesn't agree, then forget it, Xiao Wu snorted proudly. Gu Qing shook his head with a smile. 20 was fine. It meant they could keep their daughter with them a few more years. Inside the East Wing room, Little Chi asked, Sister, do you like Huzi? At the dinner table, Little Chi didn't react as strongly as his two brothers. He understood that girls of her age were supposed to marry. Over the years, he had seen how much Huzi cared for his sister, and if she liked Huzi, he would wholeheartedly support her marriage. If she didn't have such feelings for Huzi, he would find a good match for her. Yan Yan nodded firmly. This was the first time she seriously considered this topic. Perhaps because she was the same age as Lil Chi, she felt less shy. Xiao Qi felt relieved after Ying Ying's response. Sister, I hope you have a good future. If Tiger Ji dares to treat you badly, I will risk my life to protect you. You have your family to rely on, so don't suffer for anyone, Xiao Qi said seriously with a straight face. Ying Ying was so touched that her throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and she couldn't make any sound. Her eyes turned red. In the past, these caring words were always spoken by her father and elder brother. This was the first time Ying Ying felt her younger brother had grown up. The little sprout that used to follow her everywhere could now protect her. Xiao Qi talked with Ying Ying in the East Wing for a long time, reminiscing about childhood fun. Both of them smiled softly, as if lost in old memories. After Xiao Qi returned to his room, Ying Ying felt a mix of sadness and happiness she couldn't explain. That day was destined to be extraordinary for the Yu family. The next day, once the men in the family left the house, Gu Qing called Ying Ying over while sewing clothes for Xiao Wu in the main room. Ying Ying sat on the Kong, and Gu Qing slowed her work, saying, Your father agreed to Tiger Ji's marriage proposal. Ying Ying's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Gu Qing. After a moment, She blinked, as if waking up from a dream, and asked in disbelief, "Really? Truly? But there's a condition." Gu Qing deliberately teased her. "What condition, little father?" Ying asked curiously, her eyes shining. "You can get engaged first. The wedding will have to wait until you're 20. Ying was overjoyed at this news. She hugged Gu Qing like a child, saying, "Little father, you and father are really kind." Who was just saying how happy they were when they heard their father agreed, Gu Qing teased her. The girl blushed deeply and hesitated, unsure what to say. After a moment, she whispered, "Little father, you're talking nonsense." "I didn't say that." "Yes, yes, yes. Little father, you're talking nonsense." Gu Qing shook his head helplessly. His children really took after someone. All of them are good at pretending. Tiger Ji stayed up all night praying, staying awake until dark circles formed under his eyes. He even asked his mother to go to the Xiao family to find out more. Seeing her son's condition, Tiger Ji's mother knew that if she didn't get any definite news soon, her son would be restless all day. She had no choice but to muster her courage and go again. On the way to the Xiao family, Tiger Ji's mother muttered angrily, calling her son a troublemaker and cursing that she had to raise 2 more children despite all that. Inside the Xiao household, a loud shout of "Ah!" was heard. Tiger's mother looked so happy she didn't know what to do, almost crying with joy. "Brother Qing, don't worry. I will treat Yan Yan like my own daughter. Honestly, I'm not afraid you'll laugh. My son Tiger has cried secretly many times, worried that your family wouldn't like him. He didn't sleep all night yesterday, sat anxiously at home, didn't eat, just waited for news." Hearing this good news, Tiger's mother became very lively, smiling brightly and talking proudly about her son. Gu Qing was very happy and said, "Now he can relax. When he goes back, tell him to eat well and not to starve himself. It's fine, he's strong." "I think he could go 3 days without eating and still be fine," Tiger's mother said casually, waving her hand.
Bah!
"Don't talk about dying or not dying," Gu Qing scolded playfully. Tiger's mother was so happy she spoke without thinking. After a while, she cautiously asked, "Should we set the date for the engagement?" Gu Qing shook his head. "That's not up to my family. If your family proposes, then it's settled." Tiger's mother rubbed her hands together and nodded heavily. Before she even sat down, she was eager to go home. On the way back, she was so happy, she couldn't hide it. Every time they passed by Aunt Lee's house, her dog barked nonstop. Usually, Tiger's mother found this dog annoying, but today, she felt it wasn't so bothersome anymore. Tiger waited nervously at home. Seeing his mother's happy face gave him a little hope, but he still asked uncertainly, "Uncle Xiao and Uncle Qing, do they agree?" Tiger's mother, with her hands on her hips, confidently said, "When I step in, I can handle both. They will definitely agree. Your Uncle Qing also told you to eat more and not to starve." "Really? Really? Truly? Is that true, Mom?" Tiger asked in disbelief. Tiger's mother didn't spoil her son. She kicked him lightly on the backside and reached out to pinch his face hard. "Does it hurt?" Tiger nodded. "If it hurts, it means I'm not dreaming." Tiger's mother gently patted his face and said, "Good boy." Without delay, Tiger's mother hurried to tell her own mother the good news. Coincidentally, Uncle Su and Grandma Gu were chatting inside. After hearing the big news, both of them were very happy. "Quick, buy some red bedding. We'll embroider a happy wedding quilt ourselves," said Uncle Su's father. Since selling sour radishes at the market, he had some income every day, which he used to improve the family's meals. Maybe because his mood had lifted, he no longer looked sick. "It's not urgent. When Tiger's dad comes back, we'll ask the matchmaker to find a good date for the engagement." Grandma Huzi saw that Sister Gu was more anxious than her father and was very happy. "This money is for Huzi to marry his wife. It might not be enough, so I'm giving a little of my own money." Grandma Gu, being old and forgetful, had little silver and was worried about losing it, so she kept it close in her arms. She had saved this silver for many years. Usually, she refused to lend money when asked. Now, she was a bit confused, only thinking about her grandson's wedding. Once he married, she could rest easy. Mother, keep the money for yourself. We have silver too. Huzi's mother refused to take it. Grandma Gu had squeezed this silver out of her teeth and didn't want to take it. Old mother, I might not live long. If I don't see Huzi with this money, I won't be at peace when I die. Just take it, dear. Grandma Gu tremblingly handed the silver to her daughter-in-law. Pfft! What do you mean not living or dying? Your grandson is getting married, so you should say lucky words. Mother will surely live a long life, Huzi's mother scolded. Grandma Gu had become very strange this year. Except on rainy days, she sat in the yard all day, lost in thought. She often looked toward the gate, as if waiting for someone. When it was windy outside, Huzi called her back inside, but she just smiled and didn't speak. The wind carried a familiar earthy smell into her nose, bringing back old memories. As a child, she didn't understand why her grandfather sat in the yard for hours. Now, with gray hair, she understood. Everything she saw was a memory, and everything she thought about was the past. When Huzi's mother returned to the main house, she saw Huzi rummaging through her room, looking for something. Little rascal, what are you searching for? She scolded angrily. Huzi was focused on his search. Hearing her shout, he was startled and hesitated, then turned around nervously, trying to please her. Mother, where are the jewelry you prepared for Yan Yan? Give it to me. I want to give it to her myself. Hearing this, Huzi's mother smiled bitterly. She had always kept some jewelry for herself, and now he still hadn't given up. She said, children are always debt collectors, but my younger son is the real debt collector. Get lost. If you want to be sweet, go buy something yourself. Using my things to impress your beloved, so handsome, she scolded but didn't stop. She pinched his arm hard. Huzi winced in pain, but didn't get angry. When you earn more silver, I promise I'll give you some. I'll buy you a gold hairpin so everyone in the village will envy you. Knowing this was just a trick, Tiger Girl loved to hear it. She snorted and said, turn around and don't look. Tiger Girl warned him. Tiger saw this and quickly turned away, closing his eyes tightly. Tiger Girl rummaged through a wooden box and took out a small jewelry box, then pulled out a jade hairpin. This hairpin was her dowry. She felt a little reluctant to part with it, but thinking of Yan Yan, she made up her mind and handed it to her son. Finally, she added irritably, debt collector, when the time comes, return my gold hairpin. Tiger examined the hairpin and nodded quickly. Mom, don't worry. When I go to the town for work, I will buy you a better one to show my respect. In front of the Xiao family's house, after a burst of firecracker sounds, Wang the matchmaker's cheerful voice carried happily into the courtyard. 3 loud firecrackers sound. Come to the Xiao residence, see the lanterns and decorations outside, and admire the splendid interior shining like gold. On this beautiful night of blooming flowers and full moon, we hope for a perfect match. Today is a lucky day. I've been entrusted by the Gu family to prepare a grand dragon and phoenix gift to propose marriage to the young lady of the Xiao family. Since I am not well versed in etiquette, if I say anything inappropriate or disrespectful, please forgive me. Esteemed guests, today, Wang the matchmaker wore her best clothes, making her feel especially proud. If this marriage went well, her reputation and status would surely rise. The Xiao family's house was bustling with excitement, and everyone in the village wanted to join the fun. Soon, the courtyard was packed. Gu Qing sighed inwardly. What was meant to come had arrived. Yan Yan, hearing the noise outside, blushed and hid in the east wing. Go open the door, Gu Qing said to the man sitting on the chair. The man's face was dark and gloomy, like a cloud covering the sky. He didn't respond to his husband's words. Gu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Xiaowu noticed and looked up at her with a sad expression. Gu Qing quickly stopped her laughter, walked over, patted his shoulder, and pretended to comfort him. Getting engaged isn't the same as getting married. We've all agreed, so don't be upset. Xiaowu still didn't move. Gu Qing felt a bit helpless. He liked to cause trouble at critical moments, but seeing him like this, he found it amusing and couldn't resist teasing him. He made a face and said, I'll ask one last time. Are you going to open the door or not? If you don't go, you can sleep in the main hall later. There are many men in that room, so you won't be lonely. Xiao Wu frowned slightly, seeming to weigh the pros and cons of going or not. After thinking, he looked serious and said, I can go. When leaving, Xiao Wu's anger was obvious. He had to personally open the door for the cow dung, feeling helpless because his wife was controlling him tightly. He thought it was all because of that cow dung. Xiao Wu grimly pushed open the door. Tiger's family was standing at the door, eagerly waiting. Xiao Wu discreetly looked over at Tiger, who was grinning foolishly with his teeth showing, and frowned secretly, thinking, still not very smart, that cow dung. Brother Xiao, congratulations. The matchmaker saw someone open the door and hurried forward to bow and greet. Xiao Wu responded with a hum and turned aside to let the Gu family inside. Tiger's family was all there, except for Gu Haochen, who was far away serving as the county magistrate in Yugong County, and his husband. Everyone else had come. Su Ger's father helped Grandma Gu, Tiger's father held Singur, Tiger's mother and Tiger carried the wedding cakes and gifts for the betrothal. The family rarely dressed in bright, colorful clothes. After everyone entered, they finally relaxed a little. Xiao Wu kept a cold face and spoke little. Everyone was eager to see Gu Qing, especially the matchmaker Wang, who was the main speaker today. Everyone sat nervously on the Kong, heated bed. Gu Qing greeted everyone warmly. When Wang saw him going to the kitchen to get honey water, she quickly pulled him away. Qinggur, no need to rush for water. Today, we are here to propose marriage. Your Yan Yan is beautiful and well-mannered, very suitable for Gu Xiaocai. Gu Qing smiled and looked at Xiao Wu. The two children grew up together, and our families are close. I am happy to marry Yan Yan to you. Grandma Gu happily took Gu Qing's hand and promised, you two can rest assured to marry Yan Yan into our family. We won't let her suffer even a little. With you here, I am naturally at ease. My Yan Yan is still young. If she has trouble in the future, you can send her back and I will personally teach her. Parents love their children deeply, and Gu Qing thought the same. Even if the Gu family was kind and good, and Tiger liked Yan Yan, ultimately, their own children were their own concern. It's better to say these things up front. Tiger's mother quickly spoke up, Qinggur, don't worry. We also have a little brother now, so we understand how hard it is to send a daughter away. Tiger's father muttered softly, our family is about to change. Usually, the wife makes the decisions. Little Yan Yan, don't get caught up with them and learn bad habits. Xiao Wu almost couldn't hold back his laughter, and everyone else burst into smiles. Tiger's mother quickly added, don't listen to his nonsense. There's no such thing. It was better not to say anything, but after speaking, it sounded like they were trying to hide something. Yan Yan, go to the kitchen and bring in the honey water, please, Gu Qing called out to the East Wing room. In the village, there is a rule that before the marriage proposal is agreed upon, the woman should not show herself. Now that both families are talking happily, Gu Qing used the excuse of fetching water to call out his daughter for a quick meeting. Yan Yan placed the water jar on the table and looked up to see Tiger's intense stare. He was wearing a gray robe embroidered with white patterns. The young man looked confident and lively, full of excitement. Yan Yan shyly lowered her head and quickly hid in the kitchen. In the main house, the elders were chatting happily. Seeing no one paying attention to him, Tiger secretly slipped into the kitchen. Yan Yan was absent-mindedly fiddling with a handkerchief. Yan Yan, Tiger whispered softly, afraid of scaring the girl. Here, this is for you. My mother left it for my future wife. When I earn more money, I'll buy you a gold one to wear. Tiger shoved a hairpin into Yan Yan's hand and then ran off before she could say anything. After coming out, Tiger felt a bit regretful. Why was he so useless? He should have stayed longer and talked more with Yan Yan. Yan Yan looked at Tiger standing by the door. The sunlight was bright, casting a golden glow through the door, making the floor tiles shine like gold. The light cut off at her feet, and Tiger's features looked especially sharp and deep in the sunlight. When their eyes met, all the noise disappeared. Only their hearts were pounding. Tiger's eyelids trembled briefly, and he looked down, hiding his sudden heartbeat. The house was peaceful. After the elders from both families finished discussing the marriage, Tiger's father spoke. We won't bother you anymore. In a few days, both families can get together for a meal and celebrate. Tiger's father stood up and waited for a while. Seeing the girl on the Kong chatting happily with her friends, no one paid attention to him, so he awkwardly scratched his head and smiled at Xiao Wu. I understand. My family is the same, Xiao Wu said calmly. Tiger's father laughed loudly, drawing some attention. Realizing that today was the day for the marriage proposal, he decided not to stay longer. When the Gu family left, Tiger looked across the crowd, quietly searching for something. He noticed Yan Yan looking back at him softly. They exchanged glances, then quickly looked away, pretending to be calm and looking elsewhere. The next morning, Tiger hadn't eaten and ran straight to Zhao's house to help with chores. After filling the water tank, he went to the old house to feed the animals. After feeding them, he chopped wood. Gu Qing was awakened by the sound of chopping wood in the yard. Sleepy-eyed, Gu Qing pushed open the door and saw Tiger busy, sweat covering his forehead. His shirt was soaked with sweat and clung to his body as he swung his axe vigorously. Tiger, why are you here so early? You've worked up a sweat. Take a break, quickly. Uncle Qing, I'm not tired. I just need to chop this wood, then I'll go home. If there's heavy work later, just call me. I have a lot of strength, Tiger said with a silly smile. Xiao Wu heard the chatter from the yard, suddenly opened his eyes. How did Tiger come here? All his sleepiness vanished. His eyes became clear, and he quickly sat up, put on his clothes, and went outside. He kept thinking, there are still many years before I get married. That little troublemaker came to show off the day after the engagement. Why are you here so early? Uncle Xiao, both spoke at the same time. Tiger's happy face turned into a small look of sadness. He originally wanted to do some work to gain favor, but Uncle Xiao didn't seem very happy. Speak nicely. Why are you so rude? Gu Qing pinched Xiao Wu's waist. Xiao Wu touched his nose, feeling his tone was a bit harsh. But he couldn't bring himself to speak softly. He stretched lazily, yawned, and went back inside. Just as one problem was solved, another arose. Sui Sui heard Tiger's voice like he was facing a big threat. She hurriedly lay down on the Kong, a traditional bed, didn't even put on her shoes, and rushed out to ask, What are you here for? The little girl looked serious, blinking her eyes at Tiger. Speak nicely. Both of us are the same, Gu Qing warned by patting Sui Sui's bottom. Little daddy, let him go. He's a bad person, Sui Sui said, eyes fixed on Tiger. Tiger is my older brother. Call him brother. If he dares to be disrespectful again, I'll teach him a lesson. Their argument attracted Tua Tua. Seeing this, Tua Tuo's eyes twinkled as if planning something mischievous. Little daddy, Tiger brother, he said with a bright smile.
Wuking happiliruttev tuotu as her.
Little daddy is going to cook. You all. Gu Qing hesitated. Don't worry, little daddy. I promise to watch over Sui Sui and not let him be naughty, Tua Tua said confidently. Sui Sui looked very surprised and was unhappy with Tua Tuo's friendly gesture. As soon as Gu Qing left, Tua Tua immediately changed his expression, crossed his arms, and circled around Tiger like a grown-up. His smile was gone, and his face was tense. He said, I know why you're here. You want to flatter my dad and little daddy so they'll marry my sister to you. Don't come back again. My sister won't marry anyone. Sui Sui nodded. Yes, my sister won't marry anyone. You shouldn't come either. She made a series of fighting moves in the air with her hands, trying to scare him away. Tiger Kid shook his head with a funny expression, knowing that Yan Yan has such reliable younger brothers, so he wasn't worried anymore. I'll bring you some candies tomorrow. Do you want to eat them? Yes. Sui Sui's mouth watered at the mention of candies. Tua Tua frowned and gave him a stern look. If we want to eat, let Dad buy them for us. You're not allowed to come tomorrow. If you do, I will. Let the dog bite you. Tua Tua thought for a moment and decided that Xiao Huang was the most impressive. He confidently said, Yes, Xiao Huang is definitely the best. Right, my Xiao Huang bites hard. When he bites, even a big piece of flesh can be gone. Don't cry then, Sui Sui added, trying to scare him. Tiger Kid kept a calm face, but was very happy inside. His little brother-in-law was so funny. Xiao Huang had played with him since he was small. Seeing Xiao Huang wag his tail so excitedly, you'd think Xiao Huang was a fierce dog. Listening to the two threaten, Tiger Kid smiled affectionately and steadily split firewood. When Tua Tua finished chopping the wood, he hurriedly urged, "You should go now. We're going to eat." Tiger Kid nodded happily. "Then I'll go home first. I'll bring candies tomorrow." Tua Tua frowned and glared at him. How could he be so stubborn and unyielding? The two watched Tiger Kid leave with satisfaction and went inside. Gu Qing came out of the kitchen and saw them sitting properly at the dining table. "Where's Tiger Kid?" Tiger Kid. Sui Sui was about to speak, but Tua Tua quickly covered his mouth. Tiger Kid came home. He said he doesn't want to marry sister anymore and won't come back. Tua Tua lied seriously. Gu Qing asked, "Really? Really, really?" Sui Sui nodded like a chick pecking rice, emphasizing several times to make sure Gu Qing believed him. "Stand up," Gu Qing ordered sternly. The two kids looked at each other, unwilling, then stood up. "Go stand in the corner and think about why I'm punishing you. Then come back to find me." Gu Qing was very angry. Even at such a young age, they learned to lie and cooperate. What would they be like when they grow up? Seeing Gu Qing angry, the children didn't dare ask more and obediently stood in the corner. Xiao Wu went to the old house to feed the animals. When he saw that Tiger Kid had already fed them, he returned home and saw the two kids being punished. Having learned from previous experiences, he didn't dare speak recklessly, afraid of bringing trouble upon himself. He ignored the pleading looks from Tua Tua and Sui Sui and went into the kitchen. Gu Qing saw him and was even angrier. "You've taught your son well. He's learned to lie." Then she glared at him. Xiao Wu blinked awkwardly and sincerely admitted his mistake. "It's my fault. All my fault." After speaking, she looked at her husband with a hopeful expression. Haha. Gu Qing was amused by Xiao Wu's reaction. "It's all your fault," Gu Qing scolded playfully. "Blame me?" "Yes, blame me." Xiao Wu understood her husband well. The calmer things are, the bigger they seem, and the harder they are to soothe. Looking back now, it seems there was nothing to worry about. Tu, with his clever little mind, thought Gu Qing was angry because Huzi didn't marry Yan Yan. He also felt a bit annoyed. He didn't understand why his sister choosing not to marry was a problem. During dinner, Sui Sui looked at Yan Yan with a pleading look, then turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Daddy, let them eat first." "Eat? What's wrong with that?" "No need to go to school anymore," Gu Qing said firmly. "We're not wrong," Tu said proudly, puffing out his chest. "If you're not wrong, stand properly. If you dare to be disrespectful again, your father will make you stand and punish you together." Hearing this, Xiao Wu glared at Tu and thought to himself, "Little ancestor, you should stop talking so much. Your father will be in big trouble because of you someday." After dinner, Xiao Qi went to school. Yan Yan took the two little ones to the main hall while Gu Qing was away, giving each a piece of festive cake. She asked, "Why did you make Daddy so angry this morning?" Sui Sui ate her cake happily and recounted what happened earlier. Yan Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, feeling a bit sorry for Huzi. Big sister and Huzi are engaged. "I know you're sad because you miss me, but girls will marry someday, just like you will grow up and marry a wife. Everyone has their own life." Huzi has liked Big Sister for many years. No one knows if it will turn out good or bad, but he keeps trying. Just like a fisherman going out to sea not knowing where the fish are, but he still goes because he believes he will come back with a full catch. Just like the clouds in the sky are never exactly the same every day. Even if they look similar, they are not. Huzi is unique to Big Sister. In the future, don't bully him. Big Sister will feel sad. Sui Sui asked, "Do you still like us?" "Of course. No matter who Big Sister marries, my love for you all will never change." Tu asked, "Then is Big Sister the one who loves us the most?" "Yes, I love you the most," Yan Yan said with a gentle smile. Compared to Huzi, Sui Sui looked at Yan Yan expectantly, then reached out and put another piece of cake in her mouth, asking unclearly, Who do you love more?" "I love you all the most. No matter who I compare with, I love you the most." "That's more like it," Sway Sway swallowed her food happily and said with a little pride. Hearing this, Tutu also relaxed and suddenly remembered something. He asked, I know why Daddy was angry. It's because we lied, right? Yan Yan smiled gently and pinched his little face. Tuotuotuo is so smart. When Dad comes back, be good and admit your mistake. From now on, don't talk back to Dad. Yan Yan saw that the two little ones had almost finished eating and secretly told them to stand in place and punish themselves. Brotherton woke up in the morning and, for some reason, cried and insisted on looking for Huzi. Huzi's father held little Brotherton and searched around the house several times, but couldn't find him. He was a bit puzzled, wondering where everyone had gone early in the morning. Helpless, he could only hold Brotherton and walk back and forth at the entrance to distract him. After a while, Huzi came out from the Shao family's direction. When Brotherton saw Huzi, he was so happy he leaned out half of his body, kicking his legs excitedly, wanting to run after Huzi. Huzi hurried over in 2 steps, took Brotherton into his arms, and asked, Missed Uncle a lot? Yes, missed Uncle, Brotherton said seriously, hugging Huzi's neck. Why did you go out so early? Huzi's father looked at his son with a scrutinizing gaze. His hair and clothes were covered with grass clippings, and since he came back from the Shao family, it was obvious he had gone to work there as a laborer. Huzi's father was puzzled. How could both his sons be so useless? Nothing. I just went for a walk, Huzi stammered. His older brother had gone to help at his brother-in-law's house, and his father often secretly disapproved. During that time, his brother was away, and his father kept taking it out on him. Even now, he felt guilty and refused to admit the truth. Huzi's father snorted coldly. Do you think I can't see through you? He ruthlessly exposed him. Anyway, you still have some strength left. If you don't use it now, you'll be completely useless. In his mind, Huzi's father cursed silently. What a useless kid. He dared to do things but wouldn't admit it. Usually lazy at home, doing nothing but eating, but now that he's engaged, he even gets up early to flatter others. Who said that? One day, I'll pass the imperial exam and make you see, Huzi said defiantly. Huzi's father was stunned. Passing the imperial exam sounded as easy as roasting sweet potatoes. Your scholar is just talking? So, casually? Do you forget who you are? When I took the Shiotsi exam, I was so nervous I couldn't eat. All day crying and wailing, afraid I wouldn't pass, ashamed to propose marriage at Zhao's house. It was heartbreaking, unbearable, and embarrassing. These words hit the mark, making Huzi feel ashamed. He hugged Brotherton and strode past his father toward home. Why are you walking so fast? Are you feeling guilty? Huzi's father called after him, not letting up. Father, how could you say such a thing about your own son? Tiger's steps grew faster as he tried to leave his father far behind. Tiger hurried back into the house, holding his brother Tsung in one arm and closing the door with the other. Is there a dog chasing you from behind? Why are you walking so fast? Tiger's mother asked as she served breakfast. Tsung nodded, then shook his head. Grandpa is chasing Uncle behind. Tiger chuckled awkwardly, placing Tsung on the ground. While his mother went to the kitchen to serve food, he whispered to Tsung, if Grandpa scolds Uncle when he comes back, you can cry. Maybe fake cry. Tsung shook his head. Then, with a sad sound, woo-woo, Tiger demonstrated by making a fist and pretending to cry, trying to coax him. If you act well, Uncle will buy you candies in town and a pack of moon cakes. The little boy's eyes lit up at the mention of treats. Really? Tsung mimicked the act convincingly. Cry more pitifully, maybe even shed a few tears, Tiger said. Like this? The little boy opened his mouth wide and cried loudly. Hearing Tsung's crying, Tiger's mother hurried out. Why are you still crying? She turned and patted Tiger's shoulder heavily. Did you bully him? Tiger felt helpless but could only accept the blame. When Tiger's father entered the house, he pointed at Tiger, ready to scold him. Tiger subtly nudged Tsung, who understood the signal and started crying louder, tears streaming down. Why are you crying again? Tiger's mother, distressed, picked up Tsung and looked angrily at Tiger. Tiger waved his hands repeatedly, pretending to be innocent. It wasn't me this time. It was Dad who scared the kid. Tiger's father looked confused. He had just entered, and the child was already crying. How could he be blamed? I came in and the kid started crying. It must be Tiger's fault, Tiger said, standing up and tugging at Sing's small hand. Sing, tell me, who made you cry? He winked at the little boy. Sung understood immediately. Grandpa made Sing cry, he said decisively, with no guilt about blaming Grandpa. Tiger's father was anxious and stomping his feet. Oh, I didn't do anything. I didn't say a word. Then he looked at Tiger with narrowed eyes. You little rascal, did you teach him that? You're not learning anything good. I'll beat your legs if I find out. Tiger dodged and shouted, Mooncakes! Mooncakes! Hearing mooncakes, Sing started crying again. Afraid of Grandpa. Tiger was secretly smiling inside. The little guy had learned to improvise, which was good. Tiger's mother said, What are you doing so early in the morning? Do you have to make such a fuss to be satisfied? She stopped Tiger's father from leaving. Tiger's father looked at Tiger with a reluctant glare. Little brat, just wait and see. After breakfast, Tiger found an excuse to go to town to buy candies for his brothers-in-law and Sung. Gu Qing finished eating and went to visit Mrs. Wang. Since she hurt her waist, her condition varied, especially on rainy days when her pain was worse. Gu Qing often checked on her and used medicinal wine to massage her waist to help ease the pain. The two boys stood crookedly. When Xiaowu entered the room, they immediately straightened up, afraid he would report them. Xiaowu looked at them seriously. Do you want to go up the mountain to catch rabbits? Tue and Tua nodded excitedly. They loved going to the mountain to play. Usually, Gu Qing didn't let them go, so they dared not wander off. Now that they had the chance, they didn't want to miss it. Xiaowu went to the firewood shed and found small baskets for them. The two boys eagerly grabbed the baskets and carried them, forgetting about Gu Qing's punishment, and happily headed into the mountain. The mountain trail was rough and difficult to walk. Halfway through, the two boys got tired and refused to move, squatting on the ground. Xiaowu silently watched them, his expression cold. After a while, he asked, Are you tired? Tue quickly nodded. Dad, how much farther? I'm so tired. Xiaowu didn't answer. He sat on the ground himself. Your little dad walked this path countless times when he was young. When he was a kid, no one cared for him. He went into the mountains to cut firewood and did farm work. His tone was very calm as he spoke to himself. Later, your little dad married your dad. He went to the mountain less often, but life was still full of small troubles, and it was very hard. But he never complained or regretted adopting you. On the contrary, he was happy you came into his life. The day he picked you up, Xiaowu's face was normal, his tone gentle, with no visible emotion. His voice trembled slightly, barely noticeable. In the first year you came to this home, he almost never slept peacefully or ate a warm meal. When you were little and one of you cried, the other would follow, and neither would stop. Someone had to hold and soothe you. Your little dad was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see you cry all night, so he held you all night long. Even during meals, when you two were young, you often caused trouble. We would take turns eating, leaving one person to comfort you, and usually your little father was the last to eat. He has a kind and clever heart, caring for both you and me, but he never cares much for himself. He would rather go hungry than see us upset. I don't think I am a good father, but he is definitely a good little father. He puts all his heart into taking care of you four. Now that you're older and have learned to speak back, I see how much you've grown. Before breakfast, Xiaowu thought it was normal for children to be punished for lying and stand in the corner. But when he heard the two kids arguing with Gu Qing, he felt both angry and guilty. It's his fault that they have become like this. He usually finds it hard to be strict with his children. Although they often argue whenever he looks into their eyes, so much like Gu Qing, he can't stay angry. You've made my husband angry, and I won't forgive you. Today, I give you a warning. If it happens again and my husband gets upset or cries because of you, I will send you to the town to study. Better to keep my eyes away and not get annoyed. Of course, you two have been smart and well-behaved since childhood. I believe you didn't do this on purpose. Whether you choose to keep going your own way or admit your mistakes, you decide. Xiao Wu said all he needed to. He glanced at them out of the corner of his eye. He wasn't really threatening them. He genuinely wanted to send them to the town. The birds in the woods chirped one after another. The mountain was quiet, and a gentle breeze moved the grass and trees, making rustling sounds. The three of them kept silent, each lost in thought. Xiao Wu stood up and went straight down the mountain, ignoring the children. The two little ones followed closely behind without complaining about being tired. When they reached the door, Xiao Wu looked at them meaningfully. After realizing their mistake, the two children quickly looked away and looked around randomly. Gu Qing had been back from the Wang family for a while. He didn't see the two kids and thought Xiao Wu had taken them to school. Xiao Wu led the children inside, and Gu Qing was a bit surprised. "Why are you back? Didn't you go to school?" Xiao Wu shook his head. "No, I took them out for a walk." Gu Qing was still upset. He glanced at the two kids standing at the door. "Why are your clothes torn?" On the way down the mountain, the path was difficult. Su Su and Tua Tua followed behind Xiao Wu, not daring to complain. They quickly got up after falling, brushing dirt off themselves and hurriedly catching up to Xiao Wu, afraid he would leave them behind. His arm was cut by a branch and bleeding, but he didn't notice. When Gu Qing mentioned it, he suddenly felt sore all over. Su Su left a sad little pout and said, "I fell down." Gu Qing looked at him and said, "Serves you right. Come on the bed, let me see if you're hurt." Sue Su and Tuatu quickly climbed onto the bed, half kneeling and half sitting, resting their hands on their legs, looking obedient. Gu Qing asked them to take off their outer clothes. The scratches on his arm were clear, with small blood beads already dried. Gu Qing looked at them for a few seconds, then found some medicine from the cabinet to treat the wound. "It's a small cut, nothing serious." While applying the medicine, he warned, "Don't cry even if it hurts, bear with it." Suijuile felt sweat on his forehead from the pain, but didn't make a sound. After the treatment, his eyes sparkled as he looked at Gu Qing and said proudly, "Am I brave, little daddy?" "I didn't cry at all." Gu Qing didn't answer. He grabbed Tuatu's arm and said, after applying the medicine, "Go wash your face in the yard." The two children nodded obediently and went outside to wash their faces. Only Xiao Wu and Gu Qing remained in the room. "Did you teach them a lesson?" "It's not a lesson, just a warning. If they make you angry again." Xiao Wu bit his lip and spoke seriously, but stopped halfway. Gu Qing patted his clothes and stood up, hands in his pockets, looking down at Xiao Wu from the bed. He teased, "I'll supervise you. If they get naughty again, I'll hold you responsible." Xiao Wu suddenly picked up his husband and hugged him tightly. Gu Qing, used to this, didn't react much. Xiao Wu slowly lowered his husband until they were level, then leaned his head down, burying his face in his husband's fair neck. His warm breath made Gu Qing feel itchy. "Don't act cute. The kids will come in soon." Xiao Wu didn't speak. Gu Qing shook his head and dodged. Suddenly, he noticed a damp breath on his neck and asked with surprise and concern, "Why are you crying again?" Xiao Wu, who often let his feelings run wild but couldn't express them well, felt guilty about Suesu and Tuatu now daring to talk back. Mostly, he blamed himself. If he hadn't nagged so much, his husband wouldn't have softened and spoken up. This was a hurdle in Xiao Wu's heart. No matter how many years passed, it would always be a difficult gap to cross. Seeing Xiao Wu silent, Gu Qing supported his head with both hands. Xiao Wu, overwhelmed by sadness, looked lost and unfocused, fragile-looking, making others want to comfort him. Xiao Wu cared about his pride, especially around his husband. He rubbed his face against Gu Qing's shoulder, pretending to be calm, and stubbornly said, "I didn't cry." Gu Qing chuckled softly, affectionately pinched his face, and whispered, "Yes, my man never cries." Xiao Wu frowned, feeling that something seemed off. Before he could react, Gu Qing exclaimed, "The kids have been washing their faces for so long. Go check on them." Gu Qing urged him. Reluctantly, Xiao Wu carried his husband back to the bed and then went to the yard. The two children were playing a water-holding game, completely immersing their faces in a basin. After about 10 seconds, they lifted their heads, ignoring the water droplets on their faces, and hurriedly wiped them. He quickly asked, "How is it? Did I hold my breath for a long time this time?" Tua, feeling unfair, pushed him away. "I held my breath longer," he said, then buried his face in the basin again. Xiao Wu was furious. These two little rascals had no sense at all. It seemed all his words today were wasted. If they kept acting like this, he would send them to the town tomorrow. Tuo's face was submerged in the basin as he blew bubbles. Xiao Wu suddenly pulled him up and asked in a deep voice, "Is it fun?" Tua wiped the water from his face, looking uncertain and scared, not daring to look at Xiao Wu. The barking of Little Yellow caught Xiao Wu's attention. The two kids took a deep breath and quickly ran into the house. Seeing the happy expressions on their faces, they remembered what Xiao Wu had said on the mountain. Their father had endured a lot for them. The children wanted to apologize but felt shy and hesitated, waiting for the other to speak first. Gu Qing patiently waited for them to speak. After a long while, Suwa was the first to speak, tentatively asking, "Little Daddy, are you still angry?" Gu Qing nodded slightly. Tua then said, "Little Daddy, please don't be angry. We won't lie again. It wasn't intentional today," Tua muttered softly. "Little Daddy, please forgive us. Don't be angry anymore. Please, please," Suwa begged, clasping his hands together and sticking close to Gu Qing, acting cute and clingy. Gu Qing patted him on the buttocks. "Just this once. If you do it again, just this once, Suwa hurriedly interrupted Gu Qing, promising. When Xiao Wu entered the house, the two children went to the east room to find Yan to play. Gu Qing was in the kitchen preparing lunch. The Xiao family now ate according to the school schedule, so the little scholars could have hot meals as soon as they got home. "Qing, I just sold 2 rabbits. Here's some copper coins for you." Xiao Wu opened his large hand, revealing dozens of copper coins strung on thread, resting steadily in his palm. Gu Qing took the money, put it into his pocket, and asked, "Are there 2 more nests of little ones?" They had been together for nearly 10 years, trusting each other completely. The Xiao family's money was kept in a small box. Earlier, Gu Qing had told him many times that he could use the money whenever needed, but Xiao Wu refused to listen. Every time he earned money, he would give it all to his husband without keeping any for himself, and he would ask his husband for money when needed. After dinner, the Xiao family's house was very quiet. Everyone was napping in their own rooms. Sui and Tua, trying to ignore their tiredness, waited until their 2 fathers fell asleep. Then they quietly entered the main room, kicked off their shoes, and climbed onto the Kong bed. One pressed close to Gu Qing, and the other squeezed between Gu Qing and Xiao Wu. Both of them stretched their legs over Gu Qing, adjusting to a comfortable position for a peaceful nap. Xiao Wu was awakened by Sui's little bottom nudging him. When Xiao Wu woke up, he habitually closed his eyes and reached out blindly to find his husband. But he didn't find him. He found his annoying son instead. Xiao Wu sat up, frowning as he looked at his clingy children sleeping so close to his husband. His forehead veins bulged with frustration. Although Gu Qing was still asleep, he seemed to sense his son's presence and, as if obedient, gently held the children into his arms. Xiao Wu grew more and more annoyed. If it weren't for the 2 little ones, his husband would definitely be holding him instead. He thought that maybe he should send the children to town to study. Recently, his husband probably wouldn't want to part with them, but he'd get used to it. That's fine, Xiao Wu thought. Seeing that his husband was sleeping soundly, Xiao Wu didn't have the heart to wake the children. He tiptoed out quietly. Xiao Wu went to the market and took a walk around. Now, life in the village was getting better. Several households had started raising livestock. Last year, Guan Gui bought 2 pigs with Xiao Wu, and today they slaughtered one and sold it at the market. Xiao Wu remembered that his husband had recently mentioned there wasn't much pig fat left at home, so he bought a few jean of pig lard to make pig oil. He cleaned the pig lard simply, cut it into small pieces, and boiled it with cold water. Gu Qing heard rustling from the kitchen and woke up. "What are you doing?" Gu Qing asked softly. "Gu Ernyang's family is selling pork at the market. Didn't you say there wasn't much pig fat left at home?" I bought some pig lard to make pig oil, Xiao Wu replied while stirring the pot to prevent it from burning. Making pig oil was a delicate task. It required slow, gentle heating and frequent stirring to prevent burning. I'll do it. You go to Gu Ernyang's and buy some big bones, Gu Qing said, taking the skimmer from Xiao Wu. After Xiao Wu left, Gu Qing focused on making the pig oil. When the oil turned into oil residue, it was almost ready. Gu Qing found a jar and poured the hot oil into it. The hot oil was clear and transparent. Once it cooled and solidified, it would turn into a milky white paste. Gu Qing crushed wild peppercorns and added some salt, then sprinkled it over pork fat scraps. The pork fat absorbed the flavor, making it tasty and crispy. It was a perfect snack for children. Do you want some pork fat scraps? Gu Qing asked as he carried a bowl into the main room. I do. Xiao Qi ran over, drawn by the smell. Xiao Qi has loved pork fat scraps since he was young. Every time the family rendered pork fat, Xiao Qi would circle around the stove, salivating at the smell. Gu Qing smiled and handed the bowl to Xiao Qi. Eat it while it's hot. Try it and see how it tastes. Xiao Qi filled his mouth completely. The pork fat scraps were crispy and flavorful, and he kept eating, unable to stop. Worried Xiao Qi might eat too much and feel sick, Gu Qing handed him some water. Eat slowly. Too much might upset your stomach. Xiao Qi looked up and smiled at Gu Qing. Daddy, your pork fat scraps are the best. Gu Qing rolled his eyes and scolded gently. You're so sweet-talking. When the two kids heard there were snacks, they climbed out of bed and gathered around Xiao Qi, begging for food. Xiao Qi saved some for Xiao Wu and Yan Yan, giving the rest to them. Gu Qing had been boiling pork fat for a while but hadn't seen Xiao Wu return. Feeling a bit anxious, Gu Qing went out to look for him. The market was busy with people. At Gu's meat stall, many gathered around. From a distance, Gu Qing heard loud arguing and shouting. He quickened his steps and pushed through the crowd, then heard Gu Wangui's father loudly scolding. Who told you to slaughter the pig? That pig was for my eldest grandson to eat. Your family only has one daughter-in-law who's just a burden. What else can we do about it? Afterward, Gu Wangui's mother stepped forward, causing trouble and trying to close the stall, pushing and shoving the onlookers away. We're not selling the meat anymore. Everyone leave. This meat is for my eldest grandson, she shouted sharply. She then turned to Gu Wangui and said sternly, Second son, you didn't even discuss such a big thing as slaughtering a pig with your parents. That's so unfilial. Your father has told you many times that this pig was meant for Daming to strengthen his health. The elders of the Gu family were very unhappy with Gu Wangui and his wife. Since they had no children to carry on the family line, once they passed away, the family's future depended on their eldest grandson. In Gu village, it was customary that girls and boys couldn't go to the ancestral graveyard because it might ruin the feng shui. Without male heirs, the graveyard would be overgrown with weeds, and outsiders might laugh at the family. Gu's second daughter-in-law felt uneasy. She knew her parents-in-law were probably influenced by her older brother and some brothers. With so many people watching, she didn't know what to do. Gu Wangui gently patted his wife's hand to comfort her, signaling her not to be afraid. Gu Ernyang had to suppress her emotions and let Gu Wangui handle the situation. Some words, if spoken by their own son, wouldn't work, so their daughter-in-law's words were even less effective. They had never officially separated, so even though they earned money, they didn't have to give it to their parents. But if the parents asked for it, there was no reason to refuse. Parents, let's talk about this at home. Causing a fuss here isn't good for anyone, not just your son, but also your reputation, Gu Wangui said clearly. Going home is fine. Either you give me the money from selling meat, or you give me the remaining meat. Second son, I'm not blaming you, but your family doesn't even have a son. When you grow old, you'll have to rely on Daming to support you. I think your land should just be farmed by your older brother's family, he added. Hearing this, Gu Ernyang felt very angry. She didn't expect them to be so shameless, even trying to take over her family's land. Her eyes turned red. Over the years, she had suffered so much because she hadn't given birth to a son. She had hoped to endure it, but instead, she faced endless insults. Gu Ernyang was not someone who took advantage of others easily. If someone upset her, she would cause trouble for them. But when it came to her in-laws, she never said harsh words. Most villagers were obedient and believed in respecting their elders, and she followed that rule too. Gu Wangwa's father said coldly, "Are you sure you want to argue with your son? The third family has been married for a few years now. They don't have a son, or even a younger brother. Why don't your parents cause trouble for them?" Gu Wangwa didn't know when his parents had become so unreasonable. They clearly favored some families, and since their life was better now, they started asking for more and more, becoming more and more reckless. For example, with the pig-selling matter, his father didn't want to discuss it, but just told them what to do. Before, his parents often came to ask Gu Wangwa's family for money. Even if Gu Wangwa didn't want to give it, Gu Ernyang would persuade him, saying it was right for their son to spend money on his parents. But it wasn't just about money, it was bullying. They wanted to take their meat and then pick at their hearts and livers like wine. Argue? What's there to argue about? You're my son, so your money is my money. Your pork is my pork. If I want it, I take it, Gu Wangwa's father said loudly. More and more people gathered around the meat stall. Gu Ernyang's mother-in-law stirred the pot, saying, "Second son, you've never been the easiest to take care of. Your parents have done so much for you, and yet you can't even give us a pig?" Many villagers were present, but they didn't know the full story and started whispering among themselves. Gu Wangwa looked around and finally made eye contact with his father, filled with disappointment and sadness. "Let's split the family," Gu Wangwa said in a hoarse voice, finally saying what he had wanted to say but was afraid to. Now that things had escalated this far, he was afraid that soon he and his wife would be forced to live on the streets. Gu Wangwa's mother didn't expect him to say this. She angrily accused him. "Your father and I are still alive. Split the family? What family split?" She then sat down on the ground, slapped her thighs, and cried loudly. "My son has money now, and he doesn't even recognize us anymore. Please, everyone, help me." The villagers knew Gu Wangwa and his second wife well, so no one believed her. However, many outsiders from other villages were just here to watch the show, and no one was interested in buying meat. Gu Wangwa quickly packed up his stall and ignored the crying old woman on the ground. Seeing her son about to leave, his mother stopped crying and crawled over, grabbing his pant leg to stop him from leaving. Everyone understood that if the clan leader and the village chief didn't step in, it would be hard to handle this situation. Some kind-hearted people secretly went to find the village chief and the clan leader. Among the crowd, Xiao Wu saw Gu Qing and pulled him aside. "Why are you here?" Xiao Wu asked quietly, lowering his voice. "I haven't seen you in a long time, so I came out to look for you," Gu Qing whispered, mimicking Xiao Wu. A few of Gu Wangwa's brothers saw that things were getting tense and hurriedly left. The clan leader and Mrs. Wang arrived earlier than the village chief. Someone who was quick-tongued on the way had already told the clan leader what was happening. The clan leader frowned as soon as he arrived. He saw Gu Wangwa's father holding a large wooden stick, swinging it toward Gu Wangwa. If hit properly, someone could be seriously hurt. Gu Wangwa's second wife didn't hesitate. She stepped in to block the blow for him. Luckily, the stick hit his back, but from the sound of the wind as it swung, it was clear that his father was using a lot of force. A loud thud and Gu Wangwa's wife's scream made him snap out of his shock. He quickly grabbed the stick from his father and clenched it tightly, veins bulging on his hand. Seeing this, Gu Qing hurried forward to help Gu Wangwa's second wife. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay? I'll take you home and ask the doctor to check you." Gu Wangwa's wife looked up, forcing a faint smile. "Qingji, I'm fine. No need to call the doctor." Gu Ernyang didn't dare to leave. Her husband was hot-tempered and spoke without thinking. If she hadn't stopped him, today things might have gotten out of hand. Even if they were in the right, people would say they were wrong. She didn't care much about others' opinions, but she didn't want to be looked down on either. Gu Qing saw the sweat on Gu Ernyang's forehead and knew she was holding on tight. He quickly pulled Xiao Wu aside and told him to go to town and invite the doctor. Before leaving, Xiao Wu was worried and told the servant to stay back, afraid that the others might cause trouble and hurt Gu Qing. Gu Wangui saw his wife was in so much pain her face turned pale. He got angry and snorted at his father, saying, "Even if the emperor himself came today, this family must be divided. From now on, you can live with whoever you want." Gu Wangui's father was both angry and anxious. When he saw his second daughter-in-law step in to protect him, he lost his temper. He believed his son was being influenced by his wife, which caused the family to fall apart. He hadn't even wanted to hit his son, but now his son was even angrier. His father, holding his elder's dignity, ignored the pain in his chest and tremblingly pointed at Gu Wangui, saying, "You unfilial son, how dare you talk about dividing the family?" Gu Wangui's mother saw her son was determined to split the family and didn't know what to do. She held her husband and cried loudly, "Oh, husband, we raised this son in vain. Maybe tomorrow we should hang ourselves from a tree." She wiped her tears, losing the fierce energy she had earlier. Gu Wangui glanced at them and ignored them. He bent down to ask Gu Ernyang how she was. She shook her head and whispered, "Wait until the village chief and the clan leader come. Don't speak harshly. Our parents are old and might get sick from anger." Hearing this, Gu Wangui's face darkened with anger. "Don't think about them. If that stick had hit your head just now, you might have lost your breath. And who told you to block for me? Are you crazy?" His voice grew louder. "Be quiet, you country bumpkin. Your shouting gives me a headache," Gu Ernyang weakly replied. Gu Wangui was furious, but said irritably, "I'm just a country bumpkin with a loud voice." "You dislike that?" His parents looked unhappy. They glanced at Gu Wangui, feeling disappointed. They thought he was useless and controlled tightly by his wife. He lacked the courage of a man and was embarrassing. When Gu Wangui's mother saw the clan leader and Wang Shi arrive, she seemed to see a lifeline. She cried loudly, begging the clan leader to help them, and was about to kneel, crying painfully and miserably. The clan leader didn't even bother to give her a glance and stared intently at Gu Wangui's father. He said in a deep voice, "That's your own son. Why cause trouble and make your son lose trust in you? I heard everything on the way here. Whether he has a son, grows old, burns paper offerings, or breaks dishes, those are his own affairs. Brother, children and grandchildren will have their own happiness." Mrs. Wang also helped Gu Wangui's mother up and said sincerely, "Sister-in-law, what my husband says is right. We're old now, and how many years do we have left? Sometimes it's better to stay home and rest and think about what to eat tonight." Mrs. Wang and the clan leader have lived together all their lives, so they know him well. They often work together to help solve problems in the village. Of course, if gentle words don't work, they are not afraid to stand firm. Most villagers understand this and know when to step back. Gu Wangui's father, perhaps challenged by his son's authority or upset that his son's decision to split the family embarrassed him, angrily questioned the clan leader. "Children and grandchildren will have their own happiness? What do you know about my family's affairs? Stay out of it. If he dares to split the family today, I will go to the government and report him for disobedience and disrespect." "What are you going to report him for? Does Wangui lack food or clothes because of you? If you talk like that, I won't give you any face either." The clan leader was so angry, he was trembling. He never expected Gu Wangui's father to be so unreasonable. He thought the old couple would be unwilling to split the family. If they could just talk openly, life would be easier in the future. Mrs. Wang gently patted the clan leader's back to comfort him. The clan leader, speaking roughly, said again, "Is it just because Wangui's family has no son that you bully them? Usually you borrow money and find fault with them. They never said a bad word about you. Honestly, I have to say, Wangui's family is the most filial among your sons. The others..." The clan leader snorted halfway through his sentence. "Clan leader, I don't like hearing you say that. How have we bullied anyone? They are all our own children. We love all our sons equally. Of course, as elders, we hope all our children are doing well. Wangui's family has no children. When they pass away, do you think their money should go to that daughter-in-law who married out? Besides, my other sons are more filial than Wangui. You're not even living in my house, so how do you know that my other sons are not as good as the second son? Gu Wanggui's mother sharply interrupted again. She didn't want to hear the clan leader's words. Clearly, her family didn't have such a son, and she was standing here, listening to him talk without any shame. As Gu Wanggui's mother finished speaking, Mrs. Wang was unhappy. Filial piety. Everyone in the village knows your sons are notorious bloodsuckers. They don't even bother to help you, and you expect them to spend money on you. Is it just because Wanghua and his wife are straightforward and you don't like it? You prefer to hear flattering words. Even children in the school at 7 or 8 years old know that honest advice can be hard to hear. But you too are confused. Look around and see, your daily expenses, including the tuition for daming, are all paid by Wanghua. And you still say Wanghua is unfilial?
Bah.
That's like a dog barking at a beggar. Even animals can be more honest. Instead of enjoying a peaceful life, you insist on causing trouble. I want to see what good days you can have after forcing Wanghua to leave. You're old enough, yet you pretend not to understand and act stubborn. I advise you both to eat less salt and stop wasting your time, Mrs. Wang scolded more and more angrily. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking down on Gu Wanggui's parents with contempt, as if daring them to speak back, ready to curse their ancestors if they did. Gu Wanggui's mother looked around at the whispering crowd, her eyes flickering with fear. She didn't dare meet Mrs. Wang's gaze. Mrs. Wang was known for being domineering in the village. Usually, she rarely argued with her. Gu Wanggui's mother was also a timid person, not good at arguing with others, especially not with Mrs. Wang. But she knew she couldn't just stay silent. Everyone was watching. If she didn't say anything, it would seem like she was guilty. She swallowed hard, tilted her neck, and said, "This is my family's matter. Why do you have to interfere? Your family's matter. Who was just crying and begging my husband to decide. We only said a few fair words, and now you change your story? Your quick change of attitude is faster than a 3-year-old, Mrs. Wang snapped. If the village head position is so important, why not just give it to you? Do you think everyone must listen to you and no one can speak back? Today, I've truly seen it all." With that, Mrs. Wang spat on the ground fiercely. Gu Wanggui's mother knew she couldn't argue with Mrs. Wang, so she sat down on the ground, kicking her legs and crying loudly. This was her usual trick. She played the victim. There's no justice. My son and daughter-in-law are unfilial, and the village doesn't support me. I might as well die, she sobbed, slapping her thighs and acting helpless. Gu Wanggui's mother was quite skilled at this. Things were okay before, but after Gu Wanggui almost died last time, and his family property went to second Aunt Gu, she started going to her son's house frequently to ask for money and things. If she was even a little unhappy, she would sit on the ground crying loudly, attracting neighbors to watch. She not only felt no shame but also became proud because her son kept compromising, feeling she had control over him. Enough. Can't we talk this over nicely? There are so many villagers watching. It's embarrassing for someone of your age. Wanggui, quickly help your mother up, the village chief scolded angrily. Gu Wanggui ignored him, supporting his wife, and kept his eyes fixed on second Aunt Gu without even a glance at his mother. Seeing her son unmoved, his mother's tears froze on her face. She looked embarrassed and climbed up from the ground. The village chief had been there for a while, hiding in the crowd. Hearing Wang's shouting and scolding, he felt secretly pleased. No one knew Gu Wanggui's parents better than him. Years ago, they kept coming to him, persuading him to transfer Gu Wanggui's land to his eldest son. In recent years, they also set their sights on Gu Wanggui's house. He explained several times that without the land and house deeds, the government wouldn't change ownership. Gu Wanggui's parents insisted he had taken money from Gu Wanggui, which made things difficult for the old couple. Today, Wang's words finally made him feel like he had vented his anger. He thought to himself that once this was over, he must invite the clan leader and Wang's family for a drink. Seeing that the village chief and clan leader had arrived, Gu Wanggui stepped forward and said, "Today, I trouble you both to help me seek justice. I want to split the family." Gu Wangui closed his eyes painfully, recalling his parents' accusations and harsh words from the past. Every time they used any means to get what they wanted, like being woven into a tight net, stabbing his heart fiercely. Watching his wife turn pale from the beating, and remembering how patient and forced smiling she was every time his parents caused trouble, he cursed himself inwardly for being useless, unable to protect his wife. His wife had never suffered silently before, all because of his incompetence. He should have split the family earlier. He used to think that since his parents were old and had raised him with difficulty, he should tolerate their unfair demands. But every time he did, they only became more aggressive. The village chief and clan leader exchanged glances. The clan leader nodded subtly. The village chief understood and cleared his throat, saying, "Splitting the family is a big matter. There are many people here. Let's go to my house first. Second young master, you run quickly and call Gu Wanli and his brothers," the clan leader told his nephew. My nephew looked unwilling, thinking to himself, it's not that he's quick on his feet, but that he's just lazy. He didn't dare to argue out loud, only accepting his bad luck. After all, he loved to watch the fun and liked to gather around the third uncle. Village chief's house. Since everyone is here, I won't beat around the bush. Gu Wangwa says he wants to split the family. What are your thoughts? The village chief asked in a serious voice. As soon as he spoke, the room became noisy. Big brother Gu Wanli frowned and spoke first. Parents are alive. Why split the family? Second brother, are you cursing our parents? Splitting the family? Who will pay for his son's education if they do? Besides, the parents had already promised him that his land belonged to Daming, and if they split, the parents wouldn't control the second brother anymore. Third brother Gu Wanyu also spoke. Yeah, second brother, our parents worked hard to raise us. Why split the family when we're all doing well? Fourth brother Gu Wanha said. Anyway, we brothers don't all live under the same roof. Whether we split or not, it doesn't make much difference. Wanha's words were vague because he had no children and his parents didn't like him much. They didn't bother him because he was poor. He knew well that even if they didn't split the family, he wouldn't benefit. Big brother and his wife were clever, stingy, selfish, and greedy. Third brother and his wife, though lazy and cunning, also took their share. Third brother was especially good at pleasing the elders, tricking his parents out of 5 coins with just a small gift. Second brother and his wife were sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. They bought everything for festivals and holidays and often helped him out during normal days. He favored his second brother and his wife. If his second brother was the least liked at home, he was the second least liked. Being the youngest, he shouldn't feel this way. His mother had already had 3 sons when she was pregnant with him, wishing for a daughter. During her pregnancy, she craved spicy food, and people say boys are sour and girls are spicy. His parents eagerly awaited a daughter, believing that having both sons and daughters was lucky. Sadly, fate had other plans. Gu Wangwa looked at everyone in the room with a fake smile. The atmosphere was tense. Gu Wanli's intentions were obvious, and Gu Wangwa didn't want to beat around the bush either. He slightly lowered his eyes, looked at Gu Wanli with displeasure, snorted, and said, "If you don't want to split the family, that's fine. Let's settle the accounts. I have kept track of every penny my parents took from me over the years, at least 20 taels. Where did all this money go? Who did they give it to?" Gu Wangui paused, looked around at everyone, and said, "Today, I will speak openly at the village chief's house. The money spent on whom is clear to everyone. We are all children of the same parents. You can't just take wool from one sheep. If we don't split the family, I won't spend a single coin on our parents until each of you has given them 20 taels. Not only that, but Deming's older brother also needs to repay me 100 coins each quarter. Deming has been studying for 4 years, totaling 1 tael and 6 qian in silver. Oh, and there's also the 500 coins I spent on cloth for Deming's clothes after our parents caused trouble and asked me to buy fabric. Plus some miscellaneous expenses. I will check the accounts when I go home and tell you all." Gu Wangui emphasized the last few words heavily. Second Aunt Gu sat on the edge of the Kong bed, looking down with a dull expression. Her hand was tightly held by Gu Wangui. She didn't say anything but listened silently as her brothers argued. Gu Won-gue and his eldest brother exchanged a quick look. If looks could turn into something real, Gu Wanli would have already fallen to the ground. The old couple seemed unaware of the undercurrent between their sons, whispering as if they were planning something. Gu Wanli was so frightened by that look that he broke out in cold sweat, repeatedly wiping his forehead and not daring to lift his head. It wasn't just about the money. He knew his second brother well. He was like a lively donkey. If there were parents to control him, he wouldn't dare do much. But if today's plan didn't go as he wished, Gu Won-gue wouldn't let him have a peaceful life afterward. Gu Won-gue couldn't do anything about their parents. He couldn't beat or scold them, but among peers, he wouldn't indulge them. If this family didn't split, he would keep coming to these households every day. There was a reason Gu Wanli was afraid of Gu Won-gue. After Gu Won-gue faked his death last time, whenever he got drunk or was upset by second Aunt Gu at home, he would come to bother these brothers' houses, kicking chairs, smashing things. The brothers didn't dare say a word. After each disturbance, the brothers would go to complain to their parents, and the parents would then confront Gu Won-gue. This vicious cycle continued. Gu Won-gue secretly hated his brothers. Because they shared the same mother, he didn't want to tear their relationship apart. Now that things had become so bad, and the family's shameful secret was exposed, he felt relieved. Second brother, I know you're angry. How about this? Give half of the money from selling the pig to our parents, and keep the other half for yourself. Let's not mention splitting the family anymore, Gu Wanli said, compromising. Gu Wonghua did not respond. His gaze, like that of a poisonous snake, remained fixed on him, as if he might bite him open at any moment, blood and flesh torn apart. Gu Won-gue shrank back slightly. After a moment, Gu Wonghua slowly spoke, his tone very slow, filled with uncontrollable anger, and with a hint of sarcasm, he said, "Split half for the parents." After saying this, he suddenly smiled faintly, with an unclear meaning. "Parents, is that what you also think?" Gu Wonghua asked calmly, turning his gaze to the elderly couple. Gu Wonghua's father snorted coldly, but did not answer. Since they both remained silent, Gu Wonghua continued, "Since you won't speak, I will. There are two options now. First, we don't split the family. I won't give my parents any money in the future. If pushed to the limit, I will sell the land and take second sister to live in town or the county. Anyway, my younger brother is already married, and there's nothing left in this village worth staying for. The second option is to split the family. If you want to live with someone, that person will take care of you in old age. After 100 years, your old house and silver money will belong to that person. Those who didn't take care of you will each give 100 coins and 20 jin of grain every year." As soon as Gu Wonghua finished speaking, his mother hurriedly spoke up. "Second brother, your father and I will live with you." If second brother really went to town or the county and stayed far away, she wouldn't be able to find him or get any money, or even see his shadow later. Her second son was smart with money and considerate. Usually, he was willing to help them, and as long as they clung tightly to him, they wouldn't have to worry about food or drink. They could also ask him for silver or help support their eldest grandson. Even if Gu Wonghua didn't give her money, they could exchange their food or meat for silver. Although she was upset with her second son today, she was her own mother, and in a few days, it would all be fine. She secretly felt pleased with her own thinking. Hearing this, Gu's second sister looked up in shock at Gu Wonghua. When she received a reassuring look from him, she finally calmed down. "All right, you and Dad can live with me. Let's pack up today and move to my house. Don't forget to give me the house deed and land deed," Gu Wonghua said calmly. "House deed? Land deed? Those are what your father and I kept for future use," his mother shouted. "As I just said, whoever supports you and Dad will get the house and land deeds. The clan leader is also here. Let him say something fair." Gu Wanli's wife couldn't sit still after hearing this. The house had already been promised by his father for Daming's marriage. Now they wanted to give it to someone else. She forced a smile and said, "Mother, you've been living with us. If you suddenly go to my second brother's house, you might not get used to it. Maybe I and Wanli can take care of you. Besides, Daming is very filial. He can't eat without seeing you for a day. Taking care of the elderly is a good deal. The old couple is still healthy and can help with farm work. Who wouldn't be happy to use free labor? Over the years, they also saved a lot of silver from Guangwa. Some of it was spent on Daming, but they kept some for themselves. Keeping them nearby helped slowly get the money out of them. When Guanyu heard this, he was unhappy. Who doesn't want a house? Over the years, his older brother took many advantages. He turned a blind eye to it. If the old couple lived with his brother, he would get nothing. Now he had offended his second brother badly. If his parents couldn't be kept here, it would be a total loss. The old couple looked at each other, worried. They didn't expect things to really lead to a split. They just wanted to visit their son's house to show off and get some silver and pork. But they didn't expect that even rabbits bite when they're cornered. Mom, Dad, Xiaolan is pregnant. She's been craving sour fruits lately. I think she's having a boy. Otherwise, why not come live with me? When the baby is born, you can hold your grandson every day. Guanyu hadn't planned to tell them about the pregnancy, and he didn't even know if it was a boy or a girl. But if he didn't fight for it, he would lose everything. Now he could only hope his wife's pregnancy would be successful and give him a big, healthy boy. The old couple was so happy, they patted their thighs and nodded eagerly. They agreed to live with their third son. Seeing this, Guanyu's wife got anxious. Her parents were now like a piggy bank. Who would want to give up their money? She secretly signaled her husband to speak and secretly cursed Guanyu for being shameless. Third brother, according to the order of seniority, I should take care of our parents. If you do it, it might sound bad. How would others see me? Guanyu spoke wisely, showing filial piety and the dignity of the eldest son. Little did they know. Seeing that his parents had agreed to live with him, Guanyu felt confident. He decided to confront his older brother. He had long disliked Guanli. Usually, my parents spend most of their money on his family. They tend to overeat and take more than their share, and they always feel like they are losing out. Guanyu snorted coldly and mocked, "Big brother and sister-in-law, don't blame me for saying this. Your family spends the most of your money on the two of you. Especially Daming. Your parents have basically used all their savings on him. But what about him? He studied for 4 years, but couldn't even pass as a common student. I think he should start farming early. Now, we also have children, all grandchildren of our parents. They shouldn't favor one over the other and make the grandchildren resentful. Besides, you two know what you're thinking. Your hearts are full of tricks, but you say nice things outwardly." With these words, Guanyu revealed the hidden conflicts in the family. Sister-in-law Gu was so angry she stomped her feet and pointed at Guanyu, shouting, "Bah! You shameless person! Over the years, our parents have lived with us, and we've been responsible for their food, clothing, and expenses. Isn't that our doing? If they spend money on Daming, it's because they want to. No one forced them. What's wrong with Daming studying for 4 years? Now your family has children too. I want to see how many years your children will take to become successful. You're the best at fooling the old folks, asking for money and grain. Didn't you even trick your mother's silver bracelet away?" Sister-in-law Gu turned and pointed at her husband, continuing to scold. "Are you dead? Letting your younger brother insult you openly? You're such a useless big brother." Hearing this, Gu Wanli's face darkened. Before he could speak, Gu Wanyu hurriedly asked, "What have you done to provide for our parents' needs? It seems most of your family's expenses come from the money our second brother's family gave you. If you hadn't been constantly criticizing second brother and his wife for this and that, our parents wouldn't be in such a state." Sister-in-law Gu sat on the ground, crying bitterly. Gu Wanyu and Gu Wanli were tense and ready to fight. The house was in chaos. Gu Wangue watched silently from the side. Usually, he kept a low profile and didn't want to get involved. Seeing his older brother and younger brothers fighting over an old house, he found it amusing. The old couple was so shocked by the sudden scene that they dared not speak and looked to the clan leader for help. "Enough!" the clan leader shouted loudly. There was a moment of silence in the house, and everyone looked at the clan leader. "Our parents are not kind, and the brothers are not harmonious. Since living together has caused so much trouble, I will decide to split the family. You all discuss who will take care of the elders, the clan leader said. Gu Wanyu said, our parents just agreed that I will stay with them. Why should I stay with you? Think carefully, parents. If you choose to live with him, don't expect to see Daming again. Gu Wanli threatened to speak first. Boss, you can't do this. Didn't we agree to stay with a third brother? As soon as he finished speaking, sister-in-law Gu said, stay with a third brother? I don't agree. A new round of arguing started in the house. In the end, they agreed that the two elders would live separately, the father with the eldest son and the mother with the third son. The old house would be divided equally among the family in the future. As for the second and fourth sons, they would contribute money and grain each year. The clan leader personally wrote the agreement and gathered the elders to stamp their hands on 5 copies of the contract. After stamping, the clan leader said, from now on, your second and fourth sons will have nothing to do with you. Gu Wangui's father was stunned. What does that mean? Isn't it just dividing the house? No matter who he's with, he's still my son. He's just making plans. After this is settled, he will definitely deal with the second son. If he didn't insist on dividing the family, could there be such a big joke? The clan leader calmly replied, your family is clearly not normal. Living together would only lead to trouble. Separating is the only way to avoid disaster. This contract is a severance agreement. Besides, both the second and fourth sons agreed to contribute money. Gu Wangui's father asked, so, besides this 100 coins, he won't care about me in the future? What about when I grow old? Will he not support me? The clan leader said, aren't you with the eldest? Naturally, the eldest will take care of you. His words left Gu Wangui's father speechless for a long time. He thought to himself, what good is the eldest? He didn't say anything, but his face turned red with frustration. Deep down, he knew that only the second son was reliable. But the contract was signed and sealed. There was no turning back now. It was too late to regret. Everything had reached this point. Gu Wangui's mother didn't understand the situation and happily immersed herself in the joy of expecting a grandson. She comforted her husband, saying, his father has made his decision. From now on, the bridge is the bridge, and the road is the road. If you follow the eldest and third brothers, you'll have a good life. His father looked at her with a complicated expression. These past few years, they had enjoyed too many good days, and they had been tricked by the kind words of the eldest and third brothers, not knowing who they really were. Mother is right. From now on, the bridge is the bridge, and the road is the road. Following the eldest and third brothers will surely lead to a good life, said Gu Ernyang, who had not spoken until now, with a mocking tone. You little brat, where do you get the right to speak? Just wait, I'll tear your mouth apart. Gu Wangui's mother saw her husband's face change and, feeling embarrassed by the second son's wife's cold remarks, she felt her pride was hurt. She rushed forward to hit her, but Gu Wangui easily stopped her. Gu Wangui's father saw the situation and pulled her outside. He thought he couldn't afford to offend the second son again. Now that the formal separation agreement had been signed, he couldn't control the second son anymore. If the eldest and third sons couldn't be relied on in the future, Gu Wanli and Gu Wanyu saw their parents leave and quickly followed. Since the old couple had already separated, their money and belongings needed to be divided clearly. No one wanted to lose out. Gu Wangwa carried his wife home on his back. He felt sorry for her and gently laid her on the bed. Just as he was about to check her injuries, they heard several loud knocks on the door. The visitors were Xiao Wu and Gu Qing. Xiao Wu had been back from the town for a while, but since they were just dividing the household, it wasn't proper for outsiders to knock and disturb. So they had been waiting at home. As soon as Gu Nianyang and her companion arrived home, Xiao Wu and Gu Qing brought a doctor over. Gu Nianyang was beaten quite badly, but luckily her bones weren't hurt. The doctor brought a bottle of medicated oil and advised her to apply it every night before sleep, massaging out the bruises. It should heal in about 10 days. Gu Wangwa listened carefully and nodded repeatedly, making sure he remembered. Xiao Wu and Gu Qing didn't stay long. Seeing that Gu Nianyang was okay, they left relieved and also took the doctor back to the town. In the afternoon, Huzi carried a package of candies wrapped in oiled paper to Zhao's house. Sui Sui and Tua Tua didn't go to school today. While their father was away, they trained Xiao Huang in the yard. Xiao Huang followed the two energetic little ones, jumping around for a while until he was exhausted and lay on the ground, panting. Brother, Xiao Huang looks like he's about to die from exhaustion. Tua Tua squatted beside Xiao Huang, reached out and tugged his tongue. Xiao Huang hurriedly retracted his tongue and let out a whimper. Really? Let me see. Sui Sui threw away her willow branch and curiously went over. As they carefully observed Xiao Huang, occasionally reaching out to feel his nose, Xiao Huang squinted and rested, ignoring them. After a while, they concluded that Xiao Huang was dead.
Xiao Huang, sobe, don't die, sobe, Sui Sui cried e arbreakingly.
She was sad to see Xiao Huang go, but also afraid their father and mother would come back and scold them. Xiao Huang, if you don't get up, we won't like you anymore, Tua Tua threatened with a serious face. When Huzi entered the yard, he heard the two children crying loudly. He was so frightened that he hurriedly ran in and asked, "What's wrong?" "Xiao Huang is dead," Sui Sui sobbed, her eyes red and full of tears. Dead, Huzi was surprised. He thought Xiao Huang was fine yesterday. How could he suddenly die? Huzi felt a bit sad. This dog had been with him since he was young. As a child, he often ran around the village with Xiao Qi, holding the dog on a leash. Tiger Child tentatively touched Little Yellow. Its body was warm, and its belly rose and fell. Could it be sleeping? Big brother, let's bury Little Yellow. Bury it in the vegetable garden. When we miss it, we can dig it out and see, Tua Tua said reluctantly. Okay, then let's bury it at the garden gate. We should mark the spot, Sui Sui suggested. Tiger Child couldn't help but laugh quietly, feeling a bit scared. If he hadn't come, this dog might have been buried alive. Little Yellow is just sleeping, not dead. Tiger Child reached out to shake Little Yellow. It lazily opened its eyes and then slowly closed them again to rest. The two children were excited. Their big eyes sparkled as they looked at Tiger Child, wanting to praise him but feeling shy and not daring to speak. Seeing they were silent, Tiger Child handed them 2 packs of candies. One for each of you, and one for your sister. Tua Tua and Sui Sui looked at each other, slowly took the candies, opened one pack, and started sharing. The 2 little ones chewed on their candies, then placed the other pack on the ground. After they finished eating and brushed the crumbs off their hands, they stood up and politely told them to go home. You can go now. We're taking these candies to our sister. Tiger Child raised an eyebrow as he watched their indifferent backs, shaking his head. Truly, they were ungrateful. No matter what he did, they didn't appreciate it. Sister, this is from Big Brother Tiger. Tua Tua's round, clear eyes smiled. Smiling, Yen Yen gently rubbed Tua Tua's little head. Where is he? Seeing her sister happy, Tua Tua happily giggled and, acting cute, hugged her arm. Big Brother Tiger went home. Yen Yen looked down at the candies in her hand, seeming in a good mood. She smiled and set the candies aside. Sui Sui, still eager, pouted and asked, "Why don't you share with us? Wait until Xiaohui comes back so we can eat together," Yen Yen said with a funny smile, pinching his face.
Sui Sui pouted in dissatisfaction.
Xiaohua said my face is bigger than Tua Tuo's. It must be your fault, he said, kicking an imaginary stone on the ground, a little annoyed. Yen Yen held back her laughter and teased him. That's not true. Your face is just naturally big. Sui Sui, with a hint of threat in his eyes, squinted and asked, Is my face really big? Then he pressed his forehead against Yen Yen's and asked slowly, one word at a time. Yen Yen's cheerful laugh filled the house.
Haha, no.
Sui Sui's face is the smallest in the family. Sui Sui thought for a moment, then secretly leaned close to Yen Yen's ear and asked like a thief, What about compared to Tua Tua? Yen Yen replied, Your face is small. You have the smallest face in the whole family. How about compared to Xiaohua? Sui Sui refused to give up. Can your face be the smallest, like a little ancestor? Yen Yen felt a bit helpless. Meanwhile, the brother and sister were still arguing. Gu Qing and Xiao Wu rushed back from the town. Xiao Wu carried a bunch of packages, while Gu Qing was empty-handed, casually resting his hands behind his back. Little daddy, daddy, the two kids ran out looking around at what Xiao Wu was holding, eager to be helpful. They took the small paper bag and curiously asked, Daddy, is there rock sugar inside? No. Xiao Wu replied simply. What is it then? Sui asked persistently. Xiao Wu ignored him and sat on the kong, a traditional bed, looking unhappy. Gu Qing looked at Xiao Wu's expression without saying anything. He pulled Sui aside and said, I bought roast chicken. We'll eat it later. Then he went into the kitchen to cook. The sound of chopping vegetables came from inside, while Yan helped burn firewood. Xiao Wu lowered his head and sat on the kong for a while. After a moment, he got up and went outside. Gu Qing heard the door close and looked out. He lowered his eyes, showing no emotion. Yan, who was good at reading people's feelings, asked softly, Little daddy, did you and daddy have an argument? Usually, Xiao Wu and Gu Qing went out happily together, looking very happy. But today, both of them came back with serious faces, which was rare. Yan was surprised. Her daddy loved little daddy very much, so why was he angry today? Gu Qing forced a faint smile and said, No argument. Old couples don't have much to fight about. Since he didn't want to talk more, Yan didn't ask further. She was still young and didn't like to interfere in elders' matters. Due to unavoidable circumstances, some parts are changed. The full version is on Weibo. Until dinner, Xiao Wu still hadn't returned. The children sensed something was wrong. Dinner was unusually quiet. Suddenly, soft footsteps sounded outside the door. Xiao Qi pulled his younger brother away from eating and found an excuse to go back to the main hall. Yan quickly put down her bowl and went to the east wing. Gu Qing. The door was pushed open. They looked at each other in silence. Seconds stretched endlessly in the quiet. Gu Qing sat still at the dining table, calmly watching Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu stood stiffly at the door, throat tight, full of grievances, but unable to speak. He looked at Gu Qing's calm eyes, feeling helpless. Come and eat, Gu Qing said softly. Qinger. Xiao Wu's voice was hoarse, and he couldn't help but tear up. Xiao Wu was not in the mood to eat. Every time he thought about what the doctor said to him at the medical clinic, he couldn't stop trembling. If Gu Qing hadn't been sitting there at the time, he might have run away in panic. Those words were as terrifying as a flood or a beast. Xiao Wu simply couldn't handle them. Over the years, he dared not forget or think back. Last time, he almost lost him. Time slowly passed. Xiao Wu's mind was filled with dark clouds. His usually handsome face suddenly turned pale. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his beautiful lips pressed into a straight line, suppressing difficult feelings. His eyes, which used to shine with kindness and love, were now full of worry and sadness, mixed with some self-blame. After learning about this in town, Xiao Wu was shocked and helpless. He immediately asked the doctor for medicine, but Gu Qing stopped him. Frowning, Xiao Wu looked at his husband with disbelief, as if trying to find a joke in his eyes. No medicine? Xiao Wu shouted. Do you know what you're saying? His anger was mixed with a humble whimper. Suddenly, Xiao Wu smiled again. Not happily, but as if containing some anger. You don't love me at all, do you? Even if it risks losing me, right? In his panic, Xiao Wu spoke without thinking. How could he not love him? How could he say such hurtful words? Gu Qing trembled all over. He knew Xiao Wu cared for him and was afraid of losing him. But hearing his own husband ask if he didn't love him made his heart ache beyond words. After a long while, Gu Qing, feeling defeated, nodded lightly, so softly that no one could notice. His voice was surprisingly gentle, almost as if only he could hear it. Do as you wish. After speaking, Gu Qing was the first to leave the clinic. Xiao Wu silently followed behind. Let's eat first, Gu Qing said calmly. He knew Xiao Wu cared deeply for him and didn't want him to have any accidents. But fate was cruel, no one could control it. If the heavens truly wanted to take him away, even drinking medicine might not save him. Xiao Wu had no appetite now. The two of them were at a standstill. Gu Qing got up to clear the table. Xiao Wu felt something heavy fall in his chest. He was angry but powerless. He stared at Gu Qing with fierce eyes, then suddenly stood up and said harshly, "I'll pack up." He then carried Gu Qing onto the bed. His tone was angry, but his actions were surprisingly gentle. Gu Qing sat on the edge of the bed, watching him. Their eyes met. After a moment, Xiao Wu sighed and said, "Fine, if you don't want to drink the medicine, then don't." He didn't want to upset his husband. Since his husband wanted something, he would prepare everything carefully. If his husband truly, then he would. At night, the moon was faint, and the stars were few. The whole forest and village seemed to be asleep. The sky looked like a washed blue-black cloth, with stars sleeping on it, shining with tiny golden light. Gu Qingping lay on the Kong bed. After turning off the oil lamp, the room was completely dark. Gu Qing blinked in the darkness, feeling complicated thoughts. He didn't want Xiao Wu to worry. Although Xiao Wu had given in, Gu Qing knew that Xiao Wu's anxious feelings would last until he was safe. Only Xiao Wu probably understood how much he was suffering during this time. Xiao Wu turned to hold his husband tightly. It seemed he sensed his husband's complex emotions. Although he felt stuffy and uncomfortable inside, he still spoke gently to comfort him. "Don't think too much. As long as you're happy. This time, I will invite the doctor in advance to make sure everything is safe. You will definitely be safe. It just might be a little hard for you." Xiao Wu's voice was soft, full of compromise and tenderness. Gu Qing felt very upset inside. Xiao Wu's love for him was clear. He didn't share even a little with others, not even the children. So, what Xiao Wu said was just out of his love for him. This was a privilege Xiao Wu gave him, being loved and favored. If Xiao Wu argued with him loudly, he might feel a bit better. "What a fool," Gu Qing whispered softly. He wasn't sure if Xiao Wu heard him. The next morning, during breakfast, Gu Qing and a few children announced the news. Xiao Qi and Yan Yan looked at Gu Qing with worried eyes, wanting to say something but ultimately holding back. Xiao Wu looked pale and tired, with dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept much last night. Every time he closed his eyes, he dreamed of Gu Qing's screams, blood-stained sheets, and his husband's last vomit of medicinal herbs. All of these kept Suji, his fragile nerves. After eating, Xiao Qi took his brothers to school. Xiao Wu also disappeared without a trace. Gu Qing sat silently on the Kong, occasionally looking out the window, lost in thought. "Papa." Yan Yan broke the silence. Gu Qing turned his head and forced a smile, asking, "What's wrong?" "Papa, you're not happy," Yan Yan said confidently. Gu Qing lowered his head and didn't answer.
He didn't know what to say.
Last night, when Xiao Wu woke up from a nightmare, breathing heavily, he also woke up. When Xiao Wu's rough hand touched his, he guessed Xiao Wu had a nightmare because his hand was sweaty. He thought the nightmare might be related to him. He is feeling conflicted now. He doesn't want Xiao Wu to spend every day in fear and worry, because this has been going on for a long time. He hates to see his brave man unable to eat well or sleep peacefully. "Your father worries about me," Gu Qing whispered after a while. His deep, dark eyes lacked their usual brightness, showing sadness and gloom. Yan Yan looked at him with concern. She held Gu Qing's hand like when she was a child, resting her head on his shoulder. "Little Dad, do you remember? When I was young, I told you that Huzi wanted me to marry him. You told me I was still young and should go out and see the world. I believed that wholeheartedly when I was little. The meaning of marriage for you and Dad is that two lonely people find a place to belong. Even with daily chores and small troubles, it makes life feel special. It's about enjoying simple meals after a day of farm work, having a lamp lit just for you when you come home late, receiving warm hugs when you're upset, encouraging each other with honesty and kindness. It's knowing we understand each other's hardships. Compared to that, he just wants you to be safe and healthy. You are too important to him. He can't bear for anything to happen to you. Little Dad, I don't want to see the outside world because of you and Dad. No matter how beautiful the scenery outside is, without you and my brothers, it feels dull. Those seemingly ordinary days, one day, will suddenly show you the meaning of persistence. Just like your love for me and Xiao Qi, we've grown up and want to return that same love to you, so you can be proud of your choice today. Little Dad, if you want to stay, just stay. I will do the work to convince Dad." I've grown up and can help with chores, cooking, washing dishes, or even farming. You just need to be happy and healthy. Yan Yan's gentle voice flowed into Gu Qing's ears, like a songbird singing from the mountains or a gentle orchid in a quiet valley. Her voice was clear, melodious, soft, like flowing water or a breeze brushing the willows. Gu Qing felt the sky wide and clouds free, the sea calm and waves still. He was deeply moved and comforted by his daughter's understanding. Yan Yan's words gave Gu Qing courage. Like she said, those seemingly ordinary days, one after another, will someday reveal the meaning of persistence, just as it is now. The world is wonderfully beautiful. On sunny days, trees bloom. On rainy days, ripples spread across lakes. Sunshine sweeps through mountains and villages. A gentle breeze brushes through fingers. All these beauties are not easily touched but are crafted over time through experience and patience. Nature is magnificent, and life is worthy of respect. Gu Qinghui held Yan Yan's soft, white hand and showed a sincere smile. He couldn't help but feel grateful, saying, "Little daddy is really lucky to have met you and the two precious ones." Yan Yan could sense Gu Qinghui's slight trembling when he held her hand. The girl seemed to be comforting and teasing at the same time. She leaned her small face against Gu Qinghui's shoulder and joked, "Since I grew up, I haven't been this close and affectionate with little daddy for a long time. Maybe next time, you can get upset with daddy a few more times, so I have a chance to comfort you." Gu Qinghui's chaotic mood from earlier completely disappeared at this moment. He chuckled. "All right, from now on, I'll find ways to annoy you and your daddy." Xiao Wu drove the donkey cart to the town. Having learned from last time, he was much more confident this time when shopping. He bought fabrics, dried fruits, large bones for health and snacks, everything he could think of. In his haste, he forgot to bring money. So, he had to shamelessly borrow some silver from the shopkeeper of Yunxian building. Xiao Wu promised to return the silver in the afternoon and then hurried back home. He hadn't told his husband he was leaving early, so he wouldn't worry if he came back late. However, when he saw his husband again, he felt awkward. His gaze was calm, but seemed to hide genuine concern. When he saw the paper-wrapped package in his husband's hand, Gu Qinghui's heart was suddenly clenched tightly by a pair of big hands. An inexplicable sourness surged from his heart, and through his nose, it felt like tears might fall. "Did you go to the town?" Gu Qinghui suppressed the rising emotions and asked, his voice carrying a faint, almost imperceptible emotion. Xiao Wu felt uncomfortable inside, a strange resentment making him uneasy. He avoided Gu Qinghui's gaze, hiding what he was holding behind his back, and said stiffly, "No, I didn't go. Even if I did, it's none of your business." Gu Qinghui looked at him quietly, long enough for Yan Yan to dare not speak beside him, long enough for Xiao Wu to become flustered. Only then did Gu Qinghui purse his lips and ask, "Can't you just talk to me properly?" Gu Qinghui's calmness was almost suffocating. Xiao Wu realized that his words had really hurt his husband. It seemed very sad. They stood there for a long time, one on the ground, the other sitting on the Kong. Finally, Xiao Wu couldn't hold it anymore and broke the silence. I didn't mean it that way. I didn't." Xiao Wu seemed to give up trying to defend himself and slumped on the ground in despair. Gu Qinghui understood Xiao Wu's feelings and awkwardness. He didn't blame or scold him. He just continued sewing clothes quietly. Xiao Wu stood up, just about to explain when a hurried knocking on the door sounded. The two exchanged a glance. Yan Yan quickly got off the ground, in a rush to leave without shoes, slipping on her sandals. She left a sentence, "I'll open the door," and ran out.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
"Is anyone home at the Xiao family? Is Brother Qing there?" The person outside spoke in a stern tone, and faintly, the sound of children crying could be heard. Yan Yan opened the door and saw Aunt Li's daughter-in-law, Cui Xia, looking unhappy, leading her son, who had a swollen face and tears all over. "Yan Yan, are the adults at home?" Cui Xia asked, suppressing her anger when she saw Yan Yan. "They're inside." "Auntie, what happened? Why is Xiao Dizzy crying like that?" Xiao Dizzy is Cui Xia's son's nickname. Seeing Cui Xia's expression, Yan Yan guessed that Sui Sui and Tua Tua had caused trouble. I'll go find Brother Qing, Cui Xia said angrily, taking her son and storming into the yard, heading straight for the house. Gu Qing heard the noise outside and prepared to get off the bed. His foot was resting on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed. Xiao Wu crouched down to help him put on his shoes. Gu Qing looked at his husband with a distracted gaze, hesitant to speak. In the end, he said nothing. Yan Yan didn't avoid him and let him help her put on shoes. Brother Qing, look at what your two sons did to Xiao Dizi. His nose is bleeding, and he's got scratches all over. Cui Xia brought her son in front of Gu Qing. Although they were just surface injuries, they looked frightening. Xiao Dizi was hurt on his face and body. He looked wronged and was on the verge of crying. Gu Qing quickly opened the snack Xiao Wu bought in town and handed Xiao Dizi a piece to comfort him. Be good, Dizi. Eat this snack. Tell Uncle Qing what happened. Uncle Qing will take care of it. Xiao Dizi took the snack and hesitated before speaking. Gu Qing glared at Xiao Wu. Hurry up and go get your son. Xiao Wu silently left, carrying a faint anger. His two rebellious sons only knew how to cause trouble for him every day. Just now, what did his husband say? To quickly bring your son back. Does that mean he only has one son? Could his husband be trying to distance himself from him? If his son gets punished tonight, will he also be involved? Is this an unfair disaster? Just moments ago, it was him who was angry, but his two unworthy sons completely changed the situation. Now, he could only pray that his husband was generous and wouldn't blame him. If his husband did blame him, that would be unbelievable. It seemed he had no choice but to send the boys to town. Xiao Wu thought angrily. Brother Qing, your two children are really too unreasonable. They beat Xiao Dizi so badly. What do you think we should do? Cui Xia looked at her son with a pained expression and asked. Sister Cui Xia, don't worry yet. Once my husband brings the children back, I will give you an explanation, Gu Qing said with a smile. Gu Qing knew that Sui Sui and Tua Tua were a bit impulsive, but it didn't make sense for them to hit Xiao Dizi for no reason. Still, hitting someone is wrong, so Gu Qing could only apologize on their behalf. Soon, Xiao Wu returned with the children. The two kids looked guilty because of the hitting, occasionally glancing at Gu Qing from the corner of their eyes. What's going on? Gu Qing asked sternly. Sui Sui was about to speak, but Tua Tua spoke first. Today, on the way to school, he bullied Xiaoya and pushed her down. At school, we told him seriously that boys shouldn't bully girls. He didn't listen and even said he would keep bullying Xiaoya every day. We couldn't stand it and fought him. Tua Tua spoke calmly but with a hint of grievance, clearly explaining the situation. Hearing this, Xiao Dizi buried his head in his chest, not speaking or arguing. Anyone could see what was happening. Although Cui Xia was still angry, she felt embarrassed and didn't say anything. She grabbed her son and was about to leave. Gu Qing quickly held back Cui Xia, stuffed the half-eaten snack into Xiao Dizi's arms, and asked Xiao Wu to catch a chicken at the old house to give Xiao Dizi some nourishment. Cui Xia saw this and smiled shyly, saying, Brother Qing, what are you doing? Kids fighting is common, and besides, my son isn't entirely at fault. Cui Xia didn't dare offend the Xiao family. Xiao was not someone to mess with, and Xiao Qi was a teacher at the school. Since Xiao Dizi was studying there, if Xiao Qi caused trouble for him, others wouldn't dare say much. Moreover, the Xiao family had good relations with the clan leader's family, so they couldn't afford to offend them. After sending Cui Xia away, Gu Qing entered the house with a stern face. His two children had been practicing martial arts since they were young and were taller than Xiao Dizi by half a head. Even if Xiao Dizi was wrong, he could talk to Xiao Qi since they went to school with Xiao Qi in the morning. They should have behaved properly in front of him. But they only fought after arriving at school, clearly intending to discipline Xiao Dizi. Why do you practice martial arts? The two children looked at each other, afraid to answer. Seeing no response, Gu Qing continued. Practicing martial arts is to protect yourself and your family, not to use fists or violence to solve problems at will. But he bullied Xiaoya several times. Xiaoya told her father, and her father scolded her. If we don't teach him a lesson, he won't remember it. Sui Sui clenched her fists, full of righteous anger. Xiao Hua is the daughter of Gu Lao San's family. She has 3 older brothers. Usually, she should be the most favored one at home, but Gu Lao San prefers boys over girls. Although he rarely hits or scolds her, the small details of daily life reveal the problem. Gu Lao San ignores Xiao Hua completely, and her brothers follow his example. They treat her like a guest rather than a family member. Despite her young age, she is very good at reading faces and always looks cautious. She walks with her head down and feels nervous around everyone. This personality makes her less likable. Her shy behavior makes people feel a bit annoyed when they see her. Her father always frowns when he sees her, as if she carries some disease, and avoids looking at her too long. Because of this, Xiao Dizzy dares to bully her without fear. As a girl with no one to protect her, she is like a floating leaf, lost in the wind and rain, with no one to teach her how to avoid trouble. She just endures everything. Sui Sui is cheerful and friendly. She has many good friends in the village. Xiao Hua is the most special among them. She is very quiet, with her small head bowed low on her chest. She never joins their games but watches quietly. Sometimes her eyes show hope and envy. Sui Sui has invited her many times, but she always shakes her head and refuses. Every time Sui Sui sees this small girl with delicate shoulders and purple marks on her arms, he feels a strange emotion in his heart. He doesn't understand what that feeling really means. She doesn't dare to play because she might forget the time. If she doesn't get back before mealtime, no one will save her a plate. She only eats once a day and gets very hungry if she misses it. Sui Sui, Tua Tua, and Xiao Wu's father are standing in the yard, punished. Xiao Wu is angry and upset. He's mad at his 2 sons for being useless, making trouble without cleaning up after themselves, which causes him and his sons to suffer. He also feels wronged because his wife casually said, "Take your sons to stand in the yard," as if it's nothing. Just now, the sky was bright and sunny, but now it's covered with dark clouds, as if a thick black dam has been built with air. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap startles the 2 boys. Sui Sui and Tua Tua glance at Xiao Wu and quietly ask, "Dad, is it going to rain? Do we still have to stand here?" Xiao Wu's face remains calm. After a moment, he slowly replies, "Even if it's raining, you still have to stand."
Boom!
A bright lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a loud thunder. During the storm, strong winds howled, and lightning flashed past the window. Yan Yan couldn't sit still and pleaded, "Little daddy, it's going to rain soon. Let's let Dad and the brothers come inside." Raindrops pounded loudly on the ground, and a heavy rain poured from the sky, hitting the 3 men's faces and bodies. Gu Qing pushed open the door and stuck his head out. "Come inside," he said simply. Tue Tue and Tua Tua were very excited, smiling happily. Before they could answer, they hurried into the house. Xiao Wu stood straight in the rain, tall and firm like a pine tree. It was as if he didn't hear Gu Qing's words and let the rain soak him without moving. Gu Qing looked at him and chuckled. "I'll give you 3 chances. If you don't come in, you're not allowed in forever." 1. Gu Qing counted, but before he finished, Xiao Wu rushed into the house. Gu Qing's lips curled into a smile. He deliberately looked at Xiao Wu, who was soaked through, and asked casually, "Are you drenched? Take your son to stand in the yard as punishment." Xiao Wu said coldly, crossing his arms and speaking sarcastically like Gu Qing. When he said, "Your son," his teeth were clenched.
Wamkin Lauga.
He wondered what was bothering this man. It turned out he had said the wrong thing. Gu Qing's eyes reddened with laughter. He cleared his throat and softened his voice. "I'll find you some dry clothes. If you catch a cold, I'll feel sorry for you." Xiao Wu snorted softly, neither replying nor agreeing. His current behavior was like giving a sweet treat after a slap. He wouldn't fall for it. He wanted to restore his dignity. Gu Qing took a set of clothes from the cabinet. "Brother Wu, come quickly and change. Little Chi's school doesn't seem to have an umbrella. If the rain doesn't stop soon, you should go pick him up," Gu Qing said while helping Xiao Wu take off his soaked clothes. Xiao Wu tried to avoid Gu Qing removing his clothes, then suddenly said, "You should say you're going to pick up your son." Gu Qing looked at him, full of resentment, but didn't argue. His silence seemed like agreement. Xiao Wu was so angry, he stomped his foot and said harshly, "Fine. I'll tell little Qi later that his daddy doesn't want him anymore." Gu Qing looked at him calmly. "He's our son," he sighed softly, took Xiao Wu's hand and rubbed his cheek against Xiao Wu's palm. Quietly, he said, "Husband, don't be angry. I was wrong." Xiao Wu heard him call husband and his sigh. His heart seemed to be touched, like being rubbed by his husband's cheek, making him feel excited and trembling. Gu Qing usually felt shy to call him husband. He only called him that during certain moments, often forced by Xiao Wu. It seemed this was the first time Gu Qing took the initiative to call him husband. Xiao Wu responded with a muffled, and inwardly thought, "Just slap me if you want." After all, this sweet treat is too tempting. "Qinger, do you think this won't turn out like Sui Sui and Tua Tua, who are not doing well?" Xiao Wu hugged his husband tightly, afraid he might run away, and asked, "Bah, you're the one not doing well." Gu Qing scolded with a playful glare.
Me?
"Not doing well? Look at you. I'm the most capable." Xiao Wu pressed his head against his husband's shoulder, greedily sniffing his neck and smelling a faint soap scent. Gu Qing quickly broke free from Xiao Wu's embrace, covering his mouth and giving him a sharp look. "The kids are at home. Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Wu blinked, stuck out his tongue to lick Gu Qing's palm. Gu Qing felt ticklish and shy, pulling his hand back. He avoided Xiao Wu's intense gaze and said awkwardly, I just... Xiao Wu bit his lip, eyes shining brightly. "I asked the doctor in town today," he whispered softly into Gu Qing's ear. Gu Qing's face turned as red as a fire cloud, and he scolded him for being shameless. Gu Qing was very sleepy. Usually, after breakfast, he would feel so tired he couldn't stay awake. He would curl up on the bed holding a pillow and sleep all morning. Only at noon would he force himself to wake up and hurriedly prepare lunch. Xiao Wu was worried seeing his husband so dizzy while cooking. He asked Gu Ernyang to help with the cooking for breakfast and lunch, costing 25 coins a day. When Gu Ernyang learned about this, she refused to take money. "It's not harvest time yet. Just cooking a meal, and I have nothing to do anyway," she said happily. Since the division of the Gu Wangui family, they often went to the mountains to pick wild vegetables or bought from the market. Their land was fertile, and they had no worries about food or drink. Their younger brother was married, and both of them enjoyed earning silver. They bought some snacks, had a few drinks at home, and lived very comfortably. Gu Wangui's parents, however, had a hard life. Though they lived in the same village, they rarely saw each other. After the family split, the eldest and the third brother fought over money, and the relationship between the two families became strained. The poor old couple was caught in the middle, feeling helpless. Initially, when the family separated, Gu Wangui's father just arrived at the old house, and everyone was a bit reserved. Surprisingly, the eldest son was very filial, always taking care of his father, feeding him, and supporting him. He didn't even want his father to work in the fields or weed the garden. After a few days, the eldest grandson, Daming, came to him and said that their family was short of money and couldn't afford books. Moved by his eldest son's filial piety, Gu Wangui's father decided that since he was now living with his eldest son, and the son was kind to him, he should show his gratitude. He gave all his silver money to Daming. The scattered silver and copper coins added up to over 9 taels. Daming happily took the silver, speaking kindly and making the old man smile. After getting the money, the eldest son still didn't dare reveal his true feelings. He was afraid his father still had silver, so he tested him. When he found out his father had no more silver, he changed his attitude from filial to practical. He went to work in the fields with his father, and at mealtime, his father could only eat porridge, claiming that old people didn't need good food and that it was better to save the money for Daming, who might have a bright future and could take him to the town to enjoy a better life. The third son was the same with his mother, always complaining about poverty. No rice to cook today, no meat because his wife was pregnant and needed nutrition. Fortunately, his mother was stingy and only gave him small amounts of silver, never more than 500 won. This situation continued until the third son's child was born, which brought some change. The old couple quarreled fiercely with their eldest and third sons, and finally, they had no choice but to return to their old house and live alone. But that's a story for another time. Gu Old Three's eldest son was of marriageable age. Recently, they were looking at a family in Wangjia village, where the bride's family required 2 taels of silver as a dowry. Gu Old Three's family's most valuable possession was their donkey. All 3 of his sons had attended school, but unfortunately, the eldest and second sons were not suited for studying. They only studied for about a year before quitting, wasting several hundred of Gu Old Three's money. Gu Old Three was worried about spending silver, but didn't want to scold his sons. Instead, he took his little daughter as a scapegoat. Little Hua was only 7 years old, but selling her to a wealthy family as a maid or a child bride was considered possible. Gu Old Three hurried to the town to find a matchmaker. When the matchmaker heard that the girl was only 7, he immediately changed his attitude and cursed, "You filthy thing. Do you want to ruin me? Get lost." Old Gu-san was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Later, he learned that a person who voluntarily sells themselves must be at least 10 years old to make a contract. After the deal is done, they must pay taxes to the government. The process involves both parties checking the contract, signing, and sealing it. One gives the money, the other gives the person. This is a fair and legal transaction. If a child is under 10 years old, it's called illegal selling or forcible selling, which involves trickery, kidnapping, coercion, or threats. If the authorities find out or someone reports it, it will be punished severely. Such acts are considered serious crimes, punishable by brutal penalties, often called 1,000 cuts in folk stories. Note: 1,000 cuts refers to a brutal punishment where the person is dismembered and their throat cut. Old Gu-san couldn't read or understand laws. He only knew that in the village, if there's no money to marry off a son or daughter, people sold their daughters without much trouble. He didn't think much of warnings to others. Everyone did it. Why should he be punished with such harsh penalties? His daughter was born by him, and he decided whether she lives or dies. Since the town wouldn't buy her, he decided to ask the neighboring village. Whether it was good luck for old Gu-san or bad luck for Xiao Hua, they actually found a family willing to buy her. That family had 6 sons. When old Gu-san was young, he had a fever that damaged his brain. Now, at 16, no one wanted to marry off their daughter to him. Old Gu-san asked for 5 taels of silver. His wife and he didn't want to agree, but when they saw their simple-minded son sitting on the kong, a type of bed, they couldn't refuse. They thought that if their daughter married him, they could rest easy even after they passed away. The family argued with old Gu-san for a long time and finally settled on 3 taels of silver. Old Gu-san promised to send his daughter over within 3 days. He happily rode away on a donkey cart back to his village. After returning home, old Gu-san couldn't find Xiao Hua anywhere. He told his wife the news. She was devastated, crying and making a fuss. They argued and fought. His wife knew her husband didn't like their daughter. She had no status at home and dared not oppose old Gu-san. She secretly told Xiao Hua to listen and be obedient. She warned her not to argue with her father. When she had free time, she let Xiao Hua go out to play. She told her she couldn't come home until after mealtime. "My daughter is only 7 years old. Since she started remembering things, she has lived very carefully and nervously. Now, this unkind man wants to sell her as a child bride. If she were in a good family, she wouldn't say anything. It would be better than staying in this home. But he plans to give her to a foolish person as a child bride." Madame Gu, the third wife of old Gu, is very angry and determined to fight this cold-hearted, selfish man. Old Gu's third wife is frightened by her own fierce attitude. Usually, she obeys him, but now she is willing to fight over a money-losing girl. She believes a brave person shouldn't suffer losses and runs away quickly. Not long after old Gu leaves, Xiao Hua comes home. His wife hugs her and cries loudly. She doesn't know what to do. Should she run away with her daughter? But she has 3 sons. Where can a lonely mother and her daughter go? Xiao Hua stands quietly, listening to her mother's sobs. Why is my life so hard? She thinks. Her long-held feelings seem to burst out at this moment. Her crying becomes louder and more heartbreaking. Xiaohua feels a bit lost. She tries to lift her weak little hand to wipe her mother's tears, but her mother holds her tightly and she can't move. She nervously says, "Mom, don't cry." Madame Gu hasn't cried in a long time. Suddenly, she can't hold back her tears. Maybe it's because she has endured so much in these 7 years. When she was young, old Gu treated her very well. After she kept giving birth to sons, she felt confident. They used to chat under the big willow tree, and everyone in the village envied her good luck and strong pregnancy. But after Xiaohua was born, old Gu seemed to change. He always found fault with her. The most painful thing was her 3 sons' attitude. They hated him just like their father, and even looked at her with disdain. After crying for a while, Madame Gu tries to compose herself. She wipes her tears and says, "Mom won't cry anymore." "Xiaohua, don't be afraid." At this moment, Xiaohua's eyelashes are also wet with tears. Tears flow in her eyes, and her face is red from holding back. But she doesn't cry out loud. "Mom will find a good family for you. We won't let you be a foolish person's bride." Madame Gu knows her daughter can't stay in this home anymore. Even if old Gu agrees this time, what about next time? When her second son gets married, will there be enough money? She knows old Gu has bad intentions. In the future, whenever he needs money, he will think of her daughter. She stands up, goes to the kitchen, and cooks 2 eggs for her daughter. She adds a spoonful of lard and some salt to the rice. Xiaohua hasn't eaten greasy food in a long time, so she eats this meal happily. Her small mouth is greasy, and she smiles foolishly at her mother. Madame Gu feels very sad. She couldn't remember how long it had been since little Hua last ate an egg. She choked up and said, "Eat up. When you're full, your mother will find a way for you to survive." The young girl didn't understand everything her mother said, as her attention was fully on the bowl of rice mixed with pork fat. She ate eagerly, taking big bites. After she finished eating, Old Third's wife wiped little Hua's face clean, changed into fresh clothes, and held her daughter's small hand as they left the house. Old Third's wife held her daughter's hand and walked toward the Xiao family. For the first time, she felt that the road from her home to the Xiao house was so long. Their home was in the village. Just a few steps outside was a big willow tree. This tree held many memories for the villagers. People often gathered here to chat and relax, and children played around it. In August, the lush green leaves swayed in the wind, like lively spirits at sunset. The fading evening clouds reflected the sky, as if they might disappear at any moment. Today was no different from the many summers over the past 10 or even 20 years. The cicadas still chirped loudly, and a gentle summer breeze brushed her face, but it made her feel sad inside. Time felt slow. Old Third's wife hurriedly pulled her daughter along and finally reached the Xiao house. She secretly hoped that since the Xiao family was wealthy in the village, 5 taels of silver was just a small amount to them. If they were willing to sell little Hua, she would kneel and kowtow if needed. Staying in the village meant she could still see her daughter if she wanted. When she had money, although she couldn't buy her daughter back, she could leave her more behind. Maybe her daughter would have a better future. Mother and daughter stood in front of the Xiao house. Little Hua looked at her with calm eyes, a hint of confusion. Suddenly, Old Third's wife felt a wave of inexplicable sadness. She forced a smile, trying to show some cheer, but she couldn't manage to smile properly. She squatted down to be level with little Hua, placing her hands on her arms. She looked away from her daughter's innocent, bright eyes, closed her eyes, and steadied her mind. With difficulty, she spoke, "Little Hua, your father wants to sell you to another family to be their wife. That family isn't a good match. But now he has changed his mind, and I have to entrust you to a good family. The Xiao family is kind-hearted. If they want to buy you, you must live well here. Help the adults with chores, don't argue with sway-sway or tua-tua, and don't pick the meat at meals. You can't go back home, and you can't say you miss home or mother here. Do you understand?" Old Third's wife felt suffocated inside. She seemed to speak lightly, but her hands, gripping little Hua's arms tightly, hurt her. Xiao Hua seemed to realize something and timidly asked, "Mother doesn't want me anymore?" In the height of summer, the overwhelming coldness seeped everywhere. Old Third Gu's wife clenched her teeth and trembled. After a long while, she spoke in a hoarse voice, "If I can't take care of you, just pretend. I never gave birth to you." She used all her strength to say this short sentence. When she was pregnant with Xiao Hua, she had been hoping for a girl. After all, there were already 3 boys at home. Having a daughter would complete the family with both sons and daughters. It's all her fault, all her fault. She wanted a girl, but once she had one, she couldn't protect her. Tears flowed down Xiao Hua's face like broken pearls, rushing out of her eyes. The girl was very quiet while crying, saying nothing, until the hot tears fell onto Old Third Gu's wife's hand. She suddenly looked up, staring at her daughter's pale, sad face, which felt like a whip, stabbing her fragile heart. Old Third Gu's wife reached out and wiped Xiao Hua's face, struggling to speak. "Don't cry anymore. From now on, your good days will come at the Xiao family. Don't think of us. Just pretend we are dead. When you see us in the village, don't say hello." Xiao Hua bit her lip tightly and shook her head. "I want my mother. I won't be separated from her." Tears fell again, probably from too much sadness. Old Third Gu's wife reached out to wipe them, but more tears welled up. "Stop crying. I am not your mother. From now on, you are part of the Xiao family. When you see your father and brother, you are not allowed to speak or listen, understand?" Old Third Gu's wife said firmly. Xiao Hua bit her lip and dared not speak. She stood up, tidied her clothes, and knocked on the Xiao family's door. At the Xiao family's house, smoke rose from the roof, drifting with the wind. Second Mother Gu carried a big bowl of stir-fried knife beans with meat and came out of the kitchen. "Time to eat. Come and bring the bowls," she shouted loudly. Recently, she and Gu Wangui had been eating at the Xiao family. Because she refused to accept payment, Gu Qing suggested that both families eat together. This way, she wouldn't have to go home to cook. Her and Gu Wangui's family liked the idea. It wasn't because they enjoyed the good food at the Xiao family. After their only son got married, their home felt a bit empty. The Xiao family had many children who were clever, lively, and very adorable. Both of them agreed immediately. Gu Wangui happily carried half a sack of coarse rice and 5 jin of refined rice to the Xiao family. Second Mother Gu brought a hanging pig, officially joining the Xiao family. On the first day of moving in, Xiao Wu specifically went to the old house to catch a wild rabbit and a chicken. He also bought a big fish at the market. When Gu Nyang was cooking, Yan Yan helped with the chores. Sui Sui and Tuachuo occasionally went over to ask if they could help, which made Gu Nyang very happy. She waved her arms enthusiastically, determined to prepare a delicious meal for the children. Gu Qing and Gu Nyang often chatted about family gossip during their free time. Gu Qing no longer felt sleepy and was full of energy all day. She loved talking about gossip, her eyes shining brightly. Every night, she would persuade Xiao Wu to listen to village gossip. Xiao Wu was not interested but dared not be angry or complain. He could only listen quietly. The 4 children all went to the grapevine at the end of the yard. Gu Nyang carried a big basin and hurried outside. Just as their family sat down to eat, they heard loud knocking on the door. Sui Sui volunteered to open the door. She was very happy to see Xiao Hua. "Xiao Hua, are you here to play with us?" Sui Sui's eyes sparkled. It was the first time Xiao Hua came to their house. Xiao Hua bit her lip, shyly glanced at her mother, and shook her head. "Are you Tuachuo?" The third wife of Gu's family smiled kindly and asked. Sui Sui shook her head, puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, and said, "I'm Sui Sui. My face is much smaller than Tuachuo's." The third wife of Gu's family chuckled and seemed to be carefully examining her. Then she said seriously, "Sui Sui's face really is the smallest." Sui Sui's eyes showed a hint of joy. She nodded calmly to show her approval. "Is your dad at home?" the third wife asked again. Sui Sui, acting familiar, took her hand and said, He's at home. I'll take you to see him. Seeing that Gu Wangui and his wife were also there, she hesitated a bit. But since they had already come for her daughter's face, it didn't matter. Taking advantage of everyone not noticing, she suddenly knelt in front of Gu Qing. Gu Qing was startled by her sudden action and didn't know what to do. Xiao Wu quickly helped her up. Gu Nyang put down her chopsticks and said displeased, "Old San's family, if you have something to say, just say it. No need to kneel, it's scary." The third wife of Gu's family burst into tears, but tried to hold back her sobs. She barely managed to speak through her tears. "My husband wants to sell Xiao Hua to a fool as a child bride. Brothers Xiao Wu and Xiao Sheng, please buy her." "I am not capable," she said, "and I can't speak up at home. But my daughter is the one I carried in my womb for 10 months. I can't just watch her be pushed into the fire." Old San said he will send her away the day after tomorrow. "I beg you, you are kind-hearted. Good people are rewarded. Please save my daughter." While speaking, she pulled her daughter to kneel together, pressing her daughter's head onto the hard mud ground. The young girl's delicate skin was scratched by small stones, and blood trickled down her forehead. Yan Yan felt distressed and carried Xiaohua into the house. No matter what, the child was innocent. Yan Yan didn't want her to hear these unpleasant things, so she and Tuo followed her inside. Xiao Wu once again helped Gu Laosan's wife to stand up. Gu Wangui brought her a stool. She sat on it, tears in her eyes, holding back her feelings, and looked at Gu Qing with hope. Gu Ernyang was hot-tempered and couldn't accept such things, especially since she couldn't have children.
"What?
Gu Laosan, that scoundrel, isn't afraid of losing his life?" Gu Wangui nudged his wife with his elbow, and she looked annoyed again. "Why are you pushing me? Am I wrong?" Gu Wangui touched his nose and didn't dare speak. "Brother Qing, your Sui and Tuo are about the same age as Xiaohua. You bought her and made her a child bride. Xiaohua has always been obedient and sensible. She doesn't eat much, so just give her some food. As long as she's not starving, it's fine." Gu Qing and Xiao Wu looked at each other. Gu Qing understood that in this feudal society, girls weren't seen as people, but this was the first time he truly felt the helplessness of women in this era. Gu Laosan's wife covered her face and cried. Gu Qing gently patted her back to comfort her. He didn't know what to do. With his family's wealth, buying a little girl or even 10 wouldn't be a problem, but making her a child bride was essentially arranged marriage, which was unfair to both his son and Xiaohua. Furthermore, if he softened today and agreed to buy Xiaohua, endless trouble would follow. Without mentioning other things, if other families in the village couldn't make ends meet, they would cry and send their daughters to his house. If he refused, it would be like today, kneeling and kowtowing. He wasn't a saint who could save everyone. Besides, his family already had 4 children, and he simply didn't have the energy to take on another. Moreover, girls and little boys weren't related by blood, and living together would be inconvenient. Also, Gu Laosan's family wasn't so poor that they had to sell their daughter to his son for marriage. They had land and a donkey. Ultimately, it was a matter of valuing boys over girls. But Gu Laosan had been favoring boys over girls for decades. This traditional view was deeply rooted and hard to change. He couldn't push Xiaohua into the fire. The more Gu Qing thought, the tighter his brow furrowed. Seeing his difficulty, Ernyang said, "Laosan's family, you're making Brother Qing difficult, aren't you? He has 4 children, big and small. How can he possibly take care of them all?" Old Third's wife didn't expect Gu Qing to. He rarely interacted with the Xiao family, and no one mentioned anything. She was panicked and didn't know what to do, feeling a wave of despair. Could it be that little Bai really has to become a child bride for someone else? She wanted to speak, but Xiao Qi interrupted. "According to our laws, children under 10 years old cannot be bought or sold. If someone forces such a transaction, they will be punished with the death penalty. Uncle Gu, don't worry. I will take you to the village chief's house and explain everything clearly. The village chief will help little Bai. You are her mother and surely want to raise her yourself, see her grow up in a bright red wedding dress and get married." His voice was gentle, clear, and careful, showing concern for Old Third's wife. His words were like a refreshing rain after a hot summer day, bringing hope. Old Third's wife quickly wiped her tears and stood up, trembling with excitement. Really? Truly? Who wouldn't want to raise their own child? That's the child she risked her life to give birth to after 9 months. Xiao Wu and Gu Qing looked happy, but tried to hide their pride, as if saying, "Look, this is my son," especially Gu Qing, whose small chin was raised proudly. Gu Wangui looked young and promising, and he couldn't help but feel that scholars really were different. While everyone was discussing going to the village chief's house, Old Third arrived. The Xiao family's gate was not closed. He strode angrily toward his wife, suppressing his fury, and asked, "Where is little Bai? You didn't even make dinner. Are you planning to run off with that worthless girl?" Old Third's wife shot him a sharp look. Now that she knew the law, she wasn't afraid anymore. She snorted coldly and retorted, "Run off. Do you dare to sell little Bai? According to our law, children under 10 cannot be bought or sold. If you sell my daughter, I will report you to the authorities." Old Third was stunned, feeling uneasy. He wondered. Everyone kept talking about the death penalty, but many people had sold children before, and he hadn't seen anyone punished. Do the officials even have time to care about such small matters? Besides, she's my daughter. I want to sell her if I want. No one can stop me, Old Third said stubbornly and angrily. "I can't stop you? You should try," Xiao Nyang sneered from the side. "Old Third, you only have this one daughter. Even if you don't favor her, you shouldn't sell her to a fool. That's just sinful," she added. "Your family is considered to be doing okay in the village. If this news gets out, will you still be able to hold your head up in the village?" Gu Wangwa said with frustration. He is a few years older than Gu Laosan. When they were children, Gu Laosan followed him around with a runny nose. The second brother was taller and shorter, and usually listened to him. If it were someone else, Gu Wangwa wouldn't interfere, since honest advice can be hard to accept. Gu Laosan blushed and retorted, "What use is a girl? She's just raised for others. Little brat, I'll kick you." Gu Wangwa only has one younger brother and hates such words. He raised his foot to kick him in the backside. Gu Laosan dodged to the side. "Second brother, I'm already grown up. Why are you kicking me? No matter your age or mistakes, I'll still kick you," Gu Wangwa said angrily, glaring at him. "Uncle Gu, your third son is smart and dedicated to studying. If he works hard, I believe he can pass the imperial exam someday. But if you really sell your daughter for money and ruin the family's reputation, it might affect Sanzhuang's chance to take the exam," interrupted Xiao Qi, breaking up the argument. His words hit right at Gu Laosan's concern. His family's best hope is their third son. If money influences his chance to succeed, it would be a big loss. Gu Laosan, hearing this, was not angry but happy. Xiao Qi is the top scholar, so his words carry weight. If he says Sanzhuang can pass the exam, then he definitely can. He decided not to sell his daughter. They could save 2 silver coins by tightening their belts and working a few more jobs. Gu Laosan quickly promised, "I was just caught off guard about selling my daughter. I won't sell her anymore. She's my own flesh and blood, and I can't bear to part with her." Seeing Gu Ernyang looking at him with disgust, he turned to look at Gu Wangwa, who was also glaring. He awkwardly scratched his head, feeling ashamed. This matter made him lose face. He didn't want to stay any longer and left without saying much to his wife. After he left, everyone else relaxed a little. They hadn't eaten a proper meal and now couldn't think about eating. Gu Ernyang and Gu Qing took Gu Laosan's wife into the room, and the 3 sat side by side on the Kong bed. The room was silent. Gu Qing looked steadily at Gu Laosan's wife, noticing her pale face, tear-streaked cheeks, and a bit of blood on her forehead. He sighed and said, "Everyone has their troubles. You should try to be stronger. You can't back down on principle. Constantly tolerating things will only put you in this difficult situation." Old Third's wife looked blankly at Gu Qing. She didn't expect Gu Qing to say these things. Madame Eyre also spoke up. "Men are all weak. If you ask me, you're not brave enough. Next time he yells at you loudly, just go to the kitchen and grab a kitchen knife to scare him. Haven't you heard that soft ones are afraid of the hard, and the hard are afraid of the fierce? The fierce ones are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. Just show him you don't care, and see if he dares to treat you like that again. Go back and ask him whether he's a landowner or a rich young master. Does your family have gold or silver to pass on? I think obedient daughters and sons are the same. If they are disobedient, having 100 of them won't help. Her eyes flickered with confusion. She used to be bold and lively, but after having little Hua, she was scolded by Old Third for being useless. She became more timid and cautious. A good marriage is based on equality. If he looks down on you, you should stand up for yourself. Now the village market is lively. You can embroider handkerchiefs or make hair accessories to sell. Save the money you earn, and with silver, you'll have confidence. Gu Qing spoke softly and slowly. Her eyes brightened at her words, then dimmed again. I can embroider handkerchiefs, but I have no money to buy materials, she said. Gu Qing took out a handkerchief from his pocket. Inside, there was 5 coins of silver. He handed the money to her. This is a loan. When you make money, don't forget to pay me back. She looked at Gu Qing gratefully. Brother Qing, she started to speak, but couldn't go on. She buried her face in her arms, feeling a surge of sadness and helplessness. The pain buried inside her over the years suddenly surfaced in the kindness of Gu Qing and Madame Air. She couldn't help but softly cry. Her long-held emotions burst out. She cried so hard she was gasping for breath. Gu Qing gently patted her back and said softly, Cry if you want. It's okay to cry. If Old Third dares to have bad thoughts again, come find me and Madame Air. Our men are not easy to deal with. Madame Air had shallow tears and wanted to cry when she saw someone else crying, but she didn't want to go out with red eyes and lose face. She quickly patted Old Third's wife's shoulder. Stop crying. You're making my head ache. From now on, you can embroider handkerchiefs to sell. Also, teach little Hua. Learning a skill won't hurt. Besides, if she can earn money, Old Third might look at her differently. Old Third Gu's wife wiped her tears, nodded heavily, and let out a long, relieved sigh. The heavy stone in her heart disappeared without a trace. Yan Yan's embroidered handkerchief was beautifully made. If Xiao Hua learned embroidery from Yan Yan, it would definitely be good. Yan Yan was patient and kind. Gu Qing thought about saying something, but didn't speak. He couldn't decide for his daughter. Learning embroidery also required talent, and Xiao Hua was only 7 years old and still unsure of herself. Old Third Gu's wife saw that it was getting dark and didn't want to stay longer. Brother Qing, thank you to you and your wife today. This was the first time Old Third Gu's wife called Gu's second sister and second sister-in-law. Their families lived close, and they often chatted casually, calling each other by their first names. Gu's second sister wrinkled her nose. Stop this nonsense. When you go back, be firm. If he dares to throw a tantrum, don't cook for him. Let him go hungry, that little brat. Old Third Gu's wife chuckled softly. All right, let him go hungry. On the way home, Xiao Hua was a bit confused about why her mother brought her back home again. She hesitated and timidly asked, Mom, are you not selling me anymore?
Yes.
Not selling. Old Third Gu's wife held her daughter's hand tighter and said firmly. Really? Xiao Hua asked in disbelief, her face full of surprise. Really? Old Third Gu's wife confirmed again. Really? Really? Xiao Hua kept asking over and over, patiently confirming each time. Mom, having a mother as a daughter is really great, hee. The little girl happily shook her mother's and her own hands tightly clasped together, bouncing with joy, clearly feeling happy. Old Third Gu's wife felt a bit sad. She thought to herself, being a mother's daughter isn't good at all, not at all. But it's okay, things will get better in the future. She must live up to her daughter's words. Having a daughter as a mother is really great. After Old Third Gu's wife and daughter left, it was already dark. Everyone brought the dishes into the house. Summer was not afraid of the food getting cold. At the dining table, Gu Wangwa and his wife kept praising Xiao Qi for being knowledgeable and mature, unlike a typical young boy. Xiao Qi was a little embarrassed by the praise, hurriedly finished the remaining rice in his bowl, and quickly ran back to his room. Yan Yan ate her meal slowly, sometimes lost in thought. Gu Qing saw that his daughter wasn't paying attention and scooped some food into her bowl, asking, "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Yan Yan shook her head and said, "After treating Xiaohua's forehead injury and wiping her hands, I noticed many bruises on her arms. They look fresh and old at the same time, like new wounds overlapping old ones." Yan Yan is very thoughtful, so she already knew how those injuries happened without asking Xiaohua. When she saw Xiaohua's clothes, she couldn't hold back any longer. The girl's clothes were clearly too small, with short sleeves and a patch of rough hemp sewn onto them. Her clothes were faded from washing, and her pants had patches. Her small feet, wearing straw sandals, were red from rubbing. Yan Yan had also experienced hard times and knew how uncomfortable those sandals were. She also understood how shy and timid Xiaohua felt wearing such clothes outside. Since Xiaohua left, she kept thinking about how to help her. A strong feeling of helplessness surrounded her. She felt sad that she couldn't change Xiaohua's situation. Gu Nianyang was furious, gnashing her teeth and cursing Gu Laosan for being unkind. Frustrated, she forced herself to eat 2 more bowls of rice. Gu Qing knew Yan Yan well. At her young age, she had never seen the cruelty of the world. In her mind, there were only 2 kinds of people, good and bad. But in reality, there was a third kind, those who hadn't committed big mistakes. Everyone has some ugly parts of human nature. He didn't want to talk about these things with Yan Yan. Everyone needs to go through experiences. At her age, she should be like the fresh breeze in the mountains, accompanied by green hills and bright moon, full of enthusiasm, chasing the sunrise and stars. Through countless sunrises and moonsets and beautiful starry nights, she would gradually find her own life. Flowers bloom not to fall, but to blossom. If everything you do is filled with malice and suspicion of others, then you are reversing the order of things. If you want to help Xiaohua, you can teach her to embroider small pouches. That way, she'll have a skill and can earn some money in the future, Gu Qing said slowly. Yan Yan's eyes lit up at his words. Her fair little face was full of surprise and happiness. "Then I'll teach her tomorrow. My little daddy, I have a few clothes that are too small for me. Can I give them to Xiaohua?" Gu Qing smiled and nodded. "Of course, those are your clothes. You have the right to decide." Yan Yan looked at Gu Qing with a smile, acting spoiled. "Little daddy, you're so kind." 100,000 Ys after dinner, Gu Wanhua and his wife returned home, and the Xiao family also extinguished their oil lamps and prepared to rest. In the main hall, soft moonlight shone into the room. Outside, the moon was bright and the night was still, with no wind. The night was quiet like a feather, and faint frog calls could be heard. "Big brother, do you think Xiaohua is pitiful?" Sui Sui tilted her head and asked. In the dark night, Little Pond slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of emotion flashing in his gaze. Over the past few years, he had lived happily and freely. Although he knew that girls and boys faced many hardships from birth, he did not realize that the parents who didn't love their children were right in front of him. Little Pond rested his arm behind his head and suddenly remembered the day his father took them home, when Gu Tianqi made a big fuss and Gu's family showed their sharp and harsh attitude. His father probably experienced many hardships when he was young. Little Bai was still loved by her mother, but his father had no mother at all. A feeling of suffocation swept through him. After a while, Little Pond slowly spoke, his voice cold as he asked, "What do you think?" "Pity," Sui Sui answered quickly. "It's quite sad, but it will get better," Little Pond sighed. "Big brother, why are you sighing?" Sui Sui climbed onto Little Pond in the dark, her small hands fiddling on his face, asking curiously. "Because it's heavy. Do you want to crush me?" Little Pond wanted to push Sui Sui off, but before he could, Tuatu also pressed down and asked the same. "Big brother, why are you sighing?" Little Pond sighed helplessly again. Sui Sui and Tuatu spoke in unison. "Why are you sighing again?" Sui Sui pressed her mouth to Little Pond's ear and whispered softly, "Big brother, tell me secretly." "I promise to keep it a secret." "I am very good at keeping secrets. I'm telling you why I sighed after I get down." Hearing this, the 2 little ones happily left Little Pond and sat on the Kong, a traditional bed. In the dark night, Their big round eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity. They sat up straight, well-behaved, waiting for their big brother to explain why he sighed. Little Pond felt a bit helpless. What was there to say? These two troublemakers wouldn't stop bothering him if he didn't speak. But it was a good chance to teach them a lesson. I sighed because I thought about when my little father was young. You see, little Bai is pitiful, but at least she still has her mother to protect her. My little father lost his mother when he was even younger than you, and his father and stepmother didn't treat him well. I feel a bit sorry for him. Sway Sway, tired from sitting, propped her chin with her hand and asked curiously, where did little father's mother go? In the dark night, a look of dislike flickered at Sway Sway. Tuata looked at this simple-minded person with no idea what to say. Little Pond said, his mother went far, very far away, and she will never come back. Sway Sway asked, then why didn't she take little father with her? Since Sway Sway had never experienced separation from loved ones or death, she didn't understand much about life and death. Coupled with Little Pond's vague explanation, she only understood half of it. Tua whispered pleadingly, please, Sway Sway, don't ask anymore. It makes you look silly. Sway Sway turned his head, pouting with a cute but annoyed face, puffing out his cheeks. Shout Tua, who do you think is silly? His lips were pursed very high. Tua didn't want to argue and changed the subject. I want to eat noodles tomorrow. Do you want some? Yes. As soon as he heard about food, Sway Sway forgot his earlier bad mood and eagerly replied. Ha ha. Xiao Qi heard their conversation and laughed so hard his stomach hurt. Tua really knew how to tease Sway Sway. Big brother, what are you laughing at? Sway Sway climbed over to Xiao Qi, holding his face and asking. Nothing, I just feel happy hearing about noodles, Xiao Qi said, trying to hide his smile with a weak excuse. Sway Sway nodded seriously and promised, tomorrow I will make sure you get noodles. That night, Tua vaguely saw Sway Sway confidently promise, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't quite explain. He then turned to the brick bed, ready to sleep. Sway Sway, seeing no one paying attention to him, felt bored and lay down to sleep too. He slept between Tua and Xiao Qi, stretching his feet onto both of them. They all seemed used to his wild sleeping style. You two need to behave. When we were young, we grew up with our little dad's love and care. But little dad's childhood was lonely. We should love and protect him twice as much to repay his kindness, Xiao Qi said slowly. The two little ones didn't reply, and the room was quiet. After a while, Xiao Qi heard two soft, sounds. Inside the main house, Gu Qing couldn't sleep and leaned close to Xiao Wu, asking softly, will you be like old third? Xiao Wu, who was just about to fall asleep, suddenly heard his husband's question. He opened his eyes, turned to Gu Qing and shook his head firmly, definitely not. Gu Qing was not convinced. Really more real than gold. I don't believe it. What if you change and don't like little brother anymore? I won't. I like everyone, even a little dog. Xiao Wu's voice was faint and unclear. Uft, you're the dog, Gu Qing scolded playfully. Then, will you stop loving me? Gu Qing continued to tease. Xiao Wu suddenly sat up, pressing his husband down, burying his face in his neck. Their bodies pressed tightly together, and his deep, husky voice carried a hint of affection. Can't sleep? Then let's do some exercise. Gu Qing felt beneath him and almost burst out laughing. He reached out and gently tapped Xiao Wu's head. Are you serious? Hurry up and get down. Xiao Wu playfully patted him, and for Gu Qing, it didn't hurt at all. It was more like a tickle. He smiled lightly and leaned down, softly nibbling on his partner's face and lips. Xiao Wu was very enthusiastic about this, and he instinctively understood how to deepen the intimacy, saying things that even Gu Qing, a modern person, found hard to handle. Seeing Xiao Wu being so serious, Gu Qing became a bit anxious. The doctor said we shouldn't do this too often. Think about how many times we've done it this month. Xiao Wu, hearing this, lazily pressed against Gu Qing, trying to evoke his partner's sympathy by nibbling on his neck. Sighing, Gu Qing continued. At first, you were so nervous you wouldn't even breathe loudly when you got close to me, and you wouldn't even hold me tightly while sleeping. And now, All men are the same. Over time, the love fades, and only family remains, Gu Qing said sadly, almost pitifully. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned. He propped himself up on his arms, looked up in the moonlight to see Gu Qing's expression, then murmured, "That can't be true. Family is family and love is love. They shouldn't be mixed." Yesterday, Yan Yan said she wanted to eat mooncakes. I promised to bring her some the next time I go to town. Some kids came home from school and clamored for roast chicken. I also promised to bring some next time. For me, they can ask me for things, especially if they involve money within reason. I'll decide based on my mood, but they have to do what they can on their own. Asking me for help won't work. They haven't exercised my privileges. That's family love. And about you, if you're thirsty at midnight, I wake up immediately and bring you water. When you get up at night, whether I'm asleep or not, I reflexively wake up and accompany you to the bathroom. If you say you have no appetite or want to eat something, I'll go to great lengths to buy it for you and feed you. I even rush to do chores so you don't tire yourself. You have the right to ask for my help. That's love. Xiao Wu's deep voice was serious and alluring, making it feel like he was stirring Gu Qing's heart. Finally, he slowly leaned in, his nose almost touching Gu Qing's, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, said, "From now on, don't say things like that. I love you the most, and that will never change." His warm breath brushed Gu Qing's cheek, making it feel warm and slightly ticklish. His heart fluttered like feathers brushing past, tingling and trembling. Gu Qing tightly hugged Xiao Wu, smiling foolishly without speaking. Life, though long, also feels short. Before meeting the person in front of him, he never imagined that life could be lived this way, and that all the beauty in the world was so easily within reach. Gu Qing sighed internally. A life lived normally is a complete life. A life full of warmth and kindness, year after year, without longing for fame or fortune. His heart holds mountains and seas, quietly waiting for flowers to bloom. After Gu Laosan's wife brought Xiao Hua home, Gu Laosan's nose was not a nose, his face not a face. He pointed at his wife's forehead and scolded loudly, "You're just a petty woman, causing trouble at the Xiao family and embarrassing me." Gu Laosan's wife gently crouched down and said softly to Xiao Hua, "Go back to bed and sleep. Tomorrow, mother will take you to the town to play." Xiao Hua looked at her worriedly, a bit uneasy, but nodded obediently. After Xiao Hua left, Gu Laosan's wife grabbed his finger, which he pointed at her, and forcefully bent it. Farmers are strong, and she was furious now, using great strength, causing Gu Laosan to curse loudly in pain. "Crazy woman, let go now. My finger is going to break." Gu Laosan pushed her hard, taking the chance to pull his finger away from her grip. "Wang Guilon, you still dare to fight me? Just wait, I'll beat you to death." Gu Laosan raised his hand and gestured toward Guilon. Wang Guilon, unusually calm, did not respond as she usually would. This made Gu Laosan, who was usually arrogant, extremely angry. He was determined to teach her a lesson and make her understand who truly rules this home. Wang Guilon was caught off guard and was slapped hard. When she reacted, she felt a burning pain on her face and saw black spots in front of her eyes. It was clear Gu Laosan had hit her with great force. Wang Guilon, used to being submissive, did not fight back but begged for mercy. Her voice was almost gone, but she swallowed her words. She remembered what second sister Gu had said, "Those who are fierce don't care about life." Gu Laosan rarely hit anyone. His attitude wasn't particularly sharp or harsh, but he was extremely unreasonable and arrogant. Even though she had given him 3 sons, she never received equal treatment. Once, Wang Guilon was used to accepting everything passively. After giving birth to her daughter, she was looked down upon and felt she was useless. She only thought she was not good enough. But today, old third Gu not only wanted to sell her daughter but also raised his hand to hit her. Wang Guilon suddenly rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and quickly ran in front of old third Gu. Filled with anger and hatred, she looked fierce as she swung the knife at him. Frightened, old third Gu scrambled and ran outside, pressing his body against the door, shouting and cursing, You crazy woman, dare to attack with a knife. Open the door. Today we settle this once and for all. You're leaving me no way out anyway. Let's all die together. I warn you, you can't hide forever. One day, you'll come back. Next time, I might wait until you're asleep and get rid of you. Old Third Gu trembled with fear. Anyone would be scared hearing such words from their spouse. But he couldn't divorce his wife. After all, the eldest son needed money for his wedding, the family needed money for food and drink, and his wife was a hard worker with a good temper.